Within the vast expanse of the Milky Way, two predatory species have been identified as having attained a level of sentience, referred to as the predators. The first of these sentient predatory species to be discovered, known as Helas, was believed to be an impossibility according to previous hypotheses concerning intelligent life. The inherent instinct for aggression among the predators would ostensibly curtail their evolutionary path. Yet it has become evident that there exists an alternative driving force behind technological advancement warfare. The Eros derive a perverse pleasure from their internecine conflicts, consequently ascending to an industrialized stage. Their wars are so brutal that we once feared they might extinguish themselves before we had the opportunity to study them. The Federation witnessed their savagery, but in their naivety, believed they could effect change. If they could elevate their civilization, then surely they would refrain from engaging in senseless acts of destruction. Thus, the Federation committed its gravest error, the decision to intervene. In our misguided benevolence, we inadvertently unleashed the most terrifying monsters upon the galaxy. We provided these inhumane marauders with the means to escape their planet, effectively leading them to our doorstep. The Venus Republic became an effortless target for them. They began to covet and encroach upon our territory. They raised planets, enslaved millions of lives, and even regarded children as delicacies. We pleaded for mercy, yet our cries fell on deaf ears. For the predators possess no understanding of what compassion entails. United, the Federation resolved to resist them, igniting a protracted war for our very survival. From that moment forth, the Federation reached a consensus to prohibit any sentient predatory species from reaching the stars, as their kind poses an insurmountable threat to cosmic civilization. Little known is the fact that centuries ago, scientists discovered a second predatory intelligent species, humans. They, like the Eros, unleashed carnage upon their own kind, committing countless atrocities. The Federation voted to eradicate them before they could wreak havoc. However, just as the Federation spent decades formulating their annihilation plan, they detected hundreds of nuclear detonations upon that planet. The conclusion was drawn. Humanity had self-destructed. This species thus faded into obscurity, only to be mentioned in passing alongside the Eros as a singularly unique predator. Now, my advisors have detected a spacecraft approaching our planet Venus with its subspace trajectory aimed directly at Earth. President Tal, my military advisor, Carter, appeared particularly anxious in that moment, clearly yearning for the authority to act. I implore you, we must attempt to shoot it down. Are you certain there is no chance of retreat? I inquired. Carter sighed. By the time we detected it, it had already entered our planetary orbit. It is now too late for withdrawal. I frowned, for from the moment we identified the human vessel, every hyperspace relay station had been incessantly broadcasting distress signals. But this effort proved futile. Our Federation allies would require hours to arrive. By the time they reach us, the Venus Republic may very well be reduced to ruins. Is there any means to avert the impending catastrophe? Is subjugation preferable to death? It is difficult to ascertain, but I see no alternative that might secure the survival of my kind. We are left with no choices. I can no longer divert resources to counter another invading predator force. The recent incursion by the Eros has left our troops severely weakened, and that victory was merely a stroke of luck. The humans have chosen to strike while we are at our most vulnerable, leaving us no opportunity to resist or flee. Though relinquishing our homeland is an excruciating prospect, it appears to be our sole option. I understand. Issue an emergency alert and instruct civilians to proceed immediately to the shelters. I gazed at my claws, regretting my decision to run for the presidency. Contact the approaching spacecraft. I will personally surrender unconditionally. Surrender? To capitulate without firing a single shot. Carter retorted. Perhaps they may be more merciful than the Eros. I wish to preserve the lives of the children. I envisioned the children's faces, standing in a line before those gray reptiles, ultimately shot down en masse mockery of their existence. Surrender negotiations may at least buy us some time, but if we resist, they will slaughter us all. I turned my chair, facing away from my advisors, signaling the end of the discussion. My resolve was firm. An aide positioned a camera before me, and I flicked my tail, indicating my readiness. As the aide transmitted a call to the approaching spacecraft on all frequencies, a wave of trepidation washed over me. Would these beings respond? Predators do not converse with their prey unless to taunt them. Perhaps they would answer, but solely to mock our despair and weakness. To my astonishment, the vessel gliding towards us acknowledged the signal. On the screen appeared a creature with a tawny complexion, seated in what seemed to be a pilot's chair. Just as I was about to utter the words of surrender, its forward-facing eyes locked onto mine. It bared its sharp teeth and let out a fierce roar, its piercing gaze shattering my thoughts, instilling a primal fear within me. Truly feral, its expression radiated hostility without question, and in a low voice, it uttered several words likely a proclamation of our impending doom. The translator beside me chimed, forcefully conveying the meaning of its utterances into my mind. Greetings. We come on behalf of humanity, hoping to coexist peacefully with you. I stared at it, momentarily speechless. Peace? What does that mean? The translator mechanically reiterated my question. Chapter 2. Coexistence. Humanity has closed its colossal jaws, tilting its head ever so slightly. Have I miscommunicated? You know not of peace, of friendship. Well, I understand the essence of peace, I stammered in response, but why do you yearn for such things? Why the desire? It seemed somewhat taken aback. For ages, we humans have gazed at the stars, pondering whether other forms of life exist. Now that we have found the answer, knowing we are not alone brings me joy. You speak incessantly of peace, yet your face is replete with hostility, you marauder, Carter interjected. What? I am not. Her words abruptly ceased, as if a realization dawned upon her. You mean Smile, do you not? I deeply apologize, I truly did not intend to offend. Smile? What does that term signify? I hesitated to inquire. It is humanity's way of expressing joy and goodwill. Our lips turn upwards, and she rubbed her forehead. Can we start anew? I'm Guxia, and our mission here is one of peaceful exploration. Can it be that humanity genuinely wishes us to believe that baring their fangs is an expression of friendship? No, this must be some form of jest at our expense, for marauders do not embark on peaceful explorations. They destroy and trample everything in their path, leaving naught but ashes. At the very least, they have not demanded my life at once. What choice do I have but to go along with the flow? Thus, I fixed my gaze upon those terrifying eyes, striving to keep my voice steady. I am President Tao, and I welcome you to the planet Venus. Thank you, the human replied. I must admit, we were all quite astonished upon receiving your signal. You were surprised. If you had not discovered us, why come here? We hail from a planet known as Earth, where water and oxygen are abundantly rich. The scientific community has long grappled with an inescapable question, that of the origin of life. Our mission is to survey planets akin to Earth, and yours is most fitting. So, you suspect that conditions for life may exist here. Well, yes, however, every rational scientist on our planet believed that our first contact would be with primitive life forms. To now witness living beings is a momentous discovery. What significance does this hold for you? Well, we once thought ourselves the sole bearers of life in the universe. Yet now, we have uncovered a mature and technologically advanced civilization. It is truly astounding. You consistently use the first-person plural. Who does we refer to? I may have become overly excited. Guxia turned the camera aside, revealing another individual seated at the control panel. This is Chun-Ling, my co-pilot. She is recording and organizing all of this. Well, she concurred. I am not one for much speech. After all, Guxia is more than capable of holding forth. Guxia raised an eyebrow. I am not. In that moment, observing their playful banter, I glimpsed a spark of kindred intelligence within them. Yet, almost immediately, my mind began to churn, and this illusion dissipated upon calm reflection. I admonished myself. Those marauders seek life not for scientific inquiry, but in search of prey, an interstellar hunt. This is humanity's first recognition of other intelligent life forms, and their cautious words are merely a means of probing, seeking any vulnerabilities. I dared not reveal their uniqueness. Perhaps if I maintained my composure, striving to conceal any sympathy or fear, they would depart of their own accord. Though my heart brimmed with doubt, my best course was to treat this encounter as an ordinary first contact. Would you care to behold the planet Venus with your own eyes? As esteemed guests of the Republic, a glimmer shone in Guxia's eyes. Certainly. It would be our honor. That said, when they actually arrive. A chill crept up my spine, not solely due to the frigid air. The thought of confronting marauders at such proximity sent shivers through my skin, yet there was no turning back now. I could only watch in terror as that human vessel gradually powered down, a descent ramp unfolding slowly. They set foot upon Venusian soil. It felt as if I were ensnared in a nightmare from which I could awaken at any moment. Gu Xia and Chen Ling gaped in wonder, their curiosity palpable as they surveyed their surroundings, their gaze lingering briefly on the exquisite mansion behind them before shifting towards the distant outlines of the city. The manner in which they turned their heads to survey their surroundings struck me as rather peculiar. Clearly, the terrifying eyes of humanity do not possess the expansive vision we enjoy. They could not possibly be admiring the beauty of our architecture. An ominous thought crept into my mind. Were they merely here to scout for a future invasion? Gu Xia's gaze fell upon my diplomatic envoy, and he strode directly towards us. There were only 3 of us present, I, Carter, and my diplomatic advisor. I knew this assembly appeared weak, but I could not risk bringing more individuals into this peril. Listen, I said softly, we must act as if nothing is amiss, exhibiting neither fear nor any emotions towards them. Carter flicked his ears disdainfully. I can hardly believe you truly invited them here. I am merely buying time for the arrival of our federal allies. But how can you face them? Do you intend to converse with those creatures for several hours? Certainly not. Yet the alternative is to engage in battle with marauders once again. The outcome of our war with the Herasians makes that abundantly clear. If there exists even a sliver of possibility to avoid bloodshed, I am willing to embrace it. We had the opportunity to shoot down that vessel, and if you think I would welcome these humans with open arms, that is impossible. You must not provoke them. Do you understand? I warned Carter. He scoffed, and I feared this in itself was a response. Yet there was no time to persuade him, for those 2 humans were already approaching, able to hear our conversation. I prayed that Carter would regain his composure and keep his thoughts to himself. If we wish to extricate ourselves from those beasts peacefully, we must present our most amiable facade. Chapter 3. Friends, maintaining the facade of strength is paramount, even if merely to deter humanity from obliterating our home. However, attempting to incite their ire is an entirely different matter, akin to suicide. Marauders thrive on displaying their dominance, so I surmised they would not reject a blatant challenge. President TL Jiu Xia halted not far from us, baring his teeth in a grin. It is truly a pleasure to meet you. My heart raced, fear surging through my veins like a flood, I in the galaxy. No visual signal is more terrifying than the display of sharp fangs. The threat it conveys is far more palpable when encountered face to face. I stumbled, striving to overcome the dizziness. Suddenly, a dull thud sounded beside me, and I realized it was Tick collapsing onto the ground. The fainting of my diplomatic advisor boded ill. Even Carter pressed his ears closely to his head. His previous bravado entirely vanished. We are finished. We can no longer maintain any semblance of normalcy. Jiu Xia's eyes widened, as if he realized his own lapse in decorum. He quickly covered his mouth with his hand. I am terribly sorry. This marauder said with a hint of regret. I did not intend to frighten you. Are they unharmed? The dignity of the situation was irreparably damaged. Humanity must surely recognize our fear of them by now. My plans could not have devolved into a worse scenario. The initial thought of surrender resurfaced in my mind. Regardless of their ulterior motives, nothing could deter them from seizing all they desired. Strangely, Gu Xia appeared more unsettled than amused. Compared to the Herasians, humans are somewhat less adept at sensing and exploiting weaknesses. Perhaps I still had a chance to salvage this meeting, or at least provide a plausible explanation for my earlier behavior. I fluttered my ears, attempting to calm myself. It is fine. He will be all right. The arrival of beings from other planets to yours must indeed be somewhat nerve-wracking. Chun Ling sighed heavily, then scribbled hastily in her notebook. All things considered, you have managed quite well. Please forgive us. We possess no experience with such first contacts. Carter knelt beside Tick, attempting to rouse him. Given that weakness stems from compassion, such behavior should not be exhibited before marauders. Yet how could I stand idly by as a life perished in the cold? How could I condemn my military advisor for basic sympathy? Such cruelty exceeded my emotional threshold. Jiu Xia bent down beside the fallen diplomat, while I braced myself for the worst. Marauders do not value life, nor even their own, as the Herasians have long made clear. How may I assist? Gu Xia managed to utter only this. I stared at him, wide-eyed in disbelief, incredulous at my own ears. Those mocking words, those jests at Tick's plight, where had they all gone? You have already done enough, Carter exclaimed sharply. Jiu Xia lowered her head, apologizing. "I'm sorry, it was an accident." "It's quite all right," I interjected hastily to prevent any potential argument. "I apologize for his actions. He is merely a bit overly anxious, I understand." The male human responded in a tone tinged with frustration. "I believe I have completely botched this situation." "Jiu Xia means no harm." Chunling gently patted her companion's back in reassurance. "To witness an alien culture firsthand, it is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. You cannot fathom how excited we are. Or perhaps our manner of expression simply falls short. Human behavior is increasingly perplexing. All information in the Federation's database indicates that they are a purely violent species. I had assumed they would not swiftly turn their weapons upon us. And while they currently seem to align with that assumption, their temperament is evidently much more placid. Why maintain such a facade? If, as I surmise, they are merely probing for our weaknesses, then they must already possess sufficient information to reach that conclusion. I began to feel as though I scarcely understood their intentions. Perhaps these marauders possess a higher intelligence than we had anticipated. "Could you assist us in carrying Tick inside?" I inhaled deeply. "Awaiting the translator's output, after which I would escort you on a tour of the presidential residence." The two humans nodded, positioning themselves to lift the fallen Tick. A flicker of hope surged within me. They are not in a hurry to annihilate us. This signifies that we still have time to await reinforcements. I knew that when the Federation discovers marauders rampaging through Venus's home world, their response would be extraordinarily severe, and their actions would align with Carter's suggestion. Shoot first, ask questions later. The sole reason humanity has not been extinguished is that they are presumed to be extinct. Yet, plans to obliterate Earth were formulated centuries ago, and a swift extermination of humankind remains a possibility. We merely need to delay a little longer. As for what these two humans may encounter next, the Federation would attempt to capture them for scientific study, and if that proved too challenging, they would dispatch a special forces unit to deal with them directly. The thought of humans confined within laboratories stirred within me an inexplicable guilt. Perhaps it was a misguided empathy, but they are marauders. They survive by preying upon species lower on the food chain. They are indeed beasts, and have these humans not been engaged in mutual slaughter? "Thank you for your hospitality, President Tao." Chunling cleared her throat. "Locking eyes with me, I believe that one day, our two races will become good friends." Merely seeing these beings evokes a sense of revulsion within me, yet what if we have misjudged them? Wasn't my original intention to avert bloodshed? "Yes, friends," I flicked my ears in agreement, attempting to bury my conscience, hoping so. The tour of the presidential residence commenced smoothly, and my anxious emotions gradually subsided. Chapter 4. Benevolent humans. Carter and I walked ahead while the humans followed closely. Their curiosity piqued by everything around them. Their inquiries ranged from astronomy and geography to the myriad wonders of the world, encompassing Venus's culture, history, and politics. They seemed insatiable in their thirst for knowledge, eager to absorb every piece of information. Had any other species entered Venus with such childlike curiosity, their enthusiasm would undoubtedly have earned my commendation. I led the group to our next destination, my office. However, just as I opened the door, I realized I had made a dreadful mistake. In the morning's flurry, I had forgotten to turn off the television. The news program was currently looping footage of bomb shelters from around the globe, with government announcements playing incessantly in the background. They spoke unabashedly of the human invasion and the potential for mass casualties. I hastily reached for the remote to turn off the television, but it was too late. The humans had already approached the screen, silently fixated on the content. Since the tour began, they had never been this quiet. Observing the Venusian populace huddled together in tears, they must have felt something stir within them. Why is it so strange here? Why do we see so few people? Not even a reporter. Gusia finally spoke. They have all been evacuated, right? I lowered my gaze. Yes. Did you think we had come to attack you? A flicker of doubt crossed his eyes as he raised a hand to his forehead. Is it true, President Tao? Chunling inquired. What do you believe our intentions to be? A wave of panic surged within me. I needed to provide a convincing answer, yet I had no coherent response. I took a step back, warily observing these humans. To deny their accusations would undoubtedly insult their intelligence, and any further deception would be easily uncovered. Silence became a means of confirming their suspicions without voicing my fears. However, Carter was impatient to provide an answer. To kill us, and to relish in torturing us slowly. You enjoy this process, do you not? No, no, it is not like that, Guxia hastily denied. We do not wish to harm you. If you want us to leave, we will depart immediately. Chunling slowly raised her hands. We never intended to incite panic or disturb your lives. We merely wish to meet others, beings like ourselves. That does not exist, Carter roared loudly. Really? She pointed to a three-dimensional photograph on my desk, her eyes sparkling with determination. Then what are they? The image depicted me attending a meeting alongside dozens of Federation leaders. For any astute observer, it would be evident that these diverse life forms were clearly not Venusians. What would humans think? Seeing us coexist harmoniously with other alien beings, they would surely be puzzled as to why we harbor such fear of them. I regretted having made such an obvious oversight. You are correct, I managed to force out. They are not from this planet. Like you, they are extraterrestrial beings. Ji Yuxia cleared her throat. Then, to your knowledge, how many intelligent species exist in the universe? How do you discover one another? I hesitated. If humans intended to cleanse the entire star system, knowledge of the Federation's existence would provide them with a target. This could also alert them to the impending reinforcements, accelerating their invasion plan. That said, they would eventually uncover this information, but at least I could probe their reactions first. Hundreds, if not thousands. Most of us belong to the Galactic Federation, which functions as a central governing body. Then why are you so afraid of us? Are you not already accustomed to aliens? Qin Ling's eyes narrowed into unsettling slits. Do we resemble a species you have encountered in the past? Carter emitted a low, furious growl. You are marauders. Conscious marauders. It was over. Could this conversation possibly deteriorate further? In Carter's rage-fueled haze, he inadvertently revealed to the humans the true reason for their distinctiveness. It was not difficult to deduce that if they were marauders, then we were naturally the species they preyed upon. If their predatory nature had not yet awakened, it was clear they were now eager to commence their hunt. In the prolonged silence, I could almost see the gears of thought turning in Chen Ling's mind. A look of astonishment flickered across her face, as if she could not comprehend why we held such a poor impression of them. Are marauders so rare? She inquired. Extremely rare. How many? You are the second. Guxia cast a sharp gaze at Carter. Who was the first? Silence enveloped the room like a dense fog. No one willing to mention what had transpired with the Herasians, not even Carter. We certainly had no need to provide the humans with any insights. Ji Yuxia seemed to sense our somber expressions, his own demeanor growing serious. Who was the first? He pressed again. What words could adequately depict those embodiments of evil? As memories surged forth, my eyes involuntarily moistened. My father, captured alive on the battlefield, returned piece by piece. The Herasians launched a gas attack on my daughter's school, leaving her in a vegetative state. The invaded planets. The cages of slaves, the Venusians raised like livestock. I buried my head in my claws, attempting to conceal my tears. To reveal such vulnerability before humans was the last thing I wished to do. Despite their eloquent expressions, they share the same essence as marauders. Once they grasped the extent of our suffering, it would ultimately become a weapon they would wield against us in the future. Guxia's eyes widened and my heart sank. He seemed to sense my emotional unraveling, weighing his next course of action. After a moment's deliberation, he slowly inched closer to me. My instincts urged me to retreat in fear. Yet my feet felt as though they were nailed to the ground, immovable. As Guxia extended his thick, padded paw toward me, I braced myself for the impending mockery, torment, or any other form of harm. But instead, he gently placed a paw on my shoulder. Regardless of what they have done to you, we shall not follow suit. We will absolutely not harm you, I assure you. My soul felt as if it had been violently shattered, akin to the cracks that appear in a dam, as a torrent of emotions surged into my heart, causing me to completely break down and sob uncontrollably. The human before me pulled me closer, gently stroking my head. His embrace was warm, imbued with a silent promise. Moments later, he released me and tenderly wiped away the tears on my face. Carter's chin seemed on the verge of dropping. An unusual sight indeed, for he was rendered speechless, yet I understood the reason behind it. Kindness stands in stark contrast to the nature of a predator, and he could scarcely believe his own eyes. For the first time since encountering humans, I began to entertain the notion that they might harbor goodwill. After all, only through empathy can one truly comprehend how to console others. not a decision solidified in my mind. I cannot allow innocent lives to be sacrificed based solely on appearances. Humans may pose a threat to us, yet we act upon preconceived notions. I trust you, Gu Xia, I said, sniffling. I am sorry. This is the first time you have called my name. The human turned away, concealing a hint of a smile. I chuckled softly. Better late than never. Carter, cancel the distress signal immediately. I cannot do that, sir, Carter replied. I am not seeking your opinion. This is an order. I retorted sharply. Fine, I shall handle it myself. But the Federation's fleet is almost upon Venus. It is too late to cancel now. Chapter 5 Reinforcements. A curse escaped my lips as I envisioned the feelings of those poor souls. Just hours ago, they were blissfully unaware of the existence of extraterrestrial life. And now, they had come to learn of a galactic federation, a group that harbors an inexplicable hatred towards them. Though they accepted this news with outward calm, I could only imagine the turmoil within. Regrettably, an even larger bombshell was about to be dropped upon them. Imagine, as guests from another planet, how terrifying it would be when a warship approached, intent on annihilating you. Why is this not a good thing? Isn't the Federation your ally? Seeing the worry etched on my face, Gu Xia could not help but ask. I averted my gaze. They came because we sent out a distress signal. They are here to eliminate you. Well, why not talk to them? Explain that this is just a misunderstanding. Once they realize we are peaceful, no. I appreciate your suggestion, but the moment they lay eyes on you, I waved my claw, gesturing towards my mouth and eyes. They will not listen to a word you have to say. They will simply take your lives. All right, Gu Xia murmured. Then, I am truly sorry for causing all this. I scratched my chin, contemplating. I will find a way to delay them. You must hide while I negotiate with them. Gu Xia nodded. Good. I took a deep breath. Though the human's exterior was repulsive, their actions revealed a genuine kindness. When you perceive the true character beneath their monstrous facade, you realize how benevolent they can be. Should anything happen to Gu Xia and Qin Ling, the weight of responsibility would rest squarely on my shoulders. Just moments ago, I had hoped for the Federation to suddenly arrive and rescue us. Now, my sole objective was to save the lives of these two humans. If the sensor data was accurate, the Federation warships were advancing towards the Venusian sector at an astonishing speed. They repeated their communication requests every few seconds, a frantic response I had never witnessed before, yet it was understandable. The Venusian sector, situated on the outer fringes of the galaxy, occupies a strategically advantageous position. Far removed from the planet Helas, it is difficult for the Herlasians to launch a surprise attack, and it serves as the supply route and departure point for the Federation's border patrols. Should we lose this front, the Federation would suffer a crushing blow. I accepted the communication request. The face on the screen took me by surprise. It was Captain Sora from the formidable Godalai star. He had once led troops valiantly, breaking the siege of the Herlasians on the planet, thus earning his renown throughout the galaxy. Typically, the Federation would dispatch the nearest available forces, yet this time, they had sent such a capable individual. President Tao, it is a pleasure to see you, Captain Sora exclaimed, visibly relieved to see that I was still alive. We have come to assist you. What has transpired? Humans stood behind the screen, avoiding the camera. Chen Ling hurriedly scribbled notes in her notebook, seemingly sketching the appearance of this new alien before her. I realized my instincts still feared them. A mere glance at their faces sent shivers down my spine. The way they twisted their necks to gaze at the screen was utterly revolting. It seemed the Federation had dispatched their elite. I stated, the Republic of Venus extends its sincere gratitude for your support. However, regrettably, you have traveled a great distance only to find nothing. What do you mean? According to the laws of the Galactic Federation, the distress signal may only be activated in the face of a catastrophe of genocidal proportions. You must provide me with a reasonable and sufficient explanation, Sora replied, perplexed. Have you resolved that issue? What issue? There was no issue at all. Sora blinked several times. What did you say? It was merely a false alarm. Our sensors malfunctioned due to a software update. What did you see? I thought there was a Herlasian ship that had jumped into the orbital range of Venus. How did you determine that was a false report? We saw nothing there, and our backup sensors detected no anomalies. Most importantly, we are still alive. Sora squinted at me, and I could sense his skepticism regarding my words. Sensor malfunctions require rapid rectification. We should have eliminated erroneous data within a few hours. His sharp gaze indicated he had caught a whiff of deception. "General Carter, why are you silent?" Soref addressed Carter beside me. "Do you have anything to add?" "I do not wish to speak." Carter paused briefly before adding, "There is nothing further to contribute. The President has already said it all." I secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Given Carter's disdain for humans, I had initially expected him to reveal their presence without hesitation. Had this conversation occurred a few minutes earlier, he might have already handed them over, but their recent actions had likely illuminated his awareness of their kindness. Soref scrutinized us, his face a mask of suspicion. "Why have you not canceled the distress signal?" "It is still being transmitted." I forgot that I answered. "You forgot." His voice rose an octave, disgust evident in his gestures. "Are you joking? Do you have any idea how much time we have wasted coming here?" While we were chatting, a planet genuinely facing a threat may have already been obliterated. Fortunately, he appeared to accept my explanation. To be frank, Soref's anger was justified. If the Herlasians were currently invading other planets, the Federation's forces would be unable to provide assistance. "I apologize," I said, somewhat regretfully. "Forget it. We will scan the spatial data ourselves." Soref gritted his teeth. "This incident must be documented." I swallowed hard. If a scan were conducted, they would uncover substantial evidence of human activity. Discovering that we were harboring predators would terrify veterans like Soref. Given his extensive encounters with the Herlasians, he would not entertain the possibility of predators operating freely. It was highly likely that, regardless of what we said, he would believe we were acting under duress. Should they trace the humans' whereabouts, the Federation would certainly demand a bombardment of Earth. I cannot allow you to do that. It would merely squander your time and resources. I straightened my posture, striving to project confidence. "There is no need for a formal investigation." "Are my words not sufficient to support your report?" "Standard procedure dictates. The false alarm has already caused public anxiety. What they least desire is for the Federation fleet to roam freely in the atmosphere. You summoned us here. I will fulfill my duty and then depart. You will leave now. Your ship is unwelcome here. Should you enter our planetary orbit, we will shoot you down." Soref's milky white eyes glimmered with a fierce light. "Then let it be, fire away. I know you do not dare." The Soref fleet was still rapidly approaching Venus. And I sighed in resignation. Damn, my greatest reluctance was to fire missiles at our Federation allies. Yet I found myself with no alternative. It seemed that, regardless, Soref would intrude upon my territory, for he possessed the power to disregard my warnings. I signaled to Carter, instructing him to detonate the missiles as the fleet drew near. This step was irreversible. We would be firing upon a long-standing ally. Consequently, in the battle against the Herlasians, the Federation might very well abandon us. Am I, perhaps, leading our race toward the abyss of extinction? What are the chances for humanity's survival? I am not even certain if, after this fleet departs, they will immediately discard their facade, if they refrain from slaughtering us all. I shall be grateful. Chapter 6. Retribution. Captain Solif, in a state of shock, clenched his claws tightly as the computer warned him of an incoming missile. He commanded the crew to alter their course and divert energy to the shields. Subsequently, he relayed a retreat order to the rest of the fleet. I thought he had forgotten that the video call was still active until he cast an indignant glance toward the camera. "You dare to fire upon us!" Solif glared at the weapons console, contemplating whether to retaliate, for such an act would incite war. "It was merely a warning shot. I do not wish to harm you. But it is necessary," that I stated impassively. "How can you be so ungrateful? Think of all I have done for you," he chastised. "I will recommend sanctions in my report. The next time you call for help, let those monsters devour you, pitiful fools." The screen abruptly cut off, and I slumped to the ground in relief. This incident would undoubtedly stir a tempest at the next Federation summit, but at least I had timely rectified the error, preventing any loss of life. As for how humanity would reward my audacious act, that remained uncertain. Their body language betrayed almost no emotion. What if humanity turns against us? After all, we conspired and nearly executed their execution. They have departed. I turned to face the predators, praying that we had made the right decision. "You are safe now." Gu Xia clasped his hands together. "Thank you. You were under no obligation to protect us. I hope the consequences will not be too severe." That captain sounded quite furious. "Haha, it was worth it. Did you see his expression then? It had me in stitches." Carter laughed. The corners of Gu Xia's mouth curled slightly, a deep rumble emanating from his chest that sounded like a roar, though my translator insisted it was laughter. The predator's manner of expressing emotions certainly leaves much to be desired. My rational mind concurred with the translator's assessment. Yet my intuition was less certain. Chunling elbowed Gu Xia in the stomach. "Do you remember what Tel said about smiles? That hurt," he protested. "I couldn't help it. Carter made me laugh." Carter twitched his ears. "I am a humorous person. Regardless of your humor, Solif is not jesting. The Godillian people wield considerable influence within the Federation. I expressed my concerns. We have just offended a significant player. Can we make amends?" Chenling inquired. "Spend decades groveling?" "Certainly." I sighed and shook my head. "Let us leave it at that for now. I believe it is time for a serious discussion." Chenling nodded. "Discuss what?" "First and foremost, do you wish to remain here? Our hospitality has been rather lacking. If you intend to retract your hand of friendship because of this, I would fully understand. Such trivial matters do not frighten us." "President Tao, I am pleased to communicate with you." Chunling was eloquent, as was her companion, yet a lingering doubt persisted within me. If we truly desire to forge a genuine friendship with humanity, revealing the history of the Herasians is imperative. However, once humanity learns of the heinous acts committed by the Herasians, they may realize their own untapped potential. These tales will reach the ears of Earth's leaders and circulate among the populace. What if they are inspired to seize the torch of plunder? It is not too late for them to alter their intent to harm us, but how deep can the predator's empathy truly run? I inhaled deeply, my voice quavering slightly. "Regarding the first predator we encountered, I have yet to address your questions. I still owe you a reasonable explanation." "You owe us nothing," Gu Xia replied gently, "if you are not ready. There is no need to force yourself to speak." I met the gaze of this male human, my resolve strengthening. I recalled Gu Xia's terror when Carter proposed exterminating them all, and the sensation of his rough thumb brushing away the tears from my cheek. Such acts are not characteristic of Herasians. They are beings of intellect and emotion. I wish for you to know everything. "Sir, are you certain this is a wise course of action?" Carter inquired. "Absolutely. I must believe that humanity is worthy of this risk." Despite my resolute words, I could still feel my heart racing, fear stirring within me at the thought of those dreadful predators. The initial predators were the Herasians, and the Federation has been at war with them for centuries. Gu Xia raised an eyebrow slightly. Was it the entirety of the Federation that fought against them? Indeed. But that was far from sufficient, I replied. They have hunted 20% of the sentient beings in the universe to extinction. Gu Xia's eyes widened in shock. Why? Because they take pleasure in slaughter. They desire their prey to suffer before perishing. I reached for the tablet, pulling up the most recent video the Herasians had sent us. "Here, see for yourselves." Jiu Xia snatched the device from my claws, and Chen Ling leaned in to watch the footage. On the screen, a group of Herasian soldiers laughed maniacally as they released captive Venusian infants from their enclosures. These cruel monsters relished the hunt, reveling in the sight of their prey struggling in terror. The infants' eyes were gouged out, spinning on the ground like headless flies, their cries echoing in the air. Behind them, the vicious Herasian soldiers were poised to strike. The infants ran in all directions, and if they did not flee swiftly enough, soldiers would prod them with electric batons to satisfy their twisted desires. As the screen displayed the Herasian soldiers repeatedly bludgeoning an infant, breaking its limbs, I observed the humans' reactions. Initially, they were taken aback, but soon, their expressions morphed into something altogether different. Their faces contorted into grotesque masks, eyes wide, lips curled back, neck veins bulging. The predator nature they had so carefully concealed was laid bare. I suddenly found myself more inclined to believe that smiles were their way of expressing friendliness. "Do humans treat captives in such a manner? But they are just children," Chen Ling exclaimed. "Captives? No, that is a breeding ground." Carter regarded the humans warily, though his tone had softened. "Capable races become slaves, those deemed palatable are consumed." While the rest face obliteration, Jiu Xia returned the tablet to me, his icy gaze sending a shiver down my spine. "Send us all the information you have on the Herasians," he commanded. "There is a human concept I am certain Earth would be eager to impart." I stared at this furious human. What is this concept? A triumphant smile crossed Gu Xia's face. "We call it Retribution." Chapter 7. Diplomacy Memory Transcript Subject. United Nations Secretary-General, Seiko Date, Standardized Human Time July 13th, 2136 The Climate Change Summit of 2136 marks the latest chapter in this protracted tale, rife with the usual accusations and hollow promises. Following the satellite wars of the late 21st century, the United Nations assumed the role of a global central government, while Russia, China, and the United States struggled to rebuild their shattered power grids in the aftermath of the conflict. Recognizing their reliance on technology, nations signed the Shanghai Treaty to regulate cyber warfare. As part of the treaty, the United Nations was granted expanded authority to mediate disputes, aiming to prevent future escalations. Following a series of natural disasters this year, the General Assembly convened to discuss strategies, with investments in nuclear fusion energy taking center stage. Though I remain pessimistic as Secretary General, I must attend all these proceedings. As the Canadian ambassador spoke, I found my mind wandering, nodding and smiling occasionally to maintain appearances. At that moment, an aide tapped my shoulder, pulling me from my reverie. "Mr. Seiko," she whispered, "there is something urgent that requires your attention." What could be so pressing that it could not wait a moment longer? I had instructed staff to approach me only in emergencies. A flicker of anxiety coursed through me, fearing I might be facing some dreadful threat, yet my bodyguards appeared relaxed, making such a scenario unlikely. I followed her into a conference room, where several solemn-looking individuals awaited. The large presence of military personnel made me wonder if a conflict had erupted. Strangely, representatives from multiple space agencies, including the European Space Agency, ESA, NASA, and the China National Space Administration, CNSA, were also present. My mind began to race. The first team tasked with a space exploration mission had departed weeks ago. They were not due back for several months. Something must have gone awry. I took my seat at the head of the mahogany table, surrounded by a gathering of esteemed individuals. Could someone enlighten me about the specifics? The crew of the Odyssey has established contact with extraterrestrial life forms. A woman clad in a leather jacket, her hair cropped short, handed me a dossier. Her name tag read Dr. Kuxiu from SETI, Search for Extraterrestrial Intelligence. They identify themselves as Venusians. According to our new friends, there are hundreds of other intelligent species out there. Mr. Secretary General, we are not the only intelligent beings. This is the most monumental news in history. I perused the file, taking a moment to digest this revelation. The cover featured a blurry photograph of astronauts standing alongside a group of Venusians. These extraterrestrial beings walk on two legs like us, but that is where the similarities end. They are cloaked in gray fur, with eyes positioned on the sides of their heads, and their elongated legs curve inward. I'm uncertain whether they even possess noses. Any public disclosure must be approached with utmost caution. Science fiction has accustomed people to the idea of alien life. But revealing the existence of hundreds of species at once, this would fundamentally alter humanity's perception of its unique status in the cosmos. The last thing I desire is for conspiracy theorists to seize control of the narrative. The situation could rapidly devolve into mass panic. Not to mention the delicate nature of communication with extraterrestrial civilizations. We are entirely unfamiliar with their culture and might inadvertently offend them. The task before us is daunting and intricate. To learn their language, establish diplomatic relations, and monitor potential threats. This will be a mission for a generation. Finally, I inquired, are the aliens friendly? Dr. Kuxiu furrowed her brow, indicating that the matter is not so straightforward. What do you mean? I had anticipated an affirmative response, not this ambiguous assertion. As the implications of her words sank in, my heart sank as well. They could either be amicable or hostile. Aside from one species, the others are quite friendly. However, that particular race is at war with others in the galaxy, and they are exceedingly fearsome adversaries. They have annihilated 62 planets, claiming billions of lives. They've destroyed 62 planets. Tell me you're joking. I wish I were. She replied. The dossier contained a page detailing the Harrisons, alongside footage of their various war crimes. We must face reality. We have only just embarked on the era of space exploration. We must immediately ally with other extraterrestrial civilizations. I intend to assign all diplomats to this project. Therein lies the problem. Dr. Kuxiu offered me an apologetic smile, as if she were about to deliver more unwelcome news. How could it possibly get worse? The Galactic Federation fears us. The president of Venus believes that even with his support, they would not wish to engage with us amicably, and may even attack upon sight. Why is that? I asked. Because humanity is a predator, and the only other intelligent predator. Let me guess, it's the Harrisons, right? I sighed. Dr. Kuxiu nodded gravely. With a heavy heart, I leaned back in my chair. While humanity may be narrow-minded and belligerent, we would not indiscriminately slaughter the innocent, let alone children. A bitter smile crept across my lips. So, should I say we ought not to invite the Venusians to our family gathering? Is that correct? Dr. Cuxius stifled a laugh, cautioning, do not say such things in their presence. They would not find it amusing. Initially, they even thought we came to kill them. But we have earned their trust, have we not? Are you certain we cannot persuade the Federation to change its stance? To confront a species with technology superior to ours, I am not fond of such a hopeless battle, I'm afraid not, Cuxiu replied firmly. Our astronauts have indicated that his primary concern is the safety of Earth. He fears that some may react rashly. Earth could be directly obliterated by them. In that case, humanity should not expect a welcoming ceremony. Regrettably, our association with the Harrisons precludes such a possibility, even the prospect of establishing friendly relations. Fortunately, the fact that the first contact did not escalate into violence is a miracle. Had it not been for the astronauts' intervention, the situation could have spiraled into the unpredictable. We would only know that the aliens attacked a spacecraft without provocation. Had that been the case, the report would have been vastly different. I silently noted to express my gratitude to President Tal for restraining the attack and for revealing the cosmic situation to us. While I do not wish to dismiss the possibility of an alliance with extraterrestrials, risking Earth's safety is not an option. In the face of this genocidal catastrophe, humanity must rely on itself. Now, I wish to hear the perspectives of my esteemed audience. My gaze met that of Generals Mei and Zhao, who appear to be engaged in discussion. What are your suggestions? General Zhao Yun cleared his throat and stated, it is not entirely grim news. We should take a few months to assemble a formidable fleet and conduct military exercises. I believe that if we can launch a surprise attack on the Harrisons, we might stand a chance. That I concur, General Musk nodded in agreement. This may very well be the first instance since the war that I witnessed the United States and China collaborating. Once we are prepared, the United Nations forces can coordinate an immediate offensive. We have identified multiple potential targets, including the Harrison homeworld. The ground assault is an excellent way to assess our strength without exposing our capabilities. General Zhao added, we must not act rashly. If we can rescue some Federation citizens and bring them home, it may garner us some goodwill. We are united in our belief that the Harrisons pose a threat. However, I must ask, is our intervention truly necessary? I paused briefly, carefully selecting my words. Thus far, they have not troubled us. Once we initiate an attack, it would be tantamount to announcing our existence to those monsters. Earth would be drawn into a galactic war, endangering countless human lives. Are we willing to risk turning Earth into the 63rd destroyed planet for the sake of those alien beings who despise us? In my view, they will come to us eventually. We can either strike first or respond later. The difference is, General Musk replied, if we choose the latter, we will be utterly isolated when the time comes. The Federation will not extend a helping hand. The Harrisons' brutal actions, once spread across the internet, would undoubtedly incite public outrage. How can we prevent widespread panic from spreading? I had initially intended to gradually disclose this discovery to the public. Yet given the severity of the crisis, the populace deserves complete transparency. After all, humanity's survival hinges on the decisions made today, and I hope the public can bear the weight of the truth. If we are to mobilize for an attack, we must first unite internally. The populace must know what they are embarking upon. I raised my hand to my head, attempting to suppress the intensifying headache, and resolved to make all information public, allowing them to decide. If support for war is widespread, then we shall confront the Harrisons in a fight to the death. The revelation of extraterrestrial life could allow us to set aside our differences and face this threat as a united race. Chapter 8. First Encounter. Memory Transcript. Subject, Soldier of the Venusian Space Legion. Warwick. Date, in Standardized Human Time, August 21, 2136. The first human to appear on Venusian broadcasts donned a spacesuit and said not a word. As we all cautiously emerged from our shelters, we witnessed our president linking arms with these marauders. The immediate sealing of our borders was the only measure to prevent mass exodus and the transmission of information back to the Federation. President Tal asserted that these beings were of gentle disposition, yet the public remained highly skeptical. We awaited to see if they would ally with the Harrisons, thereby proving the president wrong. However, days later, the Earth United Nations pledged military assistance to the planet Venus and generously donated food supplies. Our citizens gradually became touched by the humanity displayed, beginning to harbor fond feelings toward them. Their benevolence largely quelled the cries for extermination of humanity. Meanwhile, Earth astronauts were fervently promoting the ideals of peace on television. Their actions earned the entire human race a commendable reputation. Yet, in truth, few were genuinely willing to engage face-to-face with the marauders. As human volunteers embarked on interstellar journeys, scientists from both planets began to work towards easing communication between us. We were inundated by the entertainment culture emanating from Earth, granting us a glimpse into another facet of their beastly exterior. The first literary work shared between Earth and us was The Three-Body Problem. I am convinced this is a metaphor. When the world hastily labels you a monster at first glance, how do you persuade them otherwise? Scientists theorize that if we could forge an emotional connection with humans, treating them as an ordinary species, it would provide considerable psychological comfort. Thus, they initiated a project to enable Venusians to communicate with humans via text chat. Eschewing video or imagery, due to their truly chilling appearance, it would be more prudent to set this consideration aside for the time being in order to facilitate the commencement of our endeavor. Driven by a morbid curiosity, perhaps mingled with a flicker of sympathy for humanity, I took the initiative to engage in this operation. The individual with whom I conversed was named Ma Tianyu, a human soldier endowed with a witty sense of humor, an ardent passion for space exploration, and a philosophical mindset. Although the relationship between humans and Venusian beings is far from optimistic, I found myself inexplicably drawn to him. We conversed for an extended period, during which I confided my innermost thoughts while gaining insight into the lives of Earthlings from him. I have arrived. Marcel has sent a message. This promises to be the most joyous time of my life. I eagerly anticipate our meeting, I replied. Likewise, my friend, and I understand this is challenging for you. If you need solitude or find it difficult to cope, please do not hesitate to inform me. I shall. After several weeks of textual exchanges, the final phase would be exposure therapy. I would be alone in a room with a human, with no means of escape. It is said that if one can endure the initial hours, the tension will subside, and if I wish to be accepted by humanity, I must acclimate to their presence. What do you think I look like? Ma Tianyu inquired. In your mind? I am unsure. I struggle to refrain from contemplating it. Why not? Have you not seen humans on television? Well, the thought that you are predators fills me with fear. You gaze upon a deceased animal, bloodied and disemboweled, and think, that is merely sustenance. I am a vegetarian. This does not apply to me. I do not refer specifically to you. I mean humanity as a whole. You possess an innate predatory nature, capable of ruthlessly slaying other creatures for a meal. That is not the case. It is merely a consequence of biological evolution. Alas, biology truly is a perplexing subject. Let us hope so. In any case, I shall soon know what you look like. The sound of shoes clicking down the corridor signals the imminent arrival of humans. Leaving me mere seconds to compose myself, I switched off the holographic panel, striving to regulate my breathing. If they so desired, the number of humans permitted entry could easily seize control of this space station. They are social predators, thus encouraging them to act in groups is ill-advised. The door swung open abruptly, revealing a wall of muscle that left me momentarily speechless. My subconscious triggered alarms upon encountering a predator, and my instinct was to flee. However, he blocked my only route of escape. Those fearsome light brown eyes scrutinized my form, and my breath hitched in my throat. Tianyu's lips twitched slightly. From his tightly pressed mouth, I discerned that he did not wish to smile. I had been warned numerous times to be cautious of humans' toothy displays of goodwill. Warwick. His voice was rough and hoarse, and I did not expect that you, my friend, could be quite endearing. I clenched my jaw, striving to remain steadfast. Thank you. Please, come in. Upon observing me place my belongings on the lower bunk, Ma Tianyu casually tossed his canvas backpack atop it. He made no sudden movements, maintaining a respectful distance, and he lacked the razor-sharp teeth characteristic of the Helas. He turned his back to me, preventing me from directly gazing into his piercing eyes. All of this counted as good news. My heart raced within my chest, yet I remained composed. I am famished, Ma Tianyu remarked, beginning to rummage through his pack. This was one of the last things I wished to hear, sharing a room with a starving vegetarian predator. The nearest food to him was evidently me, and I instinctively recoiled, shielding my neck with my hands. Ma Tianyu furrowed his brow. I was about to suggest we share a meal, or I brought some snacks. Would you like some? Apologies, I eat. I murmured. Atienyu retrieved a plastic bag from his backpack, effortlessly opening it, and extracted a yellow chip, swallowing it whole. As he extended the bag towards me, I regarded the food with skepticism. This is a potato chip, he explained before I could inquire, made from earth plants, potatoes. Should I trust this predator and consume his food? How do I know it is not desiccated animal fat? I reminded myself that he is my friend, the one who provides me with emotional advice and tells me jokes. When I picked up a chip, my stomach revolted, yet I placed it in my mouth. It had a salty flavor with a starchy texture and was inexplicably addictive. My ears quivered with surprise. It was quite palatable, is it not? Ma Tianyu mumbled through a mouthful of food. I believe we need to replenish some carbohydrates before undertaking those. Experiments. That it is a behavioral testing experiment, correct? I am uncertain. Your scientists merely mentioned it as a test, approved by the United Nations, so I presume it poses no danger. They likely wish to ascertain that you harbor no intentions of consuming me. Then I shall surely pass. However, I am still unclear about the laboratory's location. I shall take you there. Very well, let us expedite this process. Chapter 9. Behavioral testing. As fear began to dissipate, conversing with Ma Tianyu became less strained. He triggered my instincts to confront danger, yet not to an extent that overwhelmed my rationality. I could manage a modicum of discomfort. He made no threatening gestures towards me, nor exhibited any overt behavioral deviations from his online persona. While textual communication was more relaxed, it would be unjust to forever shun humanity. As predators, they have proven to be remarkably reasonable. In the natural world, predators often toy with their prey. The smarter they are, the more cruel and cunning they may become. I endeavored to suppress these thoughts, pondering what I would do if I discovered Ma Tianyu's politeness was merely a long-standing ruse. Before long, Ma Tianyu and I arrived at the laboratory. Several humans were present, likely observing the research process. Chun Ling was among them. I recognized her as a regular visitor from the United Nations First Contact Team, bent over a microscope. She appeared to be analyzing some cellular samples alongside a Venusian scientist. And upon our entrance, she waved at us. Welcome. How she detected our presence without peripheral vision is a mystery to me. Are you here for the behavioral test? I believe so. Excellent. You just need to sign the consent form and then locate Ilya. Chen Ling gestured toward the Venusian standing beside her. Do not worry. The test will be swift. Tianyu hesitated for a moment before hastily scrawling his name on the virtual line. I noted that. As a predator, his fingers were surprisingly slender and delicate, resembling frail twigs. Humans appeared daunting to us, yet I could not fathom them engaging in direct confrontations with the Helas before the ink had dried. Ilya had already bound Ma Tianyu to a chair. For a mutually consensual test, these restraints seemed excessively severe. Electrodes were affixed to his skull, and his shirt was removed, a series of wires taped to his chest. Clips pinched between his fingers transmitted data to the life sign monitoring device. I observed that as more devices connected to him, his anxiety escalated. His chest heaved increasingly rapidly. Oh, not leave, Warwick, he pleaded. I am exceedingly nervous. A wave of sympathetic pain surged within my chest. Witnessing my friend in distress was profoundly unsettling. What precisely are the scientists testing? To establish trust, necessary assurances are indispensable, yet I feared what peculiar methods they might employ to achieve this goal. They appeared intent on provoking Ma Tianyu's violent response. Logically, human test subjects should be treated with care, not bound to a chair and incited to anger. Why did I feel such concern for him? Upon reflection, my acquaintance with him has not been particularly lengthy. He is all right. Tianyu, I swayed my tail in a gesture of comfort. They shall not harm you, I assure you. He furrowed his brow. Will you stay? Of course, I shall remain here. Tianyu relaxed. Yet the ache in my chest intensified. My current feelings indicated that, despite the risks, establishing an emotional connection with a predator was still conceivable. As for whether humanity genuinely desired friendship, that remained a unilateral conjecture yet to be determined. The patrol ship drifted slowly along the federal border, fuel spraying into the vastness of the night. Tianyu sat in contemplation at the helm. Under my watchful gaze, my mind replayed the experimental results, envisioning the revolutionary changes that would ensue once these findings were revealed. When Ma Tianyu suddenly burst from the laboratory, drenched in sweat and disoriented, the scientist decided to grant him time to regain his composure while I assumed the role of supervisor. During his testing period, Ilya presented me with the accumulated artificial intelligence analysis results concerning all human test subjects. Though a larger sample size is required to validate these findings, it is nevertheless sufficient to provide me with solace. We now possess irrefutable evidence that humanity is endowed with the capacity for empathy. Scientists have documented the preferences individuals claim to enjoy as a baseline for pleasure. Indulging in gourmet cuisine, listening to favored melodies, playing games, and so forth. Simultaneously, they have assessed a myriad of other indicators, including boredom and anger, for comparative analysis. Ultimately, the scientists presented the participants with footage of the Herasians torturing children. Remarkably, the regions of their brains that were activated bore a striking resemblance to the areas associated with physical pain. Some human subjects were so disturbed by the content of the video that they felt compelled to vacate the laboratory for a respite. This reaction manifested even as physical symptoms, such as increased heart rate and nausea. The tests ultimately demonstrated that constraints upon humanity were superfluous. The Venusian scientists expressed concern that such violent imagery might incite humanity's primal instincts, leading to a loss of control. They harbored no desire to resort to lethal measures should a human subject erupt in a fit of rage. Such a scenario would prove detrimental for all parties involved. My gaze inadvertently drifted towards Ma Tianyu, my mind brimming with curiosity. Clearly, this individual too had succumbed to contemplation. His face was flushed, and his eyes burned with intensity as he fixated on the floor. As if he wished to set it ablaze, he tugged at his coarse, reddish-brown hair with a roughness that made me fear he might tear it from his scalp at any moment. Perhaps I ought not to meddle, yet I felt an overwhelming urge to fathom his thoughts. I ventured to inquire, "What has frightened you so?" The words slipped from my lips. "Do you truly believe we would harm you? You might find it amusing, but the records concerning extraterrestrials predominantly depict us as being abducted by them for experimentation. I had presumed you were evaluating humanity's reactions under duress. Do you truly consider us so cruel? Our scientists merely seek to assist you in assimilating into society. We require conclusive evidence to demonstrate your capacity for empathy. Without it, the skeptics will never be silenced. I fail to comprehend why we must repeatedly prove that we are not as terrifying as the Herasians. Humanity has not imposed harm upon you, has it? Tianyu, your words have upended centuries of scientific understanding. Not to mention, certain factions within the Federation harbor a greater disdain for us than for you. They will demand evidence, and I am uncertain whether even the most rigorous scientific arguments can withstand their scrutiny. I recognize that this is profoundly unjust for you, yet it is a necessity." Ma Tianyu remained silent, his gaze fixed intently on the holographic display. If there were any noteworthy information, it would undoubtedly not manifest upon a blank screen. Perhaps the experiment had indeed influenced his demeanor, for I could scarcely recall him ever appearing so brooding online. Should we be required to abandon the tests and return to base, I fervently wish to be informed at the earliest opportunity, rather than waiting until he endangered himself or others. Chapter 10. The escape. Are you all right? I gently patted Ma Tianyu's shoulder, feeling his body tense beneath my touch. I know that footage was unsettling. Ma Tianyu exhaled a sigh, stating, "I am filled with rage, but not directed at you. I genuinely wish to snap a Herasian's neck right now. I did not believe such an action would alter anything. At the very least, I must do something. Furthermore, someone must put a stop to their atrocities. Recruiting personnel on Earth has encountered no hindrance. The actions of those gray-skinned creatures tormenting children disgust me. I cannot fathom why they would engage in such behavior." I had intended to inquire further. "We have always believed that predators evolved through warfare. Isn't killing and cruelty an advantage for your survival? Well, killing, eliminating competitors, or anything that threatens our lives. I suppose that is how we transformed into predators. We are not inherently predatory. We were once prey, much like you, and relied upon cooperation for survival." "What? You too?" "Indeed, but we do not pretend to be innately gentle like you. Throughout our history, some have traversed a horrific path, hands stained with blood. Yet in modern times, we have rules of war, the Geneva Conventions." Before I could inquire about the specifics of the Geneva Conventions, the ship's computer emitted a jarring alarm. 9 symbols appeared on the sensor, indicating that Herasian warships were approaching our vessel. Over the centuries, the Federation had developed numerous strategies to counter the Herasians, yet I was uncertain whether they remained effective. The ship's artificial intelligence could chart the enemy's trajectory and subsequently deploy warp disruptor pulses accordingly. Once we forced the Herasians out of hyperspace, the next step would be an immediate retreat until reinforcements arrived. Even in the absence of combat, we could slow the Herasians' advance, buying us precious minutes that could mean the difference between life and death, or the success or failure of our defenses. I activated the communication link. First outpost, we have detected 9 Herasian warships. It is likely they are targeting you. Damn it. We must do whatever it takes to stop them. The response from the male Venusian revealed an unmistakable fatigue. The first batch of large-scale human transports? Hundreds have already met with misfortune? They will never forgive us. They will never send anyone again. Commander, my human partner can hear you. I interjected. Oh, right. I am General Carter from the Venus Command. I have received your message. I will instruct the humans to deploy their fighters on an intercept course while evacuating the personnel here. I inhaled deeply, my voice trembling. Yes, Commander, as I synchronized the ship's computer with the disruptor beacons set along the border. A wave of nausea surged in my throat, and my thoughts drifted back to that dark corner. My mind replaying my brother's funeral, when I learned that his transport ship had been shot down. I felt as though the sky had collapsed. He left no relics to remember him by, not even a body to recover. Could I be the next victim to fall into the Herasians' clutches? Every instinct within me urged me to flee, to distance myself as far as possible from those monsters. After hours in the presence of humanity, I was nearing my limit. My nerves were so taut that coherent thought eluded me. I hoped Tianyu could confront our current peril with composure. He still had family on Earth, including a fiancée he often spoke of with great affection. He did not wish to perish here. Nor could he afford to die. I knew nothing of humanity's behavioral patterns under life-threatening circumstances or how they coped with stress. Yet as the Herasian warships closed in on our position, I had no time left for contemplation. When the pulse I launched detonated, the warp bubble shattered in an instant, casting the Herasian warships into another dimension, undoubtedly disorienting those creatures. If the situation were not so dire, witnessing their sharply defined vessels vanish and reappear would be a truly wondrous sight. The warships slowed and recalibrated their course. Upon closer inspection, their shapes were particularly peculiar. Plasma railguns abruptly extended from both sides of the ships, perfectly designed for launching devastating salvos. Turrets adorned with kinetic weapons were prepared for close-quarters combat, and the curvature of the hull provided space for antimatter missile storage. Those predators must derive immense pleasure from the terror their creations evoke. Gazing upon their fleet felt akin to peering into the gaping maw of death. What ugly warships, right? I quipped. Tianyu offered no response. Were it not for the sight of his hands gripping the controls with such intensity, I might have assumed he was petrified with fear. A disquieting sensation crept into my heart. Each creature reacts to stress in its own manner, yet his behavior appeared distinctly peculiar. Hey, are you still with us? I endeavored to infuse my voice with levity, but I was desperate to rouse him from his stupor. You have seen their warships, and you realize we are now fighting alone, correct? We must retreat. Tianyu leaned forward, baring his fangs in a menacing snarl. I was horrified to notice that his eyes were wide and round, glistening with the sheen of saliva upon his fangs. If this were a sign of joy, why did it manifest amidst our siege? Tianyu, we must flee immediately. I patted his shoulder, yet he merely shrugged me off. Tianyu, brother, they have surely discovered us. Taste this, monsters. Ma Tianyu roared, utterly disregarding my presence. He piloted the ship directly towards the Herasian fleet. How could this be? Just moments ago, he had been so lucid, and now he seemed to have lost his mind. I attempted to scream in a bid to halt this madness, but only a garbled growl escaped my lips. Ma Tianyu neither knew how to maneuver nor bothered to activate the targeting system. He simply pressed the launch button with his unclawed fingers, indiscriminately firing plasma bolts. This blatant provocation seemed to astonish the Herasians, as it starkly contrasted with the Venusians' usual timorous demeanor. Several beams struck the leading Herasian vessel, causing it to shudder violently. One of the strikes undoubtedly impacted its propulsion system, as its trail flickered momentarily before extinguishing. The Herasians were thoroughly enraged, commencing an unrelenting pursuit. The computer alerted us that all 9 enemy vessels had locked onto our position. Should we flee? I whimpered. Tianyu cleared his throat. A good idea indeed. He steered the ship toward the direction of the Federation's border. But why not attempt to return to the outpost? My lingering rationality cautioned me that he might be trying to lure the Herasians away. Yet, ultimately, only 2 Herasian ships pursued us, while the others reverted to their original course. They could not resist the temptation to hunt down the laggards, and they would relentlessly, inexorably close the distance between us. The most effective way to shake off our pursuers would be to enter subspace. However, unfortunately, executing warp travel requires several minutes of stationary preparation. Tianyu's actions had undoubtedly signed our death warrant. Our diminutive vessel was desperately fleeing from the safety zone. Chapter 11. Proactive Strike Memory Transcript Subject. Commander of the Federation Fleet Command. Solif date. Standardized Human Time August 21st. 2136. In these trying times, harboring animosity towards the captain of an interstellar vessel is an exceedingly unwise course of action. I had initially come to their aid in response to a distress call, yet they displayed blatant disrespect towards me. When President Tar of Venus launched missiles at me, I perceived it as a personal affront. Had it not been for the subsequent series of absurd events, Tar's actions might have been attributed to the mental derangement induced by war. The Venusians withdrew from the Federation's military alliance without providing any explanation. They sealed their borders, severing crucial supply lines and communications with outposts. Any vessel attempting to enter Venus Prime would be repelled at gunpoint. Alien diplomats and visitors were forbidden from leaving Venus, even unable to contact their homeworld. It resembled a scene straight out of a dystopian novel. Amidst the current relentless pressure from the Herasians, our internal divisions were utterly unwarranted. Ideally, resolving matters through dialogue would be the most desirable outcome. However, when the request for Tar to provide proof of life for the visitors was denied, the prospect for negotiation evaporated. Tar did not specify any timeline or conditions for the release of the visitors. Over a month had passed, and no action had been taken. The indecisive fools within the Federation were always fearful of offending others. But their patience had its limits. Major powers, including my own Godalai alliance, were incensed at the condition of our people being held as hostages. From the protests across various planets in the galaxy, I was not the only one compelled to take matters into my own hands. Whatever the Venusian Republic was concealing, I was determined to uncover the truth. Solif, Prime Minister Peter of Godalai sighed impatiently, having discerned my dazed expression. Are you still listening? Or is your dim-witted mind concocting revenge plans again? I blinked several times. Apologies, Commander. As I mentioned earlier, I am quite disappointed in you. You intruded upon the Venusians without permission and utilized Federation resources. Do you have anything to say for yourself? Peter inquired. I did not cross their border. I gestured with a claw towards the observation window, indicating that invisible boundary. If we decide to use force to rescue our people, the Federation has the right to know what the Venusians are up to. Why do you believe they are engaged in nefarious activities? Tar cannot be foolish enough to seek self-destruction without cause. The resolution condemning their actions passed unanimously. He should be grateful we have not taken more radical measures, merely revoking their Federation membership. Peter tilted his head slightly, weighing the various circumstances. The abrupt severance of all communications and the prohibition of border crossings were extreme measures that made little sense. Even raising questions about how to manage to quell public dissent. Discussions of war were brewing, despite the Federation's reluctance to pursue such a course. Why would Tar invite such severe repercussions? What could possibly justify losing all his allies? I do not deny that sanctions require a serious motive, Peter remarked. They have always been loyal to the Federation. What do you think? Well, if they fled, I would consider it an act of cowardice. But now it seems they are deliberately positioning themselves as our adversaries. Under the prolonged threat from the Herasians, they would not act so rashly. Peter's gaze sharpened on me, dissatisfaction flickering in his eyes. Though your actions are misguided, I too wish to know the answers. What have you discovered through your spying? The Venusians are still allowing certain species to enter their planet. I am uncertain whether they are Federation members. Today, a fleet of transport ships docked at an outlying outpost, and they were not repelled. Are you certain they were permitted to remain? Absolutely, they were even escorted by a ceremonial fleet, Tar's personal guard. So, you are contacting me now to seek my protection in case you are discovered, allowing me to prepare myself mentally? Indeed. May I now proceed to investigate further? Very well, but you must report back to me immediately upon any new findings. And Solif, do not make me regret this decision. The video call was terminated. I gazed excitedly into the vastness of space, tapping my first officer with my tail to signal him to continue onward. Here, under the watch of veteran Reeser from the Kalesha Republic, I anticipated no objections to my plan. He was loyal to the Federation, and exposing the Venusians' misdeeds would serve the greater interests of the Federation. Anyone with eyes could see their behavior was suspicious. AS Reeser announced a new course directed towards the edge of Venusian space. The crew sprang into action. We disguised ourselves as having inadvertently strayed into their territory while on patrol. We needed only to approach within the operational range of our signal interceptors to gather spatial readings, and local broadcasts could provide additional clues. To maintain stealth, I planned to gradually traverse the borders of Venus. If we succeeded in this mission, my proactive strike would be lauded, and the prospect of enhancing my reputation filled me with satisfaction. Solaf, quickly check the data from the scanners, Reeser exclaimed urgently. A Venusian patrol vessel is barreling straight towards us. I slammed my claws in irritation. Are we not still on the other side of the border? They have no authority to interfere with our patrol in our own airspace. The sensors indicate they are at maximum speed. Intending to intercept us directly, do they plan to exhaust their engines? Pushing their speed to such extremes. How on earth did they detect our plans? That small vessel emitted no radio signals, Reeser stated. What do you intend to do? My spine stiffened, instructing them to immediately alter course and prepare weapons for engagement. I will not be obstructed by that pile of scrap metal. Chapter 12. Boarding inspection. I adjusted the observation window to its highest magnification, faintly discerning a small dot racing towards our position. Its trajectory veered erratically, as if its stabilizers had failed. I called repeatedly, yet received no response. The Venusian patrol vessel showed no inclination to deviate from its course. Silence enveloped the bridge, the tension palpable. Years of alliance had engendered a certain sentiment among my crew towards the Venusians. It was precisely this sentiment that prevented me from ordering the immediate obliteration of their ship. Fire a warning shot, then issue one last call to them, I commanded. If they do not heed us, let them be utterly erased. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 plasma rounds whizzed above the flight path of the patrol vessel. Its speed diminished momentarily, only to regain its reckless charge shortly after. Had the Venusians contracted some form of neurological ailment? It was the only explanation for their behavior. I gritted my teeth. They must be eliminated. They needed to learn a lesson. Wait, Captain. We have detected 2 more vessels behind them. They are Herasian bombers, my first officer reported. Finally, I understood the rationale behind the patrol vessel's refusal to turn back. If not for those ruthless monsters in pursuit, they would surely have retreated. As for their disregard for my call, they were likely considering the delicate state of relations between Venus and the Federation. The engines of the patrol vessel sputtered, gradually stabilizing as the pilot maneuvered to face the Herasian bombers. Compared to any warship, it appeared as insignificant as an insect, yet its size did not deter it from engaging the enemy. The moment the pursuers emerged, it would fire plasma rounds at them. Though its caliber could not match that of the Herasian bombers, it would still inflict damage upon the Herasians. The wheezing engines were roused once more. Was it to propel them towards the enemy? The patrol vessel dove downward, unleashing a frantic barrage of plasma rounds at the oncoming Herasian bombers. Indeed, a neurovirus. This was my conclusion. I remained convinced that the Venusians had succumbed to insanity. Although I hold no personal fondness for the Venusians, I must express my admiration for the pilot's bravery. Regardless of my views on the Venusians, their courage is undeniably evident, and quite frankly, it starkly contrasts with their usual demeanor. However, their precision leaves much to be desired. The Herasians have evaded all attacks. Captain, shall we intervene? My first officer inquired. How many times have we saved them? I muttered. Yet how have they repaid us? Racel waved a claw at me. You wouldn't allow the Herasians to slaughter the innocents due to your grudge against Tal, would you? Very well. Advance towards the Herasian bombers and target them with the railgun. I sensed the crew's palpable relief at the issuance of new orders. Perhaps they feared I would actually permit the Herasian bombers to devour the Venusians. Seriously? What kind of heartless individual could stand by and watch as marauders hunt their prey? The lights on the bridge dimmed, signaling that the railgun was charging. With sufficient energy, a concentrated beam from the railgun could penetrate the armor of the Herasian vessels. This is precisely why the Federation invested in the construction of such massive and sluggish warships. Powerful weaponry requires a solid foundation. Boom. A brilliant light sliced through the inky sky, striking an enemy ship. A surge of exhilaration coursed through me as the plasma beam pierced the enemy's engine. One Herasian bomber was consumed in flames. The railgun required several moments to recharge, thus I hoped that the patrol ship could endure a little longer. The pilot maneuvered the vessel to evade the Herasian assaults, while the enemy relentlessly unleashed torrents of plasma fire, pursuing them with fervor. An attack struck the prow of the patrol ship, causing it to lurch forward abruptly. Then it stood exposed under the Herasians' crosshairs. The crew scrambled to activate the electromagnetic railgun. At this moment, time became exceedingly precious. The Herasians were besieging our former allies, ravenous for a lethal strike. The patrol ship sustained further damage as its propulsion system was precisely targeted, the drive plume flickering and extinguishing, leaving it incapacitated in the void of space. Deprived of mobility, the vessel resembled a drifting tomb. The pilot had ceased firing. We could not ascertain whether it was due to weapon failure or a surrender of resistance. The railgun came back online, and with no time to waste and no room for error, the crew exerted themselves to launch a fierce assault. Another energy spear cleaved through the night sky, and I prayed it would arrive in time. Despite the Venusians' betrayal of the Federation, I would rather confront them than be mocked by the Herasians. The electromagnetic railgun pierced through the Herasian bomber, cleaving it in twain. In its final moments, the marauders unleashed a volley of plasma fire as a parting gift to their prey. All eyes were fixated on this terrifying spectacle, as the Venusian ship remained motionless in space, as silent as a stagnant pool. Plasma blasts surged towards our vessel one after another, rapidly closing the distance in the haze. Scorching projectiles grazed the hull, narrowly missing, and the scent of gunpowder wafted through the cabin. Cheers erupted on the bridge, yet to me, it felt premature to celebrate. The Venusian ship was gravely damaged, showing no signs of life. Venusian ship, respond if you receive this. We can provide medical assistance if needed. I inquired through the communications channel. In the midst of silence, my opportunistic mind began to stir, recalling the purpose of this reconnaissance mission. For weeks, no contact had been established with the Venusians. Now was the perfect opportunity to compel them to speak and unveil the truths behind their secrets. I could begin by inquiring about those mysterious visitors. Venusian ship, you are now under the custody of the Galactic Federation. Any attempts to flee or resist will be met with force. I paused momentarily, emphasizing the last few words. Prepare for boarding inspection. Chapter 13. The truth. A squad of Federation soldiers rushed into the patrol ship, eager to assess the situation within. Thankfully, the pilot did not opt to seal the main hatch. Given their recent erratic behavior, I had anticipated they would make our entry exceedingly difficult. Alongside me were 5 others, making the cramped quarters feel even more so on the small vessel. My eyes took a moment to adjust to the dim lighting inside. The interior of the cabin appeared largely intact, yet I heard no sounds from the crew. The immediate priority was to locate them and ascertain their need for medical assistance. Upon reaching the cockpit, I noticed a Venusian slumped in the back seat, blood dripping from his forehead. Judging by the location of the wound, it seemed his head had collided with the cabin frame during a Herasian attack, and he may have fainted from fear prior to that. If his injury was severe enough to render him unconscious, urgent medical attention was required. Suddenly, a heavy breath drew my attention, and my gaze swiftly shifted to the pilot's seat. Based on the hint of pink skin visible through its clothing, this creature bore almost no hair. The only tuft of hair atop its head was a patch of red fuzz, truncated near the neck. It was turned away from us, preventing me from discerning more of its features. It appeared unlike any life form I had encountered during my journey, ruling out the possibility of it being a Federation member. Something about it sent a shiver down my spine. Was it its baldness that rendered it so peculiar? Or was it the softness of its skin, lacking any natural protective layer or defense mechanism? Its stature was unimposing, only slightly taller than myself. Who are you? I inquired warily. I am Matienu, just an ordinary human, it responded. Please, save Warwick, he is injured. I sighed in irritation. Fine, but why the hell didn't you respond to my calls? I almost shot you down from the sky. I don't know how to use the communication system. My companion is unconscious, he must be in shock. Matienu's voice was low, seemingly breathless. This is my first time piloting this type of ship. You've never piloted this type of ship before? And yet you managed to fly it like this? Fly it like what? Let us not dwell on that. You need to come with me. I refused. Why was this creature so dense? I was not negotiating with it. They had no standing to bargain with you if why boarding notice had clearly indicated that they were our captives, not guests. I attempted to maintain a semblance of decorum, not brandishing my weapon the moment I boarded, but evidently, that had availed me little. I am not seeking your opinion, I stated coldly. If you want me to assist your friend, it would be wise to comply. Can I say just one thing? The oddly featured pilot slowly raised its hands, yet its gaze remained fixated on the viewport. Listen to me. I am not your enemy. I do not wish for you to shoot at me. Nor do I want to harm you. Do you think you can harm us? Understand your current predicament. You are surrounded and isolated. No, that is not what I meant. I merely am not like the Herasians. We are allies. Do you understand? What sort of nonsense is this? Have you contracted the neural virus? Matianu struggled to catch his breath, slowly turning his gaze towards us. The soldier closest to him staggered back, reaching for her weapon. In her panic, she stumbled over the unconscious Warwick, firing her weapon in fright. The bullet ultimately lodged itself in the ceiling, creating yet another hole in the already battered ship. Discharging a firearm in a confined vessel without regard for trigger discipline. As we spoke, the air within the ship was leaking. I cast an indignant glare at the crew member. Her actions were incomprehensible. What is wrong with you? I bellowed. Holster your weapon immediately. I will be filing a disciplinary report against you, Captain Solif. Another soldier interrupted, her voice trembling. Look, it's one of them. My gaze shifted back to Matianu, and I froze. He possessed eyes just like the Herasians. Even as he attempted to avert his gaze, the cruel glimmer in his tiny eyes remained, his black pupils resembling a gaping abyss of hunger. I stared at Matianu in shock. The truth became glaringly apparent. The presence of a marauder aboard the Venusian Republic ship could only signify one thing. The Venusian homeworld had been overrun by a horde of marauding forces, and it was highly probable that their race had been enslaved. These monsters were undoubtedly the reason behind their distress signal weeks ago. I owed the Venusians an apology for my grave misjudgment of them. The tragedies they endured were nearly beyond comprehension. Those monsters likely threatened them, promising death to all if any resistance was shown, explaining Tal's betrayal of the Federation. However, his decision was still profoundly misguided. Yet I could understand it after all. When faced with the coercion to expel the Federation fleet and abandon their kin, one would surely choose the former. The pent-up resentment within me dissipated in an instant, replaced by a seething fire of hatred. The Federation had never captured a Herasian. Now, facing Matianu, we could only settle for a lesser prize. I shall never allow the race of Matianu to repeat the tragic fate of the Herasians. I will ensure that they pay tenfold for their actions. Matianu's hands trembled as he shut his eyes. Ladies and gentlemen, I am merely here to confront the Herasians. Their deeds are despicable and shameless. I shall not. Silence. Get down on the ground. My voice was cold and resolute as I raised my handgun towards him. Do not fire unless he shows any signs of resistance. I require him alive. I commanded the terrified soldiers behind me. Matianu complied obediently, sprawling on the ground with his arms outstretched, his belly pressed against the earth, eyes cast downward. He interlaced his nimble fingers behind his head, demonstrating that he would not attack us. Very well. Chapter 14. Subjugation. The soldiers gazed at me with anticipation, awaiting my orders. Did they believe me to be all-knowing? There were no records of marauders hiding in broad daylight. Hence I could not ascertain whether the Matianu before me was indeed a marauder. However, if I did not take control of the situation now, everything would spiral into chaos. The last thing I wished to witness was my troops scattering in terror while this beast wreaked havoc on my territory. Protect Warwick until medical assistance arrives, I instructed, pointing to the unconscious Venusian on the ground. Take him away from here to a secure location. When he awakens, be gentle with him. Ensure he understands he is free and will no longer have to face this monster. Matianu stiffened at the word freedom. Warwick is, one more word, and I shall end your life. Do not tempt me, beast. Though I currently held Matianu in check, to truly control him would necessitate close proximity. A task I was most reluctant to undertake. Summoning my courage, I cautiously approached the creature, gripping a restraint device tightly. I was acutely aware that should he so much as twitch or make a sound, no one present would remain calm except for myself. As I drew near, Matianu neither moved nor screamed, merely gasping intermittently. His submission appeared decidedly unnatural, as if he were luring me closer. I had to remain vigilant. ready to respond to any potential ambush. Kneeling upon Ma Tianyu's back, I pressed him firmly against the ground with my hind leg. One claw gripped the gun barrel pressed against his head, while the other reached for his hands. My fur brushed against his skin, sending a shiver down my spine. I yearned to secure the shackles around his wrists. Immediately, behind me, 2 soldiers crouched beside Warwick, casting wary glances at Ma Tianyu, clearly wishing to distance themselves from him as much as possible. Yet they had to wait for the ship's medic to arrive with a stretcher and supplies. If Warwick's spine were damaged, moving him without professional guidance would be perilous. However, why was the doctor taking so long? I was left alone with this unknown monster, enduring endless dread. Every minute spent beside Ma Tianyu felt interminable. Although he remained submissive and silent, it exacerbated my suffering. I even contemplated ending his life with a single shot. "You are applying too much pressure to the captive's abdomen." A disgruntled voice emerged from the entrance of the cabin. Prompting a sigh of relief from me, Dr. Zahn strode in, surveying the scene. "What on earth has transpired here, Captain? Do not ask. I require a sedative immediately," I replied. "For a new species, we have no knowledge of which substances are safe, nor how they may interact with this species' nervous system. I cannot condone this," he countered. "You shall see for yourself." I flipped Ma Tianyu over to lay on his back, and Dr. Zahn's eyes widened in disbelief. He dropped the medical kit to the ground, standing frozen for several seconds until I deliberately cleared my throat to snap him back to reality. The doctor took a deep breath, attempting to compose himself. Trembling, he filled a syringe with the sedative and cautiously approached us, as if treading upon thin ice. I stretched my arm, snatching the syringe from his outstretched claw. The doctor quickly retreated to a safer distance. Muttering curses under his breath, he swiftly examined Warwick's condition, palpating his spine, and after signaling that it was safe to proceed, the soldiers lifted him onto the stretcher. My gaze shifted back to Ma Tianyu. Flipping him over for the doctor to examine was not a prudent decision, as it would expose his face once more. Yet he would not administer the sedative to himself, would he? Damn it. "Let's go for broke," I growled softly. I located a large vein on Ma Tianyu's neck and aimed the syringe at him. Startled, Ma Tianyu recoiled against the wall. Perhaps he mistook the sharp needle for a weapon. Or perhaps his kind possessed no understanding of medicine. With swift precision, I plunged the needle into his pallid skin. Ma Tianyu grimaced in pain, his terrifying eyes slowly closing. At that moment, I finally felt the deep-seated fear within me. Bending down to catch my breath, my gun slipped from my claw, and I exerted every ounce of willpower to suppress a scream. I could not afford to lose my composure in front of the soldiers. "Captain, you have been greatly frightened and are among those most exposed to the marauder," Dr. Zahn said gently. "Let Ricel take over. You need to rest. If you push yourself any further, you risk cardiac arrest." "Let Ricel give the orders?" "Not unless I am dead." I scoffed. I intended to inform Peter myself and personally deliver this creature to the detention room. The doctor disdainfully swatted at his ear. "Very well, but this is truly a terrifying creature. I had thought humanity was extinct." "What humanity?" "Humanity. This is it. Those demons we once knew." "Indeed. Do you recall what we learned about the Marauder race after discovering the Herasians?" "The Federation has downplayed it, but you must have heard an extinct race. Clearly, humanity has not yet been entirely extinguished. However, we previously believed they had self-destructed, with an astonishing number of explosions on their planet. For a species that tortures one another and lives in perpetual war, extinction is an inevitable conclusion. What do you think they have done to the Venusian? Humans are marauders, deriving pleasure from dominating others. This is what they term the spirit of exploration. They are combative, brutal, and possessive, as savage as the Herasians I see. However, I am quite curious. How do you know these details? You can even identify this as a human." "I have studied humans for the purpose of writing a bioethics paper, of course," I replied with a hint of irony. "I suppose you would argue that saving them is worth a try, as the doctor's oath is to preserve all life." "Quite the opposite. The Federation once devised a plan to annihilate their planet, Earth, but it was halted once Earth was deemed extinct. My paper argues that some species are not worth saving. Not all life is equivalent. For the greater good, exterminating humanity is the right course." I never imagined I would hear such words from you. "It appears humanity is beyond redemption." I gazed with contempt at Ma Tianyu's lifeless form. My mind swirling with thoughts of launching a fierce assault on Earth, I believed it was time to inform Peter. There remained much left unfinished. Chapter 15. War Simulation Memory Transcript Subject. President of the Venus Republic. Tal date. Standardized Human Time, August 22nd. 2136 News of the Herasian attack on our space station initially reached the main Venus star through the media. I surmised that the photographic teams dispatched to document human behavior had likely evacuated aboard escape pods before the standoff erupted. Although specific circumstances remain unclear, this first confrontation with marauders in the cosmos is already substantial enough to become a captivating headline. Frankly, like everyone else, I am filled with curiosity about how humanity is faring against those ruthless Herasians. I harbor an unrealistic hope that they may somehow turn the tide as if aided by divine intervention. Whether the space station still stands remains uncertain. It lacks a formidable defense system, as our strongest protective forces are stationed above the colonies and the main star. Humanity must rely on its own strength to withstand the threat posed by the Herasians. They should currently be hosted at the main Venus star, rather than confined to a diminutive research station. The initial intention of the experiment was to facilitate their gradual integration among us. Allowing marauders to stroll the streets, dine in restaurants, and smile at children is indeed a difficult pill for the populace to swallow. Yet placing our human friends in jeopardy fills me with guilt. I intended to protect them, yet I may have inadvertently endangered them. Earth's technological level remains rudimentary, while they excel in aerial combat under atmospheric conditions. Their vessels have yet to fully adapt to the vacuum of space. They are building a new fleet from scratch, with the fighter jets deployed to the space station serving merely for emergencies. Mere prototypes. As I continued to ponder, Carter sent a message informing me that he had entered the Venusian orbit with 2 UN generals. This news has alleviated the concerns that weighed heavily on my heart. Their safe return suggests that the space station must be in good condition. While I am quite curious about the performance of humanity in battle, I must await their return to glean any insights. Hello, Tal. A human voice pierced through my ears. Jiu Xia made his appearance at the presidential residence, and amidst this tense chaos, the sight of a familiar face filled me with joy. Jiu Xia had been appointed as the Earth ambassador at my request and has since permanently settled on the planet Venus. He never tires of interviews and has never lost patience with our timid behavior. I am delighted to see you. I nodded to Gu Xia, striving to suppress my instinctive fear of his radiant smile. Carter and the others are on their way. I can hardly wait to see them. Speaking of which, I have yet to meet any human soldiers. Seiko had previously gone to great lengths to prevent my contact with them. He is referred to as the Serpent in the Shadows, though I am unsure of its meaning. Seiko is a clever man, Gu Xia chuckled. He may attempt to extract the blueprints of your spacecraft from you and compel you to take sides in our nation's disputes. I must remind you, I strongly advise against such actions. Maintaining neutrality is the wisest course. I perked up my ears. What dispute? Aren't you getting along quite well now? Haha. We have never truly coexisted harmoniously. Our relationship has merely softened a bit due to a common enemy. Why can't you coexist peacefully? Is it due to the inherent aggressive instincts of your predatory nature? Perhaps, he replied. You are astute. You must realize that the ongoing conflict brings no benefit to your race. We are all acutely aware of this, yet it is simply in our nature. Knock, knock. A sudden rap at the door interrupted my conversation with Gu Xia as Carter stepped into the parlor. He appeared as though he had not slept for several days, followed closely by 2 humans clad in vibrant uniforms. If I recall correctly, the individual in the light blue uniform hails from the United States Space Force, while the one in the red uniform belongs to the Chinese Strategic Support Force. Such a fragmented race, with countless factions, is hard to enumerate. Hundreds of governments exist on Earth, each possessing unique cultures and leadership structures. The most embarrassing experience was when I mistakenly thanked Austria for its aid to Australia. Fortunately, both nations viewed this misunderstanding as a humorous incident. Since then, I have made an effort to converse only with Seiko, the Secretary General of the United Nations, and his staff. President Tal, it is a pleasure to see you again, Carter began, gesturing towards the 2 humans. These are General Musk and General Zhao Yun. They have prepared a war simulation for us. After viewing it, you will find their strategies quite captivating. Captivating? General Zhao shrugged. To the victor belong the spoils. What does that mean? Did humanity employ any unscrupulous tactics against the Herasians? I led them into the conference room, where the positioning of everyone was meticulously arranged. I stood on one side of the conference table, flanked by the two generals. While Gu Xia stood between us, I struggled to avoid directly gazing at the human soldiers. Though they did not appear as formidable or savage as Seiko's diplomats had described, I still felt an instinctive fear. Carter fiddled with the holographic projector, synchronizing Earth's equipment with ours. A shimmering simulation of the battlefield materialized at the center of the table, and I observed it with a mix of anxiety and anticipation. As this would be our first glimpse into the true nature of human warfare, I must clarify beforehand. General Musk stated, "These fighter jets are designed by the United States." General Zhao's fierce eyes widened, his expression menacing. "Did you have to add that? You utilized our weapon modification technology. The core of any warship is its firepower. Am I wrong, President Tao?" Before I express my opinion, could I first see the simulated war?" I timidly replied, not wishing to comment without knowledge. Jiu Xia flashed a sly smile and cast me a meaningful glance. His warning had proven at least half accurate. Yet I felt I had skillfully diverted the topic. The projector whirred to life, and vivid visuals leapt before my eyes, enriched by computer data and battlefield analysis. 6 Herasian bombers unleashed ferocious assaults on the forward outpost, while a barrier of human fighters stood resolutely against them. The Earth's combat team comprised nimble single-seat fighters, their sole advantage being speed. The data indicated that the number of humans aboard the space station was 20 times that of the Herasians. Yet when their primitive weaponry proved ineffective against the foe, this numerical superiority became meaningless. The survival of the space station suggested that humanity must possess other means. The human fighters launched a relentless assault on the Herasian fleet, plasma projectiles raining down upon the enemy vessels. The Herasians struggled to lock onto these bothersome targets, firing in all directions, as this was the only decision to ensure as the indicators for human fighters flickered out one by one. My heart began to sink. However, humanity did not falter. They charged forward recklessly, with no signs of support or clever stratagems. I had expected a cunning predator to employ more complex tactics. Chapter 16. Prejudice. The human fighters flew closely alongside the Herasian fleet, preventing them from utilizing their orbital cannons. The Herasians resorted to kinetic weaponry, launching hypervelocity projectiles that obliterated the fighters through direct collisions. Subsequently, the bombers turned their attention to the space station, disregarding those feeble fighters. Humanity was no longer worthy of their attention. Even for the Venus Republic, these human fighters were but a joke. Was this the race I had pinned my hopes on to save our kind? They were sending their pilots straight into hell. Was blind aggression not enough? At the moment the Herasians lost interest, humanity launched a fierce counterattack. The remaining 52 fighters acted in unison, firing heat-seeking missiles that were so close to their targets that they were engulfed in the explosions themselves. At such proximity, the Herasians had no chance to activate their defenses. 2 Enemy indicators blinked out, yet 4 survived the storm. In stark contrast, 23 human fighters fell to their own fire. Losing all warriors proved nothing. It was time to order a retreat, lest they find themselves with no troops left. Yet humanity showed no inclination to preserve themselves. They erected a barrier on the Herasians' path, attempting to intercept their fire. A beam of light swept through, as the Herasian orbital cannon effortlessly tore through the human fighters, reducing their numbers to a mere handful. Humanity had been driven into a corner. Unlike us, they would never flee. Upon seeing the space station on the brink of attack, they charged at the enemy like mad dogs. With their last ammunition expended, they found themselves utterly depleted and unable to fight. The generals resolutely decided to send the last few remnants of fighters crashing into the Herasian fleet. What manner of race would use their own ships as missiles? Did they feel no regard for sacrificing lives? In the wake of humanity's earlier ferocious assault, the Herasians could no longer withstand repeated engine explosions. A scant few fighters remained stubbornly aloft, as if daring any Herasian warship to advance. The data input from the simulated battle came to a halt at this moment, yet the final outcome was evident. Humanity had achieved a substantive victory. We had suffered grievously. Had our drone program been prepared, it would have drastically altered the tide of battle. At least, we now know that the Herasians can be defeated, General Musk asserted. No Venusian casualties were incurred. We destroyed them all before they reached the space station, General Zhao summarized. Yet, could humanity's sacrifice of hundreds of fighters truly be deemed a victory? Why were human fighters so easily vanquished? Over the course of protracted warfare, such a loss ratio is simply unacceptable. 1 More small matter raises concern. President Tao. General Musk paused, waiting for me to focus my attention on him. A Venusian patrol ship has gone missing in the Federation's airspace, and it was carrying a human. Furthermore, we have observed the Godalai people beginning to gather along the borders. I suspect this vessel may have been captured, which indicates that the Federation has now become aware of humanity's existence. General Zhao added, the only silver lining is that unless the hostages divulge the location of Earth, they remain unaware of its whereabouts. This affords us some time to plan our next course of action. Upon hearing this news, my blood seemed to turn to ice. The Federation had always possessed the precise location of Earth, yet I had refrained from disclosing any details to humanity. It is utterly unpredictable how a predatory race might retaliate against a conspiracy to annihilate them. That said, I could not bear to witness them fall victim to a preemptive strike from the Federation, caught unawares. Now, I must unveil the profound hatred the Federation harbors for humanity. Should we endeavor to converse with them? Gu Xia interjected, asserting that the Herasians were merely an anomaly, and that the Federation possesses no genuine understanding of humanity. If Tao could vouch for us, perhaps they might alter their stance. I rose from my chair. Declaring it impossible, the Federation has developed an intense loathing for you. Ji Xia furrowed his brow, questioning why they could accept us if we are to be accepted by them. Why do you believe the Federation would seek to annihilate us simply because we are marauders? I am quite certain of it. Ji Xia crossed his arms defiantly, insisting that I must provide a more convincing rationale. I need to speak with you privately. No. I believe we should all listen. General Zhao stood tall as a pine tree, seemingly sensing the tension. We have the right to know anything pertaining to humanity's safety. Very well, it is because Gu Xia tilted his head curiously, confusion flickering in his dark eyes. As he noticed my deliberate avoidance of his gaze, I pondered whether even his extreme friendliness towards the Venusians could absolve me of such a grave omission, forgive my betrayal of his trust. For they had once plotted to eliminate the last marauder species they discovered. I slumped my shoulders, dejectedly evading his gaze. Are you saying they have previously exterminated another marauder species? Gu Xia inquired. No. There are only 2 marauder species. So? The Federation was actually aware of humanity and Earth long ago. Following the public release of your World War footage, a unanimous vote was cast to reduce your planet to ashes. General Musk squinted his eyes, confirming the unanimous decision. Did that include the Venusians? Indeed. Prior to my arrival. Yes. We planned meticulously, believing we would undoubtedly succeed. A hint of sorrow flickered in Gu Xia's gaze, and he quickly blinked to conceal his emotions. Very well. What prevented them from destroying Earth? The Federation believed you to be extinct. Your world war had resulted in hundreds of nuclear detonations. I too am curious as to what transpired. Testing. Numerous nuclear tests were conducted in the no man's land during that era. Gu Xia murmured. Testing? Regardless, this is why we can precisely ascertain what you are and whence you come. The Federation system can identify the identities of captives and locate Earth's position on the star map. Musk's expression turned icy. Tao, do you not think this is something we should have been informed of beforehand? Yes. Why are you only now revealing this to us? General Zhao demanded sharply. Under their piercing glares, I involuntarily recoiled. While their anger was understandable, the mounting pressure left me momentarily speechless, unsure of how to respond. Faced with overt hostility, I felt quite lost, especially as they scrutinized me as though I were the next meal. It is because Tao does not wish for us to have justifiable reasons to attack the Federation. Ji Xia stepped forward to defend me, asserting that no matter how unjust the Federation may be, it was once his alliance. Besides, he has known us for no more than a month. Carter cleared his throat, remarking, while this may seem callous, the Federation indeed acts from a standpoint of self-interest. It was the most prudent decision at the time. Regardless of whether or not it is self-serving, they wish to eradicate us. We must make difficult choices, Musk roared. We must protect Earth at all costs. I believe Tao would not wish to see us become so resolute. No. No matter how you choose, I shall support you, I stammered. I do not wish to witness humanity's demise. If you evacuate people from Earth, they could find refuge in our territory. Though I lack the authority to make such demands, I earnestly implore you to show mercy towards the Federation. The human generals did not respond loudly, yet their expressions revealed a simmering fury. As Gu Xia once told me, the concept of karmic retribution is deeply ingrained in their hearts. I sensed that whether the Earthlings would show mercy to the Federation would hinge upon the latter's forthcoming actions. The biases of the galaxy may well become a self-fulfilling prophecy. Chapter 0. Science Popularization 1. The Venusians, humanity's first contact in the galaxy. Often regarded as one of the most fragile and emotional races, their timidity sometimes obscures their profound moral sense, yet their yearning for friendship ultimately tends to prevail. In appearance, the flat facial features of the Venusians evoke associations with plush toys among some humans. Their large, horizontal eyes complement this, rendering them remarkably endearing. Their fur is uniformly gray, occasionally interrupted by a tuft of hair, such as the cluster of black fur between Warwick's ears. Their tails are fluffy and dense, averaging about 30 centimeters in length. The tail serves both as a secondary means of communication and aids in balance and grasping objects. The Venusians possess small claws that cannot inflict significant harm. Due to their lack of natural weaponry or defensive capabilities, they were once among the easiest prey to capture. They walk bipedally, with their hind legs slender and knees inverted, rendering them ill-suited for swift escape. Their height is roughly level with the shoulders of an average human. The Godillian alliance has been a formidable force in the galaxy for centuries, even prior to the invasion of the Herasians. They boast an extensive border defense system, considering themselves impregnable against foreign invaders. Within their territory, their military might is substantial, and they are never hesitant to extend a helping hand to neighboring nations. Their home planet bears no official name, simply referred to as the Cradle by the natives. What name could be more fitting for a planet than one that evokes love and a sense of home? The Federation's last census indicated that the population of the Cradle reached an astounding 12 billion. It is renowned for its bountiful fruits and serves as an exporter of numerous primary goods, while also hosting various trade settlements. The most distinctive physical feature of the Godillians is their dorsal spines. Whenever they feel fear, these spines involuntarily rise, by observing the length of their shortest spines. One can roughly estimate their age. They are covered in long brown fur, which adapts them well to colder climates. Due to their short, stout tails and legs, they lack the ability to express emotions through dynamic tail movements like other races. Their claws are long and sharp, capable of slicing through most soft materials, including skin. The Herasians, according to Federation records, the only known marauders aside from humanity. They take pleasure in hunting intelligent and sentient prey. Their communication limited to mocking the Federation's authority. They enjoy raising captives like livestock, torturing them, and often send videos of their tormenting captives to the Federation for amusement. Prior to the Federation's intervention, their technological level was roughly equivalent to the late 20th century. They waited long enough to mass-produce interstellar ships and ascertain the positions of various planets before launching a surprise attack. Over the centuries, 62 planets have been obliterated. The Federation knows little about the governance of the Herasians. Some reports suggest they exist in a state of anarchy, but this claim is debatable. A few scientists believe that the Herasians determine status through strength, which may be closer to the truth. Their V-shaped snouts resemble those of crocodiles, with sharp teeth protruding even when their mouths are closed. Though they walk bipedally, they often lean forward, ready to pounce with all fours at any moment. Their gray, scaly skin has earned them the nickname the Gray Ones. This resilient skin, along with the protrusions on their backs, serves as their natural armor. The Federation's translator employs a machine learning approach. It can analyze data from various media, for broadcasts and recordings of a species are the easiest to acquire. As long as a citizen of the Federation is implanted with a translator shortly after uttering their first words, it tends to favor paraphrase over literal translation. Chapter 17. Tenderness Memory Transcription Subject. Warwick, soldier of the Venusian Space Corps. Date. Standard Human Time, August 30, 2136. I opened my eyes, and the first thing that greeted me was the gentle glow of artificial light. I stared blankly at this unfamiliar environment, attempting to recall where I was. How did I end up here? Someone had tightly wrapped me in a blanket to shield me from the cold. A slight pressure enveloped my ears, perhaps due to the tight bandages. Fragments of memory lingered in my mind, yet everything appeared hazy. I may have been unconscious for several days, and my brain deduced that I was in a hospital and that I had sustained a severe head injury. I gritted my teeth, striving to remember the last thing I could recall. Two Herasian bombers were pursuing my patrol ship, and after that, everything was a blur. Am I actually alive? I vaguely remembered being paralyzed with fear. pressed tightly against my seat. The individual piloting the spacecraft was calling out my name, his face etched with concern. I suddenly straightened up. Matianu. Where's Matianu? How is he? Don't panic. Remain calm. A gentle voice whispered in my ear. A male of the Godel species sat beside my bed, closely monitoring my vital signs. You are safe now. I am Dr. Zahn, and you are currently in the medical bay of a Federation warship. Federation? My heart raced uncontrollably, and Zahn seemed to notice. Why are you involved in this conflict? Well, your patrol vessel encroached upon Federation territory, and the Herasians followed closely behind, so we had to eliminate them. Ma Tianyu, where is that human? I blurted out, a tide of panic surging within me. His fearsome appearance would place him in grave danger if confronted by aliens unaware of his presence. The most dreadful scenario flashed through my mind. What if the Federation had executed Ma Tianyu on the spot, leaving me to stand by his lifeless body? The doctor gently patted my arm. He is not here. Do not worry. He's still alive. I breathed a sigh of relief. Please take me to see him. I'm afraid that may not be possible. I must see him. I struggled to rise, but stumbled several times while attempting to walk. Zahn sighed, helping me back onto the bed. A flicker of sympathy crossed his amber eyes, as if he could sense my despair. The doctor retrieved a wheelchair from storage and carefully placed me within it. Captain Solif will kill me for this, but if it is necessary for your recovery, then so be it, Zahn murmured. He wheeled me down the corridor, past the maintenance bay and lounge. The soldiers we passed cast sympathetic glances my way, reminiscent of the expressions people wore upon learning that a species' home world had been devastated by the Herasians. Did the Federation mistakenly believe that humans had attacked Venus' home world? How utterly absurd. How long had I been unconscious? Surely they would at least listen to Ma Tianyu's explanation. I tried to convince myself. I needed to bear witness for him before any misfortune befell him. I had to see their captain immediately. With a creak, a pair of automatic doors opened, and Zahn pushed me into an observation room. A group of Federation officers stood by a glass panel, gazing into a detention room. From their whispers, I caught snippets of the words unresponsive and hunger. Yes, I realized who the figure in the corner was. I crumbled instantly. Tianyu was curled up, his knees drawn tightly to his chest. He trembled, so gaunt that I scarcely recognized him. His coverings had been removed, leaving his body exposed and pitiful. His face was buried against the wall, revealing only the purple bruises that marred his back. A desperate scream erupted from my throat as I lunged towards the window, pounding frantically against the glass of the detention room. I could hear Dr. Zahn attempting to soothe me and Captain Solif's bewildered shouts. But their voices were drowned out by my own cries. Tianyu! I screamed, my vocal cords strained painfully from the exertion, yet I paid no mind. Tianyu lifted his head, straining to see through the glass. And when his face came into view, I gasped in horror. Deep claw marks marred his right cheek, exposing the bone beneath. He had not even bothered to clean the dried blood, perhaps too despondent to care. The area around his light brown eyes was swollen and bruised, with his left eye so swollen that it could not open. More alarmingly, a thick metal collar constricted his neck, impeding his breathing. Ma Tianyu swayed unsteadily as he stood, stumbling towards the glass. His gaze locked onto mine, a faint smile tugging at his lips thin. The collar around his neck crackled with electricity. With a scream, he collapsed to the ground. It must have been Captain Solif triggering the shock as punishment. My heart ached at the sight of my friend suffering. I shouted at him, "Stop!" Solif blinked in confusion. He is merely demonstrating his defiance. I need him to recognize his predicament. Humans express happiness this way. They lack tails and cannot move their ears, I roared. The current ceased. Tianyu lay on the ground, clutching his neck tightly. The skin beneath the collar was reddened. Evidence of repeated shocks. To my astonishment, he still had the strength to respond to my call. Tianyu! I shouted again. He struggled to kneel, pressing his open palm against the glass. Tears brimmed in my eyes as I watched him perform such simple actions with immense difficulty. I met his gaze, placing my paw against his palm on the other side. Warwick, Ma Tianyu rasped, "I'm so glad. You are okay. That I was worried about you." I listened intently, his voice sounding weak and feeble. Gazing at his battered form, I could scarcely fathom what he had endured. I thought the Federation had likely neglected to feed him, allowing him to starve slowly. I sobbed, wiping away my tears. "I'm sorry. Tianyu, I should have protected you. But I was unconscious. Leaving you all alone here, it is not your fault, he whispered. Dr. Zahn appeared taken aback by our exchange, unable to comprehend the unfolding events. Captain Solif seized the back of my neck with a claw, pulling me away from the glass. Warwick, have you lost your mind? Solif dragged me into the corridor. You shed tears for a cruel, tyrannical human. He is a predator. Am I mad? My veins bulged with fury, a searing rage coursing through my blood. How can you treat him this way? Ma Tianyu is my friend. I thought you would be more grateful after being rescued. Your kind do not regard those who enslave and exploit you as friends. We are not enslaved. The Venusians willingly allied with humans. Solif staggered back in shock. What did you say? I can scarcely believe it. The distress signal, their history. Look at them closely, he fumed, his spines rising defensively. Venusians would never betray the Federation, nor would they betray for the sake of humans. Dio, you know what kind of species you are dealing with? I know. We all know. Venusian scientists conducted tests proving that humans are emotional beings. Kind and gentle, he scoffed. I have a way to awaken your senses. Emma Tianyu has gone several days without food. Let us see just how gentle he truly is. Chapter 18. Instinct. Solif seized my neck once more, striding back into the observation room, flinging open the door to the detention cell and disdainfully throwing me inside. Dr. Zahn recognized his intent and shouted for him to stop. The doctor tried to remind him that I had sustained a head injury and required rest, but the rude captain ignored him entirely, slamming the door shut with a resounding bang. A wave of fear washed over me, knowing that while Ma Tianyu would not wish to consume me, anything was possible under the duress of extreme hunger. He glanced at me, surprised by my uninvited presence. His jawline was sharp, and his stubble made him appear even more rugged than I remembered. Cautiously, he approached, his sorrowful gaze fixed upon me. Noticing that I did not flinch, he sat beside me. This was an unprecedented closeness between us, and I became increasingly aware of the bruises surrounding his left eye. What happened to your eye? I asked with concern. Solif glowered at me, stating he would serve him with his claws, then gestured to the wounds on his cheek. They despise my existence simply because I am a so-called predator. I extended my trembling paw, gently brushing against the scar. Does it hurt? Everything hurts. Emma Tianyu lowered his head, covering his face with his hands, an embodiment of utter defeat. My heart ached at the sight of the gentle and cheerful Ma Tianyu reduced to this state. I will get you out of here, I promise, I sobbed. I am my friend. Do not make promises you cannot keep, he coughed. Before I realized it, my paw had drawn Ma Tianyu closer to me. He did not resist but instead rested his head against my abdomen. Seeking warmth from me, I carefully stroked his hair with my paw, humming a lullaby from my homeland. His greasy strands felt softer than I had imagined, though a few locks remained matted with dried blood. Ma Tianyu slowly closed his eyes, relaxing in my embrace. His injured head rested upon my lap, his trembling body nestled against me, appearing so fragile and pitiful. I will definitely get you out of here because you are my best friend, I whispered softly. I thought Ma Tianyu had not heard my words, as he showed no reaction or response. It was only when I noticed a tear rolling down his cheek that I realized he had listened. With a weak hand, Ma Tianyu lifted my paw and placed it upon his chest. His steady heartbeat was warm and rhythmic, conveying a sense of comfort to my fingertips. On the other side of the glass, the Federation officials stared in astonishment at the tender exchange between predator and prey. I cannot recall how I fell asleep. Perhaps it was due to the injury on my head, or maybe I was simply exhausted. Yet, astonishingly, my instincts allowed me to slumber in the presence of a predator. In the realm of sleep, consciousness wanes, rendering one incapable of responding to any threats. This is the most helpless state imaginable. I couldn't help but wonder if Ma Tianyu understood that my ability to sleep soundly before him was a testament to my immense trust in him. Upon awakening, I found Ma Tianyu had already made some movements. He was curled up in the corner, watching me. I wagged my tail at him, and he smiled in return. Despite his dire physical condition, the sight of his bared teeth indicated a relatively stable mental state, which was the most crucial aspect. Are you willing to come closer to me now? It seems your head is quite damaged, he remarked, his voice laced with humor, albeit sounding somewhat forced. Are you all right? I patted the bandage, responding that I felt much better. At least walking was still manageable. He sighed. I didn't expect you might be unable to move at all. I asked that the reason you didn't escape? Moreover, the words exchanged yesterday were merely to soothe my emotions, weren't they? No, I am serious. I will face everything alongside you. A gurgling sound from his stomach interrupted our conversation. Emma Tianyu's expression turned awkward. A flicker of apology passing through his eyes. He might have thought it would discomfort me, but it only deepened my concern for his physical state. Without food, no creature can survive. Have they fed you anything? No. What about water? Ma Tianyu gestured towards a rusty bucket in the corner, containing about half a barrel of a grayish liquid. The thought of having to lap water from that filthy container like livestock made me feel nauseous for him. We must leave here, I insisted. Let us think together. We will surely devise a plan. I cast a glance at the federal officer outside the glass window, pondering how to persuade them with Solif absent. I felt a slight sense of relief. Dr. Zahn appeared to be engaged in a heated discussion with a male figure. Perhaps our relationship had prompted them to reassess their views on humanity? I strained to listen, eager to capture the essence of their dialogue. Dr. Zahn wore a disgusted frown. Has caused even more trauma. He should never have been thrown in there. Russell, I know, a deep voice replied. The captain told me that as long as that human makes a move, I can release Warwick. He merely wishes to frighten him, to awaken him. But what if the human lunges at him faster than we can activate the shock collar? I cannot mend a severed neck, Dr. Zahn argued. Regardless, Warwick requires treatment, but I absolutely cannot go in there. Then how shall I report to the captain? Fabricate a story. Say Warwick has awakened and the human is separated from him. This may be our only chance. We can allow him to gradually move towards the exit. If the human makes any move, eliminate it. I glared at them. To hell with you. I am not going anywhere without Ma Tianyu. Ma Tianyu looked at me in confusion. His poor hearing rendered him incapable of catching their hushed conversation. Zahn and Russell exchanged glances, then regarded me with a condescending demeanor. Warwick, your mind is not clear. Russell reproached softly. If what you say is true, then the Venusians have fallen into a dreadful trap. These humans merely wish to extract the Federation's secrets from you. Once they have drained you, they will discard you like refuse. It was rather amusing to hear such words from the officer who had thrown me into a cage, allowing starving humans to attack me. Russell sighed. That was Captain Solif's idea. He did not consult me. Listen to me, Warwick, Zahn advised. He is exploiting your compassion against you. The Herasians once permitted the Federation to intervene, but after their advancement, they began to attack us. I am certain your friend is merely pretending. But that is not the truth. This is just humanity performing for their own interests. Dio, you think the Venusians have not considered this? Our tests have thoroughly analyzed human brain activity. Russell blinked in confusion. What tests? Did Solif not inform you? Our experiments recorded human reactions to violence. Guess what? Their brains become active due to pain. They are not pretending to feel compassion. Upon hearing my words, they gradually fell silent. The memory of my initial skepticism regarding human kindness and gentleness remained vivid. A faint voice in my mind would always remind me that they might be plotting to hunt me. The entire evolutionary history of the Venusians was founded on evading predation, enabling us to detect danger at a glance. A primal instinct we could not forget. Chapter 19. Execution. You must have misunderstood the experimental results. Or perhaps humans are merely masking their true nature. Dr. Zahn waved his claw impatiently, casting a disdainful glance at Ma Tianyu. I do not wish to hear this, especially from a member of the Federation. As he stormed away in a fit of anger, Russell regarded Ma Tianyu with curious eyes. This seasoned veteran seemed to be the sole audience for my words, while remarks evidently struck a chord with him, prompting him to pace back and forth. The cruelty towards an emotional species contradicted the moral codes of the Federation. Now was the perfect moment for me to persuade him to improve Ma Tianyu's situation. Ma Tianyu requires sustenance. I maintained a calm tone. If he is not fed, he will starve. Why should I care if he lives or dies? I do not know how long a human can survive without food. But it certainly is not forever. What benefit is there to you if he dies? Do you truly expect me to slaughter an animal and give its flesh to this predator? Humans can consume plants. And Ma Tianyu is a vegetarian. If you possess any semblance of compassion, provide him with something to eat. Anything will do. He glanced at Ma Tianyu's exposed ribs, a flicker of pity crossing his eyes. I could tell he disliked witnessing any creature suffer, regardless of its nature. Russell retrieved a half-eaten purple fruit from a garbage bin, Wrinkling his nose, I will place this at the door. If it dares to take a step towards me, he shook the shock collar's trigger. This is the utmost I can do. If I take a portion from the supplies, Solif will find out. With a loud clang, the observation room door slid open. Russell tossed the purple fruit inside as if it were a hot potato. I picked it up from the ground and handed it to Matienu. Given his current state, he would likely consume it even if it were covered in filth. Without hesitation, Matienu snatched the fruit from my claws. He tore open the skin and devoured it greedily, as if he intended to swallow the whole fruit in one go. Leaning against the wall, he sank down, trembling, then began to suck the juice from his dirty fingers. Although this was far from sufficient to satiate his hunger or provide adequate nutrition, Russell was the only one willing to offer him even a morsel of food in this situation, and thus I held no grievances. Hopefully, this would alleviate Matienu's hunger, if only slightly, and diminish his despair. Thank you very much, I expressed my gratitude to Russell. Indeed, Matienu echoed, thank you, Russell. You are a good person. Russell's gaze met Matienu's. Even through the glass barrier, he could not help but tremble. I surmised that Solif had likely ordered a prohibition against speaking with humans. Yet Russell remained curious, eager to see what Matienu would say and just how clear-headed a human like him could be. After all, this docile, hairless creature that fed on fruits seemed entirely at odds with the bloodthirsty predators described by the Federation. Human, why do you wage war against the Herasians? Russell suddenly inquired. Is it to claim the galaxy as your own? Or to eliminate competitors? The Herasians slaughter sentient beings and even torture captives. Is that not reason enough to engage them in battle? Matienu rubbed the chafed skin on his neck, grimacing in pain. Humans are lonely. We initially sought to be your friends, but you all see us as monsters. Russell sighed. Then how would you treat your friends? We would protect them, standing by their side unconditionally, just as we sincerely treat the Venusians now. How do you prove that you do not regard them as mere playthings? Tell me, when faced with a creature as vulnerable as the Venusians, does your bloodthirsty instinct not tempt you in the slightest? Absolutely not. Humans have an immense fondness for adorable creatures. Just look at their charming faces. My sole thought is to ensure their safety. Prove it. Captain Solif burst into the observation room, his gaze sharp as a knife, glaring fiercely at his subordinate. His fury was likely a result of discovering that he was conversing with a human. Dr. Zahn followed closely behind, undoubtedly having reported my exasperating remarks to Solif, a smug expression plastered on his face. Have you two been ensnared by it? Solif spat contemptuously, truly a useless entity. He advanced menacingly towards Riesel, who, taken aback by Solif's furious visage, retreated step by step. Solif seized the electric trigger from his grasp. His gaze fell upon me, noticing my inclination towards Matienu. He shook his head, his spines erecting in full display, rendering him a far more formidable presence than his actual size would suggest. Doctor, take Warwick away. I have acquiesced to your recommended psychological treatment plan. Cure his delusions. No, I will not leave. I roared defiantly, refusing to exit. The mere thought of being subjected to the Federation's therapeutic methods filled me with dread. What if they persuaded me to believe Matienu was malevolent, or worse, erased my memories of him? A pitiful whimper escaped my throat as I scurried away like a frightened creature. Matienu stepped forward to shield me, positioning his frail form between me and Solif. After enduring such turmoil, how could he still worry for my safety? Why would I accompany a monster like you? You are far more terrifying than any human. My voice trembled with fear, yet I strained to utter those words. Not leaving. Do you wish to witness your human companion being dissected before your very eyes? A glint of madness flickered in Solif's eyes. It was time to delve deeper and unveil the anatomy within him. His relentless pursuit intensified my terror. I was on the verge of collapse. Matienu, too, wavered at the implication of those words, grasping their meaning. Solif fixed his gaze upon Matienu's eyes, then pressed a slender claw down upon the button of the electric trigger. In an instant, Matienu crumpled to the ground. Too weak to even stand. Solif approached menacingly, and as I attempted to intervene, I was forcefully shoved aside, crashing heavily to the ground. Seeing this, Dr. Zahn rushed into the cell, lifting me with his strong arms. My heart raced with panic, for my life was in peril. My survival instinct surged, compelling me to flee. I struggled fiercely to escape the doctor's embrace, but it was in vain. Machianu, realizing my absence, bore the pain and propped himself up with his elbow. Striving to rise, Solof's face contorted with hatred as he ruthlessly kicked Machianu in the head, the sound of shattering bones echoing, a grim confirmation of the fracture. Blood gushed from his mangled nostrils like a fountain, and he emitted a wretched wail, a primal cry that seared my soul. Solof showed no mercy as he unleashed electric shocks upon Machianu, who gasped for breath, his veins bulging against his pale skin. Teeth chattering in agony, he writhed helplessly on his back, devoid of the strength to resist further. Solof lifted a hind leg, placing it precisely on the most painful spot of Machianu's ribs, as if the human screams brought him satisfaction. It was time to conclude this ordeal. Solof drew a pistol from his side, disengaging the safety. I should have done this from the outset, rather than squander our oxygen prolonging your wretched existence. Captain, we need him alive, at least until we gather more intelligence. Ricel, witnessing this scene, attempted to halt the one-sided slaughter. I need not know more. I want him utterly obliterated, Solof bellowed. He stood arrogantly before Machianu. The gun pressed against his temple, those once vibrant eyes now gazing helplessly upward. My friend faced execution, and yet I was powerless to intervene. Chapter 20. Salvation. The thought of a world devoid of him was unbearable. We had endured so much together. To me, he was less an extraterrestrial ally and more a long-lost brother. I could no longer hear his voice, send him messages, or pilot a ship through the cosmos alongside him. His life was on the brink of extinguishment amidst pain and confusion, and I could do nothing to prevent it. Why had I promised Machianu I would rescue him from this hell? To offer him false hope, only to confront him with this cruel reality. If only I had awakened sooner. If only I had spoken the right words, perhaps none of this would have transpired. I was merely a failure, an unworthy friend. I had thought there was still time to persuade the Federation officers, especially since they had yet to lay hands on Machianu. Yet Solof reveled in the anguish etched upon Machianu's face. To provoke him, he lightly tapped Machianu's crooked nose with the gun before swiftly redirecting the barrel back to his temple, grinning maliciously. But Machianu showed no reaction. He was too exhausted to endure further torment. Solof sighed, seemingly bored, and prepared to end Machianu's life. I yearned to make a desperate bid, but Dr. Zahn's grip tightened around me, nearly causing me to faint from asphyxiation. Realizing Machianu was on the verge of execution, he let out a derisive snicker. It was his cold laughter that spurred me into action. Let him go. I bit down fiercely on the doctor's arm, struggling with all my might. The doctor easily subdued me. My teeth could not penetrate his thick hide, and this futile rebellion only left me drained. He covered my mouth with a claw, stifling any sound I might make. I desperately reached out towards Machianu. Our eyes locked, and tears streamed down his battered face. Despite enduring unbearable agony, he mustered a smile, even in the face of death, still considering my feelings. Solof's claw slowly moved towards the trigger, and I averted my gaze. Unwilling to witness Machianu's brain matter erupting from the opposite side of his head, I wished to remember him whole. Lower your weapon, Captain Solof, or I shall resolve this with you. Ricel's trembling voice shattered the silence. Rather than the sound of gunfire, I could bear no more. Your actions now mirror those of the Herasians. I opened my eyes to find Ricel aiming his pistol at his captain. Ricel, we need not extract any information from it. Warwick can divulge everything. Its life holds no value. Should it escape, it would pose a threat to our existence. It is an intelligent being. That alone holds intrinsic worth. How could you forget this? Solof's lips curled back, revealing his jagged teeth. They have taken everything from me, everything. I tell you, its plunder ends now, but it has done nothing wrong, nor offered any resistance. Ricel hissed, yet you have nearly beaten it to death. Ricel, do you also find this human sweet? Solof mocked, it craves blood just like the Herasians, fundamentally a brutish creature. Its core already decayed. I recalled the only instance Machianu had shown violent impulse, witnessing the Herasians tormenting the offspring of the Venus. Solof's perspective on humanity's bloodthirstiness was not entirely unfounded, yet their killings were often rooted in reasons, rather than sheer malevolence. Ricel swallowed nervously. Could aggression and compassion truly coexist? Perhaps there was another side to this? If it had sought peace, Yet we chose to slay it. What then would we become? We would be hailed as heroes. If you grant it the opportunity to repeat the Herasian's path, you are a complete fool. Now, I shall protect you. How can you be so certain you are correct? If the Federation were in doubt, they would not have unanimously voted to annihilate Earth the first time. I trust the judgment of hundreds of species. And you should as well, Earth? Machianu groaned. I have never told you. Solof's claw trembled slightly by the gun, and moments later, the gunfire rang out. Blood gushed from Solof's thigh as he fell weakly to the ground. It was Rissel who fired the shot. Rissel pinned Solof down, seizing his gun, then looked anxiously at Machianu. Despite his efforts to remain composed, being so close to a human unsettled him. I was astonished that this veteran would intervene. Discussions regarding human neural activities must have stirred some doubt within him. Once assured Machianu posed no threat, Rissel aimed the gun at the doctor. Suddenly, I felt a sharp tug. The doctor was using me as a shield. Attempting to load a syringe with medication. Release Warwick, Zahn, Rissel commanded sternly. I do not wish to harm you, I do not wish to harm Warwick, but I must treat him. He is unwell now, release him. The doctor pressed the needle against my throat. Or else I shall remove the human's collar and let fate decide. Machianu, at this moment, was rendered powerless, on the brink of losing consciousness. This was unmistakable. Rissel's threat seemed to be mere bluster. Yet it proved surprisingly effective against the doctor. The doctor's grip slackened, and seizing the opportunity, I slipped free from his embrace. I dashed towards Machianu. Leaping into his chest, he gritted his teeth, attempting to rise, but could only barely lift his head, revealing his crooked nose and deep purple bruises, which filled me with sorrow. Did you tell them? Machianu rasped. Tell them what? Regarding the Earth. They must not. Yet the situation of the planet has become perilously dire. As I diverted my gaze, Ressel used a makeshift gag to silence Solof, who struggled and writhed, his protests muffled into pitiful grunts. After accomplishing this, he began to pace back and forth within the room, striking his own head with his claws, radiating palpable agitation. I surmised he felt utterly at a loss regarding how to handle Machianu. Rescuing this human was undoubtedly far simpler than releasing him. Ultimately, Ressel was merely a gun-wielding individual, fearful of humanity, and he remained our primary obstacle to returning home. I pondered how to persuade him, for engaging him in unarmed combat seemed to offer scant hope of success. If he desired Machianu's demise, then why was he still shooting at Solof? He must comprehend that there was no turning back, nor would he wish for his act of treason to unravel. Ressel, we must take Machianu away from here. He requires treatment, I implored, and I am aware, but if Zahn administers the treatment, he will poison him simultaneously, Ressel sighed. Even if there are thousands of marauders outside, releasing this one will have little impact. Even if, forget it, I realized I should not afford him the luxury of time to reconsider. He had been wavering and needed to make a decisive choice immediately. Chapter 21. The long journey. I tilted my ears in Machianu's direction. How are we to move him? Ressel surveyed the surroundings, his gaze landing on the wheelchair that Zahn had prepared for me the previous day. He hesitated, contemplating whether to retrieve it from the observation room, while Solof continued to mutter curses, and Machianu struggled to sit up. Ressel patted my shoulder, pressing the gun into my claws. If Solof or the human makes any move, shoot them, he instructed. Departing for a few moments, he bolted toward the location where the wheelchair was stored, as though pursued by a beast. Perhaps he genuinely felt that way, he returned with the wheelchair. And when Machianu merely glanced at him, Ressel nearly stumbled. I had considered aiming the gun at Ressel. I did not trust he would regard the human as an ordinary species, after all. He had merely stood by and observed coldly while Solof tormented Machianu. Even now, he still referred to Machianu as it or the human. The only reason I refrained from betraying him was my need for his assistance. Ressel had just saved Machianu's life, and he had not actively harmed him. I knew nothing of this spaceship. Without him, escape was impossible. Not to mention, this veteran was strong, adaptable, and more adept in combat. Ressel seemed oblivious to my inner turmoil. He set the wheelchair down and reclaimed his gun, undoubtedly perceiving me as the least threatening presence in the room. Move the human onto the chair. Warwick, I cannot. I am still ill. You do it. I refuse to touch it. Calm down. He won't bite you. Unable to argue with me, Ressel slowly knelt beside Matianu. When his claws made contact with Matianu's sweat-soaked skin, he involuntarily hissed in disgust. The wave of intense fear overwhelmed him, causing his breath to quicken as he lifted Matianu. I worried his grip might falter. Ressel cautiously placed Matianu into the wheelchair. But ultimately, his nerves got the better of him, and he released his hold, causing Matianu to groan in pain. My lips involuntarily curled upward. Was I being overly concerned? Do not look at me like that. I have done my best, Ressel said, clearly displeased. And I did not see you doing anything useful. I wish to help, but I apologize for my thoughtlessness. Ressel took a deep breath and positioned himself behind Matianu. The pressure was truly overwhelming for me. Damn it. We must hurry. Ressel pushed Matianu in the wheelchair past the glaring doctors on, exiting the detention room, while I followed closely behind. A federal officer was pushing an injured marauder, trailed by an infatuated Venusian. Upon witnessing our group, the doctor was furious. You have made a grave mistake. Humans are marauders, murderers, he shouted. Ressel pointed at the doctor. You go treat Solif in the detention room. I do not want him to die from blood loss. The doctor shot us a fierce glare, reluctantly entering to begin treating Solif's wounds with a first aid kit. Ressel pressed the button outside the detention room, and the doors slowly closed, locking behind us with a series of clicks. A flicker of realization crossed the doctor's eyes as he angrily struck the wall with his claws. Why did I not use the same methods on you? Zahn wailed. Ressel scoffed dismissively, waving a shiny object. Because I have the key. A trace of a smile flitted across Matianu's face, indicating he still retained consciousness. I was pleased to see him respond. Though I hoped he would refrain from laughing aloud, I did not wish Ressel to perceive it as a show of defiance. Under these circumstances, the endeavor to quietly extricate an injured human was fraught with challenges. Ressel, won't the soldiers be curious about how Matianu escaped? I inquired. Won't they panic? Ressel pondered for a moment before suddenly triggering the fire alarm and pressing a button on the control panel. Initiating the evacuation protocol. The system relayed the command to abandon ship, and the overhead sprinklers doused us with cold water. I had to admit, this fellow was quite clever. Perhaps he would prove useful. In an emergency, a military officer transferring a high-value captive would raise no suspicions, and Matianu's current calm demeanor would also help mitigate panic. The thought of freedom, of returning home with my dear friend, was akin to a journey to paradise. We were both reborn. Ressel led us, stumbling toward the room containing the escape pods. When we were discovered by the soldiers, they screamed in terror, their cries deafening. And the soldiers nearest the entrance stumbled in their hurried flight. Ressel ignored their reactions, pushing Matianu toward an escape pod. This time, he exhibited less overt fear while handling Matianu, carefully placing him in the rear seat and fastening a seatbelt around his emaciated chest. Matianu could now only manage shallow breaths, and Ressel felt the pulse of the human. The concern in his eyes indicated that Matianu's condition was far from optimistic. Ressel found a blanket beneath the seat and draped it over Matianu's frail form. This was undoubtedly a kind gesture, though whether Ressel would acknowledge it was another matter entirely. Though I deeply resented him for aiding Solif in abducting Matianu, I was equally troubled by what awaited him. I could not abandon the one who had saved us to face execution for treason. Come with us. I leaped into the pilot's seat and initiated the launch sequence. You cannot remain here. They will hang you. I would rather confront whatever the Federation had prepared for me than live surrounded by humans. Ressel cast one last glance at Matianu, his eyelids fluttering rapidly. I wish you both a safe journey home. I do not regret this decision. In truth, you need not face the humans. The Venusian will take care of you. We can place you somewhere far from them. For Matianu's sake, we had to stop at the Venusian border space station. Assuming it still existed, I was uncertain how humanity would react to Ressel's presence, but what would come would come. That was not the crux of the matter. I had betrayed the Federation, and I deserved death. Ressel broke down, burying his face in his claws. You prevented a massacre and halted the onset of war between the Federation and humanity. If Earth is attacked, peace will be rendered impossible. The fate of the Federation rests upon our actions. Do you truly wish to remain uninvolved? Ressel disembarked from the spaceship, his face a mask of conflict. He stood motionless, contemplating my words. No wise veteran would desire another brutal enemy. Ultimately, with a reluctant expression, Ressel crawled back onto the ship, He squeezed into the back seat beside Matienu, deliberately maintaining distance. This would be a long journey for us, for the savior of the Federation. Chapter 22. The unnamed master memory transcription subject, President of the Venus Republic, Tarl date, in Human Standard Time September 1st. 2136 at my request, my diplomatic advisor, Tick, meticulously prepared a speech to express the Venus Republic solidarity with the United Nations of Earth in the afternoon. We held a joint memorial ceremony at the space station to honor those valiant souls who sacrificed their lives in our defense. Following the ceremony, I would bid farewell to the marauders who participated in the first civilian contact, the human doctors and volunteers from the Red Cross. They would embark on the first diplomatic vessel to Venus. It was time for humanity to be formally integrated into our society. Compared to previous experiments, this was no longer as concerning. In the past 10 days, there had been no incidents of humans attacking Venusians. The grievances of the Venusians towards humanity predominantly stem from these marauders' attempts to caress our curly hair. This perplexes me, for they have never exhibited such behavior towards one another, thus it cannot be deemed a social custom. Perhaps it is merely a manifestation of possessiveness. Nevertheless, the experiment of coexistence between our two species has yielded an unexpectedly joyful success, surpassing even the predictions of scientists. These marauders possess a remarkable affinity, enabling them to forge intimate relationships with us within mere days. Now, in my mind, I have come to regard Gu Xia and Qin Ling as integral members of my team, a notion I had never anticipated would evoke such eagerness to see them. The ceremony was abruptly interrupted when General Carter briefed the United Nations delegation on an emergency situation. A federal escape pod had intruded upon Venusian territory, its pilot claiming to be Warwick, a missing soldier from the Venusian Space Corps, who hysterically repeated that his human comrades required medical attention. I had intended to address this matter discreetly after gathering more information, but United Nations Secretary-General Seiko insisted that everyone be informed of the current circumstances. He feared that without an explanation for the disruption of the ceremony, rumors would circulate that the Eurasians were launching an attack. Seiko's arrival took us by surprise. We had never met formally and had only communicated through video chats. Perhaps Ambassador Gu Xia had piqued his interest in my plans, prompting him to attend the memorial ceremony in person. As the news spread, throngs of humans flocked to the docking port, everyone aboard the space station yearning to welcome the impending visitors. With the addition of the Venusians, the crowd swelled to hundreds, and medical personnel from both nations stood ready. While the media rushed in to cover the unfolding events, I understood why humanity was so eager to ascertain the fate of the captives. They were assessing whether the Federation constituted an enemy. After I elaborated on the specifics of the Federation, they wished to know if coexistence remained a possibility, if the Federation's forces proved sufficiently civilized and rational, willing to heed the voices of the marauders and engage in amicable discourse. It would be a promising sign. Friends, I am truly looking forward to this. I wagged my tail in a gesture of comfort, hoping that if the Federation released the human Matienu, it might alter their perception of you. It was already late. I had approved a preemptive strike plan days prior. Seiko's speech was deliberate and measured. While the generals suggested a direct assault on the primary military base of the Godillians. Now, even if I wished to recall the bombers, it would be futile. Damn, Gu Xia cursed. I knew the United Nations decision was rash. The Federation will interpret this attack as the clarion call for humanity's plundering, and we shall utterly obliterate any prospects for peace. I gently patted Gu Xia's shoulder, hoping to soothe his emotions. Lamenting over what had become inevitable was of no avail. At this juncture, all we could do was face the consequences together. The escape pod docked. Several human soldiers armed with assault rifles stationed themselves near the United Nations Secretary-General to thwart any sudden assault. Ever since they learned that the entire galaxy sought to annihilate them, paranoia and suspicion had reached unprecedented heights. I could hardly bear to inform them that such deceit was a common tactic of the marauders. The Federation would never exploit the enemy's compassion to launch a surprise attack. This was not their style. The external airlock creaked open slowly, and a federal escape pod descended from the inky darkness. It glided along the space station's landing beacons, precisely aligning its framework with the docking port. The pod was cramped. Even stacked upon one another, it could scarcely accommodate more than 4 individuals. The repressurization of the docking interface took mere seconds. Yet I could sense the humans' restlessness, the anxious murmurs of the crowd rising and falling like waves. Once the sensors confirmed safety, the The partition between the reception area and the docking zone silently vanished. A head emerged from the escape pod, its ear wrapped in bandages, securing a solitary lock of black hair on its forehead, the bandage soaked in a vivid orange-red liquid. This fresh blood indicated an urgent need for medical assistance. Yet the human medics exchanged glances and hesitated to advance, for the individual they sought was still unaccounted for. After a moment's hesitation, they squeezed past the injured Venusian. I could only glimpse their retreating figures. But when they turned their gaze towards the interior of the pod, they froze in place. What had they seen? How grave was the individual's condition? The human doctors hurriedly bore in a stretcher, calling for a medical cart to wait outside. Amidst the noise, a loud shout rang out, demanding the crowd clear a path. Chun-Ling covered her mouth in shock. Ah, what have they done to him? As the medical personnel brought forth the human taken captive by the Federation, similar exclamations erupted from the onlookers. The malnourishment of Ma Tianyu was painfully evident. His skin clung tightly to his bones, his abdomen sunken beneath his ribcage. Whether it was hunger or the brutality of his injuries that rendered his breaths so labored remained uncertain. This wretched soul's face was a grotesque tapestry of bruises and blood. It appeared that his assailants harbored a particular malice towards his eyes, which were swollen to a size larger than those of an ordinary human. I could scarcely ascertain whether he could still open them. A metallic collar was fastened around his neck, the skin beneath it slightly burned. Why did this collar remain upon him? Was there truly no one to help remove it? Compared to humans, the Venusians seemed even more enraged. The thought that the Federation would perpetrate such actions against its allies ignited a fierce fury within them. The egregious maltreatment of captives filled me with indignation, causing me to hesitate. Should I hope for humanity to show mercy towards the Federation? Do not film him, I whispered to the media personnel. Respect the wounded. Seiko crossed his arms defiantly. No, capture it. However, it must be made public. I want everyone to witness this scene, to document how the Federation treats us humans. When we declare war on these bastards, I do not want to hear anyone claim we acted without cause. Chapter 23. A beacon of hope. Wait, if they recognized their wrongdoing, they might have released Ma Tianyu. Guxia murmured. They have recognized no wrongdoing. Warwick's lateral pupil suddenly shifted towards us, having overheard Guxia's assertion. Solaf wanted to kill Ma Tianyu, and the Federation still plans to bomb Earth. What stopped him from killing Ma Tianyu? Was it your persuasion? I inquired softly. I tried, but he wouldn't listen at all. Our survival hinged on Racel. He subdued Solaf and escorted us to safety. And what became of Racel afterward? I brought him aboard. He is on the ship, but I cannot coax him out. My ears perked towards the direction of the escape pod, as if I could detect a faint whimper amidst the clamor. Seiko appeared intent on personally extracting the officer, striding in that direction. Although this gray-haired human exhibited no hostility, I worried he might exacerbate Raizel's anxiety, plunging him into a state of confusion and panic. Allow me to handle this, I said to Seiko. Guxia, Chun-Ling, do you recall our first conversation? I can manage this. Trust me. Seiko shot a glance at the ambassadors, and upon their affirmative nods, he stepped back as I bent down to enter the pod and assess the situation. Racel was curled beneath the pilot's seat, shrouded in a dark blanket. This clumsy disguise was almost comical. Had the circumstances not been dire, I might have laughed aloud. The blanket trembled slightly, and his outline became discernible. This would not escape human notice. And the medical personnel likely recognized Racel, but they were preoccupied tending to Ma Tianyu and had no time to coax him out. As I drew closer, the whimpering sounded more like a stifled scream. I tapped gently on the floor with my paw to signal Racel that the newcomer was not human. He poked his head from beneath the blanket, his prominent orange eyes lighting up upon recognizing me. President Tal, you are alive. Of course, I am alive. Why would you think I was dead? It's just, I haven't heard from you in months, and this space station is crawling with marauders. I saw them lurking outside the ship. They lie in wait. They have not occupied this place. Their lurking is for a reason. Please help me, President Tal. This is a nightmare of my own making. I only wish to awaken quickly and leave this place. I implore you, calm down. Everything is fine now. Tell me, what is it that troubles you so? Warwick told me there were only a few humans. I could endure 2 or 3, but to behold that throng of marauders? It feels like an eternity. I completely understand your feelings, But everything is adaptable. You cannot comprehend. Allow me to introduce you to my first human friend, and you will understand. Just one. All right. Just one. Just one. Just one. Racel lamented, swaying back and forth. Fine. Just one. He was clearly teetering on the brink of a mental breakdown. Yet I resolved to press on. He dared to defy the commander, even sacrificing his own career to save a single human life. Such a risk is not taken without ample justification. Deep within, Russell must have already come to terms with the true nature of humanity. The crux lies in how to touch him, to coax his reason back to contemplation. Gu Xia, come here, I called out. A human male astronaut hurriedly approached, rushing to my side. Is everything all right? What do you need, Tal? When I first encountered Gu Xia, I perceived him as a beast. Can you imagine responding to such a greeting? I waved a claw at the human, causing Russell to shudder. He bared his teeth, his eyes murderous and nightmarish, resembling the most ferocious and repulsive creature in the cosmos. Gu Xia sighed. Ah, President, you always compliment me so. Shush, I'm getting to the point. I gestured for silence at Gu Xia. Yet, in truth, there exists a vast disparity between humanity's appearance and their words. They yearn for peace. My mind struggled to reconcile these two facets. I merely suggest you could occasionally pretend to flatter me. Gu Xia flashed a shy smile at me. Discuss my charming personality, my athletic physique, or pretend that you like me? I genuinely like you. Stop testing me. Ahem. In any case, certain trivial acts by humans have indeed sparked moments of doubt within me. That vague unease stirs the most distressing memories whenever I reflect upon them, prompting me to silence those thoughts and banish them away. Then why did you prevent Solif from discovering them? What did they do? Russell stammered. I felt a slight tug at my emotions, and Gu Xia instinctively sought to console me. At that moment, I realized I had never afforded him the opportunity to demonstrate their kindness. No heartless creature could capture the subtleties of emotion as they do in that instant. I understood, and you? When did you understand? When Warwick displayed a pained expression, Ma Tianyu instinctively sought to protect him. His words and actions conveyed deep concern for the safety of the Venusian before him. Russell's gaze drifted into the distance, as if returning to that moment when, even with Solif's gun pointed at his head, he still endeavored to soothe his friend. In that fleeting instant, I believed in him. Russell, you felt it then, did you not? No species can disguise all of this so flawlessly, did I know. Yet, I still feel. Stop overthinking. You will accompany me, along with Gu Xia. Out of here, I shall find you a room for some much-needed rest. And then, I wish to know who has harmed Ma Tianyu. Humanity will decide how to address this matter. I hope you can speak with them. For the time being, you represent the Federation. Gu Xia nodded. I concur. Humanity and the Federation need not be adversaries. Russell shakily rose to his feet, brushing off the dust from his body. He slowly took his first step, his heart filled with trepidation, resting his hand upon my shoulder for support to prevent himself from toppling over. Navigating through the throngs of people, many eyes were fixed upon us. This must surely have been an exceedingly daunting task for him, yet he stifled the scream threatening to erupt from his mouth. Russell lowered his head, his gaze fixed on the ground, traversing through the dizzying clamor. Perhaps he was the glimmer of hope, proving that not all in the Federation would dismiss humanity at first glance. I prayed that humanity might find other friends within the galaxy and that they would possess the courage to demonstrate that such a possibility exists. Chapter 24, Bad News Memory Transcript Subject, Venusian Space Corps Soldier, Warwick Date, in Standardized Human Time September 3, 2136. I had become enraptured by the process of nurturing the human back to health. The doctors optimistically believed that Ma Tianyu would make a full recovery, so I resolved to remain by his side. Never again leaving him alone, my claws tightly gripped the fork as it pierced a piece of tofu. The spongy protein folded upon the tines, which I raised to Ma Tianyu's lips. My gaze lingered upon his sharp canines, which seemed perfectly suited for tearing into prey. I can manage on my own, Ma Tianyu protested. The injured predator lay languidly upon the hospital bed, propped up by several pillows. After shaving and freshening up, he resembled his former self once more. A nasal splint obscured his deformed respiratory organ, and the wounds on his face were stitched. Through intravenous fluids and medication, his complexion gradually regained vitality. I shot him a glare. You are a patient now, so it's my duty to feed you. That's final. Etienne rolled his eyes, but allowed me to press the protein between his lips as he chewed. I carefully observed him. It was heartening to witness him consuming real food after a prolonged period of hunger, yet I could not overlook his overall condition. Compared to Venusian medical standards, humanity appeared primitive and archaic. Reminiscent of the Middle Ages, I feared he might suffer lasting repercussions after his recovery. Etienne's diet was crucial to his recuperation, so I prepared a forkful of vibrant green vegetables that looked delectable and fragrant, then forcefully shoved it into his mouth. Etienne sighed, seizing the plate from my claws and placing it on the bedside table. Please stop treating me like a child. I'm doing just fine. He struggled to sit up, a sharp pain in his ribs causing him to wince. Look, I'm nearly recovered. Don't be stubborn, Etienne, you little one. This isn't stubbornness. You underestimate humanity's self-healing abilities. You are indeed strong, resilient, and brave. But what? I nearly lost you. The thought of that pain terrifies me. Sigh. It's all in the past now. I will not allow anyone to harm us again. Understood? I curled up on the bed. Resting my chin on Etienne's thigh, he extended his dexterous fingers, hovering them at the nape of my neck for several seconds. My heart raced. What was he about to do? My instincts warned me of his hand's position and the pointed tips aimed at my head. A mere step away from my throat. Every movement he made signaled the imminent pounce of a predator. No amount of trust could alter these ominous omens. I closed my eyes, striving to maintain my composure. I felt a gentle touch on my ear as Etienne tenderly caressed my right ear, then shifted to the left. Seeing me relax, he began to encroach further. His fingers swiftly glided beneath my chin, gently massaging the fur at my throat. His claws glided over my skin, though somewhat clumsily. Strangely, this sensation felt less like pain and more like delight. A jubilant whimper escaped my chest as I nudged against his side, then flipped over to lie on my back. You are truly adorable, he murmured softly. I involuntarily exposed my most tender and vulnerable organ, my abdomen. Etienne vigorously scratched my belly, eliciting an indescribable sensation. I felt embarrassed by my ungraceful laughter, yet I could no longer contain myself, rolling and writhing in ecstasy. I nearly toppled off the bed, but Etienne quickly caught me, his abdomen tightening in pain. Yet he did not let go. Am I interrupting something? Qianling stood at the doorway, a mischievous smile gracing her face. She first scrutinized Etienne, then glanced at the blanket on the floor before turning her gaze back to me. You truly are interrupting, but not in the way you think. Etienne chuckled lightly. What brings you here? I'm glad to see you looking much better, she replied, but I'm not here for you. I just wanted to speak with Warwick privately. I tilted my head in confusion towards the human scientist. Did she intend to blame me for failing to prevent Etienne's injury? Did they believe that had a more powerful and capable Venusian been present, Etienne's condition would have been better? Even if that were true, I could not hold it against them. Etienne released me, waving his hand in encouragement. Yet, a reluctance settled within me, preventing me from readily following Qianling. I dragged my feet, slowly moving to a secluded corner of the corridor. A mature individual would accept the consequences of their failures with equanimity, especially when such failures had placed their dear friend in a perilous situation. I slumped my shoulders. I feel profoundly sorry for what happened to Etienne. My best friend was tormented by a madman, and I could only watch helplessly. I am willing to shoulder all the blame and accept any punishment from the United Nations if I could do something to make amends. Do not rush. Qianling raised her fair hand. No one blames you. I believe your presence has greatly aided his recovery. Really? Clearly, he is attempting to mask his pain. If this continues, he will break. That is precisely what I fear. Did you seek me out merely to say something? Or is there other bad news regarding Etienne? It remains unclear. If I recall correctly, he was quite afraid of being tormented by aliens. Correct? Qianling awaited my nod, seemingly contemplating how to articulate her forthcoming words. I believe you must understand the human response to trauma. Our brains often struggle to process such experiences. I observed her expression intently. What do you wish to convey? Will Etienne lose his mind? Such words should not be uttered lightly. Each individual's reaction is distinct. Etienne might emerge unscathed. I hope so, she remarked, yet after enduring such experiences, one must be psychologically prepared, for his emotions and temperament may undergo profound changes. He could become despondent, forgetful, irritable, or even exhibit aggression. Aggression. In such circumstances, nightmares and flashbacks are commonplace, eliciting a range of negative emotions. Chapter 25. I had never contemplated that humans might relive their worst experiences in their minds as we do. I had always assumed their cognitive processes were fundamentally different from ours. Recalling the expression on Ma Tianyu's face when he witnessed the Harassians tormenting the Venusian offspring, I wondered why humans would react so dramatically, clinging stubbornly to past traumas in the natural world. They stand on the opposite side of the equation. Even if humans have evolved from prey, that was millions of years ago. This likely attests to the fact that humans, like us, are ultimately ordinary beings. Their emotions akin to ours. You did not imply he would be negative, but rather hostile, I pointed out. Chun-Ling rubbed her foot against the ground, musing, these memories can trigger our fight or flight response. Some humans may involuntarily resort to physical violence. However, I find it improbable that such a scenario would unfold here, yet it is necessary to mention it as a possibility. Though I endeavored to conceal my fear from Chun-Ling, I still found it difficult to breathe. Physical violence? Being attacked by predators was never on my life's agenda. If a human were to charge at me without warning, I would be rendered utterly speechless. The thought of Ma Tianyu's chubby hands gripping my throat sent waves of subconscious terror coursing through me. Yet, I knew he would never do such a thing. My human friend, even when ravenous, had never contemplated devouring me. He would sacrifice himself to protect me and had always treated me with unwavering kindness. As long as it was an unintentional act, I could forgive any sudden display of violence. Since Chun-Ling deemed such an occurrence unlikely, I felt I need not worry excessively. In contrast, I was far more concerned about the psychological torment, which could compel Ma Tianyu to act against his true self. Why are you telling me all this? I inquired. Perhaps Chun-Ling felt I did not trust Ma Tianyu enough. Or was she attempting to teach me how to observe humans? Their behavior is as alien to us as that of extraterrestrials. I do not wish for you to blame Ma Tianyu, nor do I want you to view this as proof of humanity's inherent malevolence. I am aware of how afraid you Venusians are of us. If these symptoms render you incapable of coping, it would be prudent for us to find you a more suitable companion. My ears pressed tightly against my head. Could it be that human scientists genuinely believe we perceive them in such a manner? Do they think we regard them as interchangeable demons, willingly coming forth merely to validate that conclusion? Do we risk our lives to engage with humans, simply to wait for them to falter, so we can exclaim, "You have revealed yourselves"? I inwardly scoffed. In this vast galaxy, whether human, Venusian, or of another race, none are more suited to be my companion than Ma Tianyu. Being with him is always a source of ease and joy. I would never relinquish him lightly. You want me to abandon him simply because he may be ill? I challenged. I do not require another partner. I want Ma Tianyu. Regardless of what transpires, I will confront it. No. I do not wish for you to part ways with Ma Tianyu. Quite the opposite. Chun-Ling took a step back, attempting to appear less confrontational. Your feelings are important, Warwick. Do not neglect yourself out of guilt or obligation. Obligation? I enjoy being with him. Have you considered Ma Tianyu's feelings? To suggest I abandon him in his time of need. That is exceedingly cruel. So heartless. I am thinking of both Ma Tianyu and you. Listen, he is currently in a very unstable state. You are a crucial factor in reminding him that he is still human. The greatest harm to him now would be to hear you refer to him as a monster. A furious roar erupted from my throat. I would never say such a thing. Unless he were to devour my family in front of me, I would not wish for anyone to entertain such notions about him. Then I shall not disturb you further. Chun-Ling's voice was calm and steady, yet her eyes sparkled with delight at my response. If you require any assistance, you know where to find me, correct? I gently flicked my ears in acknowledgement, then hastily dashed toward Ma Tianyu's room. After Chun-Ling suggested I separate from him, I felt an urgent need to see him. What if he fell ill in my absence? As long as he remained within my line of sight, I could ensure his safety. Fortunately, nothing untoward had occurred. During my brief absence, Ma Tianyu had already tidied up the plate and was now seated at the edge of the bed. His eyes fixated on the void, unblinking. His lips trembled slightly, as if he were silently gritting his teeth. When I leaped onto the sickbed, he flinched slightly, and I entwined my tail around his wrist. Noticing he was gradually releasing his tightly clenched fist, "Warwick," he sighed, "it's so good to have you here." Previously, I had always thought his moments of indifference were due to the anesthetic from the 4-drip. But given Qinling's earlier words, it was evident there was another culprit. I felt shame for not recognizing this sooner. I had been overly focused on his physical injuries while neglecting his emotional state. What were you just thinking about? Ma Tianyu forced a smile. You wouldn't want to know. I want to know. You can tell me anything. I want to know. Except for this. Come on, tell me. His gaze deepened. I was thinking about killing Soraf. Then you can take your place behind me, for I wish to do the same. I am serious. I have been fantasizing about it. Would that make me a monster? A bloodthirsty predator? You are a good person. Soraf's actions will face the repercussions they deserve. You should not bear the weight of what he has done to you. Thank you, my friend. You need not thank me. I should have been more attentive to your psychological state earlier. What feelings do those memories evoke in you? I do not know. When Soraf was about to shoot me, I felt a sense of relief. It was as if everything would finally come to an end, a profound release. I was even prepared to welcome the bullet he would fire at me. I also feel a great deal of remorse for having subjected you to this. And that Zan kidnapped you because of me. Do not worry about me. The most important thing is that you are still here. Precisely for that reason, I need to push myself. I have heard that humans are going to war with the Godillians. I want to join. Even if it is merely to pilot a ship or handle logistics, I wish to witness the moment those vile beings meet their end. You are safe here. Why would you wish to take such risks so soon? To eliminate Soraf, to quell my fury, to address all of this, I must take action. I was unsure how to broach this with you before. Idleness would only drive me to madness. Very well, when shall we depart? Ma Tianyu blinked in surprise. We? Yes, I will accompany you, even if it means hiding in your backpack. You will not easily rid yourself of me. Tears glistened in Ma Tianyu's eyes, yet a low chuckle escaped his throat. I silently vowed to protect him better this time, even if it meant heading into a battlefield rife with chaos, surrounded by heavily armed, well-trained adversaries. I sensed that I might not be the only Venusian to join humans in this conflict. Although the president had not yet made a formal announcement, I believed we had already made our choice. For better or worse, the fates of our two races were now inextricably intertwined. Chapter 26. The Plan Memory Transcript Subject. Commander of the Federal Fleet Headquarters. Soraf date. Standardized Human Time September 3rd. 2136. While a maintenance worker searched the ship for stragglers, he discovered me and the doctor confined in that filthy chamber of human captives. Inside the cell, the stench of excrement and blood assaulted my senses, inducing nausea. Trapped in such filth, the only company I had was the sullen Zan, which was an utter disgrace. I closed my eyes, yet I could still vividly recall Ma Tianyu's terrifying visage. The thought of his deeply sunken, merciless and fiery eyes made me uneasy. His attempts to deceive me with lies were as grating as the human voice itself. What a nightmarish creature! Who would ever care for such a being? The betrayal by Razor hurt far more than the pain in my leg. For decades, I had sheltered this Kalsharan, nurturing him into a confident and respected officer. How could he turn against me with a gun for that beast? After enduring all that the Federation has suffered, do I not have the right to indulge in a fleeting moment of vengeful ecstasy? Compared to the horrific subjugation of children, treated as playthings by the Herasians, or the annihilation of planets engulfed in missiles and flames, the suffering of humanity seems utterly trivial. The most infuriating remarks from Wrestle are those that liken me to a Herasian. When did it become a crime to protect my crew from threats to their lives? They need to be rescued before the claws of those marauders sink deep into their flesh. Surely, all races, save for the Venusians, would prefer to see fewer humans wandering the cosmos. Solaf, Zan shouted beside me. The Prime Minister is on the line. Are you all right? Can you speak with her? Mobilizing soldiers from different ships proved to be quite challenging, yet I managed to regroup the team. Appointing a completely inexperienced medical officer as acting first officer was not my ideal choice. I needed someone to support me on matters of human policy. I lifted my injured leg, gazing at the bandage stained with blue blood. No problem. Wrestle shot my leg, not my head. Connect the call. The video call flickered to life, revealing Peter's furious face. Solaf, tell me, how could you allow that marauder to escape just days after the last report? The Federation is in disarray. In the days I held human captives, Tal's foolish actions had spread throughout the Federation. Panic surged among civilians, demanding an immediate response, intensifying pressure on the Federation. Leaders of the Galactic Federation convened an emergency meeting to discuss a united front. But everyone required several days to reach the designated meeting point. Coordinating the armies of hundreds of independent factions would take even longer. The Godalai alliance was not about to sit idly by, watching those indecisive fools argue over the obvious choice. We must take decisive action before humanity attacks the Venusians. I commanded the ship to the Godalai border station to rendezvous with our allies. The annihilation of Earth was our shared ambition. I was elated at the prospect of joining this mission. The mere thought of personally obliterating humanity's breeding grounds filled me with uncontainable excitement. That fugitive would hardly have time to inform humanity of our plans, ensuring our assault would strike them a lethal blow. Now that humanity could traverse space, their complete eradication seemed unlikely. However, if we destroyed their home, their numbers would dwindle to insignificance, and the survivors would ultimately perish through infighting. Must your thoughts always wander elsewhere? I want an answer, Peter hissed. How did that marauder escape? I truly did not know how to articulate it. But ultimately, it was Russell who shot at me and let it go, I replied. The Prime Minister was taken aback. Russell? Why, he has served under your command for decades, practically akin to the Godillians. What could compel him to act so recklessly? Humanity seems to possess an unforeseen charm capable of beguiling others. They manipulate emotions and masquerade as indistinguishable from us. Then, I will issue a warrant for Russell's arrest. I believe the Kalshirians will side with us. An old soldier of the Federation, yet he willingly released a human. There can be no excuse for that. She lightly tapped a few buttons on the console, likely drafting a communication to the Federation. The only silver lining was the acquisition of crucial intelligence. Humans were smarter than Herasians and adept at collaboration. With all due respect, why are you so certain? Without our intervention, the Herasians would never have ventured into space. Yet these humans have done so without any external aid. Well, their plots and schemes are far more intricate, and they excel at mimicking emotional resonance. Indeed, but let us not forget that the Venusians are among the weakest and most emotional races in the galaxy. Humanity could very well turn against them. I completely agree with your sentiment. Regardless of what Tao or Russell may say, the best kind of human is a dead human. I assure you, there will be a significant number of human deaths before next week. Very well, by the way, a reminder. We have lost contact with 2 military outposts that were supposed to participate in the bombardment. Our scouts will investigate, but you should remain vigilant. A foreboding feeling crept over me. If humanity were to implement any countermeasures, they must have learned of our plans days in advance. Otherwise, it would be inexplicable. As far as I knew, foresight was not a characteristic of marauders. Tao could not have been foolish enough to disclose the Federation's prior plans to humanity. That would undoubtedly be self-destructive. To my knowledge, the Venusians were deeply involved in this plan. Given Earth's proximity to their borders, they had been urging the Federation to act swiftly, while the Federation's leaders squandered decades on planning, providing humanity with the opportunity to press forward. Perhaps humanity had kidnapped some Venusians and was subjecting them to severe torture, all under Tao's very nose. He revealed the Federation's plans to protect the populace, which is the only plausible explanation. If I receive any news, I will report it immediately. The attack could have been orchestrated by the Herasians, but if so, the timing is rather precise, I said. Peter's ears perked up. Perhaps. Should I expect it to be those gray beings? Be cautious, Solaf. The call abruptly ended, and I turned my attention to the ship's observation window. The blue specks above indicated an unnamed Godalai colony, home to approximately 20,000 individuals, its location deemed perilous and thus unattractive to potential settlers. The only allure was likely the low housing prices. Soon, humanity would render everyone homeless. The Godalai military base was established on a small asteroid outside the colony's orbit. A strategic location. Several Godalai patrol ships drifted along the base's periphery. To prevent an incursion by the Herasians, the ship was always prepared for battle, day and night. Chapter 27. The Path of Destruction at Present. Everything appeared normal, yet Prime Minister Peter's warning lingered in my mind. Marauders favored secrecy and ambush tactics. If humanity were to attack us, it would only serve to reinforce their similarity to the Herasians. Striking when least expected was their nature. Cease approach to docking range, I shouted. Scan the surrounding area for any ship activity. Supplementing the space station's intelligence from various positions would prove harmless. The initial sensor scan revealed no spatial disturbances or gravitational anomalies. However, some erratic radio signals near the planet raised my suspicions, prompting me to investigate further. What coordinates did you input? What's there? Zahn inquired. I nervously tapped the console with my claws. You'll know soon enough. I hope it's nothing. Zooming in on the source of the anomaly, a fleet of angular ships came into view, causing my spine to stiffen as I stared in disbelief at the astonishing sight. How on earth had the enemy infiltrated undetected? Theoretically, lurking near high-quality celestial bodies to evade detection was feasible, but deactivating warp there was rather risky. While a powerful gravitational field could obscure an impending scan, it also posed the threat of the ships being dragged into orbit. To avoid detection, those vessels would need to execute a series of minute spatial jumps. Only then could they ensure they wouldn't be exposed in real space. This was not a strategy of the Herasians. Could it be humanity? Their learning capabilities had always been remarkable. Once the position was confirmed, the system could provide a rough estimate of their capabilities, aiding us in formulating an attack plan. What is their shield capacity? Zahn exclaimed, his eyes wide with terror. I don't know. How am I supposed to decipher these infernal things? I found myself yearning for Wrestle. At least he had always executed my orders effectively. Let me see. I sighed irritably, glancing at the data panel. This group of primitives had no signs of ion generators whatsoever. Have they not yet figured out how to power their shields? Sounds like good news. Do you have any orders? Zahn asked, and why disappointment with him had been mounting. A subordinate who merely obeyed was not what I truly desired. What I wanted was a deputy with independent thought, one willing to challenge my ideas when they diverged. The thought of Wrestle languishing in a cell or being roasted and devoured by humans was an utter waste. He was an exceptional individual. Yet he had squandered his future due to some impractical idealism. Charge the orbital cannon, but do so discreetly. I don't want to alert humanity. A sharp pain pierced my leg, likely a sign that the painkillers were beginning to wear off. Amplify and intercept those radio signals. I want to listen in on the communications of two of those ships. Zahn stood there like a lost child. The communications station swiftly executed my orders. Static crackled over the public broadcast, followed by a cacophony of buzzing. Technicians spent several minutes adjusting settings while I listened intently, eagerly anticipating the moment I would hear their gleeful discussions about devouring and torturing their prey, which would dispel all my doubts. Was Tal aware of the nefarious tactics employed by his companions? What could possibly attract her to these marauders? I fear that by tomorrow, he will implore us to eradicate humanity. Perhaps we have been too harsh on them. The voice of humanity echoed through the speakers. The Helas inflicted grave wounds upon the extraterrestrial races, and we are merely compounding this suffering in doing so. Do we not become indistinguishable from the Helas? If we take no action, they will assault Earth. It is merely a military base. We shall not inadvertently harm civilians. This is a fair contest. Yet the Godillians have yet to make a move. They may yet change their minds, and we should attempt to negotiate with them. Are you mad? They would not hesitate to bombard our home. There is nothing to discuss with them. I know, I enlisted to combat the Helas. But now, it is entirely different from what I imagined. This is no time for indecision. We shall provide medical aid to the survivors, and I believe the United Nations and the Venus Republic will strive to foster peace. But now, above all, we must survive. This war is about the very existence of humanity. I blinked in confusion. Many soldiers appeared bewildered, as if struggling to comprehend the dialogue. Why did those marauders speak as if they empathized with us? Why did they both sound as though they yearned for peace? Truly, I was befuddled. I cursed myself inwardly. This must be some sort of ruse, a strategy designed to evoke sympathy. Should we exhibit even the slightest hesitation in firing upon that human vessel, it would grant them a strategic advantage. There is no other explanation for their desire to converse, thereby revealing their position. This is the very charm I mentioned to Prime Minister Peter. And no wonder the Venusians fell for their sweet talk after prolonged exposure to it. Shut it down, I commanded, erasing all records of this conversation. They seek to ensnare us. But how could they know we were listening? A communications technician inquired. What if they were speaking from the heart? Meanwhile, we have been attempting to harm them. Humanity does not comprehend the meaning of peace, you fool. They are merely parroting the words the Venusians have spoken to them. Captain, lower the alert status of the space station. I believe we should extend a peace signal to them, proposing a ceasefire. At the very least, we can observe their reaction. I do not wish to regret waging war against humanity. I want to kill humanity right now. If you wish to negotiate with the marauders, then fly over yourself. The term marauder jolted the soldiers from their stupor. I observed a few nodding in agreement. The technician manipulated the console with his claws, then pressed the delete key and a sharp beep shattered the silence, indicating that the orbital cannon had charged and was on standby. I leaned back in my chair, activating the orbital cannon. Humanity shall not claim this galaxy. At whom shall we fire? My weapons officer, Jess, exclaimed in terror. They have vanished. I stared wide-eyed in fear. The colony. They are fleeing towards the colony. Damn it, I knew this was a diversion. I signaled the space station, warning them of the impending danger, and redirected our defensive forces towards the colony, preparing for an imminent assault. Humanity claims their objective is to attack the military base, but once within range, how could the marauders resist delivering a lethal blow to helpless prey? Thus, the colony undoubtedly becomes a more enticing target. Even if the colony's population is not vast, they cannot evacuate in such a short time. The thought of innocent lives lost, of another atmosphere engulfed in flames, churned my heart. We must prevent humanity from continuing the path of destruction laid by the Helas. Chapter 28. Explosion. As the Godillian ships erected a defensive wall around the colony, the worst scenarios incessantly replayed in my mind. I attempted to envision the feelings of those on the ground, trapped and about to endure a fierce assault from the marauders. This speck of starry sea, adorning the edge of the azure sphere, stood as the sole barrier between innocent victims and avaricious marauders. Any neglected corner could serve as an opportunity for humanity to break free. If necessary, pilots would steer their ships to block any missile attempting to penetrate our lines. The battle with the marauders could only conclude with the complete annihilation of one side. The primitive nature of human vessels became our primary hope. A single strike might suffice to obliterate their ships, possibly even penetrating multiple enemy vessels simultaneously. Our weapons were designed to tear through the armor of the Helas, while humanity's defenses were negligible. Captain, the enemy vessels have re-emerged, but are just out of range. Jess shouted, his voice trembling. They are heading towards the base along a trajectory. The observation window locked onto the enemy ships. I watched as they scattered in multiple directions, altering their course to evade our intercepting vessels. A laser beam shot forth from the space station, a brilliant light amidst the void. The laser struck a human ship, instantly reducing the marauder to nothingness. A surge of joy welled within me, though it was tempered by anxiety. Nonetheless, this was the first victory we had achieved in this war, truly exhilarating. In response, humanity unleashed plasma missiles upon the approaching Godillian warships. They seemed to hope this would deter us. Akin to brandishing torches to fend off beasts, I suddenly realized that I had simplified the task of bombing the military base. Those marauders were barreling towards their established target, and my decision had largely cleared the way for them. They showed no inclination to assault the colony, which left me perplexed. The military base had dispatched as many warships as possible to protect the colony, thus leaving its own defenses weakened. It was I who had commanded placing civilian lives beneath military installations. Material possessions can be replaced, bases can be rebuilt, but once life is extinguished, it cannot be reclaimed. I found myself doubting whether this was a misjudgment on my part. The Federation had claimed that humanity would unleash the same cruelty within their world. Where was it now? I did not wish to witness the Godillian alliance suffer losses of precious military resources. If any soldiers failed to survive the barracks, their deaths would leave a heavy mark upon my conscience. The marauders could never suppress their bloodthirst, especially in wartime. Shoot those bastards. Bring them down from the sky. I roared. Jess sighed. I just mentioned they are still out of range. We need to get closer. No, we cannot abandon our current position. If the defenses of the colony weaken, they will pounce. I long to engage humanity directly, but I must remain cognizant of our current mission. Protecting the colony is paramount. For now, I can only watch this epic war unfold. With each human vessel that erupted into a fireball, Zahn would cheer loudly, drawing curious glances from nearby crew members. The marauders evaded attacks in erratic trajectories. Yet their spirals and zigzagging routes were insufficiently swift. Each laser fired obliterated a pest, while the charging of the orbital cannon proceeded slowly. Its power, however, was insurmountable. Their manufacturing was exceedingly fragile. A mere touch could obliterate a human vessel. The Godillian ships clung tightly to the tails of the humans, launching compressed plasma missiles at them, leaving them no respite. The marauders surged forward, but now the tides of fate had turned. transforming the hunter into the hunted. Captain, the marauders appear disinterested in the colony. I believe dispatching a few ships to the battlefield is not unwarranted, Jess suggested. No. If we are lured away from the colony, it will play right into their hands. His spine trembled slightly. I detested this feeling of being helpless, merely observing without action. I feel the same. Zahn, it is time for you to shine. I gestured to the doctor, who was intently focused on the battlefield. You go and contact Peter, informing her of the marauders' tactics so she can alert the nearby facilities. Upon hearing my command, Zahn excitedly wagged his tail, hastily reopening the communication lines. My gaze shifted back to the observation window. Just in time to witness a human ship being struck, the plasma missile compromised its structural integrity, reducing it to a heap of twisted metal. The Godillian warship wasted no time in firing upon the incapacitated vessel. No one would be foolish enough to allow the marauders to survive. They must be permanently expelled from the battlefield. As long as these monsters continued to struggle, they might still possess a final gambit. The human vessels regrouped, deciding to tackle the relentless pursuers one by one. They unleashed a fierce barrage upon the nearest Godillian warship, concentrating their fire on its propulsion column. The targeted warship's engine erupted in a massive blaze. Debris flying in all directions. Damn it! I loathe humanity. They never yield, nor do they retreat. I cursed my ancestors for not verifying their extinction centuries ago. Now, even if we emerge victorious, this will be a war with devastating losses for both sides. The marauders endured a deluge of fire, yet they relentlessly advanced toward the base. Regardless of how many of our kin were reduced to ashes, they pressed on undeterred. Witnessing humanity's fearlessness, I could not help but envy their inherent nature. They regard life with indifference and exhibit a total disregard for death, which is precisely where their notoriety lies. The toll of casualties is grievous. This indeed marks the Federation's blunder in its confrontation with the Herasians. It is emotion that leads to our defeat, while the marauders focus solely on their mission, fixated on slaughter. Captain, we must take action. Jace bellowed. It is too late. They have already entered orbit. Although the Godalai defense system can easily contend with humanity, it cannot prevail in a race against time. Sensing their target within reach, humanity unleashed a final surge of speed. The leading fighter jet released its payload, and cylindrical missiles locked onto the surface of the asteroid. The Godalai warship surged forward in desperation, but it was already too late. The missiles detonated throughout the base, obliterating vast structures, flames engulfing everything in proximity to the explosion, while smoke billowed within the artificial atmosphere. Chapter 29. The True faced the roof of the hangar collapsed, burying the grounded ships that failed to take off, and the training area was bombarded beyond recognition, leaving an unknown number of soldiers trapped beneath the rubble. Following the initial barrage from humanity, a new wave of intense bombardment ensued. They spared no pause, devoid of any emotion. The ferocious explosions ensured that no structure could withstand the onslaught, drastically diminishing the likelihood of survival for anyone. The atmosphere of terror was suffocating, and amidst the grief, I could not help but blame myself for this calamity. Had I commanded a few more warships to defend the base, I might have been able to thwart their assault. Or at the very least, mount some resistance. Why did humanity not turn to attack the colonies? They must still possess some bombs. Surely, they would come at any moment. The Marauders' warships swooped down, dispersing to evade their pursuers. Fully aware that we could not simultaneously chase them all yet, I felt it was improbable they could simply depart. Could it be? Humanity truly follows through on its words. A voice interrupted my thoughts as I turned towards its source. It was the previously unruly communications technician, insisting that they had no intention of attacking any civilians. They had just obliterated a military base, and your response is this? I chided. However, there is no evidence to suggest they acted with intent. I believe they were compelled by circumstance. I temporarily dismissed him, my gaze fixated on the battlefield among the stars, continuing to ponder the Marauders' departure. Perhaps humanity was feigning retreat, seeking to lull us into complacency, ensnaring us in a false sense of security. They would require time to escape this star system, potentially striking back when we believed they had withdrawn. Or perhaps our massive fleet stationed near the colonies had intimidated them, rendering them hesitant to act recklessly. They are more cunning than the Herasians, possessing a strong sense of self-awareness. They must have recognized that they are not our equals. I forced myself to regain composure. What is your name? Rudy, I respect your spirit of skepticism towards everything, but in this matter, you should not resist. If humanity is indeed a species of worth, do you truly believe the Federation would have failed to find reasons to protect them after decades of research? I do not know. Upon reflection, this sentiment applies to every individual here who agrees with your viewpoint. Indeed, we have compelled humanity to abandon attacks on civilian targets through overwhelming force. Is that not incorrect? We are at a disadvantage. We hold the moral high ground. We have prevented humanity from launching an assault on civilians. Today, everyone should take pride in themselves, for we have saved 20,000 lives. Rudy shrugged. Perhaps. The crew of other vessels must be as restless as my own. The warning of a potential human raid on the colonies had dissipated into thin air. Some captains might wish to pursue the fleeing marauders. As I anticipated, the sensors indicated that numerous ships were powering up their engines, poised for action. Our meticulously arranged formation was gradually disintegrating. Now is not the time. The marauders remain within the star system. We must exercise patience for a few more minutes, and perhaps we can save this colony. I leaned towards the microphone. Godalai ships, hold your position. Do not allow humanity to be lured. They seek to weaken our defenses. I refuse to sit idly by. A voice pierced through our encrypted military channel. We must conduct search and rescue operations and provide medical assistance to survivors. My gaze swept back and forth before the observation window. Searching for any signs of ship movement, I noticed a Godalai medical vessel stealthily departing the formation, racing towards the base at full speed. Its trajectory aligned with that of a fleeing human ship. The sensors indicated that the Earth vessel had locked onto the medical ship, its weapons charging. Return immediately, I commanded through the communication device. If you are reduced to fragments, many lives will be lost. Once humanity has departed, I will escort you back to the base myself. They chose to press on resolutely, the pilot diverting power to the shields. The distance between them and the marauders continued to diminish. This is madness. What on earth are those Godalai doctors thinking? I admired their resolve to save lives, but they were marching step by step into oblivion. Retreat. I shouted through the communicator, broadcasting the message across all frequencies. Godalai medical ship, turn back immediately. The marauders will kill you. They did not respond. They bore no weapons, meaning they stood no chance in battle. Worse yet, the human ship might have heard my words and realized it had stumbled upon an easy target. I could not bear to witness those doctors being obliterated, waves of compassion surging within me. Yet, on the bright side, at least this could impart some lessons to Rudy and others influenced by him. As I watched humanity drawing closer to the medical vessel, the expressions of the crew on the bridge mirrored the familiar demeanor they bore when facing the Herasians. For reasons unbeknownst to me, the human ship hesitated. The sensors indicated that their weapons were powering down, and they altered course to avoid a collision. I could scarcely believe my eyes, as the marauders allowed the medical ship to pass by their position unscathed. What is this, Captain? What do they intend to do? Rudy inquired, puzzled that I gnawed at my nails, utterly confounded by humanity's actions. Why would these marauders display compassion? This was precisely the illogical empathy that the Herasians mocked us for. Any explanation predicated on emotion was impossible. There must be a hidden agenda. Surely there is. They would not make such a decision lightly. Perhaps I needed to consider the larger picture to comprehend it. At present, humanity requires the Venusian alliance, and given their technological inferiority, they cannot afford to lose this sole ally. Tau must have sent someone to monitor the situation, hence their restraint. They deem that approaching the ship poses no threat and wish to conserve their ammunition. Zahn answered for me, when it comes to their own survival, humanity is sufficiently rational. They can suppress their cruel nature. Quite possibly. I endeavored to keep my voice steady. Regardless of the tricks humanity is playing, we know their true nature, just as we have known it before, and will continue to know it in the future. Chapter 30. The meeting memory transcript subject, President of the Venus Republic, Tal date, sampled standard human time September 5, 2136 in the conference hall. The leaders of Earth sat side by side with senior officials from Venus. The significance of this meeting cannot be underestimated, as the United Nations deliberated which factions within the Federation to take action against and whether diplomatic avenues could serve as a viable alternative to violence. The war against the Godalai alliance was irretrievable. However, not everyone in the Federation needed to be embroiled in this sordid spectacle. This is precisely why I hoped Raisel would attend the meeting. Since his arrival on Venus, he had not left his quarters, barely touching the food delivered to his door. I attempted to engage him in conversation, but received only his distracted nothing. I still informed him of the meeting's commencement time, hoping for a glimmer of possibility that he might appear. Should he accept my invitation, I would ensure he felt as at ease as possible. I had the humans don opaque goggles to obscure their eyes and masks to conceal their fearsome grins. Thankfully, the United Nations personnel complied readily, which may set a precedent for future first contact protocols. My gaze shifted to Guxia. Without the title of marauder to bolster their image, they appeared feeble and ineffectual. Their hands seemed better suited for gathering fruit or climbing trees than for hunting prey. They lacked any form of camouflage to conceal their movements, and their agility was wanting, their sense of smell and hearing comparatively inferior. I look utterly ridiculous in this getup. I would prefer a helmet to playing this cyberdoctor role, Guxia complained softly. I stifled a laugh. I understood only half of what you said. This way, you can drink water without feeling too stifled. You must have felt quite uncomfortable during your television debut. Oh, that time. I was just focused on remembering to breathe. You cannot imagine how shocked I was. Guxia leaned back in her chair, waving her hand for emphasis. I recognized the gravity of that moment. At times, I even ponder whether it was all just a dream. It all feels like an exhilarating dream. Does it not? Indeed, I have some matters I wish to inquire about. Please, proceed. I have observed some peculiar behaviors among your human volunteers, which raises my concerns. What have they done? A plethora of strange reports has surfaced, leaving me quite perplexed. Many humans, when seeking assistance or greeting the Venusians, tend to speak in a sharp tone. I can comprehend that, at times, they even throw objects and expect us to retrieve them. I fail to grasp the significance of such actions. Well, that is indeed quite undignified, and for that, I sincerely apologize. Furthermore, you seem to be rather obsessed with our fur, often expressing a desire to touch it and discussing its softness, with some even speculating that you wish to collect it. We simply, have an affection for adorable creatures, do we not? Why? It ignites our nurturing instincts, releases dopamine, and brings us joy. Yet, you have never done such a thing to me. You are the planetary leader, and I am but a fearsome beast. Such conduct would be entirely inappropriate. However, I must admit, I have harbored such thoughts. I am no longer afraid of you, but should you wish to do so, you might consider petting Carter instead of me. Though you might risk losing your head to him. Deal. Carter glared at us, evidently having eavesdropped on our conversation, and thought of nothing. If Guxia loses a finger or two, I shall not be accountable. No worries, I still possess 10 fingers. Guxia extended a hand toward Carter, causing him to leap from the table in fright. Guxia chuckled and retracted his arm to his chest. I was merely jesting. I would only do so if Carter permitted it. Secretary-General Seiko of the United Nations interrupted my conversation with Guxia. It seems you are quite familiar with the Venusians? Not at all. We were just playing around, Guxia replied. I could see that. Seiko sighed in resignation, his posture betraying exhaustion. Very well, the meeting was supposed to commence 10 minutes ago. Yet there is still no sign of wrestle. Let us begin without him. I summoned the intelligence reports on the holographic tablet. The human generals had proposed an invasion of the Godalai home planet. Prior to this meeting, I had roughly reviewed the proposal and discussed our potential roles with my advisors. It is rather ironic, as I am aware of the origins of these plans. They were initially devised for an assault on the Frasian planet. Now they are being employed against former allies, which feels somewhat dishonorable. However, some modifications have been made, emphasizing the importance of avoiding civilian casualties whenever possible. In this context, I find it surprising that humans continue to adhere to the rules of warfare. The established objective is to capture their prime minister and compel the Godalai alliance to capitulate. They have rallied a force capable of obliterating a small asteroid merely upon the discovery of a single human. I must concede that the only way to bring them to the negotiating table is through coercive force. We should all be well acquainted with the intricacies of this operation. It will indeed be a formidable task. General Zhao remarked. General Musk adjusted his mask, asserting that ground and atmospheric combat is our domain, and I believe our odds are quite favorable. The issue lies in determining which spacecraft can be utilized for aerial combat, as it must accommodate a sufficient number of soldiers. General Zhao added, frankly, our vessels fall short in various respects compared to the enemy's. You shall utilize the Venusian ships for the time being. That is my decree. I will also provide you with the blueprints for the ships, enabling you to construct a genuine fleet. I glanced at Gu Xia for support, and upon seeing his encouraging nod, I let out a sigh of relief. With Venusian knowledge, I am confident you can enhance the designs. This will benefit both parties in the long run. I no longer wish to conceal anything from you. President, you are exceedingly generous. Thank you, Seiko responded. We shall repay your kindness. Bang. The door was forcefully pushed open, and a purple-skinned Kolsar entered the conference room, hesitantly surveying everyone present. Fortunately, the humans had been provided with glasses and masks in advance. Yet, even with such precautions, the federal officer continued to tremble incessantly. I perked up my ears. Wrestle. I did not anticipate your arrival. Please, take a seat. His presence was a positive sign, for he represented the sole hope for peace. Chapter 31. A formidable task, however, Wrestle remains an uncertain factor. He may openly insult humans, exacerbating the situation. I believe the UN representatives, or any present Venusian, would not accept his defense of the Solif's actions. I am uncertain of the significance of my presence, Wrestle sighed, but I must take responsibility for the choices I have made. I noticed that you seem quite fearful of humans. Seiko pointed to the adornments on his face. We intentionally don these masks. Does it alleviate your concerns in any way? Wrestle waved his tail. Indeed. Thank you. No. It is I who ought to express my gratitude. You have displayed bravery and compassion, and we hold sincere appreciation for you. I understand your fear of the marauders, and thus you may decline my proposal, but if you are willing, we would be more than happy to offer you refuge. I am grateful for your offer. I see many distinctions between you and the Raz. However, I do not believe I could coexist among you. Indeed, that is to be expected. Seiko's words articulated the indifferent treatment humans have endured in the galaxy. My thoughts drifted back to Gu Xia's wounded expression upon learning of the Venusian plan to exterminate humanity, and the despondent look on Wrestle's face when I described my first impression of him. Perhaps I should not have been so candid. Although Gu Xia brushed it off as a joke, he indeed requires some warm words at times. Being perpetually regarded as a monster and shunned must be profoundly painful. Feeling rejected and abandoned is undoubtedly distressing. Every action is scrutinized, and Gu Xia has endured months of the Venusian gaze and terror. Unconsciously, I patted Gu Xia's hand, and he reciprocated with a gentle grasp of my claw. Wrestle took a deep breath. Well, what do you wish me to do? Our sole request is to coexist with all of existence, Seiko replied, but I still do not know how to achieve this with the Federation intent on committing genocide against humanity. I would very much like to hear your perspective. Do you possess any means to facilitate peace? If some within the Federation could set aside their prejudices, they might be willing to listen to your pleas. I believe the history of humanity may be constrained by narrow perspectives. The Federation is too deeply entrenched in the belief that marauders are inherently malevolent. We see only the trees, not the forest. So what shall we do next? I suspect that there are more than just Godalai plotting attacks against us within the Federation. I am open to any ideas you may have for a peaceful resolution. Wrestle's demeanor shifted dramatically. A commanding federal officer stood before us. You could first release the hostages on Venus. A peace-seeking race would not detain diplomats and civilians. That was my idea, I interjected. Consider the plight of Matianyu, and you will understand my reasoning. President Tar, I concur with Wrestle's assessment. Taking hostages would bring shame upon humanity, for regardless of the truth, the Federation would hold us accountable, and they must be gravely concerned about the welfare of their citizens. Seiko's fingers lightly tapped the table, lost in thought. If the Federation's populace could corroborate the claims of the Venusians, it would work to our advantage. Anyone wishing to leave should be permitted to do so. The existence of humans has become common knowledge, Gu Xia added. The objective has been achieved, and there is no longer any reason to detain them. I gently moved my ears. Very well, I shall reopen the borders tonight. At least allowing the ships to depart. Wrestle's eyes widened in astonishment. Clearly, he had expected resistance from humanity, rather than finding us aligned with him. Very well, then it is settled. Do you have any further thoughts? Wrestle? Seiko inquired. Well, the Federation will hold a summit in a few days. They will discuss how to address humanity. You may send a representative to attend. Perhaps they will allow you to speak a few words in your defense? What could persuade the Federation to believe everything we claim? It sounds as though your leadership has already resolved to eradicate humanity. The Federation would not deceive its citizens. They simply do not wish for another Raz incident. Everything discussed at the summit will be broadcast publicly, so even if the leadership refuses to relent, you can still sway public opinion. But you seem to have little faith that the Federation would permit a human to speak. They might even place a collar on the human representative, publicly beat or simply execute them. To be frank, I cannot predict how they would react upon encountering a human. I cannot allow anyone to face such a fate. That would be tantamount to murder. I swished my tail in agreement. After witnessing how the federal soldiers cruelly treated a human pilot, no one is inclined to trust the Federation. That would be a meaningless sacrifice, potentially leading to oblivion. The Federation would never allow a marauder to express their thoughts so readily. Liesel was acutely aware of the profound and entrenched hatred they harbored towards humanity, a realization that none could rival. "I must go," Gu Xia declared as he rose to his feet. My gaze snapped towards him. "Absolutely not. I cannot bear the thought of you being slaughtered or tortured like a mere lab rat. I fear not death. If there exists a race akin to the Venusian within the Federation, this would indeed be a noble cause." Jiu Xia comfortingly patted my shoulder before turning to Seiko. "I request a cyanide capsule. I was uncertain if I could withstand the torment. Should it come to that, I wished for a means of liberation." Seiko hesitated. "Are you certain? This journey will be arduous. You may very well be en route to hell." "Quite certain. Moreover, I wish to depart with haste. Time is of the essence." My mind was a blank slate, and I dreaded the thought of the gentle and compassionate Gu Xia falling into the clutches of the Federation's prison. His role as the human ambassador was a divine gift bestowed upon me, as he possessed an uncanny ability to discern my emotions and was always willing to address my most awkward inquiries. I had come to regard him as one of my trusted advisors, perhaps overly reliant on him. "Then I shall accompany you," I murmured. "Though my standing within the Federation has considerably diminished, I shall do my utmost to protect you." "Tal, you cannot go. What if they harm you? Do you not recall when they once placed a Venusian alongside a famished predator? They would not dare treat me so. I am the president of the Venusian Republic, and the entire galaxy watches over me." Liesel bowed his head. "Please allow me to accompany you as well. I wish to confess to treason. I cannot bear the thought of you facing punishment for aiding us." Seiko interjected, "I understand, but my testimony may aid in negotiations. Regardless of the outcome, I yearn to return home. My heart belongs to the Federation." "Dio, you truly feel this way? I still hope you will reconsider." Seiko's tone revealed his disappointment. "I shall not change my mind." "Very well. I wish you all the best." Jiu Xia extended his hand towards Seiko, who grasped it in an odd, entangled manner, reminiscent of a final farewell. I found myself curious about what Liesel could possibly say to dissuade the Federation. He would need to challenge centuries of their research, overturn their hypotheses, all while ensuring his own survival. This would be an arduous endeavor. Chapter 32. 5 minutes no sooner had we crossed the border of Zuin than 2 patrol ships swiftly approached, attempting to intercept our transport vessel. I had hoped that avoiding the territory of the Godalai Alliance would ease any potential conflict. But news traveled swiftly. Our neighboring nation, Zuin, astutely recognized that the Venusian had allied with those predators. Now, we bore the weight of this association, and I conveyed my diplomatic intentions to the Zuanians, resolving to refrain from mentioning the existence of humans until we reached our destination. After several negotiations, the guards finally granted us permission to proceed to the summit. Had they known that a human and a Federation trader were aboard, they would never have allowed us to pass. The escort remained diligent, safeguarding us throughout the lengthy journey. I remained at a loss as to how to persuade the Federation to permit a predator to take part in political machinations. It seemed utterly absurd. Our spacecraft traversed the atmosphere of this host planet, and it was then that I grasped the true meaning of Liesel's words about returning home. The planet of Kolsha, Alpha, meaning garden, was where this summit was to be held in its capital. Given the anticipated influx of attendees, I had to exercise utmost caution to avoid inciting chaos. Millions of residents inhabited this land, replete with artistic architecture and botanical wonders, with the renowned Floral Academy contributing to a substantial student populace. This meeting was open to the public, and a vast audience was expected. Should news of a predator's presence emerge, the venue might face evacuation or lockdown. Would the common folk here be rushed to shelters as our planet faced human invasion? Reflecting on how a mere 2-person spacecraft had hastily sent out a distress signal, I found it somewhat amusing. "I am Tal, President of the Venusian Republic, and I once again request an immediate conversation with the current chieftain." This matter is of utmost urgency. This marked my fourth attempt to send a message. My established strategy was to appeal to the Federation through media channels, ensuring that, should anything go awry, the public could hold them accountable. I had arranged for Lysel to sit beside me, ensuring our presence in the video feed. He continuously yawned, his orange eyes appearing bleary from lack of sleep. Gu Xia was preoccupied with organizing the hastily assembled first contact materials from the United Nations. He appeared remarkably anxious. I knew he aimed to portray humanity in a favorable light, incorporating every potentially advantageous detail. Was he not exhibiting the same body language he had once explained to me? Perhaps I was projecting my own feelings onto him, as I was deeply fearful of what lay ahead for him. The chieftain is logging in. Please be patient, came the monotone reply from the other end. Mr. President, your current situation is quite delicate. It dawned on me that our spacecraft had been locked onto as a target, an ominous development for an incoming diplomat. A substantial security force was stationed here to prevent the Herasians from catching wind of the summit's location and launching an attack. The Federation could ill afford the ramifications of all planetary leaders being slaughtered. I was no longer a part of the Federation, was I? I mournfully recognized this fact. The Venusian had become public enemy number one. Perhaps I should request a retreat. If they did not expel us first. Gu Xia clapped his hands, and I presumed it was a sign of satisfaction, which interrupted my thoughts. Lysel grumbled at this sudden motion, while Gu Xia bowed his head in apology. Tal, everything is ready, Gu Xia whispered. Send it. I gently tapped a button on the holographic panel, uploading the cache data to the local network. This document meticulously chronicled all that had transpired since humanity's first contact. Exploring the unexpectedly benevolent nature of humans and the cultural differences overlooked by the Federation in their past research, I shared this document across various platforms that could garner attention. Social media, discussion forums, and private messages to journalists. I hoped that a few influential figures in the media might take notice and spark a public discussion. Even if they scoffed at the idea, at the very least, it could prompt the audience to contemplate the concept of a benevolent predator. A figure of deep indigo appeared on the screen, and I recognized him as the current chieftain of Alpha, Nikon. His face was contorted with rage, and upon seeing Lysel beside me, his fury intensified. Lysel, I have heard of your actions, shooting your own captain and liberating a predator. The circumstances were exceptional. Lysel had his reasons. I interjected. Nikon squinted at the video call. You appear unwell. Guilt must be gnawing at you. Lysel rubbed his eyes. No, I simply cannot sleep when I am with humans. It is not his fault. He kept his eyes covered throughout the journey, trying to avoid looking, yet knowing he was there. Humans? What nonsense are you spouting? Nikon bellowed. Please do not panic, I urged, directing the camera towards the masked predator, who was flailing his arms about erratically. This is Gu Xia, our ship's third and final passenger. He wishes to say a few words. The chieftain's eyes widened in disbelief. That is a human, indeed. Why have you brought a predator here? Do you intend to unleash it upon us? I merely wish to converse. You are about to attack his planet. Shouldn't you listen to the voice of this so-called wicked predator before making an irreversible decision? Does he not deserve the right to defend himself? Absolutely not. Had you not been aboard that vessel, I would have ordered it shot down long ago. Nikon did not hesitate, a foreboding sign. Would he permit our spacecraft to land? Once Gu Xia set foot on the space station, what could prevent them from opening fire on him? Not to mention humans. Does even the president of the Venusian Republic not have the right to speak? I pleaded. Nikon's nostrils flared. You have the right to voice your thoughts and record your opinions. Venus remains a member of the Federation, at least, for now. Then I wish for Gu Xia to speak on my behalf, enjoying the same rights as a Villian citizen. He is now one of us. Have you lost your mind, Tal? There are millions here. We absolutely cannot allow that creature to step foot in our capital. I do not wish to see civilian lives lost in vain. Just one predator, and you are so afraid? You possess a decisive advantage in numbers. I cannot permit a dangerous beast into the hall of Parliament. Who can guarantee it will not devour the nearest leader, only to stand there, boasting about the taste of our children's blood? It will not. But what if it does? Then you need not continue the meeting. The answer lies within him, Reiser interjected. I must inform you that these marauders are far more civilized than they appear. Nikon, please, allow Gu Xia to express what he wishes to say here. You wouldn't want people to think you have something to hide, would you? What harm could a few words possibly inflict? No more than 5 minutes, not a second more. Should it dare glare at anyone with ferocity, or make any move, I shall execute it immediately. Nikon decisively waved his tentacle, asserting that even if it complied with the rules, he could not guarantee its safety thereafter. Understood. 5 minutes is hardly sufficient to break the stalemate, let alone elucidate everything humanity has comprehended. This is but a farcical attempt to placate me. Once Guxia concludes, the Federation can hastily render its verdict. Usa's body language revealed little emotion as he nodded to me, indicating his acceptance of these conditions. Chapter 33. To the conference hall I feigned politeness as I twitched my ears. We accept. If you remain objective, then meticulously analyze that data. This proclamation was directed at all present listeners, as I had already uploaded it to social media, elucidating everything we had gleaned since humanity's first contact. You are being excessive. Alas, I still have much preparatory work ahead, so do not disembark before I issue the next directive. Nikon terminated the call, unwilling to await my response. The situation could have been better, but it could have also been far worse. Reiser slumped in his seat, while I turned back to the ship's control panel. We were nearing our destination, having traversed the canopy of Alpha Spaceport. Under my supervision, the vessel descended gently, emitting a low rumble as the engines began to cool, and I exhaled in relief. The Kolsha allowed us to complete the landing procedure, which was already half the battle won. Now, akin to being on the primary planet of Venus, I was pleased to see media personnel and cameras present, all eager to catch a glimpse of the marauder diplomat. The civilians of Alpha had yet to evacuate. At least not for the moment. I planned to converse under the scrutiny of many. It seemed this tactic might prove effective. The more eyes on this spectacle, the better. Guxia peered out the window, and knowing him, he was undoubtedly eager to survey this alien landscape. Suddenly, a red dot appeared on Guxia's forehead, prompting me to urge him to drop down. He swiftly complied, reacting with lightning speed. Guxia temporarily removed his mask, panting heavily, while behind those goggles, his eyes must have been filled with confusion. He lay silently on the floor for several minutes, likely fearing that should he rise, the Federation would immediately take his life, as any fleeting moment could result in his demise. Reiser cradled his head in his hands, scrutinizing Guxia. What are you thinking, human? Guxia scoffed. I am pondering how the Herasians were elevated. Your hatred for marauders is so intense. Shouldn't they have been eradicated long ago? Had you been the first marauders we encountered, the situation would have been drastically different. Prior to them, we had elevated dozens of species without issue. Reiser explained we had intended to embrace all sentient beings. But you waged war against other species, did you not? It is not as you perceive. Our wars were fought over scarce resources, for survival. Waging war in times of resource scarcity is necessary. It is not about power, ideology, or bloodshed. Hence, we believed we could transform those gray beings. I pressed my ears flat against my head. We were both naive and foolish then. Perhaps what we now faced was a consequence of our own making. I simply do not understand why the Herasians suddenly launched an assault against the entire Federation. Guxia pursed his lips, struggling to sit up. Even with your assistance, we could never hope to sweep across the entire galaxy. Reiser stifled a yawn. At that time, we had no capacity for self-defense. The only survivors in that star region were the fleeing races, and we had no knowledge of what transpired. But why did you have no defenses? Guxia inquired. Had you never considered the possibility of an attack? No preparations or contingency measures. You would not comprehend, for you have never experienced peace. When all sentient beings coexist harmoniously, who would contemplate establishing planetary defense systems? If one never intends to use them, why forge warships or weapons? In your human world, the experiences are vastly different. I let my ears droop, allowing their conversation to fade into the background at such moments. Discussing the weighty topic of war was the last thing I desired, especially knowing Guxia likely had stories that would instill fear within me. Closing my eyes, even if just for a fleeting second. Would it be permissible? The world gradually dissipated, my consciousness sinking into the dark sea of slumber. Tal, awaken. Guxia's mask was mere centimeters from my face, causing me to startle upright, nearly colliding with his head. The Kolsha informed us we could disembark from the ship. I believed it was time. Reiser had already exited the vessel. which did not surprise me. If I were to wager, I would bet he felt exhilarated to breathe fresh air again. Back on his own territory, even if it meant facing punishment, he did not wish to linger with humanity for another moment. I knew not what Reiser would encounter. He could face multiple charges of treason, potentially leading to 10 death sentences. Jiu Xia supported me as we moved toward the exit hatch. Although I regained my footing, I clung to him, reluctant to let go. Once we disembarked, how the Federation would treat us remained uncertain. Yet I knew that snipers were poised to strike. We descended the octagonal landing platform together, straining to observe our surroundings as blinding light streamed toward us, evidently intended to dazzle the marauders. Gu Xia squinted, raising a hand to shield his eyes from the harsh glare. Thankfully, that tinted visor allowed him to protect his sight. I turned my head, avoiding the direct light, only to witness Kolsha soldiers binding the trembling Reiser with chains. Stuffing cloth into his mouth, the soldier's animosity towards Reiser seemed more severe than towards humanity itself. Oops, slipped my hand. One soldier mocked, "So sorry, is everything all right, first officer?" Reiser whimpered but offered no resistance to his captors. Watching the purple-skinned Kolsha drag him away stung my heart. Nevertheless, I should perhaps be more concerned for Gu Xia's safety. Reiser had time to await his verdict, whereas Gu Xia could meet his end at any moment. At that moment, a Kolsha woman raised a megaphone, declaring, "Humans, proceed slowly forward until I instruct you to turn." Jiu Xia took hesitant steps, clearly uncertain whether his movements would alarm them. I stepped forward, wrapping my tail around his wrist to guide him onward. His pulse quickened, and through my soft tail, I felt his heart racing. Cameras focused on me, likely astonished that I dared to engage so closely with a marauder. Jiu Xia's eyes were obscured, which quelled the sniper's impulse to pull the trigger. The soldiers directed us through a series of corridors, and I did my utmost to appear at ease. Onlookers would attribute any fear to my proximity to humanity. At this moment, image was paramount. Upon reaching the conference hall, I was curious to see how the Federation's leaders would react. The news of humanity's arrival would undoubtedly shock them. This was clearly not the scenario they had anticipated. Discussing a marauder is one thing. Witnessing a living nightmare is another. Jiu Xia had better prepare an exceptionally compelling speech, for the seasoned veterans of the Federation would not readily accept him. Chapter 0. Science Popularization 2. The Kolsha. The Kolsha Great Tribe venerates knowledge and objectivity, having participated in the formulation of numerous Federation treaties. Their home world, Alpha, meaning garden, boasts breathtaking architecture, with the capital's botanical gardens renowned throughout the galaxy. The Flower Academy is the largest institution of learning in the Federation, thus the capital is home to a vast number of students. The Kolsha are among the few hairless species. Evolutionary biologists surmise that their tentacles, formed from their arms, suggest their ancestors were aquatic beings. Their eyes are vividly colored and round, reminiscent of frogs on Earth, while their cooler skin tones display various shades of blue or purple, perhaps a form of oceanic camouflage. The Zwans, they are Venusians, neighbors to the Godillians, and indirectly, to humanity. These quadrupedal mammals, with green blood, have significantly contributed to the Federation's medical endeavors. They take great pride in grooming their fluffy brown fur, often seen licking their coats. The Zwans' diminutive ears may elicit a sense of affection from humanity. They are eager to discuss topics of interest and are one of the most sociable species in the galaxy. However, some quieter species occasionally find the Zwans' incessant chatter overwhelming. The Krakoans, these avian beings have evolved on a swamp-laden planet known as Nisht. To adapt to their environment, they have developed claws that aid in maintaining balance. When they descend to feed on algae, these claws also serve as formidable defensive weapons. Their curved beaks display vibrant tropical hues. Evolutionary biologists believe these colors evolved to deter predators, as brightly colored creatures often possess toxins. When provoked, their feathers can expand into a semicircular shape behind them. The Krakoans boast the broadest vocal range in the galaxy, with their calls ranging from deafening shrieks to melodious tunes. With their potent weaponry, their aggressiveness surpasses that of most creatures. Consequently, they played a significant role in the development of various weapons and strategies for the Federation during the early stages of war. The military prowess and strategic methods of the Krakoan alliance have long been recognized, as they take great pleasure in intimidating other species to further their own agendas. The Fazuo, renowned as historians, the Fazuo have established standardized educational curricula for all species within the Federation. They preside over the Federation Archaeological Committee, although their work often involves investigating how a species' ancestors were hunted. Simultaneously, they maintain an array of museums and galactic archives. During the 20th century, the facade were also one of the primary species observing Earth. Much of the academic research regarding humanity and the documentation of atrocities during wartime has been produced by them. As a result, they maintain a critical perspective towards humans. The facade government is governed by elders, meaning they are led by elected individuals of supreme wisdom or notable achievements. Their administration is more decentralized than that of most unified planets, with local affairs managed by the elders of the respective regions. The facade are bipedal beings, yet their short, stubby claws and bent hind legs render them poorly balanced. Their fur varies in color. While brown is a dominant gene, shades from white to gray also exist. Their drooping ears evoke comparisons to the Labrador Retriever among human observers. The Malai, these sandy-colored mammals have evolved in the scorching, arid deserts, demonstrating their adaptability to diverse climates. They are massive in size, weighing several hundred pounds. To maintain their robust health, they require substantial vegetation daily. A Malai aboard a spaceship might prove to be a chef's nightmare. Unlike their flat hind legs, their forepaws possess toes that have separated due to a rare genetic mutation, enabling them to craft tools, although they typically remain quadrupedal. Their trunks serve multiple purposes, from drinking water to conveying emotions, and can also function as grasping tools when necessary. Chapter 34. The speech begins. Gu Xia strode confidently towards the microphone, surveying the expansive conference hall. Barriers and barbed wire extended before the podium, and every guard in the hall maintained a safe distance from the uninvited guest, rifles trained on his head. Greetings to the leaders of the Federation and all citizens. I am Gu Xia, here to represent humanity in the pursuit of peace. Silence reigned supreme, commanding the space, as his words echoed through the air, lingering long after. The front row of seats lay vacant. Many who should have occupied them had migrated closer to the representatives of various races near the back wall, while others loitered at the exits, and a few had opted to be absent altogether, favoring remote viewing as the optimal choice. I am aware that you have all heard dreadful rumors about my kind, and perhaps some of them hold a kernel of truth. Raiders have ravaged your worlds, slaughtering innocents, and you fear that we harbor the same malevolence. Gu Xia turned to look at me, and I gently twitched my ears in support. Yet, your conclusions are merely products of confirmation bias. Humanity is entirely distinct from the Ras. Reporters above meticulously transcribed his every word, while commentators in soundproof booths offered insights, providing live commentary for the most influential political program in the galaxy. The public viewing area was nearly empty, as most citizens chose to watch this event from the comfort of their homes through broadcasts. The surrounding whispers of anxiety suggested that this was not the anticipated outcome. They had expected humanity to arrive with mocking recordings and threatening rhetoric. Their concern over my proximity to Gu Xia was palpable, with some attempting to signal me to flee using tail language. Do you think that donning a mask allows you to conceal your true nature? The Krakoan ambassador, Rulim, erupted from his seat. Feathers fanned out behind him in an arc. You are nothing but a band of bloodthirsty butchers. The esteemed figures present cast glances at the avian, expressing their agreement through tail movements and ear flicks, his actions emboldening others to voice their opinions. On your planet, wars resulting in the deaths of millions are a commonplace occurrence. The leader of the facade, Dapper, joined the fray, her frail ears drooping in fear. The weapons you wield exacerbate suffering and devastation to their utmost. You invade neighboring nations and bomb cities, much like the Ras. Gu Xia raised his hands in a placating gesture. We have brought upon ourselves profound suffering. I admit that we indeed possess a tendency towards self-destruction. Yet, as the Venusians have confirmed, we also have another side. A side filled with protection and warmth. A side that has always gazed sincerely at the stars. Humanity is both hunter and prey. Indeed, what might that entail? Death? Breath? Rulim scoffed. Let us begin with those eyes that grow forward, which seem to be the focus of your disdain. Unfazed by the collective scorn, Gu Xia maintained a tranquil tone. It evolved for deep perception, unrelated to hunting prey, and, merely coincidentally, also aids in tracking and hunting creatures, does it not? How fascinating, President Cudolin of the Malai interrupted him. Well, who among us might seem to suit your taste? An unidentifiable voice inquired. A chorus of like-minded leaders chimed in. The terms hostility and fear perfectly encapsulated their collective mindset. The shouts ranged from panic to accusations and insults, culminating in calls for bloody retribution. As the assembly descended into chaos, the soldiers of Kasia tensed, uncertain if this discord would provoke a violent response from the raiders. You come here merely to intimidate us? To spy on your enemies, do you not? You have abducted civilians of the Federation? Your first act of space exploration was to imprison the innocent. Carnivorous, filthy scoundrels. Your existence sullies the galaxy. Why did you attack the military bases of the Godalai Alliance? We should execute this beast. I wish to see its head roll. Gu Xia lowered his head, enduring a humiliation broadcasted across the galaxy, only deepening the audience's biases as they witnessed their leaders brazenly vilify the raiders. However, I noticed a few members seemed intrigued by humanity's words, a glimmer of hope amidst the turmoil silence. I promised I would allow it to speak, and I stand by my word, Chief Nikon bellowed. Gu Xia inhaled deeply, steadying himself. Thank you. Unlike the Raz, humanity is omnivorous, meaning our diet primarily consists of plants, vegetation, you understand. We can exist without relying on meat. But you still consume meat, do you not? Rulim shouted from the crowd, disregarding Nikon's glare. Indeed, but thanks to scientific advancements, we can cultivate meat in laboratories using cellular samples, Gu Xia quickly added. This signifies that we need not kill other beings. We have endeavored to fulfill our nutritional needs while doing our utmost to minimize harm. Displeasure flickered across the faces of the representatives, perhaps envisioning Gu Xia removing his mask, hunched over a corpse infested with maggots, blood dripping from his chin. With such perspectives, how could they take Gu Xia seriously? What if you knew someone was gnawing on a human thigh? What would you think? If he obtained it through human remains or cell cultivation, then I could forgive and understand. I respected Gu Xia's candor, yet it did not earn him any favor. Even I felt a shiver at the thought of Gu Xia munching on some creature's corpse, grateful he had not done so in my presence. An unsettling thought lingered in my mind. Did humanity find the Venusians delectable? Nikon bent over and vomited into the trash bin beneath his workstation. Cultivating meat in a jar? Let us change the subject. All right, I had hoped to have time to thoroughly introduce you to all the contents shared by President Tao, but I have already showcased our artistry, music, interpersonal relationships, philosophy, culture, architecture, and scientific achievements. You will find beauty in our creations and innovations. Gu Xia proclaimed. The experiments conducted by the Venusians have been uploaded, demonstrating that humanity possesses a wide and intricate spectrum of emotions, I added. You cannot condemn them as raiders simply because they possess the capacity for thought and perception. Merely due to their tumultuous history and certain biological traits that you scorn, such reasoning is sufficient for you. Rulim, brandishing his vibrant orange beak, proclaimed loudly, Enough! If cruelty and violence serve as justifications for the extinction of a species, then we ought to eradicate all of you. Gu Xia synchronized his holographic panel with the auditorium's projector, displaying a video. You wish to obliterate humanity yet have never heeded our voices, nor do you express any remorse. Were the roles reversed, how would you respond? What choices would you offer us? The screen illuminated footage captured by a handheld camera, showcasing a young human. Upon recognizing the individual in the footage, I discerned Gu Xia's intentions. Chapter 35. Success? In the video, Ma Tianyu gently cradled a pale pink Venusian infant in one arm, feeding it with a bottle. The little one eagerly suckled, while Ma Tianyu tenderly supported its tiny forelimb with his finger. Despite the leader's concerns that predators might suddenly abandon their disguises to devour them, their expressions softened at the sight of the adorable creature. This was Ma Tianyu, who willingly cared for children during his spare time, dreaming of becoming a veterinarian. Moreover, he had never tasted meat in his life. Ji Yuxia pressed a button, and the scene shifted to a news clip documenting Ma Tianyu being urgently transported to a medical facility. The wounds on his body were harrowing, starkly contrasting with his previous demeanor while caring for the child. It was difficult to believe that this battered figure was the same person. Gasps of astonishment filled the hall, and I perceived genuine sympathy from some beings, many of whom averted their gazes. Even those who desired humanity's extinction could not bear to witness such brutal mistreatment. Once the footage circulated throughout the galaxy, the entire universe would witness this scene. The film then focused on close-ups, bruises, a gaunt physique, and the burning neck beneath a suffocating collar. The final, unforgettable image was of Ma Tianyu unconscious on a hospital bed, with Warwick weeping beside him. This was all that your Federation's captain had inflicted upon a herbivorous human. Solif had tortured him and mocked his helplessness. Yet Ma Tianyu offered no resistance. Gu Xia's voice rose in anger as he shook his head in disdain. This was purely for the enjoyment of torturing humans, no different from the actions of the Herasians. Wait, we did not authorize Solif to act in such a manner. We never anticipated he would go this far. Nikon retorted, I demand a trial for Solif. According to your laws or ours, it matters not that if a human treated your kind in such a way, how would you feel? Regardless of your intentions, humanity must perish. Rulam scoffed. The entire plan is to eradicate you completely. Who has the authority to decide who lives and who dies? Who truly embodies the likeness of the Herasians? What image are you attempting to cultivate? Gu Xia paused, then confidently raised his hand. What are you afraid of? A predator devoid of aggression? A human who is utterly powerless? Or a primate with terrifying eyes? Cutulin flared his nostrils and exhaled. This is utterly absurd. Your entire argument is predicated on assumptions. This proves nothing. Indeed, it is hypothetical, yet perhaps we could become friends. I hope you will consider this. How can we trust that you won't betray us? Cutulin responded, a hint of fear lacing his voice. Then you must choose for yourselves. Without humanity's assistance, you shall inevitably falter in your war against the Herasians. Even if you believe your chances are slim. Humanity is your only hope for victory. We must unite against the Herasians, or we shall face mutual annihilation. Within the conference room, the attendees wore contemplative expressions, Gu Xia's words gradually resonating with them. He reserved the most persuasive point for last. When emotions could not sway the situation, he relied on objective facts. Even if all of this were merely a meticulously crafted ruse, falling into the trap would not substantively alter the course of battle. Nikon lightly tapped the microphone. Enough. Humanity. This concludes your time. Wait, I still wish to mention. No, given that some have persistently interrupted you, I have allowed you to exceed your speaking time. Very well, thank you. Gu Xia stepped down from the podium. Awaiting further instructions. Nikon's prior words echoed in my ears. Would the soldiers of Kolsha truly execute a human diplomat in cold blood after all this? Slowly exiting the conference room, I followed the illuminated path on the floor. Nikon stated, I have prepared accommodations for you. At least that humans shall remain there indefinitely until a final judgment is rendered. We emerged from the conference room, our faces betraying a sense of relief. Gu Xia noticed the emergency indicator light by his feet and silently proceeded forward, ascending the narrow staircase until he reached the accommodations. The residence arranged by Nikon was a fully equipped apartment, complete with a kitchen and bathroom, and 2 plates of fruit were placed atop the nightstand. They could have left Gu Xia to starve and imprisoned him in a filthy cell, yet they treated him with the same lavishness as others. Perhaps Gu Xia's speech had achieved some measure of success. He removed his goggles, the rough metal having left marks around his eyes after days of wear, and deep sadness flickered in his gaze. This was not the outcome he had desired. I have been striving so hard. This was my dream. I gently placed my paw on his shoulder. You have done exceptionally well, he sighed, but I do not feel that way. It seems as if nothing I say matters anymore. You are mistaken, a foreign voice interjected. Like most things in life, it is only a minority that clings to pessimistic rhetoric, the more foolish they are. The louder their voices tend to be. Gu Xia abruptly lifted his head, his gaze locking onto the figure of a Zonian by the door. The Zonian, a neighboring kin of the Venusians and Godillians, moved on all fours, draped in fluffy brown fur, with ears reminiscent of a juvenile. This visitor might have triggered Gu Xia's response to adorable beings, further heightening his awareness of his own fearsome eyes. Gu Xia hurriedly crouched to retrieve his goggles, covering his eyes with his hand, peeking through his fingers. Gu Xia fumbled with the glasses, appearing somewhat embarrassed. I apologize. I did not expect a guest so soon. There is no need to apologize. The male Zonian briefly averted his gaze, continuing, I am Josen, a scientist from the Galactic Federation Medical Research Institute. May I come in? Certainly, please do, Gu Xia replied. Before you took the stage? I had been whispering in our Prime Minister's ear, Josen explained. The experimental data of the Venusians is irrefutable. I empathize with your plight, and in light of this new evidence, Zon is willing to reconsider its stance on humanity. Really? Is there truly a species willing to accept humanity? Yes, the Zon government has expressed a desire to initiate diplomatic relations with humanity. Would you be amenable to this? The corners of Guxia's eyes crinkled slightly, a hint of a smile hidden beneath his mask. As long as he could prompt one race to alter its perspective, he felt his mission accomplished. Of course, we would be most willing. The doors to human diplomacy shall always remain open. Chapter 36. A frantic decision memory transcription subject. Venusian Space Corps soldier. Warwick date. Standardized human time September 23, 2136. Thanks to the destruction of the Godillian military base, human forces could traverse their star systems unimpeded. Peter recalled all ships to safeguard their cradle, delaying the assault on Earth temporarily. The Godillian border detection systems and defense networks were now incapacitated, and their sole strategy was to hold the planet. During our transit to the Godillian homeworld, I found the unruly behavior of the humans astonishing. Once among ordinary soldiers, their coarseness became apparent, with crude or derogatory remarks escaping their lips. Even Ma Tianyu exchanged some unsavory jokes with his companions. How could they engage in such frivolity at this critical juncture? Did they not possess a sense of urgency? Ma Tianyu and his new friend Taishan were engaged in some sort of game, which I found difficult to comprehend. Gunfire erupted from the speakers as Ma Tianyu's character struck an enemy, his expression transforming into one of unrestrained joy, while his opponent resorted to curses. The screen depicted bullets piercing through the enemy's head from a side angle, their body gradually collapsing. Why do Earthlings take pleasure in simulated slaughter and warfare? I detest witnessing my friend in such a state. Reflecting on it, the raucous noise produced by humans generally unsettled me. I preferred when Ma Tianyu could stroke my fur, yet I was reluctant to leap into his arms and risk causing him embarrassment. Based on my recent understanding, human males are taught not to display emotions in public. When Taishan hurled insults at Ma Tianyu, the latter merely grinned, while my ears drooped in dismay. I felt alone, as if trapped within a dreadful cage. Perhaps the novelty has faded, and my earthly companions have grown weary of me. To the denizens of Earth, we are merely a burden, as they must treat the Venusians with tenderness, unable to reveal their true selves. Are you all right? Ma Tianyu inquired softly. Leaning closer to me, I shook my head. Notice at the video games that make you uncomfortable? Do you find them filled with violence, akin to marauders? Yes, ever since I boarded this ship, you have changed. I feel as though I ought to remain here. Ma Tianyu shook his head, a scoff escaping his lips, a unique smile gracing his face. Don't mock me. You utter such foolish words, of course I must laugh at you. How is it foolish? Did you not express a desire to avoid my company? Warwick, it was you who distanced yourself from me, even refusing to wag your tail in my presence, as if any contact with me repulsed you. Thus, I chose to keep my distance as well. Did you not say you desired personal space? For this journey, I have perused numerous tomes on human psychology, which state that you abhor intimacy. I do not wish to embarrass you before others. That applies to humans interacting with one another, but you are different, for you are adorable. I could not help but chuckle softly. I was rather stressed, barely realizing that it was I who had initially distanced myself from Ma Tianyu. While he was merely respecting my wishes, I observed him, yet you seem to enjoy the company of others more. I hope you maintain that I am merely striving to comprehend them, as I will be fighting alongside them. And I do not wish to be seen as a pitiable entity due to my— Ma Tianyu gestured towards his scar. Condition. Is that so? You humans are indeed peculiar. Quite peculiar. I apologize for making you feel ostracized. Brother, I am sorry as well. Before I could respond, Ma Tianyu lifted me onto the sofa, petting me with abandon. Come, let us have another round. Taishan attempted to pull Ma Tianyu down from the sofa. You cannot win. Go practice on your own. Ma Tianyu scratched my forehead, then said. The room was abruptly plunged into darkness, the lights extinguished in an instant. The ship jolted violently, and the long-limbed humans grasped nearby furniture to maintain their balance. It must be the Godillians' defense system that struck us. This means we have entered their orbit. In the dim light, the features of the humans were shrouded in shadow. The only thing I could discern was the faint glimmer in Ma Tianyu's eyes and the swift silhouette of his arm, as he held me tightly to prevent me from falling. I reminded myself not to faint as I did when faced with the Helas. I should keep an eye on Ma Tianyu. I cannot freeze in the face of imminent danger every time. Such behavior could endanger many in a war. Another tremor shook us, the ceiling creaking ominously, the ship's shield buzzing from the assault, suffering some damage. The fierce bombardment from the Godillians indicated that the human soldiers attacking from the surface must take action promptly. as the main ship could no longer approach an adequate position. Have the Gordillians discovered us so swiftly? Tyshawn bellowed. What of the ship we dispatched as bait? Was it not meant to divert their defensive forces? I drooped my ears. They must have anticipated your tactics, cunning and deceptive. It is your hallmark. There is no need to speak so sinisterly. We merely seek a tactical advantage. Do you think I am a monster? Just as Solif and Zom believe? No, you know I would never think that. I know. There is something I wish to tell you, but not now. It shall remain our secret, all right? Fine, very well, I shall not forget. Ma Tianyu gently set me down now. I must bind you to my back and administer a tranquilizer. Everything will be fine, I assure you. What? I scrambled backward in panic. Why? You need not knock me out. I will not be a hindrance. Ma Tianyu tightened the straps on his back. We are going to jump from the fighter jet in the upper atmosphere. You surely would not wish to experience that while awake. What? I thought that was a jest. We do not joke about military operations, Tyshawn remarked with a chuckle, and my body trembled with fear. My tail clamped tightly between my legs, my stomach churning, the bile rising in my throat. This is suicide. Any rational being, even a Helas, would not choose to free fall from such heights. Do humans not fear plummeting to their deaths? Perhaps this is their nature? To leap from great heights upon their prey? You will not remember any of this, Ma Tianyu said as he approached me. You will merely sleep, and upon awakening, you will find yourself on the ground, swiftly, rest assured. The shield had failed, and the ship was struck violently again by the enemy. Tilting to one side, faced with despair, I had two choices: to be consumed by flames or succumb to the drug-induced stupor. The only image that flickered in my mind was that of myself. A mere puddle of blood upon the ground. I cannot allow this, not even Ma Tianyu. I plan to make them abandon me and find another way. Suddenly, I felt a sharp pain in my neck, and I could not help but cry out in surprise at this sudden agony. Seeing Ma Tianyu lean over me, the needle piercing my skin, a terrified scream erupted from my throat. No. Please, Tianyu. My eyelids grew heavy, my vision dimming. The last thing I remembered was collapsing into Ma Tianyu's embrace as he carried me toward the abyss. Chapter 37. War amidst the chaotic and uncontrollable cacophony of screams. I gradually awakened, the dying wails of prey echoing in my ears. The heavy sound of running feet on the grass filled my surroundings, creatures fleeing in terror, the whizzing of bullets punctuating the air as humans clashed with the Gordillians. I was alive and seemingly unscathed, yet it was not yet time to rejoice. Judging by the scene before me, the enemy was frantically fleeing from their military base. The sentries and watchtowers erected to repel the previous Helas assault proved utterly useless against the human airborne incursion. The human federal forces easily seized control of this military installation, expanding their occupied territory, a scenario far removed from what the humans had anticipated regarding the defensive capabilities of the federal-led forces. No one foresaw that humans would descend from the sky, landing precisely within the heart of their stronghold. Many Gordillian soldiers were thrown into a state of panic, even as their leader attempted to restore order. A majority discarded their weapons, opting to surrender. Humans thrived in ground warfare, and in this unexpected assault, the enemy found no refuge. The Gordillians had the capacity to resist against the Helas, capable of downing their warships and scouting traps while preemptively countering Helas attacks. But this was different. The human incursion shattered their resolve. Surveying the area, the bodies of Gordillian soldiers lay strewn about, many riddled with bullet wounds, their innards ruptured, agonizingly collapsing into pools of blood. Humans were omnipresent, perfectly encircling their prey. Is this truly the relentless nature that humanity has perpetuated throughout history? Has this brutal disposition been deeply etched into their DNA? Warwick, you are awake. Tyshan's voice startled me from behind. Calm down. Once you are more alert, I will provide you with a handgun. Remember to protect yourself. The wave of panic surged within me. Where is Ma Tianyu? Over there. He pointed towards a distant spot. Ma Tianyu lay on his side, a communicator pressed against his cheek, a scoped rifle tucked under his arm, poised to eliminate any Gordillian soldier attempting to re-enter the battlefield. He spotted a group of enemy soldiers gathering just beyond his range, relaying their coordinates in a hoarse voice through the communicator. A small aircraft descended from the sky, its size too small to accommodate a pilot. It was unmanned yet effortlessly evaded Gordillian anti-aircraft fire. Could this possibly be some sort of killing machine created by humans? Indeed, bullets rained down accompanied by a series of explosive thuds, followed by the deafening sound of a missile detonation as the aircraft erupted beneath the enemy's feet. The air thickened with smoke, limbs, entrails, and earth scattering from the center of the explosion. It appeared that humans were not inclined to grant their enemies time to regroup or formulate plans. Is this their military? Ma Tianyu remarked disdainfully. After we landed, their soldiers were systematically eradicated. Those who survived fell into panic. I did not understand. Did they not realize that the more frantic they became, the more likely they were to meet their demise? You have shown them true hell. Chaos has ensued, and fleeing is their only option. For any being, when confronted with a sudden threat, it is easy to lapse into a state of unconscious stupor. Even the most intelligent of races can regress into a pack of primal animals when surrounded. Instinct drives them to run, yet they know not where to flee. Once one person bolts in a particular direction, others will inevitably follow, as they remain at a loss. Individuals like myself, who are prone to remain motionless, often find themselves becoming mere fodder, ruthlessly trampled upon. Upon my enlistment in the Venus Space Corps, a significant portion of my training was devoted to overcoming my inherent frailties in virtual reality simulations. It was a common occurrence for the Herasians to advance from all directions. My task was to maintain composure and execute each movement judiciously. The young Godillian recruits, terrified by the presence of humans, found their escape routes obstructed, and their primal instincts compelled them to break through the threats in response. The humans concentrated their fire upon the advancing Godillian soldiers, forcing them to retreat. I hope you can forgive me for dragging you out of the spacecraft without your consent. Ma Tianyu pouted, expressing that he did not wish for you to enter the battlefield. Yet remaining aboard the ship would inevitably lead to your demise. It as well, I reassured, my ears pressed to my head. The thought of awakening to discover your injury would be utterly terrifying. Oh, Taishan remarked with a grotesque grin, the Venusians are indeed gentle. I find myself longing for one, though not speak thus. The Venusians are good companions, but they are not possessions. No one can claim ownership over them. Even amid their conversation, their gazes remained fixated on the battlefield. A group of Godillian soldiers was taking cover behind a large tree several hundred meters away, firing upon us, compelling us to crouch down. Ma Tianyu's breathing grew rapid, and the muzzle of his gun shifted slightly. Calling for support would squander precious resources, as he seemed to believe he could eliminate the enemy on his own. His fingers slowly moved to the trigger, a barely perceptible smile gracing his face. Was he relishing this conflict? Was it akin to playing those video games? He, along with humanity, possessed a side of which I had been previously unaware. If a test were conducted now, their aggression would likely be alarmingly high. They appeared ravenous? Taishan followed Ma Tianyu's movements, resting his chin against the ground, aiming at their target, their actions synchronizing seamlessly. As natural pack hunters, they swiftly pulled the trigger, sending bullets into the heads of their targets. Witnessing humanity's satisfaction with their lethal accomplishments filled me with revulsion. What joy could there be in killing? Chapter 38. Civilian casualties. The Godillian base's air defense systems have been rendered inoperative and are now under the control of the United Nations. Team 13, proceed into the Godillian settlement. Enemy reinforcements are expected to arrive before sunset. A male human voice crackled over the radio, instructing us to commence the occupation of the city, cautioning that numerous civilians are fleeing. I could not comprehend why the human commander would inform the soldiers of fleeing civilians. Was it to shoot them or to apprehend them? Warwick, the commander's intent is for us to discern which targets to engage. It is currently difficult to distinguish between fleeing civilians and cowardly deserters. Ma Tianyu did not even turn his head. At times, I found myself curious about how he perceived us. We could not harm civilians indiscriminately. My confusion deepened. Had I spoken aloud? Ma Tianyu seemed to read my thoughts. Was my anxiety so transparent? Perhaps it was, as the unease within me was undoubtedly reflected on my countenance. This war left me shaken, for it unveiled the cruel, predatory nature inherent in humanity. Then, why are you invading this settlement? I stammered. Capturing this city will disrupt their supply chain. We seek to compel their surrender, not to engage in protracted conflict. The two humans brushed off the dust from their clothing and climbed back up the grassy hillock. As we merged with other human squads, my heart raced. Numerous pairs of fearful eyes regarded me with curiosity. Unlike the Venus forces I had previously served alongside, none of the soldiers here exhibited panic or tears, which set them apart. I sat in a human vehicle, swiftly advancing toward the Godillian city. Noticing my confusion, Ma Tianyu explained that the ground vehicles had been airdropped. They served as armored units to clear the roads. The journey to the outskirts of the city was brief, yet the horrific sights along the way were harrowing. I witnessed several humans dragging a Godillian soldier, his head shrouded in a bag. How do you treat surrendered Godillians and the wounded? I could not help but inquire. Do you see those individuals with red crosses on their sleeves? They are medical personnel, Taishan clarified. If you are injured, you can seek them out. Was this even a proper answer? I wore a bewildered expression. Ma Tianyu sighed, stating that any surrendering individuals would be detained, while the wounded soldiers would receive care from the medical teams. Upon hearing Ma Tianyu's response, my anxieties eased. It seemed my concerns that humans might mistreat captives or abandon the injured were somewhat unfounded. The vehicle came to an abrupt halt. Branches, barricades, and spike strips were laid across the road, attempting to impede our progress. We were compelled to disembark. Unable to walk, Ma Tianyu draped my limbs across his neck and carried me onward. As I beheld the conditions within the city, a wave of nausea washed over me. According to the map provided by Venus, there were two exits from the city, the South Gate and the North Gate. The South Gate was expansive, accommodating 3 vehicles side by side. Yet when tens of thousands attempted to flee through it, it became a bottleneck. The bodies of civilians lay sprawled at the city gate, many of whom were children, their skulls fractured and limbs shattered. Semi-conscious individuals crawled desperately, striving to escape the encroaching human soldiers. As humanity might say, they resembled fish trapped in a barrel. Were these atrocities committed by other species? Or was Ma Tianyu misrepresenting their intentions? As we drew closer, I discerned that some of the corpses bore wounds resembling claw marks, paw prints embedded in the pools of blood. The city was in the throes of slaughter. Yet it was not the work of humans. I could scarcely fathom the despair of the residents as they frantically fled before the marauders' arrival. What is this? Taishan gasped. Ma Tianyu lowered his rifle. Why would the Godillians abandon their children, allowing them to bleed out on the streets? It appeared that humanity did not derive joy from the casualties of civilians. I hung my head in shame. Having initially believed them responsible for these horrors, I am sorry. Ma Tianyu merely grunted in response, ignoring me as he approached a Godillian child. She wept, searching for her mother, tears streaming down her cheeks. Her legs were crushed from being trampled, her body marred with wounds. Ma Tianyu knelt beside the child, slowly removing his helmet. Hello, little one. I am Ma Tianyu. What is your name? Don't eat me, help, mommy, she sobbed. No one will harm you. Ma Tianyu reassured, retrieving a plush toy characteristic of the Venusians from his backpack and carefully offering it to the child. What is your name? I was too weary to question why he possessed such a toy. Given his myriad of perplexing behaviors, the Godillian girl gazed at him with suspicion before tightly clutching the soft toy to her chest. Perhaps my presence atop this fearsome predator provided some measure of comfort. Lilia, she sniffled. My mother says you are bad people. Lilia, what a lovely name. However, parents are not always correct, Ma Tianyu replied. Lilia groaned in pain. How did you get those scars? And you look very fierce. It is because one of your officers thought he appeared frightening. So he was subjected to torment, I explained. They locked him in a cage and electrocuted him, and— Stop, Ma Tianyu interjected. She is just a child. She does not need to hear this. He produced an inhaler from his bag and handed it to Lilia. Here, inhale this. It will help alleviate your pain. Just because your eyes look scary, you were hurt? She asked, sucking on the inhaler, scrutinizing the human before her. That hardly seems fair, Ma Tianyu blinked, a hint of confusion in his gaze. Indeed, it is quite unfair. We merely hope that your leaders do not seek to kill us. We are here to prevent them from destroying our homes. Other human soldiers were also tending to the injured civilians, swiftly erecting temporary medical tents to provide emergency care to those still alive. This was the humanity I had come to know, compassionate, unwilling to abandon the wounded. If the Federation were to witness humanity's mercy, they might be inclined to acknowledge their prejudices. Then, if you do not wish to consume me, could you help treat my leg? Lilia implored pitifully. A glimmer of tears shone in Ma Tianyu's eyes. Of course, we will do our utmost to help you find your parents. Humanity had no obligation to offer assistance to civilians. Yet their elite soldiers eagerly provided aid, prioritizing the care of children. If the world were to reflect this, humanity's tender treatment of civilians would surely permeate local broadcasts. Should public opinion regarding humanity begin to shift, how ironically amusing that would be? At this moment, Soraf must surely be experiencing a tremendous headache. Chapter 39. The ambush following humanity's initial occupation of the city, Godillian reinforcements poured in like a relentless tide. Humanity's strategic advantage lay in their ability to rain artillery fire upon enemy positions without restraint. Whereas the enemy hesitated, fearful of inflicting harm upon civilians, in a bid to counter the threat posed by unmanned aerial vehicles, the supporting troops resorted to the manual launch of surface-to-air missiles. Complicating humanity's efforts for precise strikes, it has come to my attention that the majority of the Godalai politicians have fled to an undisclosed bunker, signifying the loss of humanity's primary objective. Resolute in their determination to hold their ground, the humans occupied open vantage points, unleashing a barrage of gunfire upon the advancing Godalai soldiers. Despite the heavy toll, the enemy was unable to breach humanity's defenses. With neither side able to gain the upper hand, the situation descended into a stalemate. "Warwick, why are you not eating?" came the muffled voice of Tyshawn, his mouth full of food. He was voraciously shoveling brown morsels into his mouth, piece by piece, consuming real, tangible meat as though it were the most natural thing in the world. In a wonder, Matianu had taken Lilia away for a private meal and advised me to eat alone. When Tyshawn invited me to join him, I reluctantly acquiesced, not wanting to appear rude. However, I had never anticipated his utter engrossment in this savage feast. The sight of him gnawing on those meat chunks instantly extinguished my appetite. A wave of nausea surged through me, and I ultimately lost my dinner. Tyshawn, startled by my reaction, rushed to my side, gently patting my back while murmuring words of comfort. "Are you all right?" he whispered. "I didn't expect you to be unwell." After such behavior, how could he still attempt to mimic the actions of a normal person? I could only perceive him as a repugnant predator, and I had to summon all my strength to refrain from kicking him in the gut. Spitting out the remnants of my vomit, I declared, "I want you to leave." "All right, I'll fetch Matianu to look after you," Tyshawn replied, hastily departing. With his absence, I felt a wave of relief wash over me. Making a concerted effort to avert my gaze from the remnants of his meal. Most of the humans here subsisted on meat, as it constituted a standard part of their diet, while Matianu was a rare exception, a perfect vegetarian, whose company brought me a sense of security. Matianu approached, cradling the slumbering Lilia in his arms. The young Godalai girl had her leg encased in plaster, but after several days of recovery, she appeared much improved. Surprisingly, even under the predatory shadow, the spines on her back lay flat against her. Matianu caressed her bristles, unperturbed by the possibility of them springing forth to injure him. "Tianyu," I called out despondently. His gaze fell upon the table, incredulity etched across his face. "What is this? You've brought meat into Warwick's vicinity?" Tyshawn glanced at his plate. No wonder he vomited. I had entirely forgotten this detail. "My apologies, Warwick, get out, and take your food with you," Matianu scolded vehemently. Lilia stirred, prompting Matianu to swiftly shield her eyes to protect her from the sight of Tyshawn's earlier repast. Tyshawn hurriedly gathered his food and fled the scene. I drooped my ears. "I'm sorry for making you angry at your companion." "Never mind, it was his fault. Let's step outside for some fresh air," Matianu suggested. "You'll feel better." Matianu and I strolled beneath the starlit sky. My spirits began to lift. He gently scratched Lilia's nose, eliciting peals of laughter from her. Clearly, he held great affection for this Godalai girl. Despite his complex feelings towards Solif and the entire Godalai race, at tea times, I find it challenging to comprehend his thoughts. "If you're happy, clap your hands," Matianu hummed softly while glancing at me. Lilia giggled and playfully tapped his chest, though that hardly seemed to align with the lyrics. Suddenly, two brilliant orange beams erupted on the horizon, striking the most densely populated areas of the city. Matianu's song abruptly ceased as he stared at the explosion site, while terror filled my eyes. Were humans not opposed to widespread bombardment? Why would they orchestrate an invasion merely for this? Or was it a fit of rage stemming from their failure to capture their desired political targets? Before I could ponder further, more bombs rained down upon the city in a frenzied assault. Several spacecraft streaked across the sky, leaving trails behind as they sought a flat expanse on the outskirts of the city, likely intending to deploy ground forces for an offensive. Humans possessed no such vessels and would not attack in this manner. Which indicated, all Earth Coalition forces retreat to the evacuation point. The United Nations fleet is engaged in aerial combat with the Herasians. A terse command crackled over the radio, confirming my worst fears. They aim to reduce this planet to ashes. Any semblance of opportunity would serve as a pretext for the Herasians to launch a ferocious assault. They must have sensed something amiss from the destruction of the Godalai border outpost. And as they seamlessly entered the planet's orbit, the notion of annihilation began to take root. Fear coursed through my veins. After enduring this harrowing war, now I had to contend with the threat of these ash-colored fiends. I felt on the verge of collapse. Meanwhile, United Nations soldiers in the camp swiftly donned their gear and armed themselves, unperturbed by the prospect of staining their hands with Herasian blood. Engaging the Herasians was the very reason most humans had joined the Earth Coalition. This is dire. We must evacuate as many people as possible, Ma Tianyu asserted, but for now, I intend to take you two away from here. You are my utmost priority. As Lilia's spines rose. Ma Tianyu withdrew his hand, his palms stained with speckles of blood. Nevertheless, he steadied his hold on Lilia, even kneeling so I could climb onto his back. However, the weight seemed somewhat burdensome for him. As he gasped for breath and advanced with labored steps. Given the current predicament, I chose to dismount, uncertain of my ability to match his pace, yet allowing Lilia to descend would yield no hope. Her injured leg could hardly support her weight. Tianyu knelt again. Warwick, I won't abandon you. I can manage. Just look after Lilia. I'll be fine. I insisted, trying to appear strong. I followed closely behind Ma Tianyu, convinced my slender legs could keep pace with him. Suddenly, two hands grasped me from behind, causing me to yelp in fright. I whirled around, baring my teeth, ready to bite the assailant. But upon realizing it was Taishan, I halted. Chapter 40. Successful evacuation. A chill coursed down my spine. I dreaded the thought of this carnivore touching me with his filthy hands, yet following him seemed the best course of action. So I endured the uncomfortable contact. Tianyu, noticing my discomfort, hesitated before addressing Taishan. Can you carry Warwick? Absolutely. Not a single one of us can be left behind. We all need to stick together, Taishan replied. He hoisted me onto his back and began to jog, with Ma Tianyu close behind. After a few minutes of running, Taishan's breathing grew increasingly labored, yet his speed remained unyielding, with only a few droplets of sweat glistening on his neck. Humans truly are remarkable. Upon successfully regrouping with the main forces, the human soldiers escorted the retreating convoy, safeguarding the vulnerable civilians behind them while vigilantly scanning for threats, refusing to scatter into individual skirmishes. A significant number of Godalai had embraced the Earth Coalition's warnings regarding the Herasian threat and joined their ranks. Perhaps they felt indebted, as many were civilians who would have perished without human intervention. I was not surprised to see that Ma Tianyu was not the only human carrying an alien child. Little brother Ma, Lilia exclaimed in fear. Where are we going? We're heading to a safe place. Don't be afraid, Ma Tianyu panted, accepting the nickname. However, should I attempt to call him that, his reaction would likely differ considerably. You need to be brave. Think of it as a grand adventure, with me around. You will be safe. Perched on Taishan's back, I observed Ma Tianyu. The endeavor to escape from the orbital assault held no semblance of adventure. It was entirely possible that none of us would survive this planet. A bomb could descend upon us at any moment, obliterating us into oblivion. More and more Herasian ships pierced the atmosphere, eager to decimate the panicked survivors. They ravaged cities across various planets, filling transport ships with captives, executing those who could not be accommodated. I had heard such tales far too many times. Why are so many Herasian ships able to breach the atmosphere while ours cannot? I questioned. Taishan sighed. That is because although we have commandeered the Godalai defense systems, we have yet to learn how to utilize them. Thus we cannot intercept the Herasian vessels. Boom. An enormous explosion erupted a kilometer away, causing my ears to involuntarily recoil. Fortunately, we had managed to escape that perilous situation. Had we lingered a few moments longer, we might have been reduced to cinders. Human soldiers carved a path through the local orchard, which sprawled across vast expanses of land beyond the city. As they traversed rows of fruit-laden trees, they approached a wheat field, a suitable landing site for human spacecraft. The sooner we could vacate this accursed planet, the better. I could scarcely imagine the anguish the Godillians must feel, knowing their homeland is on the brink of ruin, yet the die has been cast. Survival is of paramount importance. An anxious murmur arose from ahead, prompting the procession to slow. My gaze fixated on a group of individuals dispersing to search for isolated civilians. Though I had never laid eyes on a Herasian before, I was certain that they were. Their resilient gray skin was taut and covered in scales, forming ridges along their spines. Their elongated V-shaped snouts were well suited for swiftly capturing prey. Even with their mouths tightly shut, serrated fangs protruded ominously. Their pitch-black eyes narrowed to slits, enhancing their ability to track their quarry. They moved bipedally, their steps heavy, yet they could lunge forward with astonishing speed, and my attention was drawn to a Herasian soldier, who was tearing into the abdomen of an elderly Godillian with his mouth. The Godillian was still alive, his screams piercing the distance. A young Godillian was being dragged away, left with no choice but to be used for breeding or reduced to slavery. "Monsters!" Lilia cried out. "I want to go home." "It's all right, don't be afraid." Ma Tianyu reassured Lilia patiently, becoming her sole pillar of support in that moment. The leading human soldiers advanced stealthily, gesturing for everyone to proceed. As we entered the Herasians' olfactory range, their nostrils began to flare rapidly. When their gaze fell upon the human soldiers, they did not immediately launch an attack. A strange glimmer of curiosity flickered in their eyes. Would they perceive these fragile beings as a threat? The human soldiers resolutely opened fire on the Herasians and took cover behind the trees in the orchard, drawing the Herasians' attention and providing us with a chance to escape. We dashed toward the open ground, praying that the hovering ship above was our allied, as if graced by Lady Luck. 3 vessels adorned with the Earth Alliance insignia descended upon the wheat field. At the edge of my vision, human soldiers were engaged in fierce combat with the Herasians, several of them collapsing helplessly to the ground. The time they had bought us was a mere 30 seconds. We had to board the ship swiftly, but the Herasians had already seen through the soldiers' diversionary tactics and began firing at us in that moment. I wished fervently that I could possess the narrow-mindedness of a human, so I wouldn't have to witness all the horrors and death unfolding around me. Taishan summoned his strength and propelled me toward the ship, my gaze fixed on the entrance where dozens clamored to enter, resulting in a tight bottleneck that severely hampered our efficiency. The ship's engines roared to life, and I was horrified to find no sign of Ma Tianyu. "Wait, where is Ma Tianyu?" I shouted to the pilot, urging him to halt. Ignoring any potential danger, I dashed to the window. I saw Ma Tianyu supporting an injured human soldier as he hurried toward the ship, cradling that Godillian girl in his arms. Bullets whizzed past him, one striking his arm, yet he refused to relinquish his hold, gritting his teeth as he boarded the vessel at the last possible moment. The instant Ma Tianyu stepped onto the ship, he collapsed, emitting a series of groans. His face was etched with agony, and I rushed to his side, only to discover his arm was gushing crimson blood. I could scarcely believe it. Was Ma Tianyu dying? "Little brother Ma, your arm is wet." Lilia crouched beside him, touching his wound. "It's so sticky." "Is it?" he replied, forcing a smile. "Don't worry, I'm fine." Ma Tianyu succumbed to unconsciousness, a fresh crimson stain blossoming on his thigh. He had been shot twice. Why must he always play the hero whenever the Herasians appeared? Fortunately, the bullets had not struck any vital areas. As long as we could staunch the bleeding, he should survive. At that moment, the ship began to ascend, and I hurried to find medical personnel to tend to Ma Tianyu. After urgent treatment, he was temporarily out of danger, and my heart finally eased. The efforts of humanity should not be underestimated. Yet the Godillian population numbered in the billions. Even if a miraculous escape allowed 100,000 Godillians to flee, the casualty figures would be staggering. The once mighty force of the Federation now possessed but a fraction of its former strength. A species teetering on the brink of extinction overnight. But what was more concerning now was that the Herasians had become aware of another predator's existence. The pursuit of humanity had become their primary objective. Chapter 41 Diary Memory Transcript Subject President of the Veneral Republic, Tal Date, Standardized Human Time September 28, 2136. It has been 18 days since that brief speech, and Gu Xia has not stepped outside his room even once. I have attempted to divert his attention by engaging him in alien games or television shows. Though he has never uttered a word of complaint, I can still sense his inner turmoil. Jorson visits daily as the appointed ambassador of Zuin to Earth. He has conducted numerous personality tests on Gu Xia and posed a plethora of philosophical and ethical questions, eager to absorb all knowledge pertaining to Earth and humanity. Gu Xia willingly cooperated with Jorson, as it allowed him to temporarily escape the agony of waiting. When Jorson administered standard academic assessments in mathematics and science, he was astonished to discover that Gu Xia's scores placed him in the top 20%. This far exceeded expectations for a species centuries behind the Federation in knowledge. Today, the Prime Minister of Zuin spoke at the Federation Assembly, sharing this newfound revelation. I hope he will be the last speaker at the Assembly, as discussions on human interaction have dragged on for far too long. Yet this also signifies that not everyone in the Federation desires war with humanity. Gu Xia yawned, penning the final line in his diary. Throughout the waiting period for judgment, he had been recording his thoughts, yet he refused to let me glimpse a single word. I longed to understand his true feelings. His excessive secrecy piqued my curiosity. I am tired. Wake me when the Federation's execution squad arrives, Gu Xia said sarcastically. Good night. I observed the faint shadow beneath his eyes. Good night. Sweet dreams. Gu Xia tucked his notebook into the drawer of the living room table and slowly walked into the bedroom. I waited for his footsteps to fade, and after a few seconds of running water in the bathroom, a heavy thud sounded as his body landed on the mattress. My heart raced again. Driven by curiosity to peruse his diary, Gu Xia would never know that I had stolen a glance at his writings. The Federation's condemnation of humanity had already dealt him a grave blow, and I needed to understand him better. I took a deep breath, silently counting down from 200. Once I was certain Gu Xia had succumbed to slumber, my hand slowly reached toward the table, and the drawer slid open soundlessly. I gently lifted the diary, telling myself that merely glancing at it should bear no consequence. I flipped to a page and began to read the first entry that caught my eye. September 17th. I inadvertently revealed a smile that frightened Jorson into fleeing. I felt quite guilty, until hurried after him to explain the meaning behind that expression. Although this Zuanian has been striving to accept me, deep down, like others, he harbors fear of humanity. Why must I don that mask? Why can I find no refuge? Why does everyone recoil from me, from us? As I gazed at my reflection in the mirror, I began to see myself as a predator. If humanity could indeed become a formidable presence in the galaxy, I wonder if I would still yearn for peace. No, I crave a peaceful future, but it remains far out of reach. No one is willing to accept humanity. Even the Venusians still regard us with trepidation. I constantly tread on eggshells around them, fearful of inadvertently frightening them, for they are fragile and sensitive. Sometimes I drop my guard, yet the outcomes are often disappointing. Tal once candidly stated that he found me an ugly creature, and no matter how I tried to forget, regardless of how joyously we laughed or how well we conversed, that is how he perceives me. Any affection is merely one-sided. I must always remember this. Now, although humanity and the Venusians have become allies, and the Venusians are indeed friendly, they ultimately cannot coexist peacefully with a predator. Perhaps a superior being, a more outstanding race, would choose to liberate them, and then never show themselves again. As for me, I can only continue to wallow in this lie, pretending that we can forge friendships in the cosmos. Dream on. I was taken aback. These words appeared deeply disheartened, starkly contrasting with the optimistic persona he typically displayed. Could it be that Gu Xia's self-perception is so low? Or is it my influence? The remark I made to Liesel was merely a jest to alleviate his tension. Perhaps prolonged confinement had filled his mind with strange thoughts. He should have been more optimistic before the speech. To validate my suspicions, I flipped through several pages until I came across an even earlier entry. On September 16th, Liesel was in excruciating pain due to my proximity. Yet what could I do? Should I hurl myself into the void of space? Goggles and masks would prove futile. Interacting with extraterrestrial beings is indeed a perplexing dilemma. I find myself vacillating over how many human traits I should retain. Knowing that the Federation would undoubtedly trumpet our arrival, I worry that when children see me on television, they might be frightened. Yet, I am likely to be immortalized on posters, branded as the new enemy of the Federation, thus revealing to all what another predator, humans, looks like. During our initial contact, the questions posed by Tal left me momentarily stunned, and the subsequent inquiries would only become more intricate. Out of goodwill, Extending a hand to humanity has cost his race all its allies. Leaving only 2 predators as companions, humanity has proven disappointing in every aspect. He surely must regret this decision daily. Even before commencing my speech, I felt my words would bear little weight. I could not fathom why I was so nervous. For I knew they were merely afraid. Cough. A sharp, jarring cough erupted from behind me, as Gu Xia crossed his arms, glaring at me with a pallid face. That was my private matter, Gu Xia exclaimed angrily, causing my ears to droop in fear. This was the first time I had seen him so furious. You cannot simply rummage through my belongings. Were you not asleep? Instinctively, I took a step back. Flinging my notebook onto the table, I see you are quite agitated but refuse to express your feelings, so I can only resort to this method to understand you. Yet, you promised me you wouldn't pry into my diary, which is why I left it in the living room, and now, he lamented, are you satisfied now? You indeed found some gossip in this notebook, Gu Xia. You cannot fathom how grateful I am to have encountered you. I whimpered, my tail tucked between my legs. You humans have never disappointed me. You are friends worth protecting, even if it means opposing the entire Federation. Tal, your sense of morality and compassion forbids you from expressing your true feelings. Yet please cease the pretense. When you are near me, suppressing your instincts makes you appear unafraid, correct? Indeed, my initial impression of you was less than favorable, but now I find you utterly perfect, which is why I sought to be the human ambassador. Since arriving on Alpha Star, I have been deeply concerned for you. Are you serious? Truly? Are you saying that you no longer regard me as a predator? You are my kind and charming friend. When I look at you, that is all I see. Can he not comprehend that my timidity, like certain traits he possesses, is a part of me? Admittedly, it is a formidable hurdle, yet humanity must surely see the tremendous effort we have expended in this regard. Our proactive contact should serve as evidence that the remnants of fear in my heart have all but dissipated. Chapter 42. The beginning of a rift as I reached out my claws to embrace Gu Xia. His breath hitched, revealing a moment of hesitation, his demeanor betraying fatigue and frustration. I insisted on wrapping my claws around him, and he reluctantly opened his arms to reciprocate, relaxing under my comfort. Gu Xia retracted his hand. Tal, I must insist. Please refrain from indiscriminately sifting through my personal belongings without permission. I understand. I apologize, I murmured softly. You are truly incorrigible, Gu Xia replied with a resigned shake of his head. You really can do as you please. With that, Gu Xia languidly reclined on the sofa, closing his weary eyes. The creases on his face smoothed out as I observed his breathing gradually steady, and my eyelids began to grow heavy. Just as I was on the verge of slumber, the door to the room was suddenly flung open, and soldiers from Kixia stood at the threshold. Upon seeing Gu Xia bolt upright, their eyes fixed on him. Gu Xia forced himself to regain composure, raising his hands in confusion. Noticing the guards gesturing for him to approach, he instinctively reached for his goggles. I shot him a glance, snatched the goggles away, and with all my strength hurled the metal goggles against the wall, relishing the gratifying sound of shattering as they broke into 2 pieces. My baffling actions left Gu Xia somewhat bewildered. Without the goggles, he dared not approach the soldiers. He gulped, reaching again for the mask, and I scratched at his arm with my claws, shaking my head to convey a human gesture of negation. Gu Xia appeared to waver but ultimately stood up from the sofa. This time, the vigilant Kixia did not blind him with bright lights. A soldier commanded, "Follow me." We then proceeded along the path back to the conference hall. The air within the hall was thick with fervent discussions, the cacophony audible from 100 paces away. The guards pointed towards the podium, and Gu Xia obediently ascended to the stage, where astonished gasps erupted from the crowd as they beheld the unadulterated visage of a human. The previously aggressive representative of the Croco race, Rilamu, was now unleashing furious screams at Gu Xia. "We apologize for the delay," Chief Nikon spoke in a cordial tone. "This is an unprecedented situation, making it challenging for us to reach any decisions. Gu Xia, ambassador of the human race, are you satisfied with your treatment here?" Gu Xia bowed his head slightly, expressing contentment. "Thank you for your warm hospitality. Well, I shall certainly not allow any acts of cruelty towards captives like those inflicted by the Gadorians to transpire on my territory." Nikon waved his indigo tentacles. "The Federation has sought opinions from all quarters on this matter. We have reviewed your shared data, consulted our records, and brought in numerous experts as witnesses. Their viewpoints seemed to be in significant conflict. I stated, indeed, historians, xenobiologists, psychologists, zoologists, sociologists, lawyers, economists, we have invited experts from various fields. Some who were trapped on the primary planet of Venus also came to testify, and we conducted internal discussions as well. Ultimately, we tabulated all the votes. The Federation has demonstrated to Guxia that some species indeed yearn for friendship. Any impartial observer would conclude that humanity deserves a chance. At the very least, reasonable skepticism can arise from their complex circumstances. I held my breath in nervous anticipation, gripping Guxia's hand tightly. The palm of this predator grew clammy with sweat. Nikon cleared his throat. Very well. The number of those who believe humanity cannot exist, or should be regarded as members of a hostile force, is 38 votes. I tilted my head in contemplation. Should I feel disheartened by this relatively high number, or should I find solace in the fact that it constitutes merely 10? This implies that numerous species would unite against a single planet, and humanity faces a considerable threat. Behold, foolish humans, Rillamu screeched, you shall soon perish. Before I could finish my reading, no comments from the audience are permitted. Chief Nikon admonished sternly. 65 members voted to refrain from engaging with humanity or establishing relations, signifying that Earth would be completely isolated from them. I cast a glance at Guxia. Upon hearing that figure, the sorrow in his eyes was more profound than when he learned of someone wishing for his demise. I fully understood how desperately humanity craved acceptance and how unwilling they were to be ostracized. But surely, the remaining options would be more hopeful, right? Nikon squinted at his notes. 74 races remain undecided, among which 52 explicitly stated they would wait for news from the Godorian war zone before casting their votes. This was akin to tossing a coin, filled with uncertainty. Some might feel anger towards humanity for attacking the home planets of Federation members, yet this could also clearly indicate that humanity's moral standards far exceed those of the Herasians. After all, the human generals have declared they would never harm civilians. 107 races voted in favor of a temporary ceasefire, or to collaborate when necessary to defeat the Herasians. Notably, any violation of explicit conditions will reignite the flames of war. My ears perked up at the prospect of hope. During the conflict against the Herasians, some members of the Federation might develop a favorable impression of humanity, potentially laying the groundwork for establishing normal relations between the two sides. Who cast those affirmative votes? Rillamu shrieked. Y race voted in favor, the Prime Minister of Guxia replied, provided that this condition is acceptable to humanity. Guxia nodded. We can accept. We wish for the Herasians to vanish from this star system. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Thank you for understanding humanity, and thank you for granting us this opportunity. In conclusion, 11 more members voted in favor of establishing comprehensive diplomatic relations, which would involve the signing of trade, military, and border agreements. If you find these concepts perplexing, you may seek guidance from TL. Guxia raised his hand to cover his mouth, undoubtedly to conceal his exposed fangs. Nikon seemed to interpret Guxia's reaction as amusement at the notion that humanity does not comprehend negotiation, while I perceived that Guxia was moved by the impending prospect of humanity forming new friendships. Though the number was minimal, less than 5, it was not 0. Every beginning is challenging, and the mere initiation of dialogue is a positive step. Overall, the outcome was relatively favorable, if we count the neutral and isolationist races as beneficial to our cause. Then the majority of races within the Federation voted against the extermination of humanity. However, upon observing the furious expressions within the conference room, I found myself somewhat uncertain whether every race would be willing to accept this outcome. How could there be so many among you willing to align with them, standing against us? Rillamu exclaimed, incredulously questioning the notion of engaging and trading with humanity as if they were civilized beings. Anyone siding with humans, in the eyes of the Krakow, has already been sentenced to death. Rillamu suddenly swooped down above the chief's booth, his sharp talons seizing him with alarming force. Nikon shielded his face with a tentacle, while nearby soldiers rushed to assist, as Rillamu frantically flapped his wings, declaring that anyone who associated with humanity would face severe consequences. Had Rillamu forgotten whose planet he was on? Other ambassadors joined the fray, with some even making violent gestures towards Guxia. I had no desire to speculate on the intentions of those unfriendly individuals. The majority had already engaged in a brawl before the media cameras, exchanging blows and shouting incessantly. The Kolsha guards hurriedly ushered us out of the assembly hall to prevent us from being swept into this tumultuous conflict. Jiu Xia and I exchanged a glance. I understood his sentiments, as this tumultuous situation stirred his inner anxieties. This voting result might very well mark the beginning of a significant rift within the Federation. Chapter 43. Hero's fully armed Kolsha soldiers led us into the lounge. Adjacent to the port where the spaceship awaited, fully stocked with supplies, as Nikon had permitted us to return to Venus according to our prearranged route. The soldiers stepped back, observing Gu Xia's every move to prevent any dangerous actions. And a few even regarded me with a disdainful glare, albeit only for a fleeting moment. Gu Xia sat atop an empty crate, his gaze fixed intently on the soldiers, whether consciously or unconsciously. This exchange of stares constituted a contest of dominance. "They always look at you like that," I murmured. "I am not suggesting that this is justified, but I would advise against responding with such fiery eyes. It might provoke their instincts and could lead to your injury. Their opinions of me are inconsequential, yet they must not regard you with contempt and hatred." His voice was loud enough for the soldiers to hear. "If they sought trouble, they should come after me." As our initial diplomatic contact approached, it was imperative that we do not exhibit overt aggression or protectiveness. The Federation representatives would interpret this as humanity attempting to intimidate their soldiers. I appreciated his chivalry, yet at times, humanity's protective instincts towards friends could be excessively fervent. "Thank you, but I am fine. Many believe I have brought shame upon the Federation and harbor discontent regarding my confinement of their civilians." "So you align with their views?" "Your decisions at that moment were grounded in noble reasoning. They cannot hold you accountable, alas. I have single-handedly fractured the Federation, and it seems irreparable, in the eyes of most. I am likely regarded as a traitor. Yet you are a hero to all humanity. Within the Galactic Federation, there are, astonishingly, 12 races willing to forge alliances with us, and before we even understood one another, we encountered the sole race eager to attempt an alliance, the Venusians. We will not forget the efforts the Venusians have made for humanity." I covered my lips with my claws, ears turned toward the door. As the soldiers swiftly straightened their posture, signaling that someone was approaching, Jiu Xia needed to create a favorable first impression. Flattering us at the expense of other races in the galaxy would not win hearts. A Kolsha with purple skin quietly entered, and I could sense his struggle to suppress the urge to draw his weapon. How could he not comprehend that Gu Xia bore no semblance of a predator? Hadn't our journey already proven this? Gu Xia broke into a smile. "Racel? I was worried you might grow mold in your cell." Racel rubbed his forehead. "Indeed, I was incarcerated until the Federation reached a final decision on humanity's issues. Chief Nikon acknowledged my intention to save Ma Tianyu and pardoned all my offenses, though my actions still warranted disciplinary measures." "What does that mean?" Gu Xia inquired. "Though the chief acknowledged it, I could not allow the prisoners to roam freely and fire upon their commanding officers. Yet I truly had no time to follow the proper channels. Nevertheless, it no longer matters. The outcome is favorable. I see so now that you are free. Why would you come here?" "Because Chief Nikon appointed me as the military liaison for Earth." "And I accepted." Both Gu Xia and I were incredulous. Wasn't Racel averse to being around humans? He himself had admitted that living among humans felt like a nightmare, and he could not fathom prolonged contact with them. Gu Xia stroked his chin in confusion. "You wish to discuss tactics with human generals? Did you not detest our presence around you? If I have offended, please forgive me. Seeing you get along so well with Tao, I believe we, too, can become good friends." Racel attempted to meet Gu Xia's gaze but shivered involuntarily. Others seemed to adapt more easily than I, yet I did not wish to give up. "Truly, do you think you can overcome your fears?" I softly inquired, "What triggers such a strong reaction within you?" "I boarded an interstellar ship at the age of 9 and can no longer recall any other feelings toward predators. It may take me a long time to adjust, and it will require your immense patience to understand me. If you desire another military liaison, I would understand." A flicker of sympathy crossed Gu Xia's eyes. "Racel, I am willing to assist you every step of the way. I just do not understand why you must endure those unpleasant feelings. It is not fair to you. It is humanity that has made me realize that beyond fear, I harbor other emotions, for which I am grateful. I was not kind to you before. Can you accept my apology? You have nothing to apologize for. Your emotions are not entirely within your control." Jiu Xia's tone softened. "We will resolve this issue together, no matter how long it takes. That Is wonderful. Soon, other diplomats will arrive. I must prepare. Raisel dashed to the far corner of the port, beginning to ready a second spaceship. It was indeed a wise decision, for it was improbable that everyone could fit into a single vessel. I even sensed that some among them might be reluctant to share confined quarters with humans for several days. Perhaps this was why Raisel agreed to pilot his own ship. I noticed Raisel occasionally casting furtive glances our way, pondering why his race had not consented to establish comprehensive diplomatic relations with humanity. Chief Nikon was not hostile toward humans, and in fact, was more just than I had anticipated. Initially, I expected the meeting to be farcical, yet the eventual outcome left me profoundly astonished. Nikon had not proposed establishing extensive diplomatic relations. Perhaps because he did not believe humanity could reciprocate his kindness in any meaningful manner. Nonetheless, I still regarded the Kolsha Great Tribe as potential allies. They had taken the initiative by dispatching a military liaison, which would be a significant leap for most governments to undertake all at once. At that moment, Ambassador Jorson from Zuin staggered into the room, his head seemingly having suffered a blow, green blood trickling from his nose. "Guxia, are you all right?" he asked with concern. "What happened?" I inquired in astonishment. Jorson sighed. When the argument began, a crowd rushed to leave the conference room, and someone struck my head with a stick, likely because I provided favorable testimony for humanity. Those individuals believed I had undermined the resolve of some races inclined to defect, causing them to waver. "Is that all?" Guxia exclaimed. "I am sorry. I did not anticipate you would be harmed because of this." "It is nothing." Jorson absently licked his foreleg, smoothing down his brown fur. "When I forcibly demanded you bring me to your planet, I was merely trying to appear more assertive." "Haha. You actively requested to be taken to Earth, a place even Tal does not wish to visit." Chapter 44. Status Why? Did you not invite him? I too find it perplexing. The Secretary General of the United Nations extended an invitation to him, even preparing a herbivore feast, musical performances, and city tours. Yet Tal flatly declined. I angrily swished my tail. Do you think, after less than a month of our meeting, I would recklessly enter a planet inhabited by billions of predators? This matter requires careful deliberation. Guxia opened his mouth to respond but swiftly closed it upon noticing Chief Nikon approaching with a group of diplomats. These individuals must be the representatives of races in favor of establishing diplomatic relations with humanity. I was not surprised to see the Takalu and Parat-An among them. Their territories lie in the central region of the galaxy, far removed from Earth, which allows them to believe they can maintain distance from humanity and minimize contact between our races. Even predators would not easily diverge from convention to establish new territories. Neighboring species are more likely to be the initial targets of aggression. Following them were the Emer, the most recently elevated race. For a race that has only just discovered steam power, adapting to the galactic arena proves to be a formidable challenge. The vast knowledge of the Federation cannot be assimilated in a mere instant. Naturally, if it was the industrial advancement of the Emer that led the Federation to acknowledge their existence, then the Herasians might also become aware of them. Instilling a wealth of information in them and providing them with a chance to resist seems to be the lesser of two evils. 22 cycles after their first contact, the majority of species within the Federation regard them as primitive and lacking in comprehension, contributing little as allies. The military of the Federation perceives the Emer as a burden, paying no heed to their opinions at all. Establishing diplomatic relations with humanity is a calculated risk, intended to garner some respect from the Federation. Thus far, all is proceeding smoothly. The Sifkit are seeking protection. As their race has dwindled to approximately 12,000 surviving members, of course, not under the captivity of the Herasians. The Newali and Fizzen are trade magnates, unwilling to repeat the mistakes of the Godalai. I find myself somewhat perplexed. Could one among them be President Kudalin of the Malai? Guxia also noticed the beige-skinned mammal, his expression immediately tensing. He should not have forgotten who kept interrupting him during the meeting. Kudalin was openly disdainful of humanity, deriding the ugliness of Guxia's eyes and endorsing several critiques of humankind. Was that long-nosed alien here to cause trouble? Guxia murmured, echoing my unspoken thoughts. Weren't the Malai and Klako intolerant of humanity's existence? Kudalin twitched his long nose, asserting, I find your hypothesis about friendship quite reasonable. I am here to engage in discourse with you. Do you not welcome me? I did not intend for you to overhear that remark. Damwai apologies. Should you wish to pursue diplomatic negotiations, I would not refuse. Guxia lowered his voice, his lips pressed tightly together, revealing a countenance of distrust. Damn, how can his large ears be so sensitive? I stifled a laugh. No, it's merely that your voice is a bit too loud. Jiuxia sighed. Very well. I welcome all friendly races. I surveyed the awaiting crowd. Although the injured Chief Nikong had no intention of personally visiting the Venus homeworld, he still chose to see us off in person. His gaze was more keen than fearful. He neither trembled like Reisler nor lamented. Among the newcomers, only Josen appeared unusually excited. As the sole ally eager for close contact with humanity, he paced excitedly around Gu Xia. The diplomat from the Sifkat stood opposite Gu Xia, looking as if he might faint at any moment. The objective factors of borders and distances seemed rather pale in comparison when he realized he was about to fall into the lair of the plunderers. Since that meeting, the president of Malai had been filled with doubt. And I worried he might change his mind before the ship took off. I also noticed a representative from the Dojuer hiding behind Kutulin's massive form. Was this size disparity not a bit unreasonable? Including the Kolsha, the number of races I had accounted for had reached 10, with the last representative possibly delayed for some unknown reason. Are you still planning to bring the Emer along? Have humans invented the wheel? Mocked Tosa, the representative from Newali. A few light laughs echoed through the crowd. Even Chief Nikong struggled to maintain a calm demeanor. It was widely believed that establishing diplomatic relations would avoid any technologically backward races. If one were to insist on a reason, I would argue that this so-called weakness only ignited humanity's protective instincts. Judging by Gu Xia's tightly pressed lips, he was deeply displeased with Tosa's humiliation of the Emer. We have much more value to offer, the Emer representative retorted sharply. Humans are not as foolish as you. They will recognize it. Tosa flicked his ears lightly. Such as what? Name one thing that makes you seem valuable. Especially in comparison to us. Firstly, we are the only race here that did not participate in the Federation's unanimous vote to annihilate all life on Earth. You must understand, even the Venusian once contemplated the extermination of humanity. The lounge instantly fell into silence, unease evident on the faces of the representatives, as the forthright Emer representative reminded them of their prior decision. Although the final verdict was not made by the Venus Republic, I could still personally issue a formal apology regarding this matter. After all, for humanity, it is exceedingly difficult to forget the role the Venusians played in their extermination plan. Humanity welcomes all races of diverse backgrounds. As long as you aspire for peace, Gu Xia cleared his throat, there is no need for divisive rhetoric, nor to prove oneself by belittling others. What we require is unity. Gu Xia was right. This concerns the future of too many races. It is time to cease behaving like children, I concurred. Well, at this critical juncture, I must remind you that aligning with humanity may very well bring conflict with friends or neighbors. Consider this your last chance. It is not too late to reconsider. Gu Xia sternly warned the representatives, yet they appeared hesitant. They must have already contemplated the consequences of siding with humanity. This was the risk they faced. All right, let us board the ship. This performance is about to commence. The United Nations would undoubtedly be pleased to welcome each diplomatic envoy, but I must temper their expectations. Coexisting amicably with plunderers requires considerable time. Familiarity is the final stage of adaptation, and certain intelligent beings destined to be prey may never reach this stage. Nonetheless, at least for now, humanity has finally come to understand its status within the Federation. Chapter 45. Imagery Memory Transcript Subject. Commander of the Federation Fleet Headquarters, Sorif Date. Standardized Human Time September 28, 2136. The actions of humanity in recent days have unequivocally confirmed my judgments about them to be exceedingly accurate. They have resorted to despicable tactics in their invasion of Godalai, employing diversionary strategies to stealthily position their ships into planetary orbit. This is the cunning ploy of the predatory. They have never changed. The so-called humanitarian rescue operation targets only the children, those most susceptible to manipulation. They may have anticipated that the ruthless invasion would lead to casualties from trampling, using false benevolence to coerce their livestock into submission. The higher-ups forbade attacks on civilian cities overlapping with human positions. While I would rather not see innocents perish, sparing them from the plunderers' abuses is a form of mercy. This is our sole opportunity to regain control of the planet, and the only means to rescue those unfortunate civilians. We could have acted before the plunderers established a foothold, but who would have thought they would brainwash the populace, delaying our actions? When I presented the comprehensive bombing plan to Prime Minister Peter for the third time, she was utterly disappointed in me. She claimed collateral damage was unacceptable and was furious over my proposal, thus assigning me to execute an indefinite patrol mission at Godalai's largest colony. Unless a second invasion occurs, I have been effectively sidelined from this war. After days of silence, news from the Federation government finally arrived. Hopefully, we can still be recalled to the cradle. Peter's confinement of us has been excessively prolonged. I exclaimed excitedly. Zahn closed the soundproof door of the briefing room behind him. Knowing that humanity was on their own planet was truly disheartening. I had long been aware of their cruel methods, but witnessing their actions firsthand was an entirely different experience. Why has the Federation not come to our aid? These cowards must fear extending a hand to the Godillians, I scoffed. They will merely watch from the sidelines. However, soon, humanity will find trouble of their own. Perhaps they believe that humanity's predatory expansion will come to an end here at Godalai. What a foolish notion. Humans are insatiable. They are difficult to satisfy. Zahn declared. Indeed. Damn it. Let us see what humanity has done to our cities and children. There is no reason to delay any further. They must be eradicated swiftly. I projected the holographic imagery onto the projector. The images flickering erratically as the Herasians invaded the Godalai homeworld, sending a chill down my spine. Explosions ravaged the cradle as throngs of civilians were reduced to ashes in the blink of an eye. As various pieces of information gradually pieced together, the truth hit me like a bucket of cold water, awakening me to a chilling reality. It was evident that the plunderers were working in concert, and humanity was the mastermind behind this operation. They had dismantled Godalai's defense systems, rolling out the red carpet for the Herasians. This was nothing less than a game of dividing livestock and exterminating the Godalai race. My eyes clenched shut in fury. I was weary of witnessing beautiful planets trampled upon by those frenzied beasts. They should not exist. Throughout my life, the number of deaths I have witnessed has far exceeded what any being should endure. Now, billions of souls are on the verge of being swept away by these two galactic monsters, and the planet that sustains me will cease to exist. Why is nature so cold and unjust? No matter how hard I strive, I cannot equate the suffering of the plunderers with our own. Our lives are filled with pain and fear, a veritable living hell. We must not allow them to destroy our cradle. I spat this phrase out in indignation. It is sacred and inviolable. So many lives have been lost. What was it all for? Zayanis' eyes were equally filled with fury. If there is anything I can do, I shall do my utmost. Thank you. But I wiped away the tears from the corners of my eyes, watching as a Herasian clamped down on a child's arm. Humanity has gotten what it desired. I only wish to bear witness to the end of it all alone. Zayon flicked his tail and slowly paced out of the room. We were not sufficiently vigilant, nor swift in our actions. This is an inevitable conclusion. I stared at the holographic panel, where Peter had appended a message beneath the video. By the time you read this message, I will have departed from this world. My sanctuary is on the brink of collapse, and bombs are falling in succession. This message is being forwarded to all senior officials of the Federation. I hope you are all well. It is now meaningless to salute the brave souls who hold their ground. Our fleet failed to halt the impending Herasian armada, suffering grievously. We were preoccupied with dealing with humanity. As long as they linger near the Cradle Star system, we would launch our attacks. Once we relinquished our interception of them, the human fleet immediately joined the fray. To our astonishment, humans began to assault the Herasians and issued warnings to the surface. Perhaps this is merely a betrayal of the raiders, seeking excitement at the expense of their allies. Or it could be a dispute ignited by the allocation of livestock. But all I witnessed was this final fragment. I cannot fathom how such sacrifice and tenderness could arise from aggression and cruelty. Two entities that are fundamentally opposed. If this is a ruse, it is truly exquisite. Please ensure that the Federation receives this message, informing them of the tremendous losses incurred by the Godalai Alliance. I implore their assistance. You judge for yourselves. See what humanity has done. Peter is dead? I can scarcely believe this reality. After a moment of disorientation, I refocused on the imagery. A human soldier suddenly charged at a Herasian that was feeding, knocking it away from the child. This valiant warrior lost his weapon yet fiercely brandished a dagger, thrusting it toward the gray creature. His dark pupils dilated, blood vessels bulging beneath his skin. He stood between the Godalai child and the gray beast, shouting for the child to flee. What in the world is happening? Why is he trying to save that godlike child? Perhaps he wishes to claim this child as his own, just as Peter had suggested. The human soldier plunged the dagger into the Herasian's body, and the gray creature howled in agony, swiftly opening its massive maw to shred the human soldier's abdomen to pieces. But this incited more human soldiers to rush towards the child, unleashing a barrage of bullets upon the gray beast. They gently lifted the godlike child, shielding him with their bodies. Rescue is one thing, but sacrificing lives for those they could easily capture is utterly senseless. I gaped at the screen, and as the scenes shifted, I silently stared. Chapter 46. Surrender. A human squad was surrounded by Herasians within a school. Despite many bearing grave injuries, they continued to fight. As if some potent drug sustained them, battling until the very last moment. From the time-jumped footage, these battered soldiers astonishingly succeeded in annihilating an entire Herasian team. As the battle concluded, a godlike child dashed into the open, kneeling beside a human corpse, placing his claws upon the human's abdomen and weeping hysterically. This child displayed such vulnerability before the raiders. Was he not placing himself in peril? Subsequently, 2 human soldiers crouched down, attempting to comfort him. A dangerous thought quietly sprouted. If humans genuinely cared for these children, how should we evaluate them? They possess the capacity. Every cell in my body urged me to refute this notion. I staggered, collapsing, clutching my head in a desperate attempt to expel this thought. No, no, no. They are raiders. Raiders have no emotions. I hissed. They took my home. They took my family. I fell to the ground, weeping uncontrollably. Those thoughts I had strived to suppress now surged into my mind like a tidal wave. Humans care for civilians without expecting anything in return. Their regard for children is no different from that of any nurturing species. Whether during the invasion of the cradle or the assault on border outposts, they only targeted military objectives. My conscience was violently shaken, allowing memories from that week to resurface, as I elicited wails from helpless humans. A profound joy surged within me, exhilarating yet now filled with regret. Russell was right. At that moment, I was no different from the Herasians. He was always more lucid and rational than I. What manner of being finds pleasure in the suffering of others? An unbearable anguish welled within me, a nauseating haze of revulsion and guilt intertwined. I attempted to view the situation from Ma Tianyu's perspective, infusing some emotion into his heart. Sarif is a cruel being, fearful of my slightest movements. Those days were filled with endless suffering. Time and place became indistinct. I felt my body withering away, relying solely on memories of my friend's kindness to maintain my sanity. How does one persuade someone who harbors resentment against me, who has already formed preconceived notions? Nothing I say matters. It won't even be considered. The Federation's officers silenced me, punishing me for repeatedly requesting friendliness, claiming I was inciting them. After merely glancing at the glass, I was beaten until my eyes were bloodied. I lost interest in everything around me, becoming mute, only to glimpse a flicker of hope when I saw my friend Warwick's compassion and concern for me. Perhaps I could still communicate with them. Warwick validated everything I had said about humanity. However, Sarif was eager to execute me because he despised the thought of anyone believing a raider's words. Before he could act, Sarif subjected me to inhumane torment. I felt excruciating pain, flashing through my life, engulfed by intense fear and loneliness. What crime had I committed, other than existing? Why must I endure such misfortune? It was all your doing, Sarif. How could you? I shouted. Ma Tianyu never resisted, nor did he exhibit the traits of a raider. He merely appeared somewhat terrifying. My tears flowed freely. The thought of inflicting such torment upon a being yearning for peace and possessing emotions made me wish for my own demise. Moreover, the ensuing war had caused the Godalai alliance to lose its capacity to confront the Herasians. I had intended to save my kin, yet my actions resulted in the demise of billions. I drew the sidearm from its holster and pressed it against my mouth. Someone like me does not deserve to live. In this moment, I felt an unprecedented clarity. I allowed myself a few more seconds to acknowledge my failures. 5, 4, 3. I sighed softly and slowly withdrew the gun from my throat. Even if I were to hang myself, someone would inevitably discover my corpse. They would carry that image for the rest of their lives. I cannot die here. I staggered out of the briefing room, groping my way toward an airlock. gazing at the stars outside. I knew this was the only way to escape this guilt. The only trace I would leave behind would be a mere data point on a death log. "Captain, no!" Zayon called out from behind me, seeing my claws hovering above the control lever. A home can be rebuilt, but ending one's life is an irreversible decision. You will no longer be able to contribute, and the Federation will become weaker in your absence. I no longer cared. "Why do you follow me?" "Because there are still those who need you." Zayon raised his claw, gesturing in supplication, slowly approaching me. "Even if you are unaware, you are their hope." He was indeed correct. My act of suicide would be selfish, a coward's escape, for I feared falling into the hands of those raiders. But what right do I have to deprive Ma Tianyu of his chance for vengeance? For my transgressions, death would be too merciful. I ought to endure suffering. No physical torment could compare to the inner agony I now faced. Heavy guilt, endless pain, and regret nearly suffocated me. I must act. Zayon stiffened. "Your current state is unsuitable for action. First, you must go to the medical bay for observation." I pushed past Zayon and hurried back to the bridge, gently touching the recording button on the console. "I am Captain Soraf. I solemnly declare that Vice Captain Ressel has always acted according to the Federation's highest moral standards." My gaze swept across the entire chamber, taking one last look at my beloved crew. "My final wish is for him to succeed me as captain of this vessel, and for all accusations against him to be rescinded. I will confess to the anti-life crimes I have committed." "In transmission?" Surprised voices erupted on the bridge, and Zayon appeared perplexed, not comprehending what I meant by anti-life crimes. I bear no obligation to persuade him, nor do I possess any grounds to reproach him for the partial information he has provided. The onus of the decisions I make rests solely upon my shoulders. I cannot allow my crew to be entangled in this predicament. The only dignified course of action is to surrender to humanity and accept my nightmarish fate. How the marauders choose to treat me lies within their dominion. I shall face a slow and agonizing demise. Chapter 47. The Refugee Camp Memory Transcript Subject, Soldier of the Venus Space Corps, Warwick Date, Standardized Human Time October 1st, 2136. Our evacuation team narrowly escaped the fierce combat, departing from the cradle. Human transport vessels delivered the severely wounded passengers to the Venus border outpost, while the rest continued their journey to Earth. I am uncertain how humanity will treat the terrified extraterrestrials upon arrival. After receiving medical attention from the ship's crew, Ma Tianyu has stabilized. He is reluctant to allow Lilia to venture alone into the refugee camp. Ma Tianyu is the reason I resist the temptation to disembark at the relatively safe Venus space station. After enduring various horrors in the void of space, I am unsure if he will ever return to the galaxy. We may be destined to part ways forever. I dread the thought of our friendship ending due to my fears and my disdain for his kind. Reflecting on my fearful demeanor aboard the cradle and my unfounded attribution of cruel actions to humanity fills me with profound guilt. Do I truly trust humanity? Do my prejudices still linger? As we approach Earth, such contemplations serve little purpose. I attempt to envision the landscape of Earth, a myriad of peculiar thoughts dancing through my mind. As the first Venusian to visit the human homeland, an endeavor that even the bravest scientists or diplomats have hesitated to undertake, this undoubtedly marks a significant step, yet it may diverge greatly from my preconceived notions of Earth. Upon setting foot on Earth, I will find myself under the governance of their authorities, exposed to the masses. This exposure may grant me a deeper understanding of the marauders in their mundane form. But is this truly a boon? At the moment our vessel lands, I continuously remind myself that retreat is no longer an option. Hesitation is not a luxury I can afford. My fear will only exacerbate the panic among the other passengers. Galdians, please form a single line and prepare to disembark. Any individual who fails to comply with the directives of the United Nations soldiers will be administered a sedative for your safety. Blared a shrill voice from the loudspeakers. Volunteers were distributing blankets, water, and food. Those requiring medication or special care were instructed to seek out humans in white coats or adorned with the Red Cross insignia. You are safe here. Please remain calm. The human declaration failed to achieve its intended soothing effect. Not a single refugee appeared anything but terrified. An elderly Galidian suddenly collapsed, clutching his chest as the terror instilled by so many marauders precipitated a heart attack. Human medical staff signaled for everyone to step back and swiftly carried him away. For the Galidians aboard the ship, they must certainly feel as though they are being herded like cattle toward the human's lair. Those soldiers brandishing heavy weaponry, their faces fierce, drove them into the open. Who would believe the word of a beast that once terms were negotiated with the federal government? Any who wished to depart would be immediately returned to Galicia? Hey, Warwick! Tyshawn approached cautiously, seemingly concerned about startling me. Although his table manners were shocking, his intentions were benevolent. His taste buds had evolved towards carnivorous inclinations, a fact beyond his control. As Ma Tianyu had explained, it was an uncontrollable physiological instinct. Marauders are inherently flesh-eaters, yet this does not negate their rich emotional capacity. Unlike the Herasians, who revel in the torment of their prey, humans merely cultivate cellular samples in laboratories, devoid of any life. This practice, while chilling, is not inherently immoral. To be frank, it bears no distinction from consuming excrement. I certainly would not wish to dine with them, yet this does not alter my overall perspective. After all, out of sight, out of mind. Thank you for saving me. I apologize for my earlier outburst. I placed my ear against my head, observing his expression soften due to my fearful demeanor. I had meticulously planned to facilitate communication between humanity and civilians. Yet I was wholly unprepared for the realities I would face. Death, predation, and fear. All of which rendered my mind a blank slate. Yes, all right. I sometimes forget how much you despise marauders. Tyshawn murmured that I know. Ma Tianyu does not. But how could he not? Following Tyshawn's gaze, my own fell upon the red-haired human. Throughout the journey, I could not ignore the glances Ma Tianyu cast toward the Galicians. Tyshawn had noticed as well. This mission was far from the exhilarating quest for revenge he had longed for. Tianyu's right arm was bound in bandages, while his dominant arm cradled a Galician girl closely. He held Lilia against his chest, fearful that anyone might snatch her away. His eyes had lost their luster, fixated on the Galician refugees stumbling outside. Tears streamed down his cheeks, while Lilia gently poked at the droplet with her claw. Don't cry, she whimpered. Why are you sad? Ma Tianyu wiped his eyes, replying, I'm not crying. I'm just a bit tired. Lilia tilted her head. But you just slept for several hours, Ma Tianyu. It's Ma Tianyu. He corrected, enunciating each syllable. Repeated after me. Imition? You, Lilia said, her claw tugging at the corners of his mouth in an effort to raise them into a smile. There, that is a happy smile. Keep it. Ma Tianyu revealed his teeth. Genuinely amused by Lilia's antics, he glanced at me, noticing the concern etched on both my and Tyshawn's faces. Struggling to rise, he limped toward us at the end of the line. As we slowly moved toward the exit, my nerves were taut, blood coursing through my veins. As I first beheld the human homeland, warm sunlight bathed my face. From appearances, this refugee camp was established within a derelict airport. Various structures had been repurposed into dwellings, with tents dotting the runway. Human volunteers were distributing supplies, while doctors tended to Galicians showing signs of life-threatening conditions. A human film crew stood on the other side of a barbed wire fence. Several journalists shouting the term Venusians in an attempt to catch my attention. Regardless of the circumstances, I was here as a representative of my race. I forced myself to stand tall, endeavoring to mimic human gestures as I waved. United Nations guards patrolled the surrounding area, permitting only vetted individuals to pass through the gates. As I caught sight of a fierce quadrupedal creature standing alongside them, fear surged within me. This brown and black beast made the humans appear diminutive and endearing. I was certain its jagged fangs could pierce human flesh as easily as it would pudding. Yet the humans seemed utterly unfazed. It sniffed the air with flared nostrils, greedily eyeing each person before it. I understood that humans possessed forward-facing vision, yet did they truly disregard the dangers surrounding them? How could such a perilous beast approach them unnoticed? Chapter 48. Good news, my survival instincts erupted instantaneously. Run! There's a beast. Protect yourselves, quickly, wait. Ma Tianyu can't run quickly. He and Lilia would become the prime targets of that creature. It was imperative to neutralize it before it drew near. I swiftly pivoted and dashed back toward the spacecraft, with Tyshawn in pursuit. Ignoring my frantic cries, he scooped me up and returned to Ma Tianyu and Lilia's side. A beast? Ma Tianyu sighed. Have you never seen a human before? I struggled in Tyshawn's embrace. Desperate for him to set me down, beyond the words beast and run. I could articulate nothing else, emitting pitiful squeaks as I pointed vehemently at the terrifying quadruped. It was panting, drool dripping onto the human's shoes. How could they not see it, right before their eyes? Lilia spotted the creature and screamed in fear. Ma Tianyu suddenly understood, stroking Lilia's head to calm her down. Why did Ma Tianyu appear unafraid? Why didn't he summon the guards to slay the beast? That's a dog, Ma Tianyu replied slowly. We domesticated them thousands of years ago. They are friendly to humans. Taishan chuckled. I have one at home. Long ago, they assisted us in hunting, but now we consider them companions. Ma Tianyu interjected. Dogs are loyal and obedient to us. They may not be intelligent, but we share a close bond. I witnessed a human soldier gently patting the dog's head, its tongue lazily lolling from its mouth. The soldier reached into his pocket, retrieving a biscuit and flattening his palm as much as possible to offer it to the toothy beast. What madness was this? Did he wish to lose an arm? The creature sniffed the proffered food, its tail wagging, and it devoured the crumbs without injuring the human's hand, barking at him while the humans praised it in return. I could hardly believe it. Humans were attempting to befriend such things. Training dogs to be friendly towards humans implies that they have not always exhibited such behavior. Yet, Taishan has taken to keeping one at home, as if it were the most commonplace affair. How could he possibly coexist with such a creature in the same room and still manage to sleep soundly? Is this the manner in which humans hunt? Employing other beasts to perform their sordid tasks? Ma Tianyu had promised that once we were out of danger, he would provide me with an answer, but he has yet to fulfill this vow. Perceiving that I had calmed down, Taishan released me back to the ground. Although my earlier cries had drawn unnecessary attention, I still had to remain silent. A male human approached us with a purposeful stride, accompanied by a throng of soldiers. His sparse gray-white hair and the impeccably tailored coat adorned with the United Nations emblem appeared rather familiar. It was Secretary General Seiko, whom I recognized upon arriving at the refugee camp. Could my recent behavior have incited panic? Surely his entourage was not here to apprehend me? Warwick, right? Welcome to Earth. Seiko leaned forward, close enough for me to feel his breath brushing against my ear. A sensation that stirred the sensitive hairs there. I resisted the urge to scratch my ear, reminding myself to relax and pose for the camera. If the public perceived fear in us, it would tarnish their image. Seiko draped his arm across my shoulder, and I forced myself not to flinch. Why do humans always favor seizing vulnerable points? With a mere tightening of his elbow, he could constrict my throat and suffocate me. I apologize for the presence of the canines, Seiko proclaimed in a resonant voice, clearly addressing the media while justifying their presence for safety reasons. Safety? From what? I whispered. Seiko smiled but offered no response. Withdrawing his arm and gesturing for us to follow him, my legs trembled as I trailed behind the Secretary General, with Ma Tianyu and Taishan close behind, likely to block any escape attempts. The dog was tethered by a thin leash. Yet upon closer observation, it seemed as though it was leading the human rather than being led. Its fearsome gaze fixed upon me, and its yellowed fangs appeared poised to devour me. My breath quickened. Panic rising within me. If it lunged at me, would the humans come to my aid? A pitch-black vehicle awaited us, the door ajar. Seiko waved toward the car, and I steeled myself to leap into this steel death trap. Ma Tianyu and Taishan squeezed in beside me while the Secretary General took his seat at the front. Upon seeing the dog, Lilia burst into tears, her sobs soaking Ma Tianyu's uniform. Seiko raised an eyebrow and inquired, "Child, where are your parents? They must be worried sick about you." "They are not," Lilia cried. I was shouting for my mother, but she walked away and never returned. She didn't care if those monsters would eat me. Ma Tianyu gently patted her head, reassuring her, "Your mother simply made a mistake. She was truly frightened at that moment, but she loves you very much." Taishan nodded in agreement. "Indeed, you are a good child." Seiko's gaze lingered on Lilia for a moment, his displeasure evident as he clearly did not wish for the Godillians to roam freely on Earth. However, he likely recognized that compelling Ma Tianyu to leave her in the refugee camp was unwise, as it would adversely affect his public relations image. In any case, I apologize for the earlier chaos. I was unaware that the Venusians were coming to visit. However, do not misunderstand, your arrival brings us great joy. The Secretary General stated, "I will arrange luxurious accommodations for all of you. If you have any requests, do not hesitate to voice them." Snuggling close to Ma Tianyu, I expressed my gratitude. "Thank you. I am so glad you all returned alive, especially since you have become symbols on Earth. Speaking of which, I have good news to share. Matianu leaned forward, eagerly asking, "Good news?" Sorolaf has been apprehended by UN forces and is currently held in a secret POW facility awaiting trial. How did humans manage to track down this cruel Godillion? Regardless of their methods, I was pleased that Sorolaf was receiving the punishment he deserved. If humans executed him, it would fulfill Matianu's wish for his demise. As his inner fury gnawed at his kind heart, "Take me to see him," Matianu declared excitedly. "I want to see him with my own eyes." The Secretary General sighed, shaking his head in refusal. "That is not feasible." "Why not? Surely you can leverage your connections." "I would not act out violently," Matianu insisted. "Why would I risk that political fallout? If you were to assault the alien prisoner, it would benefit neither side. You will see Sorolaf in court. Please, I just want to speak with him." Matianu's expression was one of earnest appeal. "I will cooperate with any media coverage you desire. You know how significant my influence is right now." Seiko gazed out the window, lost in thought, before giving a resigned sigh and crossing his arms. A holographic panel materialized in his hands as he began typing a message. "I can allow you a glimpse of his cell from the outside. You may only enter if Sorolaf agrees to see you," Seiko stated sternly. "Is that understood?" Matianu nodded, comprehension dawning in his eyes. A predatory glint brewed with deep-seated hatred. I could not ascertain whether he would restrain his aggression once his target of revenge was within reach. Regardless of what transpired, I hoped this confrontation would ultimately bring him peace. Chapter 49. Legal Counsel Memory Transcript Subject. Commander of the Federal Fleet. Sorolaf date. Standard Human Time October 2, 2136. A jarring buzz pierced my ears, rousing me from unconsciousness. I shifted on the narrow canvas cot, emitting a disgruntled grunt due to the mattress's stiffness. The reality of my surroundings dawned upon me. Dread swiftly engulfed my thoughts. Such tangible gravity could only signify that I was on Earth. Upon informing the human forces of my name and my intention to surrender, they ordered me to shut down the ship's engines. An assault vessel surged toward my craft, pumping a hypnotic vapor through the ventilation system, leaving me no opportunity for deception or resistance. The Herlasians would confine their captives in abominably harsh conditions. A cage barely large enough for 5 individuals, the ground filthy with excrement and vomit. Providing only the most basic sustenance and water, and sometimes nothing at all, callously trampling upon their dignity. In contrast, the conditions of human detention were relatively favorable, equipped with all basic necessities, with food and water laid out on the table. The space was secured by a barred door, yet it was spacious enough to allow for movement. As the buzzing subsided, the heavy door slid open, and the sound of deliberate footsteps echoed nearby. A portly human male, clad in layers of clothing, entered, scrutinizing me with a disapproving gaze. Did he seek to uncover my weaknesses? The human dragged a chair from beneath the table and gestured for me to sit opposite him with a single finger. Steeling myself, I prepared for the impending physical torment. I trembled as I stealthily approached the chair across from him, finally taking a seat. "Go ahead," I urged. His thinning white hair signified his advanced age as he extracted a stack of documents from his briefcase and donned a pair of spectacles. He appeared as though he feasted upon flesh, yet his corpulence was perplexing. Words failed to describe the numbing fear that coursed through me. It was ironic that humans waited for me to awaken before commencing their own brand of cruelty. I was now in the same predicament as Matianu, confined in a room with a monster and with no means of escape. "Hello, I am Anton, your legal counsel," the human introduced. I cleared my throat. "A legal counsel? Indeed, if you are dissatisfied with my services, you may seek another representative," he replied. "I do not understand." "Representative of what?" "You are charged with crimes against humanity, and your case has been referred to the International Criminal Court by the United Nations Security Council." I could scarcely believe what I was hearing. Humans had established a formal court system reliant upon evidence to ascertain guilt, alongside a stable institution. The United Nations? When had human governance become so unified? All the information from the Federation indicated they had done nothing but squabble amongst themselves. "First of all, this is something I do not deserve, as I did indeed commit the alleged acts," I stammered. "Why is there a trial?" Anton's mouth curled downward slightly. "Everyone has the right to a trial. Until proven guilty, one is presumed innocent. We are a civilized species, possessing a legal and judicial system. Did you not know? I do not need to. Savage retribution could at least alleviate my guilt for my own cruel actions. while this calm, professional demeanor felt like salt in my wounds. Does this self-proclaimed legal advisor not realize he is defending someone who could potentially annihilate his entire race in an instant? Should I encounter him on the planet Godalai, I would undoubtedly slay him without hesitation. Nevertheless, let us first untangle the allegations and the facts. The International Criminal Court deems the nature of your case to be severe, and they will proceed with your trial. That individual presented a document before me, meticulously detailing my crimes in their sharp, angular script. Although you have only tormented one, this act aims to assail our entire race. You are the first extraterrestrial to be tried under Earth's laws, which carries profound significance. Well then, please continue. You still exhibit tendencies to harm civilians, although direct evidence in this regard is somewhat scant. Should you find any of these accusations unclear, do inform me, and I shall attempt to translate them into your language, though I cannot guarantee the accuracy of the translation. I possess a translator and can comprehend fully. I bowed my head in shame, loathing every grandiloquent word that escaped his lips. How could I possibly plead guilty? I am guilty, and I wish to make no defense against the charges. You may plead guilty. Yet I believe we are preparing a robust defense, of course. The evidence against you is irrefutable. Anton paused, tapping his fingers against his temple. Considering your inherent resentment towards marauders, I believe there is sufficient evidence to argue for your insanity, thus appealing to the court for leniency. What? That is not what I desire. You are the marauders, capable of devising cruel methods to inflict suffering upon captives. I wish to atone for my actions. I implore the court to mete out the harshest punishment, please, the kind that inflicts excruciating torment. Anton squinted at me, slowly filling a glass with water, sighing as he pushed it towards me. He must be attempting to mock me with such fabrications. My unfounded hatred finds no mental justification, and I have repeatedly squandered opportunities for redemption, rendering any salvation unnecessary. And my greatest fear is eliciting sympathy from the Earth judges. They need to prove themselves to possess even a hint of madness or vengefulness. Perhaps they can feel emotion, but they are by no means benevolent on Earth. Prisoners are not subjected to torture, Anton explained. Our laws explicitly prohibit such actions. During your detention, your needs will be met to the best of our ability. If convicted, you will face imprisonment, with a sentence ranging from 10 to 20 years. I widened my eyes. Just like that? Just like that. Where will I be imprisoned? In a place akin to where I currently reside. Yes, this facility has been specifically prepared for the capture of any federal prisoners of war. Make an exception. I merely seek retribution. What is wrong with you? Anton nervously regarded my flailing claws. You need to calm down. I will return when you are ready to discuss your case. The humans' control over aggression far exceeded my expectations. I remained unscathed, neither harmed nor intimidated. Even shouting at Anton failed to provoke the violent response I craved. Rather, my provocation seemed to frighten him. If you can only fabricate excuses, then do not return, I roared. I do not require a legal advisor. The elderly human gathered his belongings, shaking his head, which I surmised was a sign of disappointment. This conversation diverged drastically from my expectations. They ought to be subjecting me to various tortures, rather than confining me under humane conditions, prompting me to reflect upon my actions. This is the worst outcome. They had every opportunity to repay cruelty with cruelty, yet chose instead to torment my psyche in another manner. Listen, if you wish to plead guilty, that is your right. Anton paused at the door. As a guard activated the remote to open it, but first, let me gauge the waters and see what conditions the United Nations might offer. What right do they have to present me with conditions? You are one of the Federation's most esteemed tacticians, which carries some weight. Well, I truly no longer care. By the way, another individual has come to see you, though you may choose to refuse him. Do the guards here dare to bar me from seeing him? A gruff voice hissed. I have the right to meet him. Chapter 50 Dignity. After Anton hurriedly exited, a robust figure appeared at the door. The new arrival bared his teeth, breathing heavily. This must be the grim reaper I had awaited. Do you wish to meet this visitor? A raspy voice emanated from the speaker. There is currently no designated visiting area. But if you prefer, a more secure meeting can be arranged. I slowly blinked. No need. Let him in now. The iron bars creaked as the human strode in, followed by a guard. He limped, as if injured. His arms and legs bound in bandages, his face flushed like a beetroot. bearing 3 long scars that aligned with the haunting images in my mind. I gasped for breath, striving to maintain my composure. My gaze shifting to the ground, Matianu thrust his distorted nose before me, his frame now appearing even more robust, and his already sparse hair had been completely shaved, rendering him grotesquely unappealing. "Look at me!" Matianu bellowed. I trembled as I inhaled deeply, slowly raising my eyes to meet his. His expression contorted, the area around his pupils seemingly shrouded in a veil of mist. They were no longer the soulless abysses I had previously witnessed. They had transformed into a mirror reflecting his tumultuous thoughts besieged by resentment and anguish. Each time I closed my eyes, I was transported back to that moment, when others touched my neck. I would be reminded of that damned collar. Matianu's hoarse voice sounded as if it were choked. I could even hear the bubbling of mucus within his nose. Whenever I looked in the mirror, I would see those damned scars. Your shadow lingers everywhere. Guilt tormented me. After enduring myriad tortures, how could he reintegrate into human society, acting as if nothing had occurred? Tears streamed down my cheeks, my vision becoming blurred. I discerned the truth within his words, that pain destroying his mind daily. Perhaps, beating me to a pulp or directly ending my life could offer him some semblance of relief. I do not wish to harm you any longer. But when you began to assault me, I could no longer restrain myself. I suggest you begin with my claws. Or bind my claws, I uttered hoarsely. Matianu slammed his fist upon the table, baring his teeth in fury as he glared at me. I only want to know why. What have I done to wrong you? Why did you do this? Because when I see you, I see the shadow of the Eros people. Yes, I'm sorry. Apologize? Go to hell. He spat. You worthless trash. Do you know that? You are nothing but a garbage bag full of lies. How have I lied? Tell me the true reason. You said, just before you nearly killed me, they took everything from you. What did you mean? You wouldn't care. I do not wish to discuss that matter. You owe me this explanation. I pounded my claws against the chair. If Matianu could glean anything from that tragic tale, then I must recount it once more. Merely recalling it inflicted unbearable pain upon me. The fleet of Eros silently breached the defenses of Godalai, and thus began their hunt. The first place they landed was my neighborhood. Despite the valiant resistance of the Godalai fleet, they could not prevent their entry, and thus those monsters began to torment my family, the 2 individuals I cherished most, enduring unspeakable agony. Through the holographic panel, I witnessed the entire event. Those terrifying screams remain etched in my mind. The reason I led that renowned charge, successfully repelling the Eros, was that day I felt overwhelming sorrow. It was intended to be a suicidal mission. I yearned to perish in the glow of glory, yet I found myself burdened with the title of hero, shackled to a fate of living solely for vengeance. They killed my family. At that moment, I was on the phone, wishing to say goodnight to my daughter. Does that count as an explanation? Matianu finally stepped back, pacing at the door. I was astonished he did not counter my words. Attempting once more to unearth my scars, even if humans could empathize, there was no reason for them to express sympathy towards me. Warwick once said, Matianu is kind and gentle. Those words echoed in my ears now. He is not a cruel and tyrannical individual, but rather a good man whose heart is withering, and all of this is because of me. Everything you did indeed had its reasons. Matianu made a decision because I witnessed the actions of the Eros. I saw many indescribable things. How did you see that? The reports on television are quite different. I was not lounging on the couch when I was shot twice. I witnessed it all while executing a mission on your cradle. What? I witnessed with my own eyes the soldiers of Eros feasting on the organs of the Godillians amidst the chaos of war. They brazenly abducted individuals in the streets, while we frantically endeavored to evacuate the masses, leaving the fate of those captured shrouded in uncertainty. The city vanished from the map, with the incessant roar of explosions echoing around us. Mtianu's voice trembled with fear as his vacant gaze fixated on the wall. His words revealed a harsh truth. He seemed sorrowful for the destruction of my homeland, expressing a wish that the Godillians should not suffer such unfounded calamity, yet we harbored a desire for their extermination. I despondently gnawed at my claws, mourning the fall of my cradle. A lingering question plagued my thoughts. Had any humans partaken in the consumption of Godillians? I suppressed that morbid curiosity, allowing Ma Tianyu to continue his narrative undisturbed. The streets were strewn with corpses, and wherever one turned, there lay devastation. He recalled how the air was thick with the stench of death, swarming with flies. Parents abandoned their children, leaving them to fend for themselves. Many were trampled to death in the frantic rush, while those fortunate enough to survive bore immense psychological scars. I found it incomprehensible that any person could place their child in such peril. A marauder, dismissing the abandonment of their offspring as a deliberate choice, even priding themselves on standing atop a moral high ground. Such absurdity was beyond belief. I could scarcely fathom that humans would care for their young, forming emotional bonds and valuing family members so deeply. And you, Solif, are the most vile of them all. I shall never forget all that you have done. I swallowed hard. What now? Are you going to kill me? Indeed, I once dreamt of rending you to pieces. Tianyu pinched his distorted nose. Yet that was not the true me. Whether concerning Lilia, Warwick, or myself, it was not. I shall not allow you to strip away my dignity. What? A cruel smile crept across Ma Tianyu's lips, his sharp canines glinting in the light. How I treat you reflects more upon my character than yours. I take pride in being human. I have never felt worthless. What of you? Ha ha ha. The door swung open with a thunderous bang, and Ma Tianyu limped away, his figure receding down the corridor, followed by the United Nations guards who also retreated. Their heavy footsteps faded, and my spines began to relax. For no more marauders lingered nearby. That final question echoed in my mind, the battered human sharing my awareness of the answer. It was my attitude towards him, whom society deemed a monster, that transformed me into a monster as well. And I do not believe I shall ever again feel pride or satisfaction. The flame that once made me Solif, a fearless officer, has been extinguished forever. When Anton returns, I have resolved to comply with his benevolent plan. Humanity ought to treat monsters with kindness for the sake of its own dignity. How could I possibly undermine that? Chapter 51. Offering assistance in accordance with the directives of the United Nations government. I was en route to a refugee camp. Human vehicles traversed the highway at a leisurely pace, providing me with an exquisite view of the scenery along the way. Cars flowed continuously, with traffic lights orchestrating the movement with precision. The human spirit of enterprise and pursuit of leisure far exceeded my expectations, as shop signs, restaurants, and gathering places frequently caught my eye, while residences mostly hid within secluded streets, away from the clamor of the city. Earth was not the terrifying place I had envisioned. There were no signs of violence, nor corpses littering the ground, only people engaged in their bustling lives. Although humanity had exerted every effort, they remained woefully ignorant of the fundamental biological characteristics and needs of the Godillians. Moreover, they found it exceedingly difficult to communicate with us. The reasons for this were all too evident. Humans inquired whether I would be willing to provide guidance and assist them in communicating with the Godillians. Despite the lack of compensation, I was eager to help my kin, for the remaining members of my kind numbered only in the thousands. Anton leaned closer to my ear, whispering, "Remember, this is a test to see if you are willing to cooperate. You must win as much goodwill as possible and avoid foolishness." My forepaws were shackled, and a monitoring device was fastened to one leg. Humanity's distrust of me was palpable, fearing that should I taste freedom, I might flee. Yet, if I truly intended to escape, why would I pilot a spaceship into their territory? Seated in the vehicle were two United Nations officials clad in identical faux fur uniforms. Their skins sensitive to light, for they were always clad in heavy garments. Their gaze scarcely strayed from me, and this relentless scrutiny kept my spine rigid throughout the journey, an accumulation of fear rendering me dizzy. I cleared my throat. If I, feel somewhat unwell, may I say something? An officer named Abe San nodded curtly. Yes, speak. If you have any thoughts regarding your cultural elements, please feel free to elaborate, added another soldier. Carlos, I began nervously gnawing at my claws. An old habit of mine in Godillian culture, the most revered deity is the Great Protector, a spirit of nature that wards off adversaries. However, I personally never subscribed to such nonsense. Just look at how the Herasians invaded. There was no force protecting our cradle. A flicker of curiosity arose within me, wondering what beliefs humans held. Carlos's words hinted at their possession of a religion, which must shape their moral framework. Perhaps their deities impart wisdom, such as only killing when necessary, granting swift deaths to their prey. This could explain their peculiar behavior towards prisoners and in warfare. As the safety door opened, the vehicle rolled into a spacious concrete area. The driver turned off the engine, and the doors opened, allowing the United Nations soldiers to disperse. A dark corner of my mind conjured horrifying thoughts about the plight of Godillian refugees. What if, during my transfer, humans lost patience with those timid refugees? With so many prey in one room, what if it ignited their appetite? What are you waiting for, Solif? Absa waved his hand impatiently. Hurry up. Anton steadied me with a hand as I stumbled out of the vehicle. His skin was damp and slick, his touch sending tremors through my veins. I scrutinized my surroundings. There was no trace of blood, nor any hint of suspicious devices or slaughtering tools. It appeared just as humanity claimed, a place dedicated to assisting refugees. Thousands of Godillians ambled about, while humans remained near designated aid tents, the longest line forming at a station for locating loved ones. You can't possibly take many Godillians off Earth, can you? I asked. Why offer them hope? Carlos crossed his arms over his chest. You are such a pessimist. If we can reunite even a few loved ones, then it will all be worthwhile. Absa shook her head in disagreement, pulling a yellow object from her pocket and peeling away its outer layer to reveal a soft interior, likely the fruit of some plant. Was she offering me food? I was not hungry. And could this even be consumed? Noticing my gaze, Absa inquired, What are you staring at? You eat plants. I exclaimed. Anton nodded. Humans are omnivores. We consume meat, but it is not our primary sustenance, you omnivores? I struggled to articulate this unique term, as my language possessed no equivalent. Well, I apologize for staring. How about assigning me a task that requires assistance? Carlos, stroking his chin in thought, led me into a large tent, confirming no one was watching. He pointed to a bunk. Oh, you see that group of Godillians huddled together over there? They seem to be protecting that male Godillian with beige claws, correct? What of it? I replied. Absa interjected. He disregards any of our commands, completely ignoring us. Carlos nodded, but that is not the issue. Many Godillians refuse to comply out of fear or other reasons. This one is actively being protected from any human contact. So what? You want me to deal with him? I cannot guarantee success. Carlos shook his head. You only need to find out why he is being protected. If he is a celebrity, leader, or politician. In short, if he is significant, we can offer him special treatment. I had no acquaintance with that Godillian, making it unlikely he was a person of considerable influence. A fleeting doubt crossed my mind. He might suffer from some form of disability. It was well known that marauders adhered to the survival of the fittest principle. Though humans were emotionally rich, would they willingly invest resources in a flawed individual? A disabled Godillian would hold no value to them. Surely, they would wish to eliminate this flawed gene. Very well, I shall inquire, I responded, but please do not accompany me. Do not frighten them. Samantha discarded the remnants of the fruit into the waste bin. Very well, but do not even think of fleeing. The sensor on your ankle will reveal your location to us. I approached the crowd, my heart a tumult of conflicting emotions. Though I owed humanity an unpayable debt, the thought of sacrificing another fellow being felt profoundly immoral. A female Godillian fixed her gaze upon my approach, extending a sharp claw towards me. Halt! What do you intend to do? I paused, concerned for the young man over there. Has humanity done anything to him? No, she whispered. But wait. Why should I trust you? You were just with a group of human soldiers. I am an officer of the Federation, unfortunately captured during the war. I blurted out, the moment they release me, I will do everything in my power to provide assistance. You may have heard of me. My name is Sarif. Her eyes widened in disbelief. Captain Sarif? What an honor. I am Nana, and that individual is Abin.it. Is a pleasure to meet you. May I inquire about the situation? Abin is deaf. He cannot hear any commands from humanity. I attempted to guide him to comply with their arrangements. But it is only a matter of time before they discover the truth. How long do you think you can keep it from them? Humanity is not foolish at a few days at most. But as long as it allows my brother to live a little longer, it is worth it to me. I carefully scrutinized the deaf Godillian, noting the confusion etched on his face. The length at the base of Abin's spine indicated that he had only just reached adulthood. This youth had a promising life ahead of him, while his family would be devastated by his loss. Chapter 52. Opportunity the human soldiers awaited. anticipating a complete answer from me. Indeed, to earn humanity's favor. Sacrificing a fellow being seemed trivial, for he would be executed sooner or later anyway. Yet my conscience bore the weight of too many innocent deaths, a burden I could no longer endure. I could not allow another life to be extinguished because of me, not even one. You must remain as inconspicuous as possible, I whispered. Take care of yourselves. Aubin waved at me, completely oblivious to my inner turmoil. I staggered back to the human soldiers, a suffocating sensation enveloping me as their unsightly eyes searched my face for any hint of weakness. Carlos questioned me loudly, but his inquiries were lost amidst my chaotic thoughts. Soraf? Anton placed a hand on my shoulder, causing me to flinch involuntarily at the sudden contact. You seem troubled. What is the matter? And Bisa narrowed her eyes. What did they say to you? If there is a threat? We can attempt to mitigate it, I am sorry. No one is in danger, but I cannot divulge the specifics, I replied. What do you mean, you cannot tell us? And Bisa retorted angrily, I cannot bear to let others die because of me. Perhaps you should just throw me back into the cell, all right? No one is going to die. Have humans ever acted violently towards you? You must either trust that we will act with kindness and compassion or acknowledge that you have not reflected deeply. I do not know. I truly do not know. Soraf, we are striving to assist these Godillian refugees, I assure you. They will not be harmed, Carlos added. Humanity cannot become a powerful race without making certain logical sacrifices. We carry the burden of so-called weakness, which may confuse them as honor enough for humanity to spare Aubin. Anton shook my arm again. You are panicking. I can see it. Regardless of the absurd beliefs you hold, they are fundamentally misguided. Humanity is entirely different from the Herasians, indeed, but he is deaf. The expressions of the human soldiers froze, their eyebrows rising towards their hairlines, perhaps having never considered such a possibility. Damn, what have I done? Why could I not keep my mouth shut, allowing a youth to quietly spend his final moments? I chastised myself internally. Soraf, you weak-willed, selfish wretch. You should have ended your life aboard the ship long ago. And Bisa scratched her head. Is this difficult? I will handle it. The human soldiers approached the group, and I silently trailed behind them, my heart filled with dread, wishing to stop them, yet unable to utter a single word. My self-loathing reached unprecedented heights, and my will to survive felt utterly drained. Were they going to take Aubin away from his family, or execute him in front of everyone? And Bisa approached Aubin, but instead of drawing her weapon, she gestured towards the deaf youth. Upon noticing her and the armed human soldiers focusing on him, Aubin began to scream, his spines erecting in alarm as he attempted to hide beneath the bed. The Godillians stared at me with wide eyes, filled with betrayal. How could you do this, Captain Soraf? Nana leaped between the human soldiers and her brother, extending her claws in protest. I thought you were a hero, one willing to sacrifice for the planet. I fell to my knees, hugging my chest. I am sorry. I believe them. Please do not kill him. You can have anything you want, Nana pleaded. And Bisa knelt before me. We will not harm anyone. Can he understand what I am saying now? She spoke while performing a series of vivid gestures. Aubin stared at her, trembling. And Bisa used her non-clawed hand to make peculiar movements. Yet they did not seem random. My anguish gradually transformed into confusion as I endeavored to comprehend what she was doing. Was this some form of nonverbal communication? Carlos noticed my bewilderment and explained. This is sign language. The method by which the deaf communicate on our planet. Can your translator interpret this? No, it cannot. It only translates spoken language, I stammered. And Bisa lowered her hand. Damn it, then you tell him we will find a way to communicate with him. Ask him to be patient. Nana gazed at her in astonishment. All right, thank you. My thoughts raced. Humans had created an entire system of gestures for the hearing impaired. Did this imply that they also cared for others with disabilities? Could individuals like Aubin lead normal lives? Their nurturing and care for the next generation far exceeded my imagination. The Herasians would consider any imperfect offspring as prey, akin to their food. In contrast, they would discard children merely days after birth, while MT New York's words suggested that humanity would maintain a bond with their children. Their protective behavior towards the young was beyond my comprehension. How could they allow their offspring to perish? I did not understand. You have a language designed specifically for the deaf, but can you hear? I asked softly. And Bisa shrugged slightly. My brother is deaf. It is congenital. Nana's eyes widened further. Your parents actually raised a flawed offspring? They altered their entire way of life and kept him? What do you mean? Of course, they would keep him. And Bisa retorted angrily. Nana appeared startled. I am sorry. I did not mean to offend you. I merely assumed you would place greater value on the individual. Elevating society is not solely achieved through physical perfection. Although Anton responded to Nana, his gaze met mine. As if he understood that our thoughts aligned. One of our greatest astrophysicists spent decades quadriplegic, entirely reliant on others for care, unable to speak without a speech synthesizer. Yet this did not impede him from being a genius who contributed immensely to humanity. I twisted my claws, repeatedly contemplating their words. While I regretted the abuse of MT New York, my understanding of humanity was confined to the knowledge of the past. Zahn had horrifically detailed humanity's cruelty and malice. And the Federation's briefing videos documented those appalling atrocities, confirming the unimaginable extent of evil lurking within humanity. Even in human territory, what I witnessed was merely sympathy and compassion. Where was the humanity the Federation had encountered? Could this brutal nature truly reveal itself in certain circumstances? In ecosystems, the sole purpose of predators is to eliminate the weak. They are the very essence of natural selection. Yet, thus far, humanity contradicted every prediction made by scientists. You are right. You are entirely different from the Herasians, indeed, which is why we hope you will assist us in defeating them. However, the United Nations must first witness your trust in us, a determined glimmer shone in Carlos's eyes. I believe your remorse is sincere. Why don't we stay here for a few hours and then discuss our plans in detail? So, that means formulating a plan. Precisely. We are planning to take the fight to the Herasians and reclaim the remnants of your kind's power. Are you willing to participate in formulating these plans? Perhaps even fight alongside us? I suddenly realized that, despite my instinctive aversion to the appearance of humans, I seem to have begun to develop a fondness for them. When they articulate their noble intentions, they exhibit a unique charm. The cradle now lies in ruins, yet its symbolic significance remains profound. Thousands of Gordillians may have survived in their shelters, but humanity stands as their last hope. The United Nations has granted me an opportunity to atone for some of the damage I have inflicted. How could I possibly refuse such a proposal? I am eager to significantly diminish the arrogance of the Herasians. Chapter 53. Enduring Pursuit. Memory Transcript. Subject: Soldier of the Venusian Space Corps. Warwick. Date: Standard Human Time October 3, 2136. Accompanying Ma Tianyu to meet Soluf is a deep-seated desire within me. Yet persuading him proves to be an insurmountable task. I am utterly perplexed as to why he insists on confronting the very individual who once tormented him alone. My concern for him is boundless. I cannot fathom the emotional turmoil that awaits him upon seeing Soluf again. Furthermore, the thought of being stranded on Earth without his protection fills me with an overwhelming dread. Whenever fear grips me, there is a comforting thought. Ma Tianyu will resolve everything. I am beginning to understand that he has exerted every effort to reveal to me the gentler side of humanity. Yet now, who will filter the adaptations I must endure? No, I must learn to adapt to humanity on my own and grow stronger. Lilia is twice as brave as I am. I continuously encourage myself. Lilia is anxious due to the absence of Ma Tianyu. And this poor little girl must be terrified of being abandoned once more. During Ma Tianyu's absence, Taishan has taken on the responsibility of looking after her. Knowing that I am trapped in a land rife with marauders, sleep eludes me. I let out a frustrated sigh and poked the remote with my claw. Watching human television unsupervised is a poor decision, yet boredom has already claimed my sanity. The television screen across the room flickered to life, the default initial channel being a news broadcast. A stern-looking human woman stared directly into the camera with a piercing gaze. "Can we still trust the Federation?" she inquired, asserting that their information regarding the marauders was entirely erroneous. The continued survival of the human race is owed to their incompetence, as they fundamentally lack the capability to govern the galaxy. You, your children, your loved ones, to them, are merely pests to be exterminated. These aliens harbor a disdain for human existence, wishing only to obliterate humanity. Not the Venusians, I vehemently countered, though I knew she could not hear me. The United Nations ambassador and the president of Venus disappeared during a summit attempting to negotiate with these genocidal lunatics, never to return. Thus far, We must assume they have been murdered. It is time for the Federation to taste the marauders they have demanded. Perhaps this is the reason the Horatians betrayed them. How were they treated by the Federation during the first contact? Such rhetoric incensed me, as I confronted a mountain of footage clearly showcasing the brutal actions of the Horatians. How could anyone still argue otherwise? It is an undeniable fact that the Federation supports these marauders, providing them with the means to invade planets. Yet, are the images captured by human soldiers, those grisly beasts ensnaring civilians in battle, even resorting to the live consumption of Gordillions, fabrications? I find it hard to believe that anyone would accept her absurd notion. This must be sensationalism to garner attention for the program, or else she is merely mocking. While I could not discern the humor in it, I must admit that I am prone to interpreting things literally. Based on the jokes I overheard during my missions, the implications of human dialogue can indeed be rather dark. To those who take things out of context, I must assert that no one can absolve themselves of the realities of genocide. I simply do not understand why some would uncritically accept a paranoid narrative. Recent intelligence indicates that there is ship activity in the Krakow region. Suddenly, without warning, the hotel room door swung open, startling me to my feet. What if UN guards had come to search my room with dogs? That four-legged creature would become the source of my nightmares for the coming months. I could vividly imagine it tearing my limbs apart with a swift motion of its grotesque head. However, upon seeing Matianu, my fear instantly transformed into relief. He bore a weary expression as he collapsed onto the bed, the residual tension dissipating from his shoulders. I rushed to embrace him, disregarding the pained groan that escaped him due to my overzealousness. "Easy now," he gasped. "It's only been a day." With his uninjured arm, he pulled me close to his chest, and with a companion by my side, the darkness of the room seemed to brighten. With Ma Tianyu beside me, nothing could harm me, not even a dog. That he chuckled softly and scratched my chin, and I placed my paw on his abdomen. I looked up at him, overwhelmed with concern. "I was so worried about you. How are you? Are you all right?" "I'm fine. I think I'm ready to look ahead," he replied, though he added, "But I don't want to discuss that. Let's talk about something else, shall we?" "Of course, let us talk about what kind of marauders humans are." "Shall we? Must we discuss this now? It's already 1 a.m. Indeed, we must. You promised, and I have the right to know the truth. Do you still not trust me after all we've been through?" Ma Tianyu gazed into my eyes, concern and tenderness evident within them. Yet, he seemed reluctant to respond. His grip on my fur tightened, revealing his fear of losing me. What could be so terrifying that it would alter my perception of him? "It's complicated," he murmured after a moment of silence. "Humans employ every conceivable predatory strategy. We set traps, lay ambushes, and domesticate livestock. I know you dislike that term, but you did ask." I tilted my head and inquired, "Didn't you say that humans are not ambushing marauders? We are versatile. Our current hunting method is one of the oldest known human predatory strategies, called enduring pursuit." Ma Tianyu paused, seemingly anticipating a fervent reaction from me. But my bewildered expression evidently disappointed him. His lips curled downward, and I could see how much he detested this topic. Yet we had ventured this far. Does the term enduring pursuit carry any particular significance? Because we possess the ability to sweat, humans boast remarkable endurance. We can run for extended periods. Ma Tianyu shut his eyes, unable to meet my gaze. We cannot match the speed of our prey. But our endurance surpasses theirs. We will pursue them until they can run no more. A chill coursed down my spine as I contemplated the implications of his words. Was he suggesting that humans would chase their prey for hours, even days? They are tireless, never relinquishing their pursuit. Such torment implies that the prey has an agonizingly extended period to dread their demise, fleeing in desperation and terror until the very last moment of their lives. The fear they experience far exceeds that of a fleeting ambush attack. Vivid images of being pursued by humans materialized in my mind. Each time I paused to rest or slowed my pace, they would draw closer, and once my legs ceased to move, death would become inevitable, with no hope of escape. What a horrifying way to die. My own body betraying me, struggling against fatigue as humans slowly advanced. Their eyes alight with bloodlust, signaling the end of all hope. I had always believed that humans possessed compassion, that they acted rationally, kindly, and with emotion, rather than mercilessly torturing the weak as beasts. "Please, continue." I still do not comprehend. Chapter 54. A new home, are you shivering? Ma Tianyu gently rubbed my ears in a comforting gesture. I don't want to talk anymore. It's your turn to speak. His expression of sorrow restored a semblance of rationality within me. I restrained the impulse to swat away his hand and endeavored to remain calm. It was time to cease ruminating on their lineage. Humanity has cast aside that dreadful past and demonstrated their capacity for kindness and compassion. My fearful reaction is merely a manifestation of my foolish instincts. All right, okay, I understand. Persevere? I stammered. Emma Tianyu blinked. What? I accept you, regardless of what you are, because you are my dearest friend. Emma Tianyu embraced me tighter. Stifling his tears, he must understand that he need not apologize for his race. My acceptance after enduring such profound self-doubt is crucial for his mental well-being. He does not need to alter himself to prove he is worthy of my friendship. Thank you, he whispered, but don't let others know. Telling you this could lead to trouble. I shook my ears. All right. Such a terrifying predatory method does not exist on my planet, so I understand why you avoid discussing it. However, President Tal should be aware of this. He would undoubtedly support you. I also wish for Tal to comprehend the fruits born of humanity's roots. We merely strive to the best of our abilities, utilizing the tools at our disposal. Humanity is a survivor. Regardless of the price we must pay, we possess unwavering determination and a spirit of dedication. The efforts we have expended for our Venusian allies are monumental. We would pursue the laws to the very ends of the universe, ensuring they have no refuge. As long as humanity endures, we shall combat such calamities to the bitter end. Emma Tianyu's words resonate powerfully. For humanity, a grueling war is merely a commonplace occurrence, and they have never feared any formidable force. Their methods of hunting possess another advantage. They do not employ deception. They do not resort to tricks or feigned gestures of friendship. If handled appropriately, this could even serve as a rationale for trusting humanity. By the way, do you know how many questions I answered to participate in the first contact program? Ma Tianyu revealed his signature smile. Both intimidating and gentle. 30, 50, 200, along with a face-to-face interview, background checks, and psychological assessments. Since the inception of first contact, all my communications have been scrutinized in search of any potential danger signals. What about you? I volunteered. Indeed, no Venusian would be foolish enough to engage with a predator, except for you. Ma Tianyu chuckled. Yet I have heard that passing my scrutiny is quite challenging. It seems you are rather impressive. Not too shabby. Ha ha ha. This is indeed true. Several Venusian individuals fainted upon nearing their contact subjects, and a small minority completely withdrew upon realizing their contact was human. I vividly recall the sheer terror I experienced on my first day. It is no wonder some Venusian beings find it intolerable to coexist with humanity. The most alarming rumor pertains to a Venusian who, upon seeing a human enter a room, panicked and immediately entered defensive mode. She seized the nearest pair of scissors and plunged them into the human's shoulder. Though the human was injured, he managed to wrest the scissors from her claws, choosing not to respond with violence. Yet, on that very first day, I shared potato chips with Ma Tianyu. It seems I am quite a good partner, wouldn't you say? Regardless, I have already discussed my journey here with my fiancée. She wishes for me to return home, but I have grown accustomed to having you by my side. Emma Tianyu inhaled deeply, scratching his sparse hair. Ah, it seems this is not the ideal moment to broach that topic. It's all right, feel free to ask. Would you consider living with us? Whenever you wish to return to Venus, you need not feel obligated to stay. I would welcome you back at any time. I stared at him in astonishment. The thought of living with him permanently filled my heart with joy, yet Earth felt like an entirely alien realm to me. I could only promise a trial period to ascertain whether I could adapt to a long-term existence in such a predator-laden environment. However, would the United Nations, or more accurately, the local government, permit me to remain? Well, I will contemplate it. Does this imply you are retiring? No, I am applying to be reassigned to Earth. I shall only participate in defense operations concerning Earth henceforth. And what of Lilia? She needs you more than I do. If she ends up alone in a refugee camp, she will surely crumble, I know. I intend to adopt her. I have already discussed the necessary documentation with Seiko. He will handle the procedures. Lilia will undoubtedly be overjoyed. I couldn't help but ponder the impact of being raised by humans on her development, yet I was certain she would grow up in a loving environment. As Ma Tianyu already regarded her as his daughter and would care for her accordingly, it seems you have planned meticulously. I whispered my family on Venus would undoubtedly deem this an act of folly. But the more I contemplated, the more appealing the proposal became. After all, free accommodation does sound rather enticing. Bridging the diplomatic chasms of humanity, aiding a predator in raising a prey child, and safeguarding their planet from harm would become my new mission. Perhaps one day, Earth would become my new home. Chapter 55. Internal Affairs Memory Transcript Subject, President of the Venusian Republic, Tal date, Standard Human Time October 3, 2136 and half a day. Our spacecraft will reach the borders of the Venusian Republic, at which point we shall convey the summit's news to our contacts at the United Nations. A few days after the scheduled departure date, humanity wishes to establish an embassy on the Venusian home planet, intending to dispatch a complete diplomatic team to assist those humans residing on Venus. Numerous nations from Earth are clamoring to set up their own embassies to manage their affairs independently. While I harbor a favorable view of humanity, I shall never acquiesce to their preposterous demand for 198 embassies. Should they persist, humanity may well engage in internal disputes regarding who should dispatch diplomatic missions and how to delineate their spheres of influence. Yet I have no desire to entangle their discord in my affairs. My focus lies in fostering a more harmonious relationship between them and the Federation. Furthermore, I must ensure Guxia's mental well-being, particularly after enduring weeks of isolation. Understanding how humanity copes with stress will aid future actions. Humans are highly social beings. Merely having new conversational partners prevents them from feeling bored. Allowing him to relax with his compatriots for a few days will recharge his spirits. In human parlance, he simply needs to recharge. In summary, the International Space Station has demonstrated humanity's capacity for collaboration in the cosmos. Guxia is recounting a story I am already well acquainted with. The International Space Station represents humanity's first step into space, laying the groundwork for lunar colonization and pioneering joint exploration. So, why has your planet failed to unite under a single banner? For those distant kin of yours lacking visionary foresight, it seems you are utterly indifferent. Are you not? A mocking tone accompanied this inquiry. As President Cutulin of Malay's questions reached my ears, I grew concerned that other diplomats might express similar apprehensions, despite Cutulin's weight being thrice that of Guxia. A mere gentle pat from his flat paw could easily topple Guxia, yet he still harbors doubts regarding humanity. The internal divisions within humanity pose a disconcerting issue for diplomatic relations. Diplomats from various nations have long been anxious about this matter, yet none dared to voice their inquiries. The very essence of the Federation's formation stemmed from the threat posed by predators. Prey species must remain united, for cooperation is the cornerstone of survival. Indulging in petty squabbles only leads to peril. Prior to departing the signal range of Alpha Star, I had observed several leaders' interviews. They cited Earth's disputes as evidence that humanity is incapable of cooperation, asserting that humanity remains belligerent and difficult to engage with. Humanity initially evolved from numerous small tribes, which later transformed into nations. Each nation possesses its unique culture, beliefs, music, stories, cuisine, and languages. Guxia leaned back in his seat and replied, "To ask us to relinquish these is tantamount to surrendering a part of our assets. Moreover, due to differing perspectives, humanity does not always reach consensus on matters." Cutulin raised his trunk. "Then why can you not preserve your customs within a single framework? For you, it is akin to unifying with the Nivali. Even if you enjoy each other's company and may even be allies, you would certainly not wish to submit to the same jurisdiction. We do have common forums, alliances, and trade agreements. Thus, it is a grave misjudgment to assert that Nikan believes humanity does not comprehend the language of diplomacy. In critical moments, we unite in cooperation." I noticed that Tosa, the representative of the Nivali, was observing this exchange with great interest. Representatives from the Sifkat, Zwan, and Emer also watched intently, their curiosity unabashed, their ears turned toward Guxia. Other diplomats traveled aboard another spacecraft. They dared not board this vessel inhabited by humans. Cutulin was the only one bold enough to articulate what was on everyone's mind. Now that the floodgates had been opened, I feared Guxia would be overwhelmed by the barrage of skepticism, and I had to be prepared to intervene at any moment. "Human representative Guxia, please pardon my impertinence," the Emer representative, Loro, spoke in a calm tone. Although she still maintained a certain distance from Guxia, she was at least capable of meeting the gaze of humanity, which once terrified her. "When you, disagree, do you resolve it through war?" "Sometimes, But humanity tends to prefer verbal discourse to settle disputes. Rest assured, the threat from the laws will temporarily set aside any of our disagreements. The representatives appeared bewildered by this response, as they understood. The affairs of Earth are intricate. Engaging with any single nation is unwise, as it may be interpreted as favoritism. Much of humanity's rhetoric is performative, and in reality, fierce competition always exists among them. Josen stated matter-of-factly, "I suspect humanity's tempers might erupt even more swiftly and violently than ours. My research reveals no indications that their ultimate aim is to take lives. Rather, this is merely a consequence of their aggressive behavior. Their predatory instincts manifest through violence in response to perceived threats, rather than retreating. That assertion lacks precision," Gusia elucidated. Humans possess a fight-or-flight response, yet they can also experience panic or become so paralyzed by fear that they cannot move. This varies from individual to individual and is contingent upon their temperament. Some may not initiate an attack at all. The room fell into a contemplative silence, with Josen scribbling hastily in his sketchbook. This notion was novel to me. I had assumed that aggression was an inherent trait of all humans, as such ferocity aided their ancestors' survival. Could it be that some humans are timid and anxious, trembling before threats like the Venusian? If that were the case, then it was evident that Gusia did not belong to this category. Although he excelled at masking his emotions, his aggression surfaced whenever he witnessed the Venusian being threatened. The fury in his eyes was chilling when he first beheld those Herasians tormenting the Venusian offspring. Many compassionate humans would feel a surge of anger upon viewing such footage. Just then, a sudden cacophony of buzzing sounds permeated the walls of the spacecraft, interrupting my thoughts. This noise was more persistent and louder than anything we had encountered during our journey. A spacecraft that had only been deployed a year prior should not exhibit such issues. Yet this peculiar sound elicited some concern. "Hey Tal, I do not wish to incite panic, but is that rattling noise normal?" Gusia inquired softly. Since takeoff, I had sensed something amiss with the spacecraft, and Gusia's unease confirmed my suspicions. Although we were merely one planet away from Venus, I felt inclined to investigate the source of the noise further. The last thing I desired was to be stranded in space, surrounded by a panicking group of diplomats and a malfunctioning vessel. I tilted my head slightly, pondering the situation, and resolved to run a diagnostic procedure on the spacecraft, just to be safe. Loro raised a peach-colored paw, indicating that the sound originated from the cooling ducts. "Suggesting we should investigate there, if you know anything," Tosa scoffed. "I cannot believe that your kind could repair a spacecraft. For you primitives, even a printing press must seem like a novel contraption. Were your ancestors born with spaceships?" Gusia shot him a glare, and Tosa froze under his piercing gaze. "I had no idea that we had a species endowed with divine rights among us." Tosa trembled, the cold fur along his spine bristling. We found our own way. We did not acquire everything without effort." Chapter 0. Science Popularization 3. The Emir. These bipedal marsupials are the newest members of the Federation. Merely 22 cycles ago, their planet was a burgeoning industrial society. The discovery of steam power ultimately interconnected society through railways and faster vessels. When the Emir witnessed the Federation's grand arrival on their planet, it incited panic. Although information spread slowly, newspapers quickly disseminated the news. The initial circumstances for the Emir were challenging, as anticipated, but they embarked on a slow adaptation period. The Federation still regarded them as primitive beings, while the Emir felt they were unfairly mocked. Their policies stemmed from an urgent desire to prove they were not a burden. The Benevolent, proud of their vast trade network, the Benevolent specialize in textiles, microchips, and household appliance development. Their engineering expertise is unparalleled, and they harbor a condescending attitude towards any species they deem foolish. They take pleasure in deceiving those who are not astute enough to navigate negotiations with them. Their long, rounded ears resemble those of rabbits, and their cream-colored fur serves as perfect camouflage in polar environments. Over the past century, the Benevolent Empire has lost its competitive edge, as the Phison Alliance began capturing the market with lower prices. Both sides engaged in fierce trade wars to secure agreements with new species, and the Benevolent Empire formally protested to the Phison Alliance in the year 2123, accusing them of stealing proprietary technology. The Sifkit, one of the first races to be affected by the Herasians' raids, the Sifkit are on the brink of extinction, having been hunted extensively. Today, billions of Sifkit are imprisoned in cages, while only 12 000 struggle to survive, most of whom are descendants of Sifkit who lived on other planets at the time of the attacks. The Federation acknowledges their membership, but it is largely a formality. The Sifkit have a gray-blue complexion, with cream-colored patches beneath their chins. They possess long, tapering tails, which are excellent for conveying vivid signals. Additionally, they have webbed feet and slender bodies, which aid them in swimming. In essence, they are semi-aquatic creatures. The Physan, rising like a new star in the previous century, the Physan alliance quickly became a leader in trade in the face of a trade war with the Benevolent. They stood their ground, continuously lowering prices and seizing opportunities in every transaction. Their rival, the Benevolent Empire, accused them of engaging in corporate espionage, but the Physan maintained that they merely developed technology at lower costs. The Physan have a single horn atop their heads, with thick manes covering their necks. Humans often liken them to mythical unicorns. Despite their lack of hooves, the sounds they produce only enhance this resemblance. The Takalu, due to their timid nature and geographical location, the Takalu appear reclusive. They are among the Federation's most distant members from the central planets, such as Alpha. The Takalth consist of a series of smaller, nomadic tribes. They settle on habitable planets, harvest vegetation, and then move on to the next planet. This is their norm, and their attachment to home is far less pronounced than that of other species. Whether their home planet is indeed their true homeland remains a mystery. The Takalu are medium-sized mammals with fluffy white fur. Their tail, thin as a blade, culminates in a tuft of dense fur. Although human biologists believe that the Takalu briefly walked on two legs during their initial toolmaking phase, they reverted to quadrupedal movement as technology progressed. Chapter 56. Traders the Emer could have learned on their own over time. Why interfere with their natural development? Is it merely to draw them into your wars? Gusia retorted angrily. Are you mad? The Herasians do not care about natural development at all, and you do not care either. Your callous and insensitive remarks are the best proof of that. How did you even become a diplomat? Loro stared in astonishment at this human, who so fervently defended his kind. She likely assumed Gusia was unaware of the Emer's origins, but it was evident he had done his homework. Loro could hardly believe that a human would stand on her side, particularly as she had grown accustomed to being verbally ridiculed by other diplomats. Enough, I finally interjected. Every second wasted on this argument allows the Herasians to gain ground. Let us respect one another, shall we? Gusia inhaled a trembling breath. I apologize, but I cannot be indifferent while others are mocked and bullied. This is not mockery, Marauder. I am merely stating facts. Tosa sneered. My name is not Marauder, it is Gusia. Or if that is too difficult for your dim-witted brain to remember, you may call me human. Tosa scoffed disdainfully. Marauder is merely a title. You are being overly sensitive, Gusia. How amusing that such words come from your mouth. Despite my efforts to mediate, the two continued to bicker. Regardless of who was responsible for the diplomatic relations between Earth and the Benevolent Empire, Gusia could no longer be involved. He had been thoroughly provoked by the other's demeanor. Stop it, I sighed, swishing my tail in frustration. Gusia, come with me. Just you, without any negotiation. I need to conduct a fault diagnosis and see if Loro's intuition is correct. Gusia opened his mouth to argue, but as I glanced toward the sobbing representative of the Sifkit, his expression softened instantly, replaced by a furrowed brow that betrayed profound concern. This anxiety could jeopardize Malai's progress. Cudalin quietly distanced herself from Gusia, attempting to calm Loro's frayed nerves with soothing words, but she did not respond, merely rocking back and forth. Josen, however, seemed to revel in the scene. I noticed he had been acting as a war correspondent throughout the earlier exchange. Gusia lowered his gaze and walked toward me in dismay. He glanced back, making eye contact with Loro. Loro silently expressed her gratitude, and Gusia's demeanor relaxed in response. He nodded slightly in acknowledgement before staggering into the cockpit. I positioned myself next to the spacecraft's computer and accessed the fault-checking module. A rough scan would take a few seconds, enough time for Gusia's anger to subside. I hope the spaceship functions flawlessly. For the repercussions of a malfunction would be unimaginable. I trust one haven't frightened you, Gusia whispered. I scoffed, saying, not at all. I simply wish to prevent the collapse of human diplomatic relations within the first week. Should you offend the Nevolians, the Federation would spread rumors to serve as evidence of your inability to forge an alliance. Consequently, humanity would lose the undecided votes. Indeed, this is a matter of great significance for all of us. A soft chime indicated that the diagnostics were complete, and I redirected my attention to the computer. The holographic image zoomed in, focusing on the underside of the spacecraft, where a long pipe was marked in blinking red, with an auto-generated note indicating a coolant leak. This pipe was adjacent to the warp engine, so even without being an engineer, one could surmise its purpose. Accessing it could only be done from the outside. Necessitating a spacewalk for repairs, I immediately suspected foul play, primarily due to the precise extent of the leak. It was neither alarming enough to trigger immediate alerts nor visible to the Corxia monitoring team. But who could be sabotaging the ship? What could their motives be? So it seems the cooling system is malfunctioning, Gusia said calmly. Stop the ship. I will retrieve a spacesuit and attempt a repair. I gently flapped my ears, insisting, no, you must stay here and watch everyone. Why? I suspected there might be a traitor. This is deliberate sabotage, and if it was perpetrated by one of the representatives aboard, they could be luring you away from the ship. In that case, they could eliminate everyone without confronting the marauders. Jiuxia squinted in confusion. He did not panic at the first sign of danger. His reaction was composed and unflustered. However, I sensed he had yet to fully grasp the gravity of the situation. This uncertainty was far more daunting than the danger itself. It makes no sense. Who would do such a thing? I don't know. That is precisely what I aim to uncover. If our spaceship goes missing in uncharted territory with all of humanity's allies aboard, do you know who would take the fall? Gusia furrowed his brow at me. Isn't it so? I flapped my ears in affirmation while Gusia shook his head in disdain. We need to deliberate thoroughly and identify any possible suspects. Our immediate priority is to scrutinize the 5 species representatives aboard, as they pose a direct threat. Of course, it could also be the crew from the Recel ship. Are they encountering troubles, or is this merely an operation targeting humanity? I had no idea where to begin. There were simply too many possibilities. I slammed my hand on the console, realizing that we might need to conduct inquiries throughout the entire ship, feeling overwhelmed by the sheer number of individuals involved, potentially insiders, outsiders, allies, or enemies. How should we narrow down the suspects? Perhaps we should first eliminate those we deem unlikely. Gusia suggested. Is there anyone aboard whom we can be certain of, or who we can confidently rule out? I trust Josen. Really? I don't know him well. He has never spoken harshly to you. That in itself is quite rare. That's exactly why he seems suspicious. He is a bit too polite. What if he has ulterior motives? Prior to the voting, only the Zonites approached you. Moreover, you know we struggle to control our instincts. Josen could not have pretended to be unafraid of the marauders. He approached you even with blood dripping from his head. Gusia lightly tapped his foot, a flicker of reassurance crossing his gaze. I felt a pang of sadness. For him, such treachery was so common that normal communication set off alarm bells in his mind. That Zon scientist was the only one I had encountered who attempted to suppress his instincts, as evidenced during his first meeting with Gusia. If we trust Josen, perhaps involving him would be a bad idea. 3 heads are better than 1, and besides, he is clever enough not to jump to conclusions. Additionally, someone must repair the damaged coolant pipe. I had considered volunteering, but with my skills, I might irreparably damage the warp core. The fewer people who know the truth, the better. I hoped Josen would keep his lips sealed when questioned. Making the doubts aboard the ship public would only incite panic, leading to internal strife and accusations. Some species representatives were exceedingly suspicious of humanity. They would surely seek to blame Gusia. After all, it would seem entirely logical to them that this cunning and treacherous human, after weeks of confinement, would sabotage his own ship for some illusory goal. If one did not think too deeply about it, I sighed, do not reveal anything to anyone. Simply say we are addressing a minor issue. I will first seek out Josen. Jiuxia nodded. If anyone could unveil deception, it would likely be the perceptive human. Regardless, we must uncover the truth. It is naive to hope for smooth initial contact and for humanity to seamlessly acquire true allies. Chapter 57. Investigation. Although merely seconds of warp travel separated us from the Venusian border, safety necessitated the ship's halt. Continuing at warp speed would cause the engines to overheat, leading to an explosion that could endanger all lives aboard. I was curious about the representatives' reactions to the sudden stop and how they would feel when I refused to divulge any details. Fortunately, even after grasping the vague truth, Josen came forth to assist without hesitation. He was currently pacing back and forth, his pink tongue lolling out as this Zonite, in his quadrupedal form, barely reached the height of a human's knee. Gu Xia bit his lip. I suspected he was striving to restrain his reaction to this adorable scientist. Now was not the time to disclose this subtlety to Josen, especially since he was a potential ally we had high hopes for. I rummaged through the adjustable spacesuits and selected one specifically designed for smaller quadrupedal beings. One sleeve was secured with a standardized toolbox, and a powerful magnet kept it firmly in place. Having served on several scientific vessels equipped Josen with the skills for basic repairs. Thank you very much for your assistance. Do you think you can manage? I inquired. I will do my best. Josen struggled to don the spacesuit, grimacing in discomfort. The constricting feeling was undoubtedly unpleasant for him. We merely needed to keep him going until we could warp a few seconds distance away. Minimizing the strain on the warp engines, slow and steady. I reiterated, also, remember this is our secret. No one else can know. Dio, you truly believe one of the representatives is involved? Why would they sabotage their own ship? Josen frowned. I find this plan utterly illogical. If everyone adhered to logic, this would be much simpler, I replied, but for now, it is merely a possibility. Frankly, I suspect it is more likely an external individual, though some would not hesitate to sacrifice themselves to combat me. I could sense that affection. You would do well to pursue respect rather than love. Josen fiddled with his helmet, awkwardly fumbling with the clasp. As you know, love is a fleeting emotion. Josen irritably flicked his ears, and it was Gu Xia who ultimately fastened his helmet. Human thumbs were undoubtedly more useful than the toes and claws of most species. I was surprised by how quickly Gu Xia understood the nonverbal cues of the alien, considering he had not been informed of much. Josen finally tugged at the straps on his chest, ensuring they were secure. With a click, the emergency airlock opened, and he wriggled his way into the void of space. Now it was just Gu Xia and me. His tense expression relaxed, a smile gracing his lips. His gaze softening. Seeing Josen in his spacesuit, adorned with those little bear ears, I felt an inexplicable warmth in my heart. A smile bubbled within me. I wondered what little bear meant, as it seemed the Venusian had become less endearing in your eyes. Are we so easily replaceable? Don't say that. Can't I find all creatures in the galaxy adorable? So, you think the Helas are adorable too? How could that possibly be? Why bring up such a creature? You mention all creatures in the galaxy. All right. Perhaps the little Helas are somewhat cute. After all, humans find all offspring adorable, even if they are fierce and ugly. Are you joking? What if I am not? How would you respond? The image of him tenderly cooing at a young Helas cub flashed in my mind, stretching humanity's nurturing instincts to an extent I found difficult to accept. The profound protectiveness humans possess towards their offspring is unparalleled by any other species. I gently nudged Gu Xia with my head. We must focus on identifying the culprit and swiftly review the list of species aboard the ship. Indeed. Gu Xia's smile faded, and her tone grew serious and solemn. Let us begin with the representative from Malai, she said, for he is the only ally I do not desire, as I believe he will never accept humanity. It is indeed challenging to associate Cuterland's mockery during Gu Xia's speech with a potential friendship. Gu Xia endeavored to erase previous grievances, responding to his inquiries with calm composure throughout the voyage. Although Cuterland broached the real issues and listened to Gu Xia's replies, he exuded an unwavering distrust of humanity. He himself had stated that his support stemmed merely from the Federation's desperate resistance against the Herasians. There is nothing more dangerous than a man unencumbered by moral scruples, not to mention that Gu Xia's initial thought was that he had only joined this endeavor to stir trouble. Were he not the president of Malai, he would surely be the prime suspect. Cuterland came in person, I replied. It's akin to undertaking a suicide mission, but it is unlikely that President Venus would attend personally. While planetary leaders are indeed significant, that does not absolve him of suspicion entirely. And what of the Nevolians? Do you simply target those you dislike? So what if I do? After all, the target is me. The Nevolian representative put on quite a performance before Gu Xia, perhaps believing that by intensifying the mockery of the Emer representative, he could win humanity's favor. However, Tos's arrogance had the opposite effect. His willingness to argue with Gu Xia indicated either bravery or a fundamental incompatibility and mutual disdain between them. This deeply rooted animosity serves as a convenient excuse for humanity's diplomatic failures. Nevertheless, compared to most other species, the Nevolian government stands to gain significantly from trade with humanity. Humanity is eager to expand its fleet. They will construct more ships than anyone else, and a lucrative trade contract could bring the Nevolian nation satisfaction for years to come. For an industrial powerhouse, war equates to profit. I believe Tosa harbors a greater disdain for Lolo than for you. I scoffed. If you have not realized, the Nevolian Empire is merely exploiting you for economic gain. We are trapped in space, and they stand to gain little. Xia scratched his head, pondering. But what if they truly do benefit? What if someone akin to the Krakoans were to bribe them? While it is conceivable that the Nevolians could be bribed, the amount required to sway them would be sufficient to purchase an entire colony. If I were that individual, I would choose to engage directly or find someone more economical to serve my interests. It is unwarranted to cast blame upon an entire race. It could merely be the actions of a rogue, such as their representative Tosa. You just want to pin it on Tosa so that you can silence him. That is an unfounded accusation. Well, continuing this line of thought, we are left with only the representatives from Sifkit and Emer. If Lolo could speak a bit more during this journey, I would find it easier to assess her situation. She is more timid than anyone else. What if this extreme fear stems from her concern over humanity discovering her betrayal? Or perhaps her previous fears have already driven her to betray humanity. Chapter 58. Speculation. Gu Xia tilted his head slightly and remarked, as of now, the only fault of the Sifkit people lies in selecting the wrong representative. This statement felt rather harsh. Everyone reacts differently when faced with fear. I pressed my ears against my head, recalling the scene from our initial contact, when my diplomatic advisor fainted upon first seeing you smile. Yet now he holds a fondness for humanity. Thus, Oksai may also develop a favorable impression of you. Oksai? Yes, the name of the Sifkit representative. Now, let us discuss the representative from Emer, since that the timid marsupial was Gu Xia's favorite. However, it must be noted that among the species aboard this vessel, the Emer people stand to gain the most from cunning strategies. The clever predator is the ultimate manifestation of intellect, and this is the quickest way to quell any primitive mockery. This disruption might be a meticulously orchestrated venture aimed at earning respect from certain Federation colleagues. In retrospect, it was Lolo who blurted out that the cooling shaft was malfunctioning. It was indeed peculiar that her claim was accurate. When confronted by Tosa's skepticism and harassment, she remained unshaken, which is even more perplexing. Either the Utulians possessed mechanical knowledge and wished to leave a lasting impression on humanity, or she was already aware of the pipeline issue. Just based on that, suspicion arises, and I wonder why I hadn't noticed it before. But if Lolo is the mastermind, why would she provide that information? Could it be that she already knew the diagnostic would reveal the issue, thus deciding to mitigate losses promptly? In other words, does she have a plan B? I hung my head in despair, contemplating how Lolo could have known the source of the problem. Perhaps she was merely guessing, or she might be learning mechanical maintenance. After all, we have yet to discuss our respective aspirations. Nevertheless, she was incredibly assertive at the time. With no hint of I think or any ambiguity, as if she had prior knowledge of where the malfunction lay, Yu Xia remained silent, his disappointment evident on his face. Defending the Emer representative seemed to be the most passionate I had ever seen him. It appears he is eager to bring this emerging species under humanity's wing to explore the vast galaxy together. Damn. He cursed, striking his fist against the wall. I saw his teeth fully exposed. His heavy breathing akin to that of a beast, mixed with angry gasps. I had never witnessed the gentle Gu Xia in such a state. I mustered all my strength to step forward, placing my trembling paw on his arm. You are hurting yourself, not the wall, I softly said. The wall does not feel pain, I know, he replied, rubbing his injured hand, his lips twitching slightly. I truly hope it is not Lolo. The Emer people are an emerging species, free from prejudice against humanity. It is not yet certain that it is her. Do not be agitated. But your analysis is quite reasonable. Her confidence in identifying the issue solely from that voice does not add up. Why is the entire galaxy so unjust? Why is everyone so detestable? Faced with his inquiries, I could only remain silent. Although I longed to utter words of comfort, I had no idea how to deal with an angry human and was uncertain of when he might pose a threat to those around him. My initial response could exacerbate the situation. Perhaps it was best to trust that Gu Xia could calm himself. I took a deep breath, turned my back, and chose to ignore the furious human. It was unwise to be vulnerable while he was in attack mode. Once Gu Xia had calmed down a bit, I retrieved an ice pack from the refrigerator, intending to apply it to his injury. I gently wrapped my claws around Gu Xia's wrist, instantly feeling the rapid throbbing of his pulse. Yet he allowed me to move his agonizing hand. I carefully pressed the ice pack against his knuckles, hoping to alleviate some of his pain. Thank you. I apologize for my earlier outburst, Guxia said. His dilated pupils met my gaze for a moment before shifting elsewhere. You will support me, won't you? Always, I whispered. Now, let us hasten back to the others, lest Cuterland barges in with questions, and Josen will take a while to arrive. Do you not intend to detain Lolo or interrogate her? If Lolo were to be confined at this moment, what would the others think? This matter must be handled discreetly, preferably in a fully controlled environment. Indeed, we could seek an opportunity to address it after landing on Venus. I gestured towards the control room exit. Let us proceed together to resolve this matter. Guxia and I entered the room, where Lolo was conversing with Cuterland, but upon seeing Guxia's return, she fell silent. Welcome back, Ambassador Guxia, Lolo said. Thank you. You were correct. The cooling shaft indeed has issues. Guxia's words carried a veneer of false warmth and a relaxed tone as he sat across from Lolo, indicating that the ship should be operational again within a few hours. Lolo nodded in acknowledgement. Under the scrutiny of humanity, I believed she would not dare to pull any tricks. She merely needed to maintain the pretense for a little longer before we could interrogate the suspects. I sincerely hoped this was just baseless speculation. For Guxia's sake, I wished it to be disproven. I did not want this incident to cast a shadow over humanity's impression of its new allies. Regardless, this remains a positive endeavor, one that could secure a diplomatic foothold for humanity in the galaxy. As humans say, there is no need to spoil the whole pot of porridge over a single mouse droppings. Chapter 59. Preparations for War Memory Transcription Subject. Commander of the Federal Fleet Command. Solif date. Using standard human time October 6, 2136, there were no signs of life or civilization in the vicinity. On one side, embers lay quietly, a flicker of orange light swirling amidst the black dust. A charred Godillian corpse lay atop the ashes, its skeletal gaps hollowed out, the flesh and blood licked clean. Where is this place? My hind legs were bound to a pillar behind me, while my forepaws were secured to a column in front. A wave of heat emanated from my abdomen, drawing my attention to the source beneath me. There, on the sandy ground, a pile of wood blazed fiercely in the fire pit. Damn it, I was next in line. Someone intended to consume me alive, giving my blood a terrifying new significance. What if they were Herasians? My instincts urged me to scream, yet my voice had failed me, the sensation akin to swimming in cement, my movements trailing several seconds behind the signals from my brain. I attempted to break free with my claws. But as my gaze fell upon the twisted ropes, they began to peel away from my paws. A roar echoed behind me, and a bipedal figure moved in the shadows, even more terrifying than the Herasians. I glimpsed the flames reflected in its pupils. Those were the eyes of a predator, and panic seized my throat, rendering my feeble rationality to nothingness. The creature emerged from the shadows, revealing yellowed teeth, its sinewy body sparsely covered with hair, stirring memories within me. Everything about humanity, including my decision to surrender to them, surged back like a tide. The rumbling noise was laughter, as they reveled in my helplessness and innocence. In the darkness, hundreds of humans appeared, surrounding me entirely. From the very beginning, I had harbored a deep-seated wariness towards these hairless monsters. Now, their scheme had succeeded, and they sought to torture the last remnants of the godly refugees for their amusement. The first human turned the handle on the grilling rack, and the board supporting me began to lower slowly, inching closer to the flames. A flicker of recognition flashed in my mind as I identified the green mark on his arm. It was that UN soldier, Carlos. I attempted to lift my upper body, but could only helplessly descend. Stop, please. I finally managed to squeeze out words from my throat, a series of terrified whimpers. Carlos, why are you doing this? Humans, you cannot do this. Solif? I haven't done anything. Carlos replied. Wake up. An invisible force touched my shoulder, and I jolted upright from the narrow bunk, my heart pounding like a drum, thoughts in disarray amidst the panic. I swung my paw, carving an arc towards the indistinct figure at the edge of my vision, and coarse curses echoed in the air as that human leaped back with lightning speed. Carlos raised his hands before his chest, slowly inching toward the door, his gaze flicking to the holster at his waist. Confused, I blinked, realizing I had returned to a human military spacecraft, my claws intact. And no one had harmed me during my slumber. It was merely a nightmare. Perhaps my mind was grappling with my shifting attitude towards humanity, my subconscious stubbornly believing these marauders to be twisted and greedy. The scene of the fire might have originated from the previous night when human soldiers roasted marshmallows and vegetables in the mess hall. I closed my eyes, striving to calm my breathing. Yes, I'm sorry, I had a nightmare, I sighed. Carlos breathed a sigh of relief. I could tell, for you called my name. What were you dreaming I was doing? You were going to roast me on a fire? Watching me burn alive while laughing heartily. Hilarious. Abe and I are here to look after you. Not to host a bonfire party. I struggled to stand, relying on the support of the bed frame. The reason humans brought me aboard was to hope I would serve as a tactical advisor, assisting them in reclaiming the cradle of Godely. The attitudes of the UN soldiers on the bridge clearly revealed their dissatisfaction with me. Several officers cast me unfriendly glances as I was introduced. The commander of this vessel, Monahan, warned his subordinates against taking unilateral retaliatory actions. I know many of you harbor strong animosity towards Solaf, but he is our invaluable asset in combating our enemies, he declared sternly. He understands the enemy's weaknesses, tactics, and the terrain of the battlefield. If anyone dares to lay a finger on him, I will have you packed up and sent home immediately. It was then that I realized my crimes had spread across the entire Earth. Carlos did his best to keep me separated from the human crew, while Abe advised me to ignore the mocking laughter of the soldiers passing by. I had attempted several times to engage the guards watching over me in conversation, but they seemed deliberately to pull out their phones, ignoring my questions as I spoke. I was merely curious about human life. Yet they appeared disinterested in forging any semblance of friendship. Perhaps conversing with a criminal like me would create rifts among them, and on the eve of battle, the last thing I wanted to do was undermine team cohesion. I needed to tread cautiously in my words, maintaining a strictly neutral stance. I muttered an apology. I'll try not to sleep anymore. Carlos blinked. You don't need to avoid sleep. All right, Captain Monahan has requested everyone to take their positions. We are about to enter the detection range of the cradle system and prepare for warp flight. Upon hearing this, I dashed towards the exit, unwilling to miss any opportunity to extract Herasian blood. The corners of Carlos's mouth curled upward, his face adorned with a ravenous grin as he followed me out, swiftly traversing a dimly lit corridor. Dozens of unfamiliar human soldiers marched orderly towards their posts, displaying no fear in the face of the impending battle. As we approached the corner of the corridor, a thunderous clamor reached my ears, and we sprinted down the small staircase on the right, finally arriving on the bridge. Captain Monahan sat in the central chair. And among the group of soldiers, I recognized Abe, who was comparing sensor data with predictive results. It seemed the humans were well prepared, with personnel stationed at every position. Humans were inherently suited for this kind of combat, adapting to the environment of space warfare with remarkable speed. They were the only beings I had ever encountered capable of sharing in the exhilaration of exterminating the Herasians alongside me. Fear surged through my veins, but this time, it was laced with a sense of awe. All plasma weapons were fully charged, and the targeting systems stood ready. A low report came from the weapons station. Monahan nodded. Excellent. What is the status of the sensors? We have confirmed 230 hostile targets in pursuit, with no signs of engagement, nor any remnants of UN or Godely allies. The Herasians seem to be continuing their bombing operations. Are there any Herasian ships on patrol? If we can see them, they can see us. Approximately 40 ships are dispersed in the inner perimeter. I have sent a trajectory route to navigation, which will guide us through the enemy's weakest point. Excellent! The entire UN fleet has safely jumped. They will dispatch several ships to cover our rear, while we take down these bastards in one fell swoop. Chapter 60. Our plunderers. The communications on the bridge were remarkably calm and professional. There was no questioning of orders, and the exchanges were devoid of any emotion. Based on the simulations I had observed during the initial briefing, the human strategy was to concentrate fire on the patrolling Herasian ships first, then use faster vessels as decoys to draw the defensive warships away from their positions. Carlos led me to a corner of the weapons station, a spot within earshot of the captain. The spacecraft exited warp flight before the enemy's anti-warp weaponry could intimidate us. Dozens of Allied warships adjusted their positions, cruising at various angles and headings. On one side, a massive golden gas giant loomed peacefully, its gravitational field potentially interfering with enemy detection. That moment, a sensor technician interjected. Captain, Several Herasian patrol ships are attempting to flank us from behind. They are closing in rapidly. Everything is proceeding as planned. Continue advancing. My gaze focused on the void behind us, where several Earth-UN warships were intercepting the approaching foes, emitting brilliant streams of plasma. The spectacle was magnificent. Yet, the enemies were clearly outside visual range. Casting doubt on the effectiveness of such attacks, even humans could not possibly hit a target from such a distance. Were they merely attempting to intimidate the Herasians? This minor skirmish gradually faded from my view. Becoming insignificant dots on the sensor coverage map, the ship's course was set towards the cradle. I believed that humanity would greet the Herasians with a ferocity they had never encountered before. Those humans and Godely warships engaged in battle had already been annihilated, succumbing to the overwhelming might of the Herasians. Our reinforcements were the last hope, yet all landmarks and cities lay in ruins. How many survivors could we possibly save? My thoughts drifted to the UN soldiers fighting on the surface, desperately protecting Godely civilians. Those who had failed to evacuate in time were, to put it plainly, doomed. I wondered if a small number of humans had sought refuge in bunkers to evade the storm, but would the Godely allow marauders to take shelter in their sanctuaries? They must have discovered us. The sensor technician exclaimed urgently, 52 enemy ships, and the number is increasing, are breaking away from the bombing formation, all heading towards the fleet to intercept. A navigation officer looked to Monahan. Should we alter course? Captain? Monahan furrowed his brow, exclaiming, no. All positions, prepare for combat. The observation window magnified a small point of light, revealing a hulking behemoth with sharp contours, designed to carry as much explosive material as possible. I longed to be of use. Rather than merely a spectator, however, the humans around me did not seek my counsel. Though I harbored such hope, I feared that interjecting might compromise their judgment. The human officers nearby were utilizing artificial intelligence to aim plasma beams at the front of the massive vessel. While this could potentially damage the enemy ship's structure, it would not deliver a fatal blow, and the precious time taken to reload might grant the Herasians an opportunity. A human's unadorned finger hovered over the trigger. Awaiting the command to act, your aim is off. The words slipped from my lips inadvertently, drawing a few irritated glares in my direction. You could inflict greater damage elsewhere. Silence, scoffed the human to my right. His nose wrinkling in disdain, I faintly heard the others refer to him as Oreo. It's already fortunate we haven't used you as bait. Just watch. Captain Monahan raised his hand, commanding silence. Stop. Solif is here to provide insights. Allow him to speak. You seek to destroy each other's propulsion or ventilation systems, as indicated in the briefing. While your intelligence is accurate, and this is a strategy most would adopt, we are now faced with a heavy bomber. And then, he pressed that IT is filled to the brim with explosives. Any hit to its fuselage will trigger a catastrophic detonation, resulting in a swift and decisive outcome. Who knows if he is trying to lead us into a trap? To send us to our doom? Oreo retorted disdainfully, while nostrils flared with indignation. No matter the circumstances, I would never assist the Herasians. I simply wished for those scoundrels to meet their fiery end. Monahan drummed his fingers on the armrest, weighing whether to trust me, for entrusting the lives of his crew to an alien creature was hardly a prudent choice, even if my suggestion theoretically held merit. With the enemy closing in, time was slipping away for a decision. To him, I was an unpredictable variable. Had this been days prior, I would have cheered at the sight of this ship's destruction. Now, however, I had begun to regard humans as kin, or perhaps friends. I was striving to perceive them that way. Yet, in their position, they might not extend the same trust to me. Reduce speed. Fire immediately. Target the center of the bottom. Monahan commanded. Solif, should your judgment falter, you know what fate awaits you. The weapon station disregarded the soldier's dissent and promptly executed the command, locking onto the enemy ship's approximate coordinates, unleashing a barrage of plasma beams. Simultaneously, our vessel entered the enemy's firing range, prompting them to launch a series of missiles. Caught unprepared, neither side could activate their shield defenses in time. Our ship veered sharply to the side, narrowly evading the missiles, while the enemy vessel was struck by the plasma rounds, resulting in a brilliant flash of light that illuminated the void of space. As the adversary was reduced to fragments, the humans erupted in jubilant cheers. And I felt a profound satisfaction with my judgment. For reasons unknown, fighting alongside these marauders felt quite agreeable. Well done, Solif. Captain Monahan grinned, revealing his teeth in a manner that sent a shiver down my spine. We shall remember this. Thank you for your insight. Don't mention it. I will ensure those monsters meet their demise. Indeed, the plan is to eliminate them all. Those words resonated like celestial music, and it seemed that my hope for my planet and my galaxy to rid themselves of this filth was no longer a distant dream. The Herasians were about to reap the bitter fruits of their own malevolence. The world had yet to deliver them sufficient suffering, and I would find fulfillment only by standing atop the mountain of corpses they had created. The human ship surged through the waves of space, advancing toward the Herasian stronghold. I suddenly realized that the Federation might indeed possess a fighting chance in this war. After all, we too had our own predators. Chapter 61. A minor victory. The manner in which humans traversed the cosmos resembled raptors in pursuit of prey, swiftly lunging toward their predetermined targets. I gazed intently as the intertwining hues of blue and brown on the planet became increasingly distinct. Those within the United Nations fleet who had evaded their attackers hurried to regain their positions, coordinating the next target for assault. Meanwhile, the resilient Herasians were gathering. They would not easily relinquish their stronghold to this band of primitive humans. Ammunition was fully prepared, and as soon as the UN warships drew near, they would be met with a fierce barrage. Yet, humans were not foolish. They did not approach these gray entities directly but opted to flank them instead. The agile warships executed astonishing maneuvers and rejoined the fray, leaving me astonished at how humans chose speed as their advantage. At this moment, the human officers at the weapons station were embroiled in a heated debate over which enemy to attack. A warning light flickered red in the data feedback, indicating they had selected the weakest point. I squinted, scrutinizing their choice through the observation window. The exterior of that enemy ship had lost its luster, and its armor was less formidable than that of other vessels. Launch missiles at the target, then unleash the full firepower of the railgun. Captain Monahan's voice resonated with authority. After firing, immediately redirect all power to the shields. The ship surged toward the designated target, which was fiercely resisting. A series of kinetic weapons struck the ship's outer armor, causing only minor damage. The design of the human warship differed from that of the Federation, and thus the Herasians were unaware of their vulnerabilities. In contrast, humans possessed far greater knowledge of the Herasians. Around the ship, a cacophony of gunfire erupted, and chaos ensued in the void of space. With fireballs scattered throughout this initial clash, I found it difficult to discern which side suffered more grievously. The fierce conflict between two equally ruthless species would yield only tragic sacrifices, yet as the majority of Herasian ships were redirected to confront the humans, the bombardment of the cradle gradually subsided. To be able to engage in large-scale conflict with top predators, and to hold their own, was nothing short of miraculous for the humans, considering they had only developed warp flight technology months prior. Imagine how invincible they might become after several centuries of practice. As I pondered this, the human ship unleashed a barrage of missiles at the adversary. With shields in place, its defensive systems managed to withstand the humans' initial assault, and the battered Herasian vessel turned to seek support from its companions. I felt the engines roar as the humans pursued at full speed. But was this truly the correct decision? The technicians at the weapons station stood ready to fire the railguns, but the enemy, sensing impending doom, shot upwards. The humans failed to adjust in time to counter this change in trajectory. The plasma beams veered far from their intended target. The adversary, having evaded a fatal strike, grew emboldened, knowing that the railgun would require reloading. To make matters worse, a new Herasian ship had joined the fray. Raise shields, the captain bellowed. Switch to kinetic weapons and close in on the UN vessel lock. The ship's flight path became erratic, swerving left and right as the previous pursuit had pushed the engines to their limits. The advanced and pristine Herasian vessel effortlessly trailed behind. This was the territory the Herasians knew all too well, hunting a fleeing prey. Their most exhilarating moment. The ship unleashed a flurry of plasma rounds. Although the Herasian shields could easily absorb the impact of these projectiles, the goal was merely to delay the enemy's pursuit. At this moment, we needed to buy time for our comrades' support, and unleashing all the ammunition from our arsenal upon the enemy was our best option. Sensor data indicated that both Herasian warships had locked onto our vessel as their target, which bode ill for us. On the screen, the Allied warship, the UN exploratory vessel lock, glided toward us, its hull shimmering with a blue emblem. Its rectangular body seemed to house retractable doors, suggesting it could transport smaller ships. This human warship was a hodgepodge of mismatched metals and various weaponry, its menacing appearance barely concealed beneath a layer of paint. Most human warships were modified Venus-class vessels, but this one radiated the essence of humanity. A sensor technician reported, "The computer indicates that the second Herasian hostile warship's railgun is fully charged. Evasion maneuvers are no longer possible." "Understood," Monahan replied, his voice cold and steady. "Prepare to absorb the impact." My claws dug deeply into the armrest, the tension in my chest palpable. Why did the humans not exhibit greater panic? A life-threatening danger should elicit at least some unease in any rational being. They were clearly capable of sensing fear, as evidenced by MT New York's reaction toward me. Plasma energy slithered toward the ship like a serpent, greedily seeking to consume the metallic hull. The blinding light suddenly crashed into the ship's aft hangar. When this force reached the bridge, my arm nearly dislocated from the jolt. The overhead lights flickered and extinguished due to a circuit malfunction, while the baseboard lighting cast a dim glow. The once upright human soldiers now lay sprawled upon the ground. Some face down, struggling to rise and tend to their wounds. The alarm blared, signaling a breach in the integrity of the ship's structure, with gas leaking from the rear section that required immediate repair. "Rosinante, are you all right?" A hoarse and garbled voice crackled through the speaker. Monahan scanned the bridge. All appeared relatively unscathed, yet immediate assistance was essential. "Did you hear that?" came the reply from the other end. "Let us move, brothers." Our vessel swayed as it descended, evading the enemy's line of sight, while the Lockheed activated 2 dual-rail cannons on its broad hull, disregarding the energy demands. I harbored doubts about whether it could deliver the same impact as a single weapon. Yet, evidently, humanity believed that striking the enemy in 2 places simultaneously sufficed to offset this shortcoming. The Herasians remained blissfully unaware of the impending danger, as the Lockheed's plasma cannons were already en route when it slowed its advance. 2 beams of light, unleashed simultaneously, seared scorching marks on either flank of the enemy ship, striking several critical systems and extinguishing the flames of its propulsion, rendering it utterly incapacitated. With the support of this colossal battleship, the confidence of those on the bridge surged anew, as a glimmer of murderous anticipation sparkled in the eyes of several humans. These marauders had caught the scent of blood. The Lockheed surged towards the prior Herasian vessel, launching missiles as a plasma beam sped forth with impeccable precision, engulfing the enemy's armor in flames, causing the scorched metal to split apart, transforming the ship into a charred hulk of scrap. An instinct whispered to me that the tide had turned in humanity's favor, and that no second chances were needed to amplify their gains. "This will leave a profound mark," Captain Lockheed declared with pride. "We're off to respond to another distress signal. Good luck to you all." Chapter 62. The rescue mission through the communication device. Captain Monahan expressed his gratitude before assessing the extent of the ship's damage. The harm was far less severe than anticipated. Several unsightly cracks marred the hull, yet all major systems continued to function normally, with no issues regarding power supply to the weaponry and propulsion systems. Captain Monahan straightened, stating, "Approach that planet. The ship's structural integrity is compromised, and we can only assist our comrades." Having narrowly escaped death instilled a fear within me that eclipsed that of my surroundings. I lowered my gaze. The exhilaration of slaying Herasians had been supplanted by primal terror, as a burning sensation in my chest made breathing laborious, as though I teetered on the brink of cardiac arrest. Under pressure, humans could make decisions in an instant, evidently performing far better than I could, maintaining composure and fulfilling their duties, a quality they termed fortitude. Our vessel wound its way through the battlefield, steering clear of any lurking Herasian fleets, and the flickering of dozens of United Nations insignias on the sensors filled me with unease. Identify those displaying signs of severe damage. Monahan gazed out the observation window, a contemplative expression gracing his face. They must be eliminated here. Understood. A technician replied, while my gaze shifted toward the cradle, a wave of nostalgia washing over me. Beneath that serene blue exterior, I knew the ground lay ashen and lifeless, with Herasian ships gliding above the atmosphere, engaged in combat with humanity. Should humanity falter, they would swiftly return to resume their bombardment until no life remained below. I noticed a dark rectangular object hastily fleeing the planet's glow. In battle, only a Herasian ship would dare retreat from the center of the fray. A heaviness settled in my heart as I realized that ship must be destroyed. For the souls aboard, It might offer a modicum of relief. I leapt up, disregarding the bile rising in my throat. Please lock onto and destroy the hostile target designated a 9241 on your sensors. Immediately, it is ascending and about to leave the cradle. Wait, why that ship? Monahan inquired. I met his steadfast gaze. It is a livestock transport vessel. It must not be allowed to leave here, I implore you. Let those Gordeli captives be freed from their suffering. Are there innocent hostages aboard that ship? We do not kill civilians. Being captured by the Herasians is a fate far more tragic than death. Humanity, you must be rational enough to comprehend this. There are children aboard. I know you do not wish to harm them, but only death can spare them from a fate you cannot begin to fathom. Monahan pondered, beckoning to the first officer for a brief discussion. I was unaware of their conversation, yet to me, the decision was simple. Death was salvation. As they conferred, time granted those gray souls a chance to escape. If humanity could not discern right from wrong in action, then perhaps their moral compass was indeed lacking, and they should not be so bound by the letter of the law. Monahan suddenly lifted his head. Solif, how many Herasians do you estimate are aboard that ship? I do not know. No one has boarded their vessel, I replied, but their landing teams typically consist of around 20 to 30 individuals. That should suffice. I will assemble a strike team and dispatch a shuttle to board. But we must first disable the transport ship's propulsion system. It cannot be allowed to escape. This proposal brought tears to my eyes. I could scarcely believe that these fierce beasts would risk themselves in combat for a rescue mission, placing their personnel in grave danger. From Monahan's reaction, it appeared to be his first thought, while I had never considered the possibility of those Gordeli captives being saved. As the officers began to gather personnel for the rescue team, I sensed a genuine trust quietly forming. I started to believe that this marauding race would extend a hand to us, just as they had to the Venusian. Captain Monahan issued a loud command to the bridge personnel, who began to scavenge all available weaponry in preparation for the rescue mission. There was no time to wait for reinforcements, and most United Nations vessels were preoccupied. The communication station alerted all nearby allies of the transport ship situation, to prevent us from being mistakenly fired upon during its capture. If reinforcements were to arrive later, it would be a welcome boon. I want to volunteer for the rescue team, Carlos declared, his gaze fierce. Seething with resentment, I am an infantryman. I would relish the opportunity to give those gray creatures a taste of their own medicine. The fury of humanity towards the Herasians surged like a tidal wave, their stances and roars betraying a ravenous, beast-like hunger. I could feel that anger roaring hotly through their veins, primal, untamed fury driving them to act and demand retribution for the brutality they perceived. They were releasing the energy of the hunt, yet even so, they maintained a degree of self-control. I could hardly fathom the tumult of thoughts swirling in their minds. Our ship sped towards the Herasian transport, steadily closing in on the cumbersome target. Although the transport was equipped with external weaponry, its firepower paled in comparison to that of a battleship. Nevertheless, its internal arsenal would not be lacking. Capturing this transport would pose a significant challenge for the rescue team. You are truly awe-inspiring, I whimpered. Captain Monahan, please allow me to join the rescue team. The captain raised an eyebrow. No, I do not wish to see valuable tactical guidance fall on the battlefield. Fall on the battlefield? Well, that means sacrificing oneself in combat. I will not hinder you. If you successfully rescue those Gordeli, I can keep them rational to prevent panic. You will understand the reasoning. Monahan's lips quivered slightly. I sensed the unspoken question lingering in his mind. After witnessing my earlier breakdown upon first landing, he was uncertain whether I could maintain my composure. This was indeed a reasonable question. Charging into a confined space surrounded by Herasians and gunfire would likely shatter the spirit of most Gordeli. A mere glance at those compound eyes sent fear coursing through my veins like ice, causing my spine to stiffen as I struggled to cast aside this terror. My rage towards those gray creatures was sufficient to overcome all. And I bared my fangs, raising my claws in a threatening display of resolve. He sighed, rubbing his forehead. Very well. Just remember, do not die, understood? I replied. But, if the mission fails, please ensure that ship is destroyed, regardless of who is aboard. They shall not escape this star system. As long as I am here, that possibility is utterly impossible. As I gazed upon the transport ship through the observation window, a surge of fervent excitement nearly caused me to lose my footing. Few could confront the Herasians and live to recount the experience. Infiltrating an enemy vessel could spell disaster. Such a feat was unprecedented. Humanity either lacked awareness of how perilous their actions were, or they simply did not care. My nostrils flared. Like the human soldiers, I too was eager for action. This mission represented a courageous attempt at redemption for my past transgressions. At the very least, I was certain I stood on the side of justice. In whatever capacity, I would do my utmost to assist humanity. Chapter 63. Borrowing? The bulletproof vest bestowed upon me by humans clings tightly to my spine. Yet it threatens to slide off my shoulders. Its design is far from accommodating the rounded form of a Godillion. Rather, it starkly contrasts with the slender curvature of the human spine, an elegant and agile product of evolution. I am acutely aware that this armor may very well save my life, but I would prefer to delay donning it, for my fur is tousled and disheveled, and the nearest soldier is visibly perturbed by my inability to sit still. The human soldiers are huddled together in the shuttle, shoulders pressed against one another. Fortunately, I occupy a position at the rear, allowing me to lean against the wall. During the journey, Anbiza and Carlos exchanged places. She directed a clear disdain towards me, while Carlos grew weary of my incessant fidgeting. Many ordinary soldiers scoffed at me as well, and in the presence of these marauders, I have garnered no goodwill. However, we are but a minute away from the transport vessel. Have we successfully incapacitated the transport's power system? I inquired of Anbiza. She blinked at me in irritation. Yes. Did you not hear the announcement? Relax, it's merely a trivial question, Carlos sighed. Solif was just distracted and missed it. Are you sympathizing with this racially prejudiced war criminal? A soldier shouted. I noticed several human soldiers nodding in agreement, prompting me to lower my gaze. If the Herasians were to slay me today, aside from the higher echelons of the United Nations, few humans would mourn my passing, and I would hold no grudge against them. Dying with honor is not the worst fate I can conceive. I fear the terror of impending death far more than death itself. I yearn for a weapon, a means to genuinely assist. I refuse to remain a mere bystander while they fight alone. That would be splendid. I disregarded the jarring remarks. Could I possibly have a gun? No. The chorus of voices replied in unison. I waved my claw dismissively. I was merely asking. Thud, thud. Our ship latched onto the transport vessel. Advancing slowly until our airlock aligned with theirs, a human soldier clad in a spacesuit entered the emergency airlock, and I observed his movements through the window. He opened the airlock, stepping into the void of space. The only tether connecting him to us a slender cord at his waist. He tested the transport's airlock's red lever with one hand, confirming it was not locked. The soldier nodded, employing some form of adhesion technology to secure the artificial passage to the enemy ship. As the gravity system activated, he found his footing on solid ground. Separated from the vacuum, he raised his thumb in a gesture I did not comprehend, yet the others interpreted it as a signal to proceed. The soldiers, hefting cumbersome rifles, emerged cautiously from the ship. Although humans possess no inherent advantages, they are equipped with an array of apparatus. Their soldiers are clad in black armor from head to toe, even donning hard helmets. Once they don their reflective goggles, they resemble soulless machines produced en masse. Stay close behind us, Solif, Samantha urged as she rose to join the ranks. We cannot leave you here. Find cover and do not hinder our advance, as the human soldiers infiltrated the transport vessel. I could not help but notice their furtive demeanor, as if they were stealthily hunting within a dark forest. They crouched to a third of their normal height, their steps both secretive and cautious, their weapons sweeping in all directions, searching for suspicious targets. They fired several shots at the unsuspecting Herasians, the gunfire short and sharp. I stifled a laugh, fully aware that it would render me a fool. The enemy had undoubtedly raised the alarm, yet we had seized the initiative. My gaze shifted to the ship's insectal interior. Silently cataloging its facilities, such intelligence would be coveted by the Federation at any cost. The air within the cabin, albeit slightly damp, was adequately illuminated, and I was pleasantly surprised by the cleanliness of the vessel. It bore no foul odors of decay or blood. It seems these barbaric creatures have, at last, grasped the basics of disease transmission. We advanced for several hundred steps along the entrance until we reached a bend. The lead soldier peered around the corner, only to retract hastily. A barrage of bullets riddled the wall where his head had just been. He quickly crouched down, retreating once more behind cover, pressing his weapon tightly against his chest. "There are 8 or 9 enemies defending this position, and they hold the advantage," he murmured. Although we outnumbered them, the Herasians' positional superiority could easily lead to our swift annihilation should we act recklessly. Smoke grenade! A human soldier rolled a metal canister across the floor, which immediately erupted into a cloud of milky smoke. The pungent gas spread through the corridor, and I squinted, striving to discern my surroundings. I could hardly see my own claws before me, and the Herasians would be equally unable to ascertain our position. In this white haze, the human soldiers stealthily emerged from behind cover. The Herasians unleashed a frenzied volley towards us, hoping to strike something, yet the gunfire inadvertently aided the human soldiers in pinpointing their location, prompting an immediate counterattack. In this obscured environment, the human soldiers, relying on their remarkable adaptability, gained a measure of firepower superiority. Through the smoke, I could discern the faint outlines of several Herasians who had been struck. As the smoke gradually dissipated, the human soldiers swiftly advanced toward makeshift cover. Carlos pulled me behind a supply vehicle, resting his rifle atop the vehicle's roof, while Anbiza lay on the floor beside him, her hands steady on the scope as she fired at a Herasian attempting to retreat. I had never imagined that the Herasians would retreat. "If we descend that main staircase, we should locate the area where captives are held and the bridge," Anbiza whispered. "They do not wish for us to access any critical areas." Rising to better observe the situation, she cautiously moved forward to join another rescue team. My gaze fell upon the Herasian she had just shot, blood gushing forth as the pitiful enemy convulsed until another human soldier unleashed a volley into his head. This was indeed excessive, yet I found a perverse satisfaction in it. Anbiza, gripping her rifle with gloved hands, gestured for us to follow. Though I hesitated to move, the surviving Herasians were already regrouping with their comrades. The human sudden assault had caught the Herasians off guard, forcing them to concede and await reinforcements. Surely, the Herasians had not encountered a true enemy in quite some time. In this war, they had never shown an ounce of retreat. While the Federation's weakness had emboldened them, in the vicinity where I speculated the Herasians were lurking, silence reigned, leading me to suspect they were lying in wait. The rescue team advanced cautiously, silently making their way toward the staircase. Their military boots gliding over the metal floor as lightly as raindrops tapping. I could not determine whether this was instinct, training, or knowledge passed down through generations. Suddenly, a harsh voice blared through the intercom. "Greetings, hunters. It seems you are not particularly pleased that we have borrowed your prey." Chapter 64. Aiding from the shadows, several human soldiers jolted in surprise. Looking up at the ceiling, I was nearly rendered speechless. The Herasians had never communicated so fluidly with the Federation. The Federation had once translated their language during initial contact, yet in my recollection, they had only ever uttered crude threats. Now they employed greetings and expressions of gratitude, truly astonishing. Had we realized we had intruded upon your territory sooner, we might have proposed a division of the spoils. The Herasian continued, "You have saved us quite a bit of trouble. We are not entirely ungrateful from the livestock next to you. You should have already discerned that the Godillians make for excellent slaves." Ha ha ha! I was on the verge of exploding with rage. This creature dared to regard me as human livestock. Though I am indeed a captive of humans, this sentiment is worlds apart from enslavement and humiliation. I have never been compelled to do anything. I volunteered for this mission, and my treatment has exceeded what I deserve. Carlos jabbed me, pointing to the flashing red light on the ceiling, a camera tracking our movements. Allowing the enemy to clearly see our advance, he raised his middle finger, and several of his companions mimicked the gesture. I did not comprehend its meaning, but I surmised it was a form of disdain. "Damn you!" Carlos shouted. "Well, that seems to be the gist of it." I mused silently. The youth of the race is quite delightful. Let us unleash this aggression, and together we shall subdue the inferior races. The Herasian sounded somewhat disappointed, as if he longed for a contest of strength. When our interests align, any other approach is wasteful. Though sharing is not our usual practice, we might make an exception for you. Did he just propose an alliance with humans to combat the Federation? Surely, this is a trap. It is well known that Herasians cannot engage in interspecies cooperation. They are unable to coexist peacefully even within their own ranks. When the Federation discovered them, these gray creatures were embroiled in a global bloodbath that threatened their very existence. Nevertheless, humanity might indeed turn against them. these clawless omnivores have not been warmly welcomed by the galaxy. The stances of various factions remain ambiguous, and latent threats may still lurk within the Federation. Would humanity perceive an alliance with the Hrolans as the sole means to save Earth? Carlos, in a fit of rage, smashed the camera lens, providing an answer to my unvoiced question. Gripping his rifle tightly, his knuckles whitened with strain as the soldier at the forefront raised his fist. Our squad halted at the staircase. The enemy was likely gathering below, awaiting our arrival to deliver death. Watch out for grenades. A human soldier warned before hurling one down. I watched it tumble down the stairs, followed by a deafening explosion. A gurgling scream pierced the air, as if shrapnel had struck one of the Hrolans in the throat. The human soldier descended the first step, then threw another grenade, sufficient to compel the enemy's retreat. He leaped from the last step, pulling the trigger in a frenzy of gunfire. I mimicked Anbisa's movements. Crouching behind a trash can, which appeared to be in what was once a dining area, with bloodied trays and reading material strewn across the tables, it seemed that consuming sentient beings was a collective activity for the Hrolans. Their gunfire marred the surrounding walls, toppling several human soldiers. Upon witnessing their comrades fall, the remaining soldiers rushed forward to drag them to safety. In such dire circumstances, attempts to staunch the bleeding appeared futile. Yet they persevered in their efforts, astonishingly forming profound emotional bonds amidst the chaos of battle. It bewildered me that, in the throes of conflict, they could still exhibit concern for one another. The Hrolans' brutality stirred every restless impulse within my day, overwhelming me with a dizzying rush, starkly contrasting with the revenge I had envisioned. Should any of them charge at me, I would stand defenseless. I felt several predatory gazes fixate upon me, rendering me akin to meat on a chopping block. Awaiting their slaughter, their menacing roars conveyed their perception of me. Although humanity often revealed its unwelcome fangs, they had never regarded me with such intent. Calm down, Soloft. Do you not wish for the predators to suffer? To burn in agony, to rot, to die? I continuously urged myself. Samantha scoffed. Oh, thank you very much, that was not my intention. You are not like the Hrolans. Suit yourself. A bullet grazed Anbisa's helmet, causing her to instinctively stumble backward. Struggling, she leaned against the trash can, her breath coming in frantic gasps. Once she regained her composure, she swiftly adjusted her rifle. A flicker of guilt crossed my mind, as my distraction nearly cost her life. It felt somewhat disingenuous to call her a friend, as that required mutual respect. Yet they had become familiar faces to me, and I wished no harm upon any of them. I had to find a way to assist them, not hinder their actions. Carlos crouched a few steps away, using an overturned table for cover. Several human soldiers were there, firing bullets to fend off the enemy, and I noticed two Hrolans attempting a flanking maneuver from behind. I yearned to shout a warning, but the thunderous gunfire drowned out my voice. Panic surged within me as I saw the Hrolans raise their rifles to aim at them. Inaction was not an option. Anbisa had been too startled earlier to react in time. It was now up to me. I spotted a Hrollan corpse at the bottom of the stairs, blown apart by a grenade, its blood-soaked weapon catching my eye. And a reckless thought flashed through my mind. Solaf? Anbisa began. I dashed from my cover, retracing my brief path back inside. The tiles slick with blood, making each step treacherous. I seized the weapon from the corpse's hand, aimed at the enemy, and acted in one fluid motion. My heart raced like thunder, my claws trembling with tension, making it difficult to steady the gun. Fire! The Hrollan shot first. A bullet precisely pierced the neck of a human soldier beside Carlos, prompting the others to turn, but in that fleeting moment, they could not mount an effective counterattack. I clenched my teeth, straining to steady my wrist, pulling the trigger to unleash a flurry of bullets, praying I would not hit my allies. Fortunately, of the 5 rounds I fired, 2 struck the first Hrollan, who collapsed as the other stumbled in panic, tripping over the corpse, granting the human soldiers sufficient time to regroup. One soldier quickly pulled the trigger, shattering the Hrollan's skull. Carlos turned his helmeted head, seeking the source of the bullets that had saved him, and when our eyes met, I staggered back to Anbisa's side. She snatched the weapon from my hands, clutching it tightly under her arm. Are you really going to take the gun? I lamented. But I saved. She sighed heavily. You saved Carlos's life. Among all the Godolai, I excel at killing. So? No way. Stop thinking about doing something so foolish. I bit my claws, leaning back against the wall. Several human corpses lay scattered at the entrance. It appeared many were not as fortunate as Carlos. Although the human soldiers were remarkably resilient, the Hrolans were equally precise, with nearly every human falling victim to headshots. Half of the rescue team's soldiers were injured, yet they continued to fire at the Hrolans, demonstrating their extraordinary capacity to endure suffering. However, I could not discern whether the vivid red stains were their own blood or that of their fallen comrades. The rescue team was not unscathed. The gray creatures had also sustained significant casualties. I estimated their numbers had dwindled to about 10, as the human soldiers began to gain the upper hand, suppressing the enemy with their firepower. I did not believe the Hrolans were prepared to withstand a human assault. Abruptly, the enemy's gunfire ceased without warning, and I tilted my head in confusion, witnessing a weapon slide across the floor. Followed by several others, a few Hrolans stood upright, watching the humans intently for their next move. The humans too halted their attack. What on earth was happening? Could it be that the predators were secretly aiding them? Chapter 65. Hrollan captives. The air reverberated with loud shouts as human soldiers encircled the disarmed enemies. This was undoubtedly the Hrollan's surrender. They complied with the soldiers' orders to lie down, neither roaring in anger nor making sudden movements, but instead obediently submitting. The exhilaration in the voices of the human soldiers resonated within me, their bloodied fangs and piercing gazes intimidating the Hrolans. Nonetheless, I still did not believe these gray creatures would easily capitulate. After all, the Federation had never succeeded in capturing a Hrollan, nor could it reason with them. Pleading for mercy was futile. Their only motive for destruction was slaughter. Accepting humanity as sentient beings was one thing, but the Hrollan's malevolence was unmistakable. I pondered how Captain Monahan would handle these captives, prompting me to ask, and Bisa shrugged indifferently, "That is not for me to decide." Nor is it for me to decide. Perhaps that is for the best. Carlos donned his goggles and bounded over to us. First, we'll send some people to keep an eye on them, ensuring they remain compliant, and then we'll sedate them before taking them away. But if it were up to you, what would you do? I inquired. I would confine them to a livestock pen. That is where they belong, Carlos replied, his eyes flashing with anger. I also wonder if these gray creatures taste like crocodiles, or if their skin could be fashioned into a fine pair of shoes. He brazenly discussed devouring other sentient lives, a notion I had never envisioned humanity embracing such cruelty, even towards these monsters. Yet I could comprehend Carlos's sentiment. He harbored a schadenfreude that I too felt, but could he truly bring himself to consume such repulsive beings? Regardless, Carlos's demeanor towards me seemed more amicable, perhaps because I had saved his life. My gaze scrutinized the Hrollan captives, their grotesque forms akin to excrement. I would rather not let my claws touch their skin, as that would be a desecration, so, Solif, if it were up to you, how would you deal with them? Although I yearned to witness those gray creatures suffer the consequences of their actions, the cost was simply too high. The intelligence that could be gleaned from a group of enemy captives was invaluable. If it meant averting the Cradle's calamity from befalling other planets, then allowing these Hrolans to live a while longer was worth it. Moreover, they should endure more suffering than mere death. Conducting scientific research on their pain tolerance and responses might yield fascinating results. A subtle smile graced the corners of my lips as I contemplated inflicting as much suffering upon them as possible. Once they ceased to serve any purpose, I would swiftly obliterate their minds. Did you not already know the answer? Carlos and Besa remarked. Do you recall why he is here? You too may continue your conversation. I lowered my gaze, watching the female soldier stride away. I had not anticipated that I would so vividly recount the methods employed against the first human soldier. Upon realizing the parallels between the two situations, Carlos would undoubtedly lose faith in me. I could not fathom why he refrained from pursuing her, yet deep within, I still hoped our relationship might evolve. I apologized. I merely believed you might be the only beings capable of comprehending my motivations, I sighed. Carlos crossed his arms, a flicker of conflict illuminating his eyes. If we were Herasians, I could understand your motives. Yet you have not even sought to investigate the tale of Machianu, nor have you listened to the voices of the Venusians who supported him. I have conducted my inquiries. The Federation database categorizes you as genocidal marauders. Apart from war, you are utterly devoid of merit. Recalling those initial atrocities sent shivers down my spine, and later, I witnessed videos of humans poisoning children and bombing their own cities. You accuse us of inciting panic. Yet I remain unable to comprehend you. That chapter of history has ignited fury within many of us. We, like them, are capable of many abhorrent acts, but Venus, I only know that after your encounter. The Venus Republic severed all communication, forcefully repelling aid vessels and taking all federal visitors hostage. At the time, everyone believed it was humanity that compelled them to take such actions. But that is not the truth. As you are aware that if you were in my position, would you consider humanity to be kind and compassionate? Especially when you resemble Herasians so closely and are the only other known marauders? Carlos said nothing, yet the expression in his eyes indicated that my words had prompted deep reflection. He pursed his lips and scratched the back of his neck. Clearly, he hesitated to express understanding regarding the torment endured by his compatriots. Perhaps fearing that nearby soldiers might overhear. Be why the time Warwick awakens, it will be too late. I must trust my judgment. Otherwise, I would be a traitor sympathizing with marauders. My voice trembled, eyes tightly shut. Tears imprisoned within their orbs. I was not justifying my actions. Carlos, I too cannot accept what I have done. Ever since I realized the impact it has had on me, I can no longer live this way. I do not expect anyone's forgiveness. Carlos unexpectedly placed a gentle hand on my shoulder. Though he remained silent, it was a comfort beyond what I deserved, momentarily alleviating the guilt that enveloped my heart. In that moment, I became acutely aware of my yearning for human understanding. Carlos cleared his throat, his gaze shifting towards the Herasian captive. A human soldier pressed his foot down upon the tail of a captive, aiming the barrel of his gun at its head. The creature's eyes were filled with madness. Had it belonged to another species, I might have interpreted that his feared it appeared quite young, perhaps embodying the notion that the innocent are unafraid of danger. What have you done with the children? The soldier's voice was low, laced with a menacing tone. Where are they? Children? What is that? The Herasian replied, perplexed. Those are the Godalai, the livestock you speak of, you wretched creature. Why do you not just say so? They are in the cargo hold. Where the hell is that? Take us to see them now. The Herasian captive led us into the kitchen, adjacent to the dining area. The utensils here seemed more suited for slaughter than for preparing meals. Carlos gestured for me to follow. My inclusion was merely to placate the emotions of the Godalai captives, which had been my initial intention in joining the rescue team. Anxiously, I trailed behind as we entered what resembled a den of beasts. Chapter 66. Priceless treasures. A foul stench of decay assailed my senses, compelling me to suppress the urge to vomit. Several Godalai corpses hung from the ceiling, split open from head to toe. The dried blood indicating their innards had been extracted while they were still alive. One of the bodies was noticeably smaller than the others. The last time I saw my daughter alive, she was nearly that size. That child, after being dissected, had become an appetizer for this group. These despicable creatures, treating the Godalai as a feast. Disgust burned like fire in my esophagus, and I could not help but retch onto the floor. Carlos's face was ashen. He was likely struggling to contain his own nausea. The gasps behind us suggested that revulsion was a common reaction among the rescue team. The human soldiers trailing us had witnessed far more than they had anticipated. Confusingly, humans seemed to possess an intense aversion to blood. According to all evolutionary knowledge, blood should be enticing to them, triggering their hunting instincts. Carlos wiped the sweat from his brow. Damn it, I cannot forget this scene. They are so brutal, completely devoid of humanity. They are bloodthirsty monsters. Deep, deep breaths, do not dwell on it. But that smell. Speaking of which, why are the soldiers dispersing? I turned to Carlos, inquiring in an attempt to divert our focus. Do they not all wish to ensure the safety of the civilians? Mbesa cleared his throat to my right, startling me. The enemy commander is hiding on the bridge. Thus, we must search the entire ship, lest the dormant creatures crawl out from the cracks. I thought you wanted nothing to do with me. I truly do not, but it is my duty to protect you. The young Herasian staggered towards the back wall of the kitchen, pointing at the partition with his bony claw. The reflective metal double doors were wide enough for several human vehicles to pass side by side. I initially suspected he was deceiving us, as this was a common Herasian tactic, yet placing the prey adjacent to the dining area seemed too logical. We could only proceed cautiously. The human soldier pressed his gun barrel against the captive's temple. Open the damned door, or I will splatter your brains across the walls." The captive swallowed hard, wavering his claw in front of the motion sensor. I immediately tensed, fearing that automated turrets would descend from the ceiling and begin firing upon us. The human soldiers appeared equally anxious, clearly sharing their mistrust of the creature. Despite their lack of experience dealing with Herasians, they seemed all too familiar with their deceitful tactics. The door creaked open, and the human soldier advanced cautiously, though still harboring doubts. Indeed, no reinforcements from the Herasian army were gathered inside. The ground before us lay barren, and my gaze lingered there. These cunning creatures could not possibly leave their treasures unguarded. Some instinct compelled the human soldiers to look up. Perhaps it was this madness that drove them to leap from planes. Sure enough, a Herasian perched atop a platform, surveying the gathered prey. Before it could reach for a weapon, it was struck down by dozens of bullets. Many in the ranks appeared eager to fire indiscriminately, their nerves visibly frayed. I watched as the creature collapsed, its vital organs pierced. The light of life extinguished from its eyes as blood poured from the edge of the platform, drenching the godlike captives below. Yet I could not face them. My gaze fell upon the Herasian captive, seeking to gauge its reaction to the death of its kin. A sharp gasp escaped its lips. Its malevolent pupils lingered on the lifeless form of its companion for a full second, indicating it too could feel anger. "You think no one would look up?" A human soldier brought the butt of his rifle down hard against the Herasian captive's temple. As the captive's hind legs quivered and eventually crumpled to the ground, he chuckled. "Oh, my apologies, I slipped. Everyone saw that, right? Ha ha ha." The other humans nodded, studying the livestock enclosure. Reluctantly, my gaze followed suit, and a tide of fresh anger surged up my spine. The godlike were corralled like livestock, with no space to breathe. I could see their faces pressed against the barbed wire, claws frantically searching for an escape. The Herasians must have thrown down some leaves from the platform to feed these livestock, with water coming from a few small bowls at the edges. Many appeared to have given up, lying on the ground, utterly unresponsive. The wails of the children pierced my heart, their cries sharp and sorrowful. "Save us, please," a desperate voice emanated from the center of the enclosure. The godlike who spoke was silenced by their companions, who fearfully exclaimed, "The intruders are humans. We are doomed." Among the crowded godlike, most could not see what lay beyond. All they knew was that those outside were not Herasians, but humans who had conquered the Herasians. Had they not witnessed the valiant sacrifice of human soldiers in the cradle, there would be reason to believe this was a human-orchestrated assault on the Gorodilians. These individuals must have thought themselves to have fallen from the clutches of one marauder into the jaws of another. A Gorodilian pressed his face against the barbed wire. "Captain Solif, they have captured you? You must understand they absolutely cannot be allowed to take you alive." I did not know how to respond. It felt like a waking nightmare. The Gorodilian misinterpreted my silence as a confirmation of his words and began to howl in despair. Carlos staggered forward, kneeling at the edge of the cage, tugging at the bars, but they remained immovable. He yanked at them again with greater force, and I could see his teeth bared, the muscles in his shoulders trembling, an indication of the primal rage he was striving to suppress. This marauder could not endure the cries of the children echoing in the room, just as I could not. He emitted a roar, an impulse to liberate this herd from their cage, nearly consuming his mind. His movements imbued with madness. Anne beat aside and handed him a pair of wire cutters. Carlos snipped through the first strand of wire, and others came forth to assist in dismantling the cage. The impatience of humanity jolted me from my reverie. If I could not make the Gorodilians understand the truth, they would surely trample upon their saviors. To treat these gentle beings with violence is hardly a return of their compassion. We humans are allies of the Gorodilian alliance. Let them lend you a helping hand, I shouted hoarsely. Those marauders who invaded our homeland and led to the capture of the Gorodilians are allies? Or perhaps let those demons spin a more credible lie, puppet. A scornful retort came forth. Could I truly persuade a doubting audience to look beyond their loathsome exterior to perceive the truth? Carlos paused for a moment, exchanging glances with his companions. The breach they had cut in the wire was sufficient to tear open a passage. Who could read malice in their actions? No one had ever regarded humans as comrades from the outset, and no one would easily believe their tales or view them objectively. At that moment, I felt sorrow and anger for humanity. I charged furiously toward the bars. The ground invasion stemmed from our original plan to bombard Earth, and I was acutely aware of this. Preventing our own extinction is an act of self-defense, and yet, despite such dire circumstances, they risked their lives to save you, demonstrating that their compassion runs deeper than ours. Marauders do not extend sympathy. The Great Guardian taught us that they are cursed beings destined to live in eternal hunger and bloodshed. The Great Guardian? Carlos murmured. Debating fairy tales is hardly my ideal choice. Yet provoking the faithful only serves to entrench their stubbornness. That statement may hold a grain of truth. I have witnessed humans unleash their aggression on numerous occasions. Humans channel their sanguinary desires into noble emotions, guiding them toward righteous outlets. Yet, at times, their self-control indeed wanes. My gaze swept over this group. Humans are clever enough to transcend this, to master themselves. The Venusians had conducted experiments proving that they could establish connections with their prey and would empathize with our suffering. This is irrefutable evidence, regardless of the scientific standards applied. What? This cannot be. You mean humans utilize their hunger to protect the weak from threats, which bears a striking resemblance to your goddess. They have established laws of civilization and moral codes. If they are cursed and attempt to break free from their shackles, would not the guardians guide us to assist them? Human soldiers pushed aside the spiked barriers, scrutinizing the battered Gorodilians. Although my compatriots were eager to flee, they did not rush toward their saviors in a panic, for the alternative was to remain in the hands of the Gorodilians, whose nature is well known to all. Even if humans are equally wicked, they are difficult to surpass in malevolence compared to the Gorodilians. A few human soldiers extended their gloved hands, lifting the injured Gorodilians to solid ground. They provided the wounded with herbivorous sustenance and fresh water. Showing particular concern for the children, Anbiza fed a frail infant with a spoon, her eyes shimmering with a maternal glow unique to her. I had never seen such a tender smile grace her face. Nor had I ever heard her speak so gently. This conflict was never about the struggle for livestock. I could not help but wonder how the Gorodilians would react upon realizing that the humans they regarded as kin actually despised them as much as the other beings in the galaxy. Regardless of whether the human interrogations yield useful information, witnessing their expressions of anguish will be invaluable to me. Chapter 67. Circumstances Memory Transcript Subject, President of the Venus Republic, Tal Date, Standard Human Time October 6, 2136. In our absence, it appears that humans have firmly established themselves on the Venusian homeworld. I observed throngs of humans awaiting the spacecraft, cameras in hand, while Venusian reporters were squeezed among these marauders, clearly having had extensive contact with humans, which allowed them to behave so casually. The United Nations delegation, clad in light blue uniforms, welcomed the arrival of the new species and politely introduced themselves. They wore patterned masks to obscure their eyes, evidently to appear as non-threatening as possible. When they saw that Sifkit diplomats suddenly burst from the crowd, they halted in their tracks, as Oxay's snow-white fur vanished into the surrounding dense underbrush. Gusia took a step in that direction, intending to follow, but I pressed my claw against his arm, shaking my head. Pursuing them would only exacerbate the situation. In any case, we must speak with your people immediately. I whispered. A flicker of concern crossed his eyes. Was something amiss? You have become restrained. Have you discovered something? As soon as we entered the range of faster-than-light communication, I conveyed the news of the federal delegation through government channels. Josen repaired the spacecraft, ensuring it could navigate steadily, and he confirmed that there were clear signs of external tampering on the cooling shaft. I did not disclose these details online, as I wished to prevent the reception by the United Nations Embassy from devolving into a firefight and an interrogation. The Venusian government had kept the United Nations officials informed and reported some startling developments in the Gorodilian War. However, curiously, both parties seemed astonished by our arrival. This implied that Reisler's ship had yet to reach its destination. Considering our prolonged delay, they should have arrived before us. I buried this news deep within, lest it incite panic. But the anxiety lingered, as a shadow follows. If Reisler's ship were to meet with misfortune, what would become of our relations with those 6 races? My ears pressed against my skull, filled with trepidation. I had learned a few details. Let us avoid the media for now, and then we shall speak with Carter in the briefing room. Human reporters wielding cameras clamored closer, and Venusian journalists incessantly posed questions. My instinctive reaction was to resist being encircled by these noisy reporters. The human journalists were far more aggressive than their Venusian counterparts. When they finally granted us enough space to navigate, I sighed in relief. I sensed that some of the human reporters' bad habits, such as their ambush tactics, had infected these Venusian journalists. It was quite vexing. Could you lower your volume, especially when you are so close? My ears are more sensitive than yours, making your words sound more threatening than intended. I shouted into the microphone. The clamor of human reporters gradually subsided, lessening the intensity of the interview. Fortunately, while they were all surrounding us with their inquiries, someone wisely advised them not to disturb the newly arrived diplomats from various races. Had others suffered such harassment, they might have dashed into the jungle like oxey. What transpired at the federal summit? A persistent voice shouted. I have been preoccupied with a myriad of matters this past month, so I am not accepting general inquiries at this time. I maintained a calm tone, stating, for now, you may report to Earth that 11 races have expressed a desire to establish diplomatic relations with humans. Only 11? Gusia, how have they treated you? Do the other members of the Federation wish to wage war against humans? What impact do you believe this will have on human-Venusian relations? Let me finish, I retorted sharply. Over 100 races have voted to form an alliance with you to collectively confront the Gorodilians. An even larger portion of races remain undecided or have opted for isolationist policies. While these outcomes may not align with your hopes, in my view, they represent a positive advancement compared to wishing for your extinction. However, the Krakow fleet is assembling warships at various border outposts within Earth's airspace, receiving support from several races. How can we trust that this public display of friendliness is not a ruse? If my responses could yield a definite conclusion, there would be no issue, I said with frustration. I was about to clarify that 38 member states remain unwavering in their stance on exterminating humans, and may even initiate a campaign of annihilation. Krakow is indeed one of them, and it is also the most vociferous among them. Anxious murmurs ripple through the crowd. I understand that humanity requires time to digest this information, after which they will initiate another round of inquiries. The questions will fall into the realm of the foreseeable. If diplomatic avenues have become unviable, how should Earth defend itself against these threats? Will the Venusians offer assistance? I shall confer with your generals and my own regarding how to address the current situation. Perhaps new allies will lend us a helping hand. I gestured with my tail towards the Zwan diplomat, who was already comfortably seated atop the human shoe. The human appeared startled, but remained rooted in place. Regardless, we shall resolve this together. The Venusians will stand shoulder to shoulder with humanity until the end. Now, please allow me to take my leave. Gusia, with his hands clasped behind his back, followed me into the presidential office. His gaze, filled not only with mirth but seemingly with something more, seemed to pierce through my skull. Gusia opened the door, and we stepped into the briefing center together, his eyes never leaving me. That intense gaze was distracting, and I was uncertain whether I should remind him to cease this exchange of glances. Recalling that our purpose for this visit was to address the crisis threatening Earth, I exerted considerable effort to refocus my attention. General Carter leapt from his chair, exclaiming, President Tal, Gusia, it is truly a relief to see you return safely. I settled down beside him, with Gusia taking a seat next to me. I wished to express my gladness at our return, but how could the cradle of the Godolai have been destroyed in the month I was away? What? Gusia gasped. Don't tell me this was the work of humanity. From the tone of his dismay, it seemed that he believed this entirely plausible. Initially, I thought there must be another explanation, but his response swayed me. The United Nations stance against harming civilians was clearly articulated during that preliminary briefing. Perhaps Sacco merely said what I wanted to hear in order to secure the assistance of the Venusians. The Helas seized the opportunity to exploit the cradle's defensive lapse and launched an assault. And we were powerless to retaliate, General Musk exclaimed angrily. I am in the process of evacuating civilians. We lost a significant number of our forces. I lowered my head, and where are the evacuated civilians now? On Earth, I could hardly believe it. Humanity had taken a group of terrified refugees from their own territory to the home world of the marauders. Those Godolai refugees must be feeling utterly suffocated. It was a dreadfully poor decision to resettle them in Godolai's colonies when a better solution was evidently available. General Zhang narrowed his eyes. Mr. President, you appear rather displeased. Do you not believe humanity will treat the refugees kindly? You misunderstand, I lamented frankly. This is nothing short of a catastrophe. 52 species have expressed they are awaiting news from the cradle to determine their diplomatic stance toward humanity, and when they hear that the cradle has been destroyed, they will blame humanity. Even if they accuse humanity of colluding with the Helas, I would not be surprised. Jiuxia added. I could not help but sigh. You are correct. The refugees are merely adding insult to injury. When they learn that you have confined them to refugee camps on Earth, they will assume you are treating them like livestock. General Zhao retorted. We have captured extensive footage that sufficiently demonstrates our humanitarian efforts. And then what? It would be all too easy for this to be dismissed as a carefully orchestrated propaganda stunt. I would wager that the Krakowians will seize upon this to garner public support for their attack, vilifying you as marauders enslaving others. What could possibly prevent other races from retracting their diplomatic proposals? President Malai would surely be furious if he were to learn of the cradle's destruction. This would significantly impact our relations and engender hostility from most species that have yet to express their positions. At least I had a few hours to contemplate how to navigate various scenarios, while for Guxia, all of this was new. He fidgeted beside me, and I could sense his astonishment at the evolving war situation. Having witnessed such hatred in the Federal Assembly Hall, he was now acutely aware of Earth's precarious position. Chapter 68. The situation, General Musk stated. The Secretary-General understands the importance of the cradle as a propaganda tool, which is why we dispatched the First Fleet to undertake a liberation mission. We have an opportunity to defeat the Helas and reclaim the cradle. Those mission logs and the footage provided by Solif from Godalize Media might help mitigate the damage to humanity's reputation. 2 points in his statement caught my attention. The first was that humanity had sent the Venusian ships I had gifted them into peril. Attacking the Helas was a reckless endeavor. I could hardly believe that no one had raised an objection. Regardless of whether they were marauders, the United Nations fleet would be overpowered by the formidable Helas in every engagement. Did they wish to see both our worlds destroyed at the hands of the Helas? To extinguish all hope I had for them, since the fleet had already been decimated. Discussing this matter had become utterly futile. I began to question whether allying with humanity had been a mistake. I had never anticipated they would act so recklessly. The second point that piqued my interest was the name Solif. I could not have misheard. Even under severe duress, it was hard to imagine that Godalai would provide humanity with anything of value. Had they captured him in war? What terrible retribution had they inflicted upon him to compel him to betray his principles? Solif is in your custody? When General Musk nodded, I blinked anxiously. Is he still alive? General Musk rolled his eyes. Of course he is. Why does everyone ask that? No one would blame you for executing him. He deserves it. He is a criminal. But how did he come to be in your hands? After witnessing our soldiers retaliate against the Helas, he surrendered voluntarily. I see that so. Is it unreasonable to request that Solif stand trial in the Venusian court? I hope he will be punished for his reckless endangerment of others' lives and for the mistreatment of Venusian citizens. The United Nations is willing to discuss extradition, but he is currently a valuable strategic asset for us. I do not foresee us handing him over in the coming years. A voice, unfamiliar to me, interjected from a position far from the generals. It belonged to a woman whose sharp features radiated intelligence. Ku Shu, Secretary of Extraterrestrial Affairs for the United Nations, formerly of SETI. SETI. This name echoed in my mind. Long before humanity became an interstellar species, they had yearned to seek friends among the cosmos. Stories of aliens were remarkably prevalent in their culture, and some Earth scientists devoted their lives to scanning the skies for signals and cataloging any potentially habitable planets. The flight path of Guxia and Qinling aboard the Odyssey was precisely plotted by SETI researchers. Venus's main planet was fortuitously the fifth on their list of candidate habitable worlds. It was only natural that these visionary astronomers aspired to be among the first extraterrestrial experts and diplomats. I politely flicked my ear. It is a pleasure to meet you, Secretary Kushu. I certainly understand humanity's considerable interest in Solif. But I do not wish for his actions against Warwick to be overlooked. That would set a most unfortunate precedent. Indeed, we have relied too heavily on the goodwill between our two species, which is why we have drafted an extradition treaty that can eliminate many misunderstandings at the nascent stage. Both sides are striving for better relations, yet numerous other details remain to be refined. Trade, borders, intelligence sharing, joint military bases, and so forth. This is a formidable task, as I have no idea how humanity handles such matters. The fact that Earth is essentially situated within Venusian territory is a thorny issue I have been diligently avoiding. In the official stance of the entire galaxy, humanity does not actually possess their home world. It still belongs to the Venusian Republic until we relinquish that claim. Although Venus would never assert ownership over the entire solar system, We certainly have no right to delineate a sphere of influence spanning light years. The Federation would hesitate at any territorial claim, and that is the best-case scenario. Acknowledging the United Nations as a legitimate space entity would imply recognizing humanity's equal standing and encourage their expansion throughout the galaxy. I feared humanity would not take kindly to this reality, especially when their focus is on colonial expansion. Despite their decorum, I suspected they would not always be inclined to share resources with their neighbors. They would require breathing room, a domain of their own. Speaking of misunderstandings, Gusia remarked solemnly, I and any race allied with humanity may already be in peril. Our ships have suffered damage, nearly leading to the demise of everyone aboard in the void of space. General Musk chuckled lightly. These extraterrestrial beings have the audacity to employ deceit. They have never exhibited such behavior before. Is it not brave for the Venusians to risk their entire race to protect us? We must not insult our friends. Secretary Kushu cast a warning glance at the American general before offering me an apologetic smile, indicating that it was not his intention, and I should not take it to heart. It is of no consequence, as Gusia mentioned. There is indeed another spacecraft carrying a delegation that has yet to arrive. Have you dispatched a rescue team? Gusia raised an eyebrow, clearly astonished. For I could discern his thoughts with a mere glance. The Venusian and human rescue teams are currently scouring the fringes of the Zwan star domain, and we anticipate their return to communication range within a few hours. General Zhao responded. Kuxiu slightly tilted his head and inquired if there were any other areas in which we required their assistance. I hoped to find an opportune moment to bring Emer's representative, Laolu, forth for questioning, as her knowledge regarding the malfunction was unusually extensive. However, it was imperative to exercise caution in our interrogation methods to avoid drawing external attention. The human officials exchanged glances before consulting the Federation's encyclopedia of known species on their respective screens. It must have been quite a challenge for them to grasp the nuances and intricacies of 300 previously unseen races. General Carter cleared his throat and stated, Since you wish for this matter to be handled discreetly, I will instruct the Venusian police to apprehend her. Very well, but do not make any public announcements just yet. I replied. We do not need to stage this scene in the court of public opinion. Kuxiu nodded in agreement, saying, I concur. Conspiracy theories will ruin any good news. As General Carter's request was relayed to the relevant authorities, silence enveloped the room. The humans were perusing the files on the Emer people, seemingly intrigued by the details of their civilizational advancement. Let us not forget that humanity is but a novice on the galactic stage. As marauders, they appear to be prepared for anything. My gaze fell upon the screen as I awaited news from the rescue team. It remains unclear what fate has befallen Racel and the passengers, yet the mere thought unsettles me. The current interspecies relations are already tenuous, and a tragedy is the last thing humanity desires or needs. For their own sake, it is best to hope that Racel has merely lost her way. Chapter 69. The first step when the 4 diplomats were ushered into the briefing room, a wave of unease washed over me. President Cudolin of Malai had caused quite a commotion outside, accusing humanity of abducting Laolu. Clearly, no amount of diplomatic phrasing could quell the unfolding situation, as Laolu's disappearance garnered attention within mere minutes. Cudolin's sensational theory, that humanity intended to imprison every diplomat, sparked panic among others. This necessitated that we inform everyone about the sabotage and the missing spacecraft. Given that Cudolin had made his alarming statements in front of a camera, such information also needed to be promptly relayed to the media. How does one persuade such a paranoid individual? His mind is forever clouded by suspicion of human conspiracies, considering that the representative from Sifkat had been administered a mild sedative. I was uncertain how much of this briefing she would retain. Humanity had been relatively gentle with Oxay, having brought her into the room once she had calmed down. Had this furry representative been frightened? Humanity might have struggled to breathe. Jiu Xia criticized the Sifkat's choice of representatives, and I began to concur. I should command her return to her home planet and request another representative, for her demeanor is hardly conducive to fostering relations with her kind. Tosa remained unusually quiet, his gaze sweeping over the waiting humans. Though he despised the Emer, his haughty demeanor softened upon Laolu's disappearance. He had previously been peddling his planet's refined metals and microchips to any human journalist willing to listen. But now, such interest had waned. Even Josen seemed curious about Laolu's vanishing act. However, he likely had an inkling of what transpired, as we had made it abundantly clear that there might be complicity aboard the vessel. As Cudolin sat on the floor, Spewing vitriol, he proclaimed, "I knew all along that you marauders are utterly untrustworthy. You have deliberately deceived us into coming here to deal with us." Josen's beard quivered slightly as he retorted, "Perhaps you should wait until they finish speaking before launching into your nonsensical tirade. Things are not as you perceive them." Tosa seemed to realize something. "Wait a moment, did you know all along? I have noticed Tal and Gu Xia selecting whom to confide the truth to or whom to keep in the dark." Cutulin, panting with fury, exclaimed, "Half of what comes from humanity's mouth is a lie. Why they wish to manipulate us remains a mystery, but I wager it is solely for their own benefit. What this race exhibits is nothing but a thirst for power." The United Nations diplomats fidgeted with their masks. Clearly uncomfortable with such baseless accusations, they could never have anticipated this scene. I observed the anger on the faces of the human generals and frowned. They lacked the composure and patience of diplomats. And insults were not easily brushed aside. "To hell with the Federation. Get back to your ship." General Zhao rose from his chair, leaning forward over the table to shout at Cutulin, "You only concern yourselves with where humanity's eyes are positioned. Have you ever truly sought to understand us?" General Musk leaned back in his chair and remarked, "Is this what you call a friendly species? With friends like these, who needs enemies?" As the general's tones grew increasingly heated, Oxay's chest heaved as she began to weep. They redirected their ire towards the sobbing representative. "And you, white-haired one, you do not even dare to look at us. What are you doing here?" General Zhao scolded. General Musk bared his teeth, deliberately aiming them at Oxay. "Calm yourself. You are embarrassing your kind. To be honest, had the fury of humanity been directed at me, I too would have chosen silence." They gritted their teeth, revealing the formidable strength of a predator's bite. The absence of fur accentuated their protruding bones and engorged veins, their translucent skin enveloping a simmering rage beneath. I could see them controlling their emotions. Yet I doubted other extraterrestrials could manage the same. "Enough. No more." I addressed the representatives, admitting, "I concede. We have made a mistake. We shared information with Josen because he is the only one who would not concoct excuses to spread human fallacies. And your recent conduct has only confirmed this." Jiu Xia gently squeezed my hand beneath the table. "Moreover, you tend to panic at the first sign of danger. It is already a challenge to keep you calm aboard the ship." Representative Nivoli sighed, "Very well, you have one opportunity to explain and reveal the truth. The anti-human conspirators within the Federation are attempting to annihilate us by sabotaging the cooling axis, and Reisel's ship has also gone missing. Likely for the same reason." I replied. "We are striving to uncover the puppeteer behind this and hold them accountable," Gu Xia added. Tosa scoffed, "You do not seriously believe it was the feeble Laolu, do you?" The human ambassador beside me grew irate. Evidently, recent events had not rendered him tolerant of any primitive aggressive rhetoric. I shot Gu Xia a look, warning him not to interject. He swallowed hard and took several deep breaths. Now was not the time for him to expound at length to Tosa, especially since he was, apart from Josen, the calmest presence in the room. I gently swayed my tail, adopting an ambiguous stance. "We have ample reason to question her." I pressed several buttons on the holographic panel, projecting the surveillance footage from the cell onto the projector. Laolu sat alone on the bench, her head buried in her paws. It was the human suggestion that she wait a moment, their words suggesting she take time to reflect. I disliked such phrasing. Yet as long as the humans refrained from inflicting bodily harm, I was more than willing to allow them to test their methods. She lifted her head and stared into the camera, saying, "I know you are listening, Gu Xia. I can see the red light blinking. I wish to speak." "Too bad. I am not inclined to listen," Gu Xia muttered. Upon seeing Laolu unharmed, President Cutulin seemed to relax. I was astonished he did not suggest that humanity orchestrated this act of sabotage. Cutulin is indeed a peculiar character, making it difficult to ascertain what he hopes to achieve through diplomatic means. In the presence of the human generals, he proclaimed that he believed all humans to be greedy deceivers, a sentiment stemming from his profound disdain for humanity. This leader's personal visit could be attributed to a quest for honor. Cutulin did not wish for anyone else to perish due to what he deemed foolish stakes. Could this merely be a desperate act, as he indicated to Gu Xia? General Musk lightly tapped his earpiece. "President Tal, a reconnaissance vessel from the United Nations has discovered a data buoy within the search area. My ears perked up. Standard Federation vessels are equipped with 2 data buoys that can be ejected in the event of a distress situation. These buoys contain functional information about the ship and may encode messages from the captain. The buoy can emit distress signals for a week or continue functioning as long as it receives starlight for power. Common scenarios for its use include emergency landings, mechanical failures, or damage sustained during combat. It can reveal the ship's fate or guide rescuers towards the correct path. I was uncertain whether the deployment of the data buoy should be interpreted as a positive distress signal or as Riesel's desperate farewell. In summary, Russell's spacecraft encountered significant troubles. Most importantly, the question remains whether they are still alive. Can your team extract the data? I inquired. Indeed. It appears that a brief video log is also included. Musk perused the file archives and clicked on the mentioned content, deliberating whether to usher these unwelcome guests away so that we could privately examine the material. My ears pressed against my head. They are not uninvited guests. Sooner or later, we must act like friends. And I hope you will take the first step. Chapter 70. The truth. I terminated the call with Lalo and relegated that window to the background. General Musk furrowed his brow, and I gestured towards the projector, his gaze shifting to the skeptical President Malai, whose first impression rendered him reluctant to share intelligence. The contents of the video file remained unknown, and these individuals might hastily jump to conclusions. The projector displayed a smoke-filled cabin, within which a disoriented Kolscher was at the helm. Russell was wiping his forehead with a damp cloth. The cabin felt stifling, the smoke particularly dense, swirling around him. His orange eyes glazed and unfocused. Behind him, I noticed several federal diplomats clad in protective suits to shield themselves from the smoke, though this would only be effective until the oxygen supply was exhausted. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that Russell had placed his helmet out of the camera's view. He had removed it to ensure clarity in both sight and sound during the recording. I am Russell. A few hours ago, I detected signs of fire in the warp engine compartment. The core is ablaze, and repair is no longer an option. Russell suddenly erupted into a fit of coughing. Pausing to catch his breath, the emergency shutdown had failed. Once the temperature reached critical levels, it would explode like a bomb. Though Russell often appeared panicked before humanity, he exhibited remarkable calm in the face of impending death. I could not fathom how he managed to keep the diplomats composed, nor could I understand their indifference to his words. Fortunately, there were no natural enemies surrounding the spacecraft. Otherwise, instinctual fear would have intensified. Or perhaps it was simply that they could not hear their cries through the protective suits. Russell's expression was one of anguish. We had at most a few hours left, yet I felt at peace with the impending demise. My final days had been spent seeking a genuine opportunity for the Federation to end this war. Was that not a beautiful thought? As their plight became increasingly clear, my eyes welled with tears. Russell's contributions to galactic peace were immense, yet seldom received adequate recognition. In a crucial moment, he had mustered the courage to support humanity. It was his unwavering belief in the capacity for human diplomacy that encouraged us to participate in the summit, facilitating the first dialogue between Gu Xia and the Federation. Were it not for this valiant veteran, we might still be fighting alone in the galaxy. Solof's actions could have ignited the war, and humanity would forever lose the opportunity to voice their concerns and open their hearts to new allies. Russell was a pivotal figure in saving Earth, and I believed he deserved accolades equal to those of Gu Xia. Some sought to obscure the truth regarding Solof's torment of human prisoners. I lamented that I had not intervened against Solof sooner. He gasped. I truly lacked the courage to face Ma Tianyu and apologize for my actions at that time. I hope he is well. Between coughs, Russell struggled to speak, his eyelids fluttering from fatigue as he curled up before the console, one claw resting on the send button. The lack of oxygen had pushed him to the brink of unconsciousness. With gritted teeth, Russell's voice was low yet resolute. Humanity, if you see this, I remember your leader's words regarding the vision of desiring peaceful coexistence. I hope the Federation grants you a chance. Do not lose faith. Were it other species, they would likely have succumbed long ago to what you have endured, but you are different. You are resilient, born hunters, and perhaps that is a blessing. Watching Russell clutch his throat, Gu Xia gasped in horror. This companion who had journeyed with us for days, sharing unique insights into the history of the Federation, had recently expressed gratitude to Gu Xia for rekindling his sense of courage. Ah, the time has come, Russell groaned in agony. Please, teach those Herasians a lesson for me, humanity. Reduce the ugliness in the galaxy. I have faith in you. The video abruptly ended with a final beep, replaced by a dull static hum. The federal diplomats bore witness to the scene, all in a state of shock, while the human generals concealed their anger, bowing their heads in solemn mourning. A person's last words always weigh heavily on the heart. "We must help them," Kushio exclaimed. "Send a ship at once." Jiuxia nodded. "If necessary, I can go myself. Our allies are in peril, and we cannot turn a blind eye." General Musk's lips curled downward slightly. This video dates back 3 days. The sensors detected no nearby ships, only a few scattered energy readings, which indicates the first communication between humanity and these 6 species had unexpectedly transformed into a delicate task of explaining to them how their diplomats perished. I was uncertain how to persuade their leadership not to blame humanity. Comforting words and expressions would prove futile. We required solid evidence. The words spoken by the representative of Krakow echoed in my ears. "Anyone who stands with humanity will be sentenced to death." I struggled to comprehend why certain factions within the Federation would resort to killing civilians for the crime of conversing with humanity. With a sweep of my claw, I projected the prison surveillance footage back onto the projector, my body trembling with rage. Even if accused of coercion, I needed answers. "Stop waiting." I activated the internal communication function and leaned forward. "Lalo, why did you betray us? Why?" Lalo looked up at me, her eyes shimmering with a glimmer of hope. "I am so sorry. I thought repairing the ship would earn gratitude. I merely wanted to leave a good impression on Guxia, so humanity would not abandon us like other races." A chorus of gasps arose from the federal diplomats. And the human generals too were perplexed by her reasoning. No one had anticipated her to confess so straightforwardly, especially since I had hoped our previous suspicions of her were unfounded. A good impression? "You killed Russell and nearly killed us," Guxia roared from behind me. "You are a murderous lunatic." Lalo blinked in surprise. "What? Did you not hear what I said before?" I did not do that. I merely saw who did it, and then seized the opportunity to, prove myself." General Musk narrowed his eyes. "Why should we believe you? Why did you not come forward immediately?" The federal diplomats murmured their agreement. And it struck me as odd to see Kudelin nodding along with the human argument. Yet, it was entirely reasonable to doubt Lalo's claims. On one hand, it seemed a clumsy attempt to shift blame. On the other, it appeared far more plausible than a convoluted plot orchestrated by an elevated species. The representative of Taken also took notice and attempted to intervene. "Have you not wondered why a friendly species failed to board the ship?" Lalo whispered. "Moreover, we were on their territory. Had I spoken up sooner, we would have never left Alpha. A wave of confusion surged within me. "Are you saying that all of this was—" Lalo flicked her tail. "It was the culture who sought to eliminate Guxia, not me. Who could board the ship without hindrance? Who orchestrated the entire journey and considered Russell a necessary threat to be eliminated?" I curled my body, rendered speechless by astonishment. Her words aligned too perfectly with the facts. If Lalo spoke the truth, a DNA comparison should confirm this. Yet, it still made little sense. Why would an influential species publicly meet humanity and seek a military alliance, only to turn around and kill us? Could the trail of the murderer lead back to the culture leader, demanding an explanation? Yet Chief Nikon was currently safe within the heart of the Federation's territory, Alpha. While I yearned for vengeance against the sunken ship, reckless aggression would only yield disastrous consequences. I should first focus on the diplomatic front, seeking ways to salvage our relationship with the victimized species. As for how to respond to this despicable act of murder, the choice lay in humanity's hands. Chapter 71. Interrogation Memory Transcription Subject, Commander of the Federation Fleet Headquarters, Soloff date, in Standardized Human Time October 7, 2136. In the absence of Federation forces, the outcome of the Cradle struggle hinged entirely upon the brutal might of humanity's offensive. Through audacious tactics and innovation, the United Nations fleet successfully expanded its numerical advantage, leaving the enemy encircled by a myriad of diverse vessels, with every minuscule weakness precisely identified and exploited. Hundreds of Herasians fell beneath their orbital cannons and missiles, and the entire formation was shattered within mere hours by humanity's fearless charge. The enemy pursued from all directions, unable to address all threats concurrently. Although our side has suffered grievously, there remain sufficient human survivors by the conclusion of the battle. The Herasians have been fragmented into isolated and defenseless small groups, scattered in every direction. Had it been any other species, such an accomplishment would surely be etched into the annals of the Federation. This marks the most monumental victory in the history of the Herasian War. The Herasian vessels attempted to flee the cradle in order to regroup, yet humanity would not permit them to succeed easily. In the predatory hunt, there is no mercy, only slaughter. Even in victory, humanity seeks to annihilate them utterly. The character of humankind stands in stark contrast to that of other beings. They dwell in darkness, hunting shadows with unwavering resolve. Presently, the remnants of the cradle are under stringent human surveillance, and they shall not allow the Herasians to approach the orbital range once more. Consequently, the United Nations fleet has resolved to remain, serving as a protective barrier against a second assault, and they have begun transmitting messages to the ravaged surface of the planet while organizing landing teams. As for the captured livestock transport vessel, it holds a wealth of intelligence. The acquisition of technology will enable humanity to reverse engineer the enemy's weaponry and armor or develop countermeasures. The victims of the Godalai and the Herasian captives have been placed aboard the available United Nations ships, a significant portion of whom were sent back to the battleship Rosinan, the very vessel that initiated it all. When Carlos escorted me to the office, Captain Monahan was seated at his desk. His face bore no expression, yet radiated confidence. It is no wonder his subordinates trust his orders implicitly, for he is never lacking in conviction or mental fortitude, and his capabilities in battle are beyond question. Captain Monahan, I lowered my head in respect, and he gestured for me to take a seat. Thank you for permitting me to observe this interrogation. I can hardly contain my eagerness to witness those scoundrels writhe in agony. He interlaced his fingers, scrutinizing me with those profound eyes. Solif, my motivations are entirely selfish. You may provide intelligence regarding the Federation and discuss pertinent matters together. IT matters, not. I have long yearned to confront the Herasians. Thus, we are observing from a distance. This is of great significance to you. Monahan crossed his arms, watching my sharp claws with a hint of concern. Carlos assures you that you can maintain composure, neither interfering nor questioning our methods. Do not disappoint him. I gazed at Carlos, who seemed to sense my confusion. Just hours ago, we had discussed my longing for the suffering of the Herasians. Whatever humanity does to the Herasians, I shall remain tight-lipped. Do they truly believe I would harbor any sympathy for such creatures? I shall not argue from a moral standpoint. If the human coalition violates the conventions against torture on Earth, I deem it justifiable, for those conventions were not crafted for these cruel monsters. Listen, I am aware of your stance on humanity, Carlos scoffed. Our interrogators are trained to exhaust every means to extract intelligence from the prisoners. They may attempt to establish rapport with that fellow by conversing as if they were kindred. Why? How can you feign being like them? Monahan rolled his eyes. We must coax him into speaking, for torture may not be an effective method. His words sent a chill down my spine, for the implication was that ineffectiveness was the reason for not employing torture, rather than any moral justification espoused by humanity. It seems that he and his kind possess a certain expertise in the methods of interrogation. Having done so sufficiently to draw scientific conclusions, we will stop them at all costs, Carlos added. I merely hope you do not misunderstand. If you witness humanity agreeing to some nefarious utterance from the Herasians on camera, I hope you can comprehend. Are they concerned that I might be gullible enough to believe their performance against the Herasians? Or is it merely to gain my trust? Indeed, sincerity is the ultimate weapon. I do not endorse such methods, yet I can understand. I met his gaze, suppressing the ensuing ripples of fear. This is your ship, your captive. There is no need to explain so much to a guilty party. Captain Monahan nodded. Excellent, then I shall signal the commencement. Monahan deftly swiped his finger across the holographic panel, and the view on the observation window in the distant wall shifted to present an aerial perspective of the Herasian prisoner cell. A sturdy iron chain was fastened to the leg of the gray creature, allowing it only to awkwardly sit at a metallic table, reminding me of my own cell, when Anton was still explaining my legal rights to me. These cruel monsters do not deserve legal rights. Should I hear a lawyer introduce himself and discuss defense arguments with it, I fear I would lose control. The door creaked open, and a black-haired human clad in military fur sauntered to the table. His gait too casual, wearing a bored expression as he plopped down into a chair, one hand propping up his chin, his eyes meeting those of the beast. Witnessing a human in such proximity to a Herasian stirred a sense of indirect terror within me. The Herasian's imposing figure held advantages in every regard. Its mouth, sharp as a dagger, radiated menace as it scrutinized the visitor. I could not fathom how that human could maintain such a nonchalant demeanor. Was he truly placing his life in the hands of the chain's sturdiness? The gray creature suddenly emitted a fierce roar, the sound reverberating through the microphone, a bloody chord sufficient to make human ears buzz and skin tingle. The human interrogator yawned. Is that all? Have you finished? I thought you wished to converse. A rattling sound emanated from the gray creature's chest, akin to two stones grinding against one another. The translator claimed this was its laughter. You truly are predators, I have no doubt, it scoffed. If those incompetent animals had faced me, they would have soiled themselves in fear. They are merely weak and timid jesters. The human revealed his somewhat flattened teeth. I understood, for the Godalai had panicked and trampled one another upon our arrival on the ground. Although inefficient, I suppose, you still wish to handle your first trophy yourself. We interrupted your hunt. Naturally, you would feel displeased. In my view, you have spared us considerable trouble. Are you willing to collaborate with humanity? There is much we can learn from you. I am Rost. I am Kobe, captain of the transport vessel. What would you like to know? Chapter 72 Betrayal? To regard the Herasians as sentient beings, possessing names and ranks, is indeed difficult to accept. Rost tilted his head slightly. I caught a glimpse of something on his earlobe, and despite his sinister words, he awaited Monahan's directive. Inquire about their first encounter with the Federation, as well as the events that transpired prior to it, Monahan commanded. Ross squinted. Tell me about your initial meeting with the Federation. What did they say? Why did you decide to hunt them? We wish to understand the entirety of the matter, how it all began, and I blinked in confusion. This question seemed almost rhetorical, for humanity is well aware of how the war erupted. The Herasians hunted the Federation because they are mercilessly cruel, reveling in the infliction of pain. There is no useful information to be gleaned from the tale of betrayal, nor would it ever serve humanity's interests. Before the Federation arrived, well, one must first understand why those fools contacted us, Kobe stated calmly. At that time, during the Fourth World War, our regional powers were perpetually at odds, battling for their own interests. Can you comprehend this concept? Ross furrowed his brow. To this day, our nations remain embroiled in ceaseless disputes. I understand your point. Please continue. Very well, the Northwest Coalition is a loose alliance formed by related cultures to counter the Movim government, aspiring to restore the glory of their ancestors and establish an army aimed at conquering neutral nations. You mean to say that the Coalition invaded those neutral nations? Yes. The war dragged on. Rivers of blood flowed. The Coalition introduced scientists for genetic research, seeking a method to select the finest soldiers, thereby rendering their army the most formidable. This pertains to Rasnal, now referred to as the Prophet. Monahan narrowed his eyes, attempting to discern what historical narrative this gray creature was attempting to convey. I fail to understand the purpose of delving into the bloody details of their wars or politics. A succinct summary from the Federation regarding this culture destined for self-destruction suffices. For some reason, humanity did not interrupt the gray creature. I could only endure its jarring voice to the best of my ability. He indeed is an outstanding scientist, proposing the theory that certain bloodlines possess greater strength and intellect. Kobe gestured with his truncated snout. Rasnal's report was published under the guise of improvement in the Coalition Council, now considered essential reading. He ascended the ranks within the Coalition, purging inferior races, the physically weak, the ill-tempered, and those of differing beliefs. A flicker of recognition seemed to flash in Ross's eyes, but it quickly vanished. Carlos gasped, and Monahan's jaw tightened. I could not fathom why such an astonishing tale would resonate with humanity. The Herasians had just confessed that their national hero was forged amidst the slaughter of their own people. Ross leaned forward, questioning how the Movim government perceived this philosophy of improvement. They deemed it too radical and insisted it must be curtailed. Only then did the war truly transform into a battle of annihilation, where it was vital to ensure the complete destruction of the opposing side. It was only after several cities were reduced to ruins that the Federation emerged. Initially, they proclaimed they were here to save us, before pouring their technology into our databases. I thought I understood. The consortium utilized this technology to dismantle the Movim government, subsequently aiming their weapons at the cosmos. Utterly erroneous. The consortium had signed a peace treaty with the government and began to study the Federation's gifts. We had no desire to wage war against the hundreds of species that were centuries ahead of us. The Federation promised to propose their own enhancement programs, yet would never directly engage with us. At the time, We did not comprehend the reasons behind this. I widened my eyes, observing how humanity listened intently. This was clearly a distortion of the truth. Would the Herasians sign a peace treaty? How could that be? A low growl escaped my throat, and Carlos shot me a warning glance. He had cautioned me against interference. But witnessing the lies they recorded left me choking on my words. This grotesque gray creature was deceiving with a mouthful of lies, and I could not grasp how humanity could fail to see the glimmer of depraved greed in its eyes. Regardless, the Federation's drugs and unprecedented peace granted us longevity. Kobe continued. Our food supply gradually fell short of the population growth, and we sought assistance from the Federation. They provided 2 potions, one for livestock and one for ourselves. We began mass production and swift distribution. Were there no trials? We trusted the Federation. They claimed this could cure hunger. While we were in the midst of a famine, thousands of volunteers ingested the potions provided by the Federation, and the livestock potion was dispatched to major farms. Can you guess what happened next? What? Livestock began succumbing to a highly contagious and lethal disease, while the volunteers contracted a microbial virus that caused severe allergies to meat. Do you think what happens when carnivores can no longer consume meat? They starve. Precisely. Every volunteer perished from malnutrition within a month, and the Federation's response was to be pleased that we had been liberated from our carnivorous desires. They forced us to refrain from being predators, yet to them, it seemed like a choice we made willingly. Just as I was about to protest, Carlos swiftly covered my mouth with his hand. I struggled to break free from his grip, muffled words escaping behind his greasy palm. There was not an ounce of truth in this absurd tale. The Federation was not an organization engaged in biological engineering that could produce deadly diseases. Our outreach to the Herasians was entirely altruistic. Why would that gray creature lie to humanity? Did it wish to exploit humanity to conquer other planets? Ross hesitated for a moment, and I understood. What connection did your Profetrasnal have with all of this? We were forced to make choices, determining who would live and who would die. Even the Movem government ultimately embraced and developed Rasnal's ideology, selecting the individuals with the highest aggressiveness and violent tendencies as survivors, while the rest were deemed expendable. In the Federation, we studied them and learned how they eradicated carnivores on their own planet, leading some to conceive the idea of turning them into livestock, even profiting from it. How ironically. Vengeful. Why are you so keen on hunting sentient beings? Because the prey species are the most populous. Those foolish beings have exterminated a majority of the carnivores in the universe, and the absence of natural enemies has allowed them to proliferate endlessly. Perhaps natural selection dictates that we must limit their population growth. Captain Monahan gestured for Carlos to release me. His palm withdrew from my mouth, and Monahan met my gaze, yet his pupils harbored a new emotion. Scrutinizing me closely, convinced I was concealing something. Anger surged through my veins. I wore a disdainful expression, for this was utterly absurd. Surely humanity would not turn against us because of this gray creature's fabricated tale? Pause the interrogation, Monahan stated. So the Federation provided the Herasians with space technology, and then coerced everyone into following them through hunger? How utterly mad. The Herasians are cruel to the core. They are monsters. This conversation is a grave mistake, I bellowed. You witnessed them imprisoning children, devouring captives alive, yet you still contemplate their lies. I once believed humanity was not so foolish. Monahan cast a questioning glance. I understand your perspective. Carlos, what do you think? This matter warrants thorough investigation. If the rumors hold any truth, the Federation will surely erase this chapter from their history books, Carlos replied. Yet I am convinced that Solif believes the Federation's official narrative, and the general populace does too. If there were any deceit on his part, it must have been unintentional. I was utterly astonished, unable to believe it. Deceit? You cannot seriously believe that monster's words? Listen, this will not alter the atrocities they have committed. Humanity simply yearns for the truth, regardless of what that truth may be. We cannot hastily draw conclusions based solely on one-sided accounts, he stated. The Federation is undoubtedly concealing something. Otherwise, why would there be no record of the Herasians' first contact? Monahan nodded. Indeed, from the Federation's perspective, they would deem such predation as a manifestation of some malevolent depravity. I gazed gloomily at the screen. The joy of victory in battle was fleeting, and the illusion that humanity could offer reliable protection dissipated. My desire to befriend human soldiers had vanished, replaced by a profound mental anguish. After the Herasians stripped everything from me and my kin, these humans dared to place the blame upon us. This was betrayal. How could I trust humanity? Chapter 73. Decision. No matter how I replayed the Herasians' words in my mind, I could not comprehend why humanity would trust them. Those traumatized refugees were able to recover under humanity's shelter. Humans risked their lives, losing hundreds of ships, merely to fight for the survival of the Godillians. How could what they witnessed reconcile with the enemy's rhetoric? Human soldiers brimmed with loathing for every inch of space on the transport ship. Anguished by the plight of the Godillian captives, that day, I saw the darkness in their eyes, an abyss of endless rage hidden within their pupils. I lamented that my role aboard this vessel was utterly meaningless. What if humanity decided to return those Godillian refugees? Would I not be unwittingly aiding the Herasians in gaining an ally capable of altering the course of battle? The door to my chamber creaked open, and a weary Carlos strode in, carrying a tray of vegetables. He placed the tray on the bedside table, the vegetables submerged in some transparent liquid. I prodded with my claw, finding it quite viscous. Were these omnivores coating the plants in animal secretions? Perhaps saliva, or something even worse? Why were these vegetables wet? I could not help but exclaim, "How disgusting!" Carlos crossed his arms. "It's olive oil, relax. You might actually enjoy it. It contains many healthy plant fats. I want none of your offerings, predator." I snatched a piece of orange food and hurled it at his face. "If you have any compassion, kill me now, before I witness you and the Herasians combating the Federation." Carlos paid little mind, merely wiping his face with a towel. "You're overreacting, and stop calling me predator." "Why not? You defend those damned Herasians while accusing me of deceit. I want to see you no more. Listen to me, all right? Just a few minutes." As I locked eyes with Carlos's piercing gaze, a wave of intense loathing surged within me. I knew humanity did not desire intelligent livestock, yet defending such actions made them equally culpable. Any moral race would shun reliving the catastrophe that brought unfathomable losses to every species. I raked my claws across the pillow several times, struggling to restrain myself from hurling them at the nearby human. "I will never agree with your viewpoint, so don't waste your breath. I am not asking you to agree with me. I merely wish for you to understand." Carlos stared at the shredded pillows. "I have heard tales of your tormenting Matianu, and I tried to empathize with you. Can you not at least attempt to understand my position? The Herasians are predators just like you, and they are more akin to companions than we are to you. This is not about the Herasians. It is about the Federation and how they treat humanity, prejudice and hatred. That is all because of the Herasians. They will not cease until we are annihilated, erased. But can you not perceive how things might appear from our perspective? Ever since your kind discovered us, there has been a singular desire to eradicate humanity. Why should we believe you are capable of achieving such a feat?" I gnawed at my nails, contemplating the reception humanity received upon its entrance into the galaxy. President Tal of the Venus Republic had informed them of the Federation's extermination plans, and the only reason their race still existed was due to erroneous censored data. Once their existence was uncovered, the Federation would promptly convene to deliberate the annihilation of Earth. Most species that humanity has encountered refuse to acknowledge the possibility of our civilization. This is often rooted in a belief that they consider humans incapable of empathy, cooperation, or establishing even the most rudimentary connections. Yet my experiences serve to debunk these early studies' fallacies. Should I perish at Carlos's hands, I would undoubtedly harbor resentment towards the Federation. Yet perhaps the Federation has perpetrated similar acts against other predators, a possibility that cannot be dismissed. Perhaps, but I shall never lend credence to the lies of the Herasians. I declared firmly, and no matter how you regard them, they are only more malevolent, more grotesque. Carlos bowed his head. I do not claim to believe Kobe's words, rather, I suggest that there exists a possibility of truth in them. For I am acutely aware of the Federation's deep-seated disdain for human existence. I place my faith solely in evidence. Then I shall demonstrate the fallacy of this notion. I lament the Federation's treatment of humanity, for it has engendered a most unfavorable perception of us. I am well aware that I too bear considerable blame. Let us set this matter aside for now, as Captain Monahan wishes to speak with you. I have no desire to explain your temper tantrum. I am not throwing a tantrum. Carlos's lips curled slightly, as though betraying a hint of amusement. I began to comprehend how Warwick interpreted emotions from their gestures. It was merely a compensation for their lack of tails. Did humanity ever envy the tales that other races possess innately? Their grace and balance without such appendages is indeed a marvel. Carlos led me toward Monahan's office, and we maintained a suitable silence in the ship's corridor. The door to the office slid open slowly, revealing Monahan engrossed in a video, a brief exchange between Kobe and Ross. Her eyes were bloodshot. Had she been poring over these recordings all night? The human fixation on certain matters is truly unparalleled among other species. A desire for peace. Then what sort of war's end do you deem acceptable? The human interrogator inquired. You do not comprehend. Only, the saliva dripped from the Herasian's fangs as it spoke. Only when every star in the Federation has fallen silent will peace descend. This is what we can accept. But what if we cannot accept that? Then you are more foolish than I anticipated. The Federation will obliterate humanity first, and you will perish alongside the Federation. Monahan was swiftly jotting down notes. Her sighs sounded somewhat frantic, yet the threat of extermination did not seem to trouble her. Were I not so well acquainted with the situation, I might have assumed this inquiry was to gauge the potential for diplomacy between humans and Herasians. Does this imply there is no room for negotiation? Ross pressed. For humanity holds one alien race in particular dear. They are part of humanity, and we shall never abandon them. Kobe pondered for a moment. Its pupils darted left and right, as if scanning a repository of memories. The cold wisdom it displayed was alarming, and humanity's reckless disclosures filled me with dread. Should humanity reveal this alliance to our enemies, it would be tantamount to painting a target on Venus. Poor Tal, who saved humanity from that inevitable disaster, yet this race sought his life in return. Venusians? Are you jesting? Kobe concluded. Ross remained silent. This human maintained eye contact, awaiting the captive to continue speaking. He neither confirmed nor denied Kobe's speculation, which itself served as an affirmation. The Herasian crashed its nose against the table. They are among the weakest, most cowardly races. Venusians are utterly unworthy of you. This matter is for us to decide. Chapter 74. An alliance? Surely you understand they are a burden to humanity? What utility do they possess? You call them companions. Rather than food or slaves, which implies they are equal, I am serious. Attacking them is tantamount to assaulting humanity. We would gladly perish for them. Why? Because they have safeguarded us against the Federation's threats. They are the only species to extend a helping hand to us. A drop of water should be repaid with a fountain of gratitude. Kobe shook his head, exhaling in disgust. After a moment of contemplation, he smiled meaningfully. What is it that you desire? If you are willing to join us, then we can negotiate. Release all the Venusians held as livestock, and ensure they remain unscathed, Ross replied. You expect us to relinquish millions of livestock we already possess? It is impossible to forego our current food supply. Monahan pressed a button on her console, pausing the video. I knew he had instructed Ross to barter with human lives against the Herasians. As if they were mere commodities, he did not even react to the notion of treating Venusians as food supplies. After interacting with the Greys, he seemed increasingly inclined to display his predatory nature. However, the outcome was less than satisfactory, for that last statement heralded the end of diplomacy. As Kobe himself admitted, Herasians would never relinquish their precious prey. Proposing to cease harming Venusians was merely empty rhetoric. He would utter anything that might enhance his chances of escape. Would humanity truly abandon such foolish behavior? It is incomprehensible that they would pose such a question. Monahan sighed. Very well, this is a beginning. Herasians are indeed incapable of negotiation. Are you assessing whether your good friends are worth enduring Herasian torment and being hunted for sport? I exclaimed in disbelief. Solif, you have gone too far. Carlos gripped my collar, drawing my attention to his astonished expression. It matters not. If we can rescue all the enslaved Venusians, I believe Tal would not care how we accomplish it. Moreover, this choice could spare those individuals years of suffering and significantly reduce casualties. There is a reason we coexist harmoniously with Tal. The government of Venus is indeed reasonable, Carlos stated, implicitly suggesting that the government of Godolai is not. A surge of anger welled within me. So, you truly intend to execute this plan? It has not yet been decided, for it is not within my purview to determine. My role is to weigh the various options available to the United Nations and ascertain if negotiation is feasible. It appears this may indeed be a viable course of action, Monahan replied. You have not even mentioned Godillians or any other race. To Kobe, If you were to save the Venusians, would you then abandon all others to their fates? We believe that no sentient life should suffer such a fate. We shall not participate in or endorse such actions. Monahan raised an eyebrow, her gaze sharp. If we can only save one race. You should understand why the Venusians are our priority. This is still erroneous. I refuse to assist you in bartering lives with those demons. It is of no concern. I did not summon you for that purpose. Now that we have control of the cradle, I wish to enlist your assistance in resolving the Godillian refugee crisis. They rightfully belong to their own colonies or the Federation, yet the situation is far from simple. There is no need for further explanation. I grasp the predicament humanity faces. It is by no means as simple as piloting this vessel to the nearest Godillian colony and depositing the refugees there. Any ship near Earth would be met with lethal missile strikes, regardless of how slowly it approached or how amicable its signals. The same issues would arise at any Federation outpost. Utilizing Venusians as messengers would likely be futile as well, for they are now regarded as accomplices of the predators. However, given the potential collusion between humanity and the Herasians, it is imperative to extricate the Godillian refugees from their grasp immediately. From the reactions elicited by the interrogation, humanity appears to be highly susceptible to Herasian corruption. Their noble intentions can easily be distorted, drawing them into vile conspiracies. The more I ponder, the more I suspect that the enemy's motivations may extend beyond mere escape. Considering the profound impression humanity left during their early encounters with the Herasians, their proposal for an alliance may be sincere. Humanity possesses the capability to sway the outcome of conflicts, and as time progresses, they will only grow more potent and perilous. The Federation must rally to ensure humanity stands with us. I must do everything in my power to persuade my galactic allies to avoid repeating the mistakes of the Cradle. Should another predator join the Herasian ranks, this war would devolve into a calamity leading to the Federation's obliteration. I can simultaneously reach out to my compatriots and the Federation. I have made my decision. I still wield a measure of influence. Monahan's expression faltered. How do we contact your compatriots? I will inform you of the channels to reach the Godillian government, if they still exist. The last I heard, the designated sanctuary was on the verge of collapse. Carlos anxiously rubbed his neck. Doesn't your Prime Minister harbor a strong disdain for us? Peter has had a change of heart. Regarding this devastating defeat, he would serve as a valuable witness before the Federation. Tio put it another way. I am currently your best spokesperson, for I am one of the few surviving and widely recognized members of the Godilli race. You are the best? That's splendid. We're doomed, Carlos remarked sarcastically. Monahan chuckled lightly. Before we pass our political death sentence, let us first ascertain whether Prime Minister Peter is still alive. Look at what you've made Monahan think of. Political death sentence? I shot Carlos a glare, though my intimidation bore no effect. Truly, thank you for your trust. He grinned widely. You're welcome. Regardless of how humans perceive my reliability, the remnants of the Godilli alliance must fulfill their responsibilities. I intend to make it clear to every willing listener that humanity is a trustworthy species, even if the aspect we must trust is their predatory side. Chapter 75. Preparing for the Experiment Memory Transcript Subject, Soldier of the Venus Space Corps, Warwick Date, Standardized Human Time October 8, 2136 when the scientists of the First Contact Team proposed conducting an experiment regarding the origins of fear. I felt a twinge of apprehension. Chun-Ling had conducted extensive biological and environmental analyses and had closely collaborated on the behavioral studies of early Venusian scientists. Her lectures on the psychological comparisons between our two races, as well as her controversial analyses of the Venusian ecosystem, garnered the attention of millions. In short, Earth's environmentalists were not satisfied with our biosphere modifications. Chun-Ling vehemently criticized our eradication of predatory species and discussed what she termed the nutritional cascading effect. The consequences she attributed to the absence of predators seemed far-fetched, despite her detailed recounting of so-called examples from Earth. How could the removal of terrestrial predators alter the oceans, devastate vegetation, or spread disease? Humanity need not rely on such absurd arguments to demonstrate its worth, for those claims are utterly ridiculous. Setting aside those outrageous theories, Chun-Ling is undoubtedly an outstanding scientist with profound credentials across multiple fields. If anyone could discover a method to dismantle the fear instinct of the Venusians, it would surely be her. I recognized that this process might be fraught with challenges, but I was willing to sacrifice everything to rid myself of the fear within. I had grown weary of being unable to protect my human friends. Are you certain you wish to proceed, Warwick? As we approached the scientist, Ma Tianyu whispered, if you are changing for my sake, there is no need, for I can accept the true you. I gently wrapped my tail around his wrist. Thank you, but I am doing this for myself. I am tired of fear, tired of being driven by instinct to flee. Taishan patted my back with a force that exceeded my expectations. The United Nations forces were also involved in these experiments. So I understood that part of the reason was to observe whether I could be trained into a competent soldier. The thought of the subsequent simulated battles filled me with dread. Taishan, why do you continue to assist me? We have not known each other long. Surely you have other matters to attend, and I inquired. I have long wished to participate in the First Contact program. Just like the two of you, but the United Nations rejected me. I suspect they believe I wouldn't get along with the Venusians, given my height. I might appear somewhat intimidating, he replied. Ma Tianyu frowned. You were turned down because you are not a vegetarian? However, your physique certainly did not aid your application. Contacting extraterrestrials has been the most exhilarating experience I have encountered. I wanted to be involved, but perhaps they were right. I often misspeak when dealing with the Venusians. I scrutinized this human soldier. Upon first meeting Taishan, he resembled a formidable mountain of muscle, his presence overshadowing me, his forward gaze akin to a spotlight cast from above. Yet, if one could overlook his imposing stature and predatory identity, one would find that many delightful memories with Taishan were worth creating. He was exceedingly kind, capable of perceiving my sensitive emotional shifts, promptly apologizing and correcting himself upon realizing his mistakes, and without hesitation rescuing me in perilous moments. I hoped that one day other Venusians would offer him a chance. I nestled against his arm, which surprised the large fellow. I am grateful to you, Taishan. You are wonderful. Appearance does not define everything. That is considerate and delicate, Ma Tianyu exclaimed in feigned astonishment. Who are you really? Get off, Warwick. Shut up. You humans are truly perplexing. Taishan placed his hand on his hip, striking a comical pose. Well, then take a good look. Appearance does hold some value. Why 210 pounds of weight is both glorious and rugged. All right, you are the epitome of the male physique, Ma Tianyu scoffed, nudging Taishan with his good arm. Let us keep moving. The Secretary-General wouldn't want to see this. The Secretary-General? Why is Seiko here? I followed my human companion's gaze, observing the scientists gathered around the machinery. Chun-Ling was checking her equipment while others were staring at us. I felt on edge as I realized that most of the humans present were in military uniforms. I understood that these experiments would have military applications, but I had not anticipated that military leaders would be overseeing everything. In contrast to my amusement at the antics of Ma Tianyu and the others, Secretary-General Seiko clearly showed no interest. Mischief was not his preferred pastime. He was engaged in a heated discussion with several individuals clad in olive-brown uniforms, a color scheme reminiscent of a tree shedding its foliage, though they seemed unlikely to appreciate such commentary. Chun-Ling waved us over. Long time no see, Warwick. I am delighted to see you back unscathed. I wish I could remain like this. Why are all these important humans here? I asked timidly. She lowered her eyelids. That is rather difficult to answer. I suspect the experiment must proceed more swiftly than anticipated. For time is running short. Have you heard the news from the Venus Republic? Secretary-General Seiko interjected. Ma Tianyu nodded. We have heard. Ambassador Guxia is still alive, and he has returned with some new friends. I was glad Ma Tianyu interjected. As Seiko's unexpected comment disrupted my pre-prepared response, I asked this humanity's effort to assist new allies in launching their First Contact program? Or is it an attempt to create a more accessible process for establishing connections? Chapter 76. Preparing for Experiment 2's 1. Taishan began. Its Zuan. Chun-Ling and I corrected simultaneously. Zuan represents those who enjoy lounging on human shoes. To me, it feels like a warm, cozy little pillow. Seiko sighed impatiently. Let us discuss something else. The Krakens are leading a crusade against humanity. Our enemies have already made their move, but our friends are unlikely to lend assistance. Those avian beings have amassed thousands of ships, representing an alliance of multiple species. A uniformed individual added. Predictions indicate they will set sail today and arrive on October 16th, or 17. The gravity of the information divulged by the humans began to sink in. Fear spread within me. How could these humans remain so composed in the face of an impending assault on Earth? This was to be an incursion aimed at turning their verdant home into a wasteland. reminiscent of the despicable tactics employed by the Herasians. The Krakens were one of the few species capable of mounting effective offensives, exhibiting extreme aggression, as they had evolved to deter predators. Early in the Herasian War, they devised technologies that enabled the Federation to regroup. Although they had not yet achieved the level of humanity, they possessed a degree of tactical acumen. Why not launch a preemptive strike, just as you did against the Godalai? I questioned. Seiko furrowed his brow. It is too late now. The majority of their ships have already taken off, so we cannot ambush them as we did with the Godalai. Moreover, they have amassed a significant military presence around their bases. But humans are exceptional warriors. You now possess advanced ships. No other species' military might can match yours. Even if we dispatched our entire newly formed fleet, their numbers would still be tenfold ours. Not to mention they have the home advantage, with orbital laser cannons deployed around every base. Taking the initiative would be tantamount to courting death. Chen sighed. The best outcome would be if Gu Xia and Tao could persuade them to withdraw. But it seems they have been unsuccessful. I turned my gaze to Ma Tianyu, noticing his eyes drifting toward the holographic board. His thoughts were sometimes glaringly obvious. He was worried about the safety of Lilia and Lucy, who remained at their residence. If he were to witness another planet's destruction, that Godalai child would never find peace again. Assuming she survived this assault, it was only now that I realized the entire human race stood on the precipice of peril. We must evacuate everyone from Earth before it becomes irrevocably too late. I strained my ears, pressing my head close, as the Clicarians were imminent. There was still time. Hurry, evacuate the planet. Evacuate to where? Seiko queried. This is our home. This is our only planet, where we have built everything. Mei Xianyu, as always, tenderly yet resolutely brushed my disheveled hair from my forehead, declaring, "We soldiers shall remain to fight until the very last moment." "No," I screamed. "Come with me to the territory of Venus. We will take care of you, all of you. I implore you, do not perish. It's all right, brother. Return to your planet. I wish for your safety." The thought that Mei Xianyu might meet his demise amidst the Clicarian steel tide caused tears to cascade down my cheeks. It stirred within me some unwelcome memories, such as the searing pain in my chest when I thought he was about to be gunned down before my eyes. We had endured trials together, and just as life was finally settling into a semblance of peace, without warning, the light at the end of the road extinguished. If Qianling's team were to cancel my experiment, I could comprehend. Humanity had far greater concerns than my fragile instincts. Abandon this research. It is not of paramount importance. I scratched at my cheek with my claws, droplets rolling down my fur. You need not worry about me causing diplomatic troubles. I wish to fight alongside you. Seiko shook his head. If your training yields satisfactory results, we may consider the possibility of integrating the Venusians into the United Nations fleet. However, I still advise you to contemplate this choice carefully, for it is likely to be painful, but time is running out. Do not waste it. This research is vital for the survival of humanity. Warwick. Seiko crossed his arms over his chest, a contemplative scowl etched upon his face. If Earth falls, the Venusians will become the guardians of the few surviving humans. The responsibility of rebuilding the human race and protecting the survivors from threats will rest upon your shoulders. Do not say such things, I beg you. I must say it. Our research can illuminate the right path for you, making your soldiers stronger. Should circumstances not improve, this will be humanity's farewell gift to you. Qianling added, on behalf of all humanity, I sincerely hope the Venusians may flourish. My tail hung limply between my legs, and I fought valiantly to avoid succumbing to despair. With humanity facing such ferocious assaults, the odds of survival seemed almost non-existent. Every person I knew might be gone within a week. Hearing Seiko speak of such possibilities with such certainty left me utterly disheartened. I had hoped they harbored some secret weapon, that humanity should not be obliterated. But the attack was now inevitable, and humanity faced impending annihilation with unwavering resolve. Thus, I too must accept reality. If this experiment could bolster the military might of the Venusians, then I would dutifully undertake any task assigned to me, no matter the pain it may bring. It would all be worth it. I swallowed hard. Thank you for telling me personally. Where do I start? Qianling rummaged through her belongings, producing a black fabric cover which she placed over my face. Her curved nails pierced through my fur like daggers, and for a moment, I could see nothing, heightening my panic. What effect could donning this cover possibly have? Surely, They had ample reason. Humanity would not harm me. Never. I repeated this mantra in my mind. Chunling gently tightened a pair of straps behind my ears, and the cover opened 2 holes over my eyes, restoring my vision. I felt as though I were suffocating beneath this cover, yet its fit was snug enough. Had it been tailored to my measurements? What purpose did it serve? As I glanced around, I suddenly realized my vision was compromised. Taishan and Mei Xianyu, who should have been standing beside me, were obscured from view. This cover functioned to obstruct vision, robbing me of peripheral sight. Was this what humanity's visual experience entailed? Chun-Ling clapped her hands. Perfect. Are you all right, Warwick? Mei Xianyu's voice came from my left, and I had to turn my head to see him. A motion that felt profoundly alien. You look pained like a fish out of water. It was difficult to articulate this sensation, utterly oblivious to everything around me. Even engaging in simple conversation felt awkward. No wonder, if I were to suddenly appear beside a human without forethought, they would likely jump in fright at this moment. Perhaps something was stealthily drawing near, and I would only become aware of its presence when it lunged at me. I am fine, I mumbled. Chun-Ling, does limiting my sight truly calm me? I had previously thought restricted vision was a disadvantage for humans. When something approaches you from the side or behind, your instinctual fear is triggered. You become easily distracted by your surroundings, overwhelmed by the sudden influx of visual stimuli. I believe this can help train your panic response, allowing you to focus on a single target at a time. I see, much like a horse's blinders, Taishan remarked beside me. What? Perhaps I had misjudged again, but it seemed they had attempted to impose this method of limiting vision on other animals. Chen-Ling nodded. Exactly, Warwick. Next we will try wearing the blindfold during combat simulation. If it proves ineffective or uncomfortable, we shall abandon it immediately. Understood. Chun-Ling guided Taishan and me into another room. This enclosed space was a simulation of a spaceship's cabin, equipped with various controllers and sensor readings. Where the observation window should have been, blank screens were installed, which would soon project images of the Herasian spacecraft. Taishan squeezed into the co-pilot seat, an expression of excitement illuminating his face. We would soon engage in an exceptionally realistic aerial battle, the outcome of which would determine the fate of the entire Earth. This was merely a simulation. There would be no life-threatening risks. And I must constantly remind myself of this. Deep within my soul, there surely resided a flicker of courage. The genes of prey could not dictate my fate. These virtual foes would pay a heavy price for their actions. Chapter 77. The experiment begins. Human scientists had me don surround sound headphones, and I marveled at how thoughtfully they had adapted this technology for the Venusians, though I wished I were not the only one to benefit from it. Simulated alarms and impacts reverberated through the headphones, while Chen-Ling communicated directly with me. In her melodious voice, she explained, Warwick, I will be in communication with you throughout the training process, but I still hope you can learn to perform these operations independently. Thought guides action. By altering your thoughts, you can amend undesirable behaviors. I tilted my head, but the problem lies in the fact that thoughts cannot be controlled. That's not quite right. Your thought patterns are not formed overnight? Chen-Ling replied. Self-adjustment requires time, effort, and understanding. May I ask you a few questions before we begin the simulation training? Of course, feel free to ask. When did you first encounter a predator? I failed to grasp the relevance of this question but decided to indulge this human. If she believed tracing the origins of fear could enhance understanding, then it was no trouble to accommodate her. The more she understood my background, the greater my value as a test subject. I have seen Herasians on television, but that does not count. My parents once took me for a walk at a nearby farm, and along the road lay a deceased Venusian, bloodied and infested with maggots. Recalling that moment sent a chill down my spine. The news reported that a predator might be on the loose, and local police enforced a curfew throughout the neighborhood, with schools closed indefinitely. Though Taishan could not hear the conversation on the other end of the line, he cast a puzzled glance at me, his brows raised in disbelief. What the hell? Tell me the details. Did they determine the cause of death? Chen-Ling pressed. I gritted my teeth. According to the autopsy results, he died from a fall. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief upon learning there was no imminent threat. Yet, at that moment, I understood the food chain and our place within it. And how did you feel at that time? Fear, helplessness. I could scarcely believe that there were creatures that lived by killing. How did you perceive predators as a child? Predators must be ruthless and unfeeling to commit such violent acts. To consume the decaying carcasses, I suppose that was your initial impression of humans? As I became aware of my earlier remarks regarding predators, a wave of panic surged within me. In concentrating on the emotional aftermath of that experience, I had momentarily forgotten that I was conversing with a predator, a realization that Mei Xianyu had once mocked me for my thoughtless utterance. "I'm sorry. I didn't mean you," I stammered. "Relax, I'm not angry." Chunling's voice was calm and soothing, akin to the rustling of leaves in the wind. "I hope you can be honest with me, especially regarding the genuine feelings humanity evokes in you. I find it difficult to associate you all with, those mindless predators." Indeed. The silence on the other end of the line was palpable, and I faintly discerned some subtle scratching sounds. She must have been jotting down my words. "You are doing remarkably well. Thank you for sharing these thoughts with me. Now, I would like you to attempt to view things from the predator's perspective," she suggested, trying to conjure as many reasons as possible for their choice to hunt. Beyond mere cruelty, violence, and ruthlessness, I gazed at the floor, ignoring Taishan's inquisitive stare. Apart from biological instinct, I struggled to think of other temptations for predation. Even among humans, I believed they exhibited these brutal traits due to their methods of hunting. Yet I also held the conviction that they possessed another side, replete with sufficient positive qualities to counterbalance those abhorrent aspects. Moreover, they have discovered ways to satisfy their desires without inflicting harm upon other beings. Perhaps I should inquire with Ma Tianyu. He might hold the answers Qinling seeks. I sighed wearily, expressing my uncertainty. "I do not know if I can accomplish this, but I shall certainly try." "Excellent. Now, it's time to embark on your task. The objective of this training is to prevent any hostile vessels from entering Earth's orbital range, and I will provide guidance as needed." With that, the screen before me illuminated, and Taishan gripped the launch trigger tightly. The image of Earth in the background was astonishingly vivid, the orange glow of the continents clearly visible, swirling clouds lazily drifting above the ocean, the inky blackness of space rendering the planet even more serene and resplendent. Even in simulation, it was a breathtaking sight. I scoured the sensor data for any trace of the enemy, stretching my neck to glimpse a rapidly approaching vessel from the left. My view was obstructed, making it difficult to steady myself, yet it also shielded me from the distracting virtual explosions and conflicts in the distance. My breath caught in my throat as a plasma beam grazed just a few meters from the ship. The entire experience feeling so vividly perilous. The weight of decision-making threatened to engulf me in panic, and I found myself, as usual, frozen in place, utterly at a loss. What was I supposed to do? I could scarcely remember how to activate the targeting system. Inaction was unacceptable. My trembling claws slammed against the control panel, veering the ship toward the enemy. My vision blurred, and my heartbeat thundered like an earthquake. Every instinct warning me that facing such a fierce adversary was perilous. I felt as though I was hurtling towards my demise. And yet none of this was real. Meanwhile, Taishan remained surprisingly composed, calibrating the kinetic ammunition toward the target. How could humans confront danger with such ease? It was as if their instincts drove them to recklessly charge into the fray rather than retreat to safety. "Warwick, take a deep breath." Chunling's voice was firm and commanding. "All right." I followed her directive, inhaling deeply several times. Though the effect was minimal in my dizziness, I watched as the enemy ship enlarged in the observation window. And before I could restrain myself, a terrified gasp escaped my lips. Everything transpired too swiftly for me to think. The screen froze, including the approaching enemy, marking the end of the first experiment. I hung my head in shame. No matter how hard I tried, this exceeded my capabilities. Chapter 78. Success Talk to Me. Chunling's urgent voice jolted me from my stupor. On a scale from 1 to 10, rate your level of fear. With 10 being the most intense fear you've ever experienced, I blinked in confusion. 7? That's a manageable score. Everything will be all right, Chunling reassured me. What thoughts filled your mind when you began to feel afraid? I know I can't do this. I am not a qualified warrior, and I never will be. My instincts cannot cope with pressure or danger. You believe you cannot control your emotions. You have already concluded that it is impossible. Humans are unique beings. I must confront my true self. You are an exceptional warrior. Remember, the enemy is equally vulnerable. But I have never felt this way, never. Focus on the target, shoot decisively. Nothing else matters. You can achieve this. One step at a time, I tightly shut my eyes, allowing my breath to return to a calm rhythm. Was it not within my capability to press a few buttons? Surely, there must be a way to suppress instinct. Just as humans manage their aggression, Tianyu had once faced 9 Eros ships while at a disadvantage, and I had survived in comparison. This hardly seemed daunting. We can do this, Warwick. You are not alone in this fight. Remember that. Taishan's voice rang out with encouragement. I appreciatively twitched my ears. With his support behind me, bravery seemed less daunting. Humans are predators. I am not alone. I stand with the predators, and it is the enemy who should fear. I firmly believed in the strength of humanity, and standing alongside the strong instilled me with confidence. As the simulation training progressed, a newfound determination surged within me. The visor's purpose was to help me concentrate on a singular task. Simply act, without overthinking. The enemy vessels charged toward us, pressing closer to Earth, and I applied my aviation knowledge to lock onto the target via the sensors. I focused solely on my breathing as my claws decisively pressed the missile launch switch, locking onto the sleek bomber, relentlessly tracking its evasive maneuvers. Taishan also unleashed a series of kinetic weapons, aiming to disrupt the enemy's shields. The missile I launched struck the enemy with a jolt. While Taishan's precise shots pierced its armored eye in that moment, our seamless coordination was exhilarating. Taishan bared his fangs in excitement, and I too erupted into a cheer. I was not overwhelmed by fear. Instead, I imagined how humans would respond. They would pursue relentlessly, granting the enemy no respite. Prolonged hunting had taught them to be merciless. Perhaps I too could draw from that experience. Die. I hissed at the screen, venting my fury upon the unwarranted afflictions faced by Earth. No one would harm my companions ever again. Not while I drew breath. I piloted the ship swiftly toward the enemy we loathed, my heart ablaze with indignation against injustice, clashing vehemently with the voice urging me to flee. Taishan's resolute expression was enough to propel me forward, and this time, I would become the predator. I would pounce upon this feeble FOM. My heartbeat quickened as I unleashed a barrage of devastating firepower toward its flank. Orange tendrils erupting from its metallic exterior, obliterating those virtual enemies into the void. The simulation gradually faded, transforming into a pure white expanse, heralding the success of the mission. You did it. Taishan cheered. This is all thanks to you. Warwick. I leapt from the pilot's seat, my tail wagging in exhilaration. Just as the Federation often reminded us, Venusian beings could not possess the will to fight. Yet how had I managed to vanquish the enemy? How had I emulated the fierce combat style of humans? Had humanity altered me? The answer to Chen Ling's earlier question suddenly dawned upon me. Animals may choose to hunt, perhaps because it strengthens their species. Predation requires discipline and can alleviate the instinct of fear. Perhaps becoming the agent of harm brings forth genuine power. Chen Ling cleared her throat. I have always said you are an outstanding warrior. This exercise should bolster your confidence. But that was merely a single ship, I pointed out. Compared to the invasion of the Klakos, it was insignificant. Do not worry. I will gradually increase the duration of combat and the number of enemies you face daily. And soon you will confront an entire fleet. As I contemplated that daunting prospect, the joy of success began to wane. Chen Ling seemed resolute in pushing me beyond the limits of instinct, each day promising to be more arduous than the last. Nevertheless, at the very least, her questions compelled me to reassess my fears from a fresh perspective. Brother, I am truly proud of you. Tianyu's voice surged through the microphone, resonating in my ears. You will turn those foes into ashes in space. They will never anticipate this day. Thank you, I replied, and he chuckled lightly. You are stronger than you realize. We have all seen it. Your attacking skills are superb, and you defeated that bastard, even though Taishan's reckless maneuvers hindered you. At that moment, Taishan leaned in closer, enough to catch the conversation in the earpiece. He raised his hands in exasperation, then shot me a glare as I chuckled. The expression on his face used to make me laugh uncontrollably, even begging for mercy, pleading not to be devoured by him. I was perceptive enough to discern the difference between jest and malice. Taishan waved his fist at the camera, declaring that Warwick and I would undoubtedly win this war while I would be left languishing, munching on vegetables. Ha, are you joking? I'll be there to prevent you from snacking too much on the enemies during the battle. What could I say? This was the authentic human diet. I felt grateful that my friends maintained optimism amidst such darkness. It was their way of coping with crises, and no species in the galaxy exhibited greater resilience than they did. Inspired by their example, Perhaps I could cultivate a touch of ferocity within myself. I remind myself that my progress is of secondary importance. The survival of humanity is the paramount objective. If Earth is destined to fall, then these soldiers, harboring resentment, will kill as many enemies as they can. Any conflict with humanity is far from a mere theoretical exercise. Nevertheless, I trust that the Venus Republic will not leave our allies isolated and defenseless. Chapter 79. New Members Memory Transcript Subject, Krakow Alliance Command, Captain Camdate, Standardized Human Time October 8, 2136. The Federal Fleet entered warp travel in perfect harmony, as our planned obliteration of Earth commenced as scheduled. I do not feel particularly exhilarated by the addition of extra members to the crew. Compared to the reserved members of other species, I prefer the soldiers of Krakow. Our diplomats emphasize that this is an interstellar collaboration, and in the interest of effectively eradicating humanity, I have made concessions. While I understand the necessity of building team cohesion, I find it utterly unacceptable that they have assigned a Fajuo as my first officer. His name is Tyan, and to my knowledge, he is a favored servant of their high elders, yet this has not earned him any goodwill aboard my ship. The Krakow Alliance is the architect of this mission. With every detail meticulously planned, my crew consists of individuals selected for their exceptional talents, and I trust them. Only those who have experienced war know who can perform on the battlefield. Tyan furrowed his drooping ears. Why are humanity's colonies not on the bombing agenda? Data indicates that humans have settlements on the Red Planet, research stations on the moons of gas giants, asteroid mining operations, orbital telescopes, because Earth is the primary target. I replied. Aside from military installations, everything else can be addressed later. We should formulate a plan for subsequent actions now. We must be prepared. What is there to prepare for? Those marauders cannot possibly amass a force to rival ours. I ruffled my feathers in an intimidating manner. Tyan, you know I would prefer Jayla as my first officer. She wouldn't nitpick. I don't understand. I think Jayla seems a bit off. She appears peculiar. While there is some truth to this, I am not yet ready to reveal my thoughts to outsiders. Jayla has been diagnosed with a rare cognitive disorder that prevents her from producing the neurotransmitters associated with fear or emotion, leaving her lacking in emotional resonance and often unfeeling in her responses. Most officers would not have Jayla as part of their crew, but the advantages of having someone who does not panic or become distracted are not to be underestimated, as long as she is not tasked with interpersonal matters. Jayla is my most exceptional crew member. I believe it is she who has made us the strongest warship within the Krakow Alliance fleet. That is your opinion, I retorted sharply. Jayla follows orders with precision. Personally, she is my favorite aide. You got it wrong from the start, Tyan said, his elongated tail curling on the floor, twitching nervously. I would also prefer to be aboard a Fajuo ship, but since we are here, can we not attempt to adapt to our current circumstances? I scoffed. Fine, I enjoy getting to know the people and things I work with. Every captain has a different background and management style. The better I understand you, the more I can assist. Then to make a long story short, I was initially an extermination officer. Now I merely hold the title of interstellar ship captain. Tyan's whiskers twitched slightly, evidently realizing my previous profession. There is no role more suited for exterminating marauders than that of an extermination officer. We know how to destroy the habitats of monsters, leaving them no chance of survival. Exterminating sentient beings is quite similar, save for the land we must burn being a planet. A buzzing sound emanated from the doorway. I glanced at the security monitor. Another federal implant aboard my ship is a newly arrived doctor. But what distinguishes him is his species. This doctor is a Takkan, yet the Takkan Alliance has been revealed to be willing to form a full alliance with humanity. For some reason, this Takkan has implored to join our raid. And the demoted Jayla, at my request, escorted him to my quarters. It remains a mystery why a medical practitioner would wish to travel to the Marauders' homeworld. Why ship's original doctor abandoned ship upon learning of the fleet's destination. Perhaps he merely despises his government's decision. However, I still wish to gaze into his eyes and question his motives for such actions. Come in, I said calmly into the intercom. Tyan, you may stay. Tyan thudded heavily on the floor. Understood, Captain. The Takkan strode through the door and, without waiting for my permission, plopped down into a chair. His resilient silver skin closely matched the metallic walls of my ship, and his three-toed claws were nimble enough to grasp objects. Yet I always feel that such creatures are far clumsier than Krakow doctors. Few beings possess claws capable of gripping or embedding themselves as deeply as ours. I pointed a claw at him. What is your name? Zahn. Good. Tell me, why would attack and willingly partake in such a perilous endeavor? I inquired, astonished. When I landed on Alpha Planet to convey the news of the destruction of the Godalai cradle, I felt that my race had betrayed the Federation. It was horrifying, disgraceful. I wished to bring this to an end. Permanently, I nodded with my beak, contemplating his words. If upon my return I discover that the Krakow Alliance has colluded with the Marauders, I too might forsake my Krakow citizenship. However, I see it the duty of a doctor to dedicate their life to saving other beings. Why is Zahn so eager to annihilate humanity? Wait, you were stationed in Godalai territory before. Tyan interjected. Zahn flicked his tail. Yes, I am of mixed heritage, Godalai and Takgan, and I previously served under Captain Soraf. We were the first ship to encounter humanity. My gaze suddenly shifted to him. I have heard of that event. What you did was so brutal. It was indistinguishable from the actions of the Herasians. I am uncertain whether I should allow you to remain aboard this vessel. Please forgive me. That human, that detestable monster, deserved to be sent to hell. All Marauders should meet such a fate. The human they captured posed no threat at that time. However, Soraf and his crew inflicted the slowest and most agonizing death upon him, which is simply unimaginable. Our extermination squads operate swiftly and precisely. When extermination is required, we do not dally. Inflicting pain is never our objective. Hearing a helpless being wail, fully aware that it is enduring unimaginable suffering, such actions bring no comfort to anyone. The boundary that separates us from the Herasians is insurmountable. Chapter 80. No other choice. Humans are undoubtedly the true sentient beings. This much is indisputable. My feathers trembled slightly as I voiced a reproachful observation. I even believe they possess selective empathy. After all, they are social predators. Hearing you say that surprises me, Tyan remarked. Why? Just because I was once an extermination officer? Zahn blinked in astonishment, seemingly poised to refute my assertion. Yet I understand the Marauders better than most citizens of the Federation. Humans are far from the simplistic beings they perceive themselves to be. Captain Cam holds a certain respect for humanity. He finds them intriguing, and I concur. Jayla chuckled lightly. Zahn's amber eyes widened in disbelief. Interesting? Respect? They kill to survive. I fluffed my feathers for emphasis. If you do not respect the Marauders, you are already a dead being. They must never be underestimated. Tyan tilted his head. Your tone almost conveys reverence. Individuals like you, possessing special abilities, should harbor hatred towards the Marauders, should you not? Tyan, you should not harbor hatred towards humanity. They cannot control their transformation into a disease, infecting everything they touch. They are simply born this way. So you mean to say that it seems you do not wish to exterminate humanity? Zahn countered. I certainly do, but that should not be intertwined with hatred. I do not derive pleasure from the slaughter of billions of lives. I feel sorrow for humanity and am grateful that we are not born into such a cursed form. Zahn recoiled sharply. I saw the anger brewing in his eyes. Witnessing the cradle's destruction must have caused him immense pain. Yet his current demeanor appeared exceedingly unhinged. If my life were at stake, I would not wish for this Takgan to turn against me. It is truly ironic that you feel pity for a being devoid of compassion, Jayla remarked. Tyan's nostrils flared slightly. I cannot comprehend. Since you harbor pity for humanity, why then do you support their extermination? Few can grasp how horrifying it is to unleash bullets upon helpless cubs crying for their mother's milk. The first time I discovered the den of predatory younglings, the guilt I felt from killing them nearly made me abandon the endeavor. They are so small, so innocent, untouched by the atrocities of their parents. On the journey home, I broke down in tears, questioning my master how we could kill them simply for being born. The cold logic in my master's explanation was chilling. The diminutive predators shall inevitably evolve into formidable predators, reproducing at an astonishing rate. And after several cycles, they will proliferate uncontrollably. Unless humanity is eradicated, they will disseminate widely, soon encroaching upon our planet, I retorted. This presents our singular opportunity to eliminate humanity. Our slaughter is necessitated by circumstance. The Earth must be extinguished. Such is the unfortunate reality. Unlike the irate Ambassador Rulam, I comprehend why the majority within the Federation hesitate. They are relieved to evade the moral quandary. Annihilate a species that has yet to strike is indistinguishable from the actions of a marauder. They are unwilling to spend their lives contemplating whether some predators might have been salvaged. This is also why the Federation readily accepted humanity's self-destruction 2 centuries prior. It is precisely for this reason that the issue spiraled out of control. Humanity acquired the capability for space travel unnoticed, and within mere months, they precipitated the ruin of the godlike cradle. The longer we prolong Earth's existence, the more Federation worlds will perish. This is our moral imperative. Zahn abruptly leaped from his seat, his tail flicking impatiently. I long to witness humanity's demise firsthand. I am qualified for it, and I possess a deeper understanding of our adversary than you do. So, do you truly desire my allegiance? Jayla chuckled lightly. I find this fellow rather appealing. Captain, I do not share that sentiment, yet I cannot identify a more suitable candidate to replace him at present. I addressed Zahn. On this vessel, you must heed my commands, as a doctor. Is it not rather inappropriate for you to so lightly regard life? I require no lesson on how to perceive marauders. The lives I cherish are those of intrinsic worth. Zahn hissed. Jayla, take me to the medical bay now. Jayla glanced at me, seeking my approval. I curled the tips of my wings, gesturing for her to proceed. My instincts compelled me to remain vigilant of this physician. A being who revels in death and suffering cannot be trusted. What is your perspective, Taeyong? I inquired. He hesitated for a moment. I support your view. Captain. No need for such formality. You are now the first officer and may speak freely. Frankly, I have witnessed the aftermath of marauders invading planets. Thus I feel no remorse in obliterating them. Understood. Head to the bridge and remain alert for any human ambushes. We set off together, my mood weighed down by uncertainty, for I remained oblivious to where my crew stood morally. Taeyong did not differentiate between his feelings and Zahn's, though perhaps he would come to understand in time. Unlike Zahn, Taeyong's motivations were not tied to humanity. He cared for the suffering he had witnessed and any future threats, rather than pure malice. This is the rightful justification for annihilating Earth. This fleet shall fulfill its mission. For our survival, we have no alternative. Chapter 81. A fitting conclusion. Upon departing from Krakow, I distinctly sensed that humanity had been tracking our movements. They lurked in the shadows of our interstellar route. On the very first day of our voyage, the fleet encountered 2 ambushes. Yet, it seemed to me that humanity was, in fact, fearful. Their assaults appeared designed to stall us, gradually depleting our resources. Those massive terrestrial warships were equipped with faster-than-light disruptors. Once we entered their range, they would swiftly deploy and launch missile attacks before vanishing without a trace. Why do they retreat after merely a single strike? Such tactics seem overly timid, wholly uncharacteristic of marauders. Nevertheless, I adjusted the personnel rotations to ensure our ship remained combat-ready. After the second ambush, I permitted myself only a brief respite to regain my strength. Taeyong was also laboring diligently, sifting through data to predict the next appearance of the Earthlings. Our ship would certainly deliver a resounding blow to humanity next. Their clumsy attempts to thwart our actions betrayed their lack of confidence in their combat prowess. This location appears most likely to be a point of ambush. The electromagnetic radiation pulsating from this star system has disrupted our sensors and targeting systems, Taeyong remarked, yet this will similarly hinder their aim. A wave of unease washed over me, the feathers on my body bristling slightly. I suspected humanity's reliance on their targeting systems was not as profound as we believed. They might possess a backup system. Should we suggest a course change to the fleet? If my assessment of humanity's position is accurate, they will activate their disruptors imminently, though not act in haste. Their vessels are far swifter than ours. Such a maneuver would merely defer the crisis to a later date. We must confront these pests as we see fit. Taeyong swallowed nervously, scrutinizing the readings in his hand. He felt uneasy about engaging humanity blindly, a sentiment I thoroughly understood. In such a scenario, our instinctive fear would be detrimental to improvisation and hinder precise calculations under pressure. While the Krakow could summon aggression, such despair was uncontrollable. However, Jayla was unshackled by fear. Were she to assume command of the weapons station, she would swiftly recalibrate the railguns without concern that fear would cloud her senses. My decision to defy orders and refrain from consigning her to a psychiatric facility was not without reason. Utilizing someone like her against marauders served our best interest. I cleared my throat. Jayla? Take control of the weapons. Switch to manual mode. Fire at the first enemy ship you spot. Upon hearing my command, Jayla roughly shoved a young soldier aside, eagerly pressing buttons. She required no reiteration of my orders. It was a rarity to see someone so eager to comply, particularly when the orders pertained to engaging marauders. "Captain, please answer me truthfully," Taeyong whispered. "Does Jayla suffer from marauder syndrome?" I lowered my voice. That notion is profoundly ignorant. Marauders experience fear as well. Jayla is an asset to the Krakow. I will prevent her from being cast into an unfathomable abyss. I cannot believe those marauders are capable of feeling any emotion. Yet she shares more similarities with them than one might presume. How can you trust she will not side with those who wish to devour her? No one would ally with those who seek to consume them. Wouldn't they? Taeyong transmitted the projected coordinates of the enemy onto the sensor grid. He estimated that humanity was stationed within the rings of a gas giant, an ideal location for an ambush. The planet's gravitational field further disrupted the sensor readings, while the icy ring particles rendered a silent ship indistinguishable. Taeyong also noted the maximum operational range of the faster-than-light disruptors. Thus, it could be inferred that humanity would wait until the majority of the fleet was enveloped by the disruption pulse before acting. Based on their approximate position, I marked the explosion zone on the screen. Now, we simply need to press onward and observe. Once we reach the edge of that red circle, disengage from warp speed immediately. I called out, should we time this correctly, humanity will believe us disoriented by the disruption, and when they reveal themselves, we shall ensnare them entirely. Taeyong blinked in astonishment. What a bold plan. If we are a moment late, we shall fall into humanity's trap. Should we reveal ourselves prematurely, humanity will realize they have been detected, and of course, I cannot be certain they are truly present. Perhaps it is merely a wild goose chase. Yet I still trust your judgment. Thank you. Should we not alert the fleet? No. Humanity may have infiltrated our communication systems. Other allied vessels may have drawn similar conclusions, but our mission as the foremost warship of the Krakow is to seize the initiative. To vanquish marauders demands audacity. Even those cautious and meticulous humans could not anticipate our audacious reversal. They have long presumed all within the Federation to be feeble, which ultimately works to our advantage. The dread evident on the faces of the entire crew on the bridge was palpable. Inexperienced recruits were reluctant to plunge into a marauder's snare. To be frank, should this endeavor fail, I would face severe reprimand from the Alliance Command. I possess but one opportunity to validate my decision. My record does indeed state that I take unnecessary risks, attributing my successes to fortune. Regardless of the outcome, I consistently ask myself, what would a marauder do? Once this habit is formed, predicting their actions or comprehending their mindset becomes effortless. This raid represents my final task before passing the baton to the younger generation. What could better conclude my career than vanquishing the greatest threat of our era? Chapter 82. The necessary course. I glided gracefully toward the navigation station, prepared to intervene should the technicians find themselves at an impasse. Our coordinates overlapped with the danger zone. Taeyong was eager to issue the disengagement order. Yet I was reluctant to act hastily, unwilling to let risk compromise our patience. As we approached the pulse threshold, my breathing quickened. Just a bit further. Now, enter real space. The visage of the gas giant unfolded before the observation window. The dim orange celestial body, encircled by a resplendent halo, was nothing short of breathtaking. My claws extended rigidly, the sensation of being watched growing ever more intense. Although I could not perceive any hostile vessels, I could sense their ominous presence. No signs of human activity were detected. Taeyong began to speak. Before he could finish, dozens of ships abruptly appeared around us without warning. Clearly, the Federal fleet was severely affected by interference signals. As nimble human vessels surged forth from the halo, furiously launching attacks on the nearest Krakow ships, Jayla unfurled her wings and unleashed a barrage of missiles, several warheads striking enemy bombers with ferocity, obliterating them mid-flight. Following that, more explosives followed suit, viciously assaulting their shields alongside whirring kinetic weapons. Under Jayla's relentless firepower, the human fleet began to falter, granting our allies a momentary respite. Due to sensor malfunctions, our allies' targeting was evidently compromised, and most plasma beams veered far off course. Nevertheless, humans had already deemed this mission a failure, unwilling to risk being struck. Only a few dozen ships were involved in this ambush, and the human military had not provided adequate support. They were in retreat. We must not let them escape, Taeyong shouted. All Federal ships, open fire. I commanded loudly through the communication channel. Accuracy be damned. Unleash all your prepared weapons towards their position. Jayla gladly complied, launching another round of missiles towards the gaseous giant S-cover, precisely where the humans attempted an emergency warp escape. Our missiles may not have struck the enemies, but they delivered a violent impact to the halo itself. Debris erupting from the epicenter, with some fragments piercing through the human armor. Several human ships were destroyed or torn apart by the shrapnel, and cheers erupted from our bridge as they witnessed the annihilation of humans. Filled with elation, I attempted to share in their joy, yet the act of slaying humans left me numb. My gaze lingered on the wreckage visible through the observation window. Well done, Jayla. We surely eliminated a significant number of enemies. Much of which is owed to your composure. Haha, I find this quite amusing, she chuckled, regretting only that the skirmish was too brief. I had anticipated a more intense battle. Taeyong narrowed his eyes. Our victory was so decisive that it was hardly a matter for regret. It could pave the way for our journey to Earth. I ignored their bickering, focusing instead on manually scanning a stationary human vessel. The human ship I scrutinized bore a concave hull, having collided with debris at high speed. While largely intact, its life support systems and propulsion had failed. I yearned to know whether the pilot was still alive. If descendants were to inquire about these humans, I wished for someone to provide a reasonable explanation. This was an excellent opportunity to document the behavior of intelligent predatory beings. Silence. Communications officer. Ensure all communications are recorded, I commanded loudly, for I wished for everyone here to truly understand the enemy. Thus, I intended to send a communication request to the wreck of that human vessel, as a makeshift lesson on the nature of predators. Taeyong exclaimed. What? How could you expect that demon to respond? I tilted my head slightly. Admittedly, I could not guarantee that the human would accept my communication request, but it was worth a try. Though his visage would likely instill fear in the crew, there was no tangible risk. His weapons and escape routes were severed, and he was intelligent enough to realize this. Ignoring the crew's protests, I gestured with my claws to send out a communication request. The air was thick with tense silence as our signal reached the damaged enemy ship. Seconds passed without response, heightening the crew's anxiety. Did they believe humans could teleport aboard through communication? I could sense the human's confusion as he weighed the decision to converse with us. Curiosity seemed to prevail, as a pair of cold eyes appeared on the screen. His fierce gaze caused several crew members to hastily seek cover, his expression icy and unnatural. This human bore a gash on his forehead. Using a towel to dab at the blood obscuring his vision, he was injured. Perhaps he was no longer capable of coherent thought, which might allow us to extract information from him, even after decades of dealing with predators. I had to admit that witnessing him unsettled me. This human was more cunning than any predatory creature I had vanquished in the wild. His face bore only a few strands of hair, rendering it both bizarre and exposed. What do you want? I do not need your mockery, Birdman, he croaked. I resisted the urge to avert my gaze, striving instead for a neutral observation. Beneath that terrifying visage, his slightly furrowed brow revealed fear, and his clenched jaw indicated he was enduring pain. He was acutely aware of his impending death, this realization overshadowing the final moments of his life. I raised a wing, making an ambiguous gesture. No one is mocking you. I merely wish to converse. You must be jesting. He leaned closer to the camera, near enough for me to discern the bloodshot veins in his eyes. What makes you think I wish to speak with you? Tell me. A hunch. I believe a social predator would not wish to die alone. If I am mistaken, you may terminate this communication now. Taeyong appeared particularly astonished, while Jayla observed the exchange with keen interest. I had reason to take this call in public. Noticing the crew's skeptical demeanor, they needed to witness validation of my theory that humans possessed a solitary behavioral pattern akin to that of Eros. Misunderstanding this would be a significant error. The human bared his fangs, shaking his head in disbelief. He cradled his face in his hands before refocusing those haunting eyes on the camera, a chill emanating from his plump lips, suggesting the temperature within the cabin was exceedingly low. With only a few sparse strands of black mane, I could hardly fathom how long he could endure without environmental regulation. You have not answered my question? He sighed, but fine. What do you truly want? I wish to rescue you. Surrender, and I assure you, you will survive. Thank you. But no. Do you take me for a fool? Even in death, it is preferable to fall into your hands. I assure you, I will provide you with a comfortable existence. I can see you do not wish to die. The human slowly blinked, his arms crossed over his chest for warmth. He was not yet prepared to divulge critical information. But if I could meet his needs, he might begin to leak intelligence. The instinct to survive is the driving force of every intelligent life. The human removed a small silhouette from the dashboard and turned to the camera. The image displayed two humans and a human juvenile, a female human embracing the child while he stood beside her, revealing pearly white fangs. They appeared fierce, yet also content. "They are my family, I am afraid, but not of death." He roared that I am merely terrified that you will kill my loved ones. The only thing that could satisfy you is the extinction of humanity, is it not? My sole wish is for them to live happily. I beg you, stop. The transmission abruptly cut off, and I suppressed the surge of sympathy within me. This confirmed that humans care for one another. I hoped this would stir a semblance of compassion in my crew. The Croco government should not conceal these redeemable qualities in humans. It is ample proof they are not a perilous race. The truth is paramount. I shall not disregard this to soothe my conscience. That humans' oxygen supply was dwindling, mere hours remaining. "Captain, what are your orders?" Jayla inquired in a voice devoid of emotion. I lowered my gaze. "Terminate him. Grant him a swift death. He has rejected my offer. And he must not be allowed to escape to his comrades." Jayla rolled her eyes, but still launched a missile, and I watched as the wreckage ascended in flames. "Theo, grant him a rapid end, rather than allow him to suffocate in that cold grave," was a form of mercy. However, his death did not evoke any positive emotions. Some crew members appeared affected by his demise. Taeyong's nostrils flared in anger. "What are you thinking, Captain? If he had accepted your offer, what then? I would confine him to the brig." "As I stated earlier," I replied, "this way we could control an injured predator, and he would still be of use out of use. What have you gleaned from this brief conversation?" "Mind your tone, Taeyong. I am the captain of this vessel. Now that you all understand the enemy, you can comprehend the true nature of this mission." Taeyong ground his teeth, visibly troubled by my leniency towards predators, yet he knew that protesting on the bridge was against protocol. Perhaps he needed to believe in some falsehoods to sustain his convictions. Before we reach Earth, we must resolve all doubts. Assuming the humans' ambush had been lifted, the next battle for the fleet would utterly obliterate everything humanity possessed. When we arrive at our destination, I hope my crew will be prepared to do what must be done. Chapter 83. Urgent Matters Memory Transcript Subject, President of the Venus Republic, Tal date, in Standard Human Time October 9th, 2136. This should have been a moment of jubilance. The United Nations had established contact with the Venusian forces and received permission to dock at the primary Venusian planet. I had never envisioned overcoming the Herasians. Yet humanity had wrought this miracle, however. I found myself perplexed as to why the Secretary-General of the United Nations would make the long journey from distant Earth to meet with me. He claimed his purpose was to discuss urgent matters before the spacecraft's landing. The human diplomats were tight-lipped, imploring me to remain calm, which stirred a sense of unease within me. I was aware of the Krakoans' invasion of Earth, and I proposed to accept as many Earth refugees as possible. The first flights had already brought approximately 50,000 humans, who were being housed in temporary accommodations. We were ill-equipped to care for them in the long term. Nor could we meet their special dietary needs, yet it was impossible to abandon friends in need. Hence we would face this together. As for that diplomatic catastrophe, humanity had dispatched representatives to all allies, who would redirect the blame towards the Colcia great tribe and vindicate themselves. In the face of such grievous casualties, speculation was futile, given that the Sifkit were on the brink of extinction. They might harbor the greatest suspicion towards humanity, while the truly essential task was to persuade the resource-rich Physn at any cost. Aside from awaiting the reactions of various factions, we had no alternative. I made it unequivocally clear to the humans that I would not expect assistance from any government. At such a critical juncture for Earth's survival, what could the leaders of the United Nations possibly wish to discuss in person? If Seiko was to depart from Earth, shouldn't his primary task be to seek aid from Joseon or Tosa? "Guxia, do you have any insight into this matter?" I inquired. The human ambassador furrowed his brow and suggested it would be best to wait for the Secretary-General's arrival to discuss further. "I suspect you might not appreciate what comes next, but I hope you will at least try to understand." This ominous response provided me no comfort. It was the manner in which humanity spoke. Concerned that we would be alarmed or shaken in our trust due to some predatory aspect of theirs, I disliked witnessing my friend plead with me. as though I might turn adversarial. "Don't do this," I muttered. "Are you finally going to confess that you hunt through endurance?" Gu Xia's eyes widened in astonishment. "Who told you that?" "I figured it out myself. Watching you train on Alpha, I suddenly thought that perhaps that tireless quality aids in stalking prey. You have little else as an advantage." "Well, you don't seem to care much," he replied. "Why should I care? After all, you wouldn't hunt me." "I am your friend." Gu Xia affectionately patted my shoulder. Although their concealment of hunting practices left me somewhat displeased, building trust was a gradual process. Fortunately, my reasoning abilities were fairly sound. "You are our only true friend here?" "Thank you," Gu Xia whispered. I gently flicked my ears in acknowledgement. I wasn't boasting, but I was indeed quite capable. Thus, Seiko need not waste time soothing me. "I am not here to soothe you," a raspy voice interrupted us. Both Gu Xia and I were taken aback. We had not noticed Seiko entering the spacious reception hall, and I was relieved that I had refrained from making any sardonic remarks about their hunting methods. Seiko appeared as though he had not slept for days. He abruptly tossed a photograph onto my desk and slumped into the nearest chair. Rubbing his bleary eyes, I intended to suggest he rest. But given Earth's dire circumstances, he undoubtedly had much to attend to them. My gaze fell upon the photograph, revealing a uniformed human seated across from a Herasian. Was this captured aboard one of their ships? The Herasian's legs were bound in chains, and how the human managed to bring it here intact was another question altogether. We had captured several Herasians from a prisoner transport vessel. Seiko suppressed a yawn. His eyelids fluttering, several key figures among us are apprehensive about sharing the following information with you. But considering you are humanity's only hope for survival, I believe you have the right to know. No. What? I hesitated to ask. Seiko raised his hands in a calming gesture. Please do not take offense. I am merely recounting the tale told to us by the Herasians. They claim that the Federation disseminated a microorganism to thousands of Herasians, rendering them allergic to meat, and subsequently slaughtered their livestock, forcing them to become herbivorous. Chapter 84. I had no choice. I squinted, processing the information he conveyed. Humanity had proven that merely acting as predators could not sufficiently explain the Herasians' brutality. The act of cruelty was an inherent trait of their race, a reaction to a specific event. In this regard, the Federation had never shied away from sacrificing lives or breaching ethics during humanity's fleeting existence. I had witnessed them beat and starve humans, obliterate human vessels to sever any chance of friendship, and orchestrate multiple attacks with the intent of extinguishing all life on Earth. Frankly, I did not believe the Federation would deny such hostile actions. Yet if this were indeed true, I remained entirely uninformed. But why would the Herasians choose to raise sentient beings instead of consuming plants? I queried. Gu Xia pressed his lips together, stifling a sigh. Tal, they are obligate carnivores. They cannot survive without meat. I tilted my head in confusion. I don't understand. Why? Obligate carnivores cannot digest plants as you or I can. They lack the appropriate intestinal bacteria and cannot synthesize vitamins from flora. Some nutrients, such as taurine, are almost exclusively found in meat, Seiko interjected. I believe these carnivores also have a high protein requirement. Gu Xia nodded. Exactly. The glucose in their blood, essentially their energy, primarily derives from protein rather than carbohydrates. Without sufficient protein, their bodies begin to consume their own muscles and organs. This thought. I shivered. To have one's own cells digesting one's organs was the very definition of hunger. Human scientists ought to disseminate these facts, perhaps fostering more empathy towards predatory behavior. If evolution had not afforded them other options, then their carnivorous behavior was entirely reasonable. Gu Xia had consumed no meat during the Federation summit. It was no wonder he was irritable. I had never considered the extent of his suffering. I was filled with concern, gazing fearfully at Gu Xia. We had been informed from the outset that humanity required a higher protein intake. Had those vegetarian visitors been enduring pain or hunger merely to placate us? I hoped they would not suffer long-term repercussions. That was never my intention. Gu Xia's gaze softened. What is it? Did I speak too bluntly? You have been eating plants, haven't you been enduring hunger? I replied. Seiko sighed helplessly. Talva, humans are omnivores. We have told you this many times. The nutrients in vegetables are easily accessible to us, so, if we do not consume meat, we will lack minerals, Gu Xia preemptively interjected, but we can take supplements to acquire vitamin B12, iron, protein, and so forth. This has been explained to your medical community. Undoubtedly, absorbing these nutrients through diet is far easier. At least humanity could survive on plants, albeit with some additional assistance. In contrast, Herasians could derive no nutritional value even if they attempted to consume plants. I failed to understand why the Federation scientists had not recognized this. Thus, this had nothing to do with bloodthirstiness, I see. I sighed. What do you plan to do regarding the Herasian story? Seiko's expression turned grim. To be frank, the Herasians have proposed an alliance to us, and the Federation has compelled us to heed their counsel. We require every possible form of assistance, especially from such a formidable power. I stared at the floor, avoiding Gu Xia's sympathetic gaze. This was the scenario every Venusian had dreaded since humanity proclaimed its intentions for peace. Each individual feared they would seize the first opportunity to conspire with the Herasians. We had hoped they would not behave like those who viewed us as delectable playthings. Yet the truth was, humanity was not as cruel and unfeeling as we had imagined. They stood alongside the Federation and genuinely endeavored to achieve peace. General Musk had informed me long ago that humanity would protect Earth at all costs. I could not fault them for making such a decision, abandoning us in favor of their own interest. I blinked, tears dissipating as I spoke. You may proceed as you see fit. I can understand your choice to distance yourselves from us. Their friendship holds greater influence. Distance yourselves? Seiko echoed. Wait, do you think we will allow them to devour you? Gu Xia approached me, shaking his head emphatically. We would never abandon you. Never, do you understand? The human ambassador, without waiting for my response, enveloped me in a warm embrace. Immersed in his comforting hold, I realized that the loss of humanity would be a grievous blow to the Venusian people, especially with regard to this particular human. I felt utterly overwhelmed, selfishly wishing that they would stand unwaveringly against the Herasians. Seiko deliberately cleared his throat, stating, "We regard you as our own. The terms of our alliance are the release of all captured Venusians and a ceasefire agreement between your governments. This is non-negotiable. What? You are actually negotiating with the Herasians?" I exclaimed. Indeed, I lost my only child due to their bombardments. I still vividly recall the moment I had the doctor disconnect her life support. Holding her tightly in my arms, I do not wish for you to ally with the Herasians. Humanity, out of desperation, seeks an alliance with the Herasians because for centuries, humanity has not faced mass extermination. No matter what the Federation does, it cannot alter the indescribable atrocities committed by the Herasians against the Venusians. You cannot reason with those who bomb schools and torture captives. I have no desire to converse with those wretched beings. I recognize that my personal experiences are clouding my judgment, but I refuse to disregard them. The Herasians have destroyed my life, and even my partner and I have been torn apart because she reminds me of our daughter. That pain remains a persistent ache in my heart, and I harbor an intense loathing for the Herasians. I deeply empathize with your experiences. I understand how heartless these words may sound, Seiko remarked, a look of sympathy tightening the wrinkles on his face. But allow me to correct you. You did not kill your daughter. You chose not to prolong her suffering, for you are a compassionate person. My tail drooped with sorrow. Thank you. Do you truly believe that? I do. That is also why I believe you will assist us in facilitating this agreement, to spare the people of Venus from enduring this agony any longer, and to prevent us from having to bury our loved ones afterward. Seiko is indeed an eloquent speaker. Is any price too high to bring peace to my planet? If this can end the suffering of millions, even if only for a brief respite, it would be an act of mercy. What the Venusians truly desire is merely to conclude this senseless war. After a long silence, I inquired, Gu Xia, we? No. How can you trust them? I do not trust them, but there are no better options. Gu Xia replied, his sturdy arms crossed over his chest. I despise them, yet the Federation poses a direct threat to Earth. For the sake of protecting our home, this is the only path forward. Seiko frowned, stating, ideologically, we cannot coexist with the Herasians in the long term. This alliance is merely temporary, intended to buy us time. Perhaps we can even prompt them to change. Under human control, the threat posed by those wretched beings to the Venusians would diminish somewhat, as their aggression would be redirected toward humanity's enemies. However, how can we justify this action to the non-hostile majority of the Federation members? Most importantly, there are those 107 species seeking to form an anti-heresy alliance with humanity, who may perceive such a partnership as a betrayal of their core principles. Are you trying to ensure my defeat in the presidential election next year? I complained and I will stand by your side. But this does not bode well. You might as well appear on galactic TV and swear to consume a Zwan baby every day. Jiu Xia grinned. Sure, those avian creatures already think our breakfast consists of that. We no longer concern ourselves with appearances. Well, I hope you have a better plan than simply flying to the Herasian planet and offering me as a sacrifice. Seiko smirked cunningly. Actually, a Herasian captain provided us with the location of their spy outpost. I intend to fly within communication range and engage them in a pleasant conversation. Would you care to join me? The thought of seeking out the Herasians sent my heart racing. There is nothing more repugnant than being surrounded by a group of monsters. The mere idea of those greedy eyes roaming over my vulnerable parts made me want to curl up into a ball. What sane Venusian would wish to converse with those loathsome beasts? A low whimper escaped my throat. You are the real monsters, aren't you? I will go with you. After all, I have no choice. Chapter 85. Crisis. The alarm blared suddenly in the cockpit, causing my hair to stand on end. Seiko's head jerked up from his dozing position, and in a matter of moments, he processed all the stimuli, entering a state of complete alertness and hurriedly rushing to the ship's controls. The ability of the human brain to switch to combat mode in such a brief time is truly astonishing. Our vessel was accompanied by 10 fully armed United Nations escort ships. The original plan was to navigate along the edge of the faster-than-light communication range, sending long-range transmission signals to the Herasian outpost coordinates. Given our considerable distance, the likelihood of conflict should have been minimal, yet humans remained prepared to protect their leader. What is the situation? Seiko's voice was cold and steady. What is happening? The pilot wore a grim expression. A large fleet is intercepting our path 200,000 meters ahead. It appears to be a Herasian patrol. Send signals on all frequencies. Signals have been sent, but there is no response. However, our sensors indicate they are attempting to lock onto us. Abort the operation. Adjust course immediately that it's too late. In hyperspace, we cannot change course swiftly. Damn it. I should never have gotten involved in any conflict, I thought, panic rising within me. Why had humanity not anticipated that this outpost location was a trap? I surmised that desperation led them to overlook such paranoid assumptions. Clearly, the Herasians here were not as eager to converse as their captured counterparts had envisioned. The false promise of an alliance was precisely the kind of inherent deception the Federation prided itself on. If the Herasians successfully subdued us, I might have to resort to extreme measures. I must find a way to end my own life before being captured by the enemy. Dizziness overwhelmed me, and Seiko caught me as I stumbled forward. I could barely manage the slightest movement of my muscles, the fear of becoming Herasian livestock intensifying. Seiko firmly pushed me back into my seat and secured me with the safety belt. Please, I beg you, I can't. If they board, please kill me, I pleaded. Seiko ran his hand through his graying hair, speaking in a low tone. No one will die. We will find a way out. No, please, at that moment. You must kill me, I gasped, my words fragmented, my hand clutching my burning chest. You have no idea what they will do to me, especially once they discover my identity. I beg you, I understand your concerns. But everything will be all right. I need you to stay here with me. Suddenly, a tremendous jolt shook the entire ship. Seiko doubled over, clutching his abdomen, pressing his hands against his temples, cursing under his breath, completely contrary to his usual composure. Witnessing this resolute human curled up on the ground evoked an inexplicable sensation within me. His cheeks flushed, and tears glimmered in his eyes. Is Seiko all right? He appeared to be suffocating. I had never seen him look so dreadful. Shortly after, the pulse effect of the faster-than-light disruptor struck me as well. A deafening roar filled my ears, as if I were plummeting down a rapidly descending elevator, the discomfort intensifying. Liquid sloshed in my ear canals, and I moaned in agony. The only solace was that this sudden pain temporarily distracted me from my fear, yet the dizziness grew more severe. Everything around me became a blur, as if I were engulfed in a swirling fog. Damn it, Seiko yelled. Shields, shields. He crawled along the floor towards the cockpit. He lightly tapped his still buzzing earlobes, shaking his head violently like a Venusian drenched in rain. No human had likely ever before experienced an attack from a disruptor pulse. The crew aboard this ship were the first to endure it. The pilot raised a trembling arm, but the chaotic sensations rendered his movements clumsy, preventing him from accurately pressing the correct buttons. Our escort fleet was also in disarray, and no anxious messages were forthcoming. They too must have been affected. The Herasian fleet had driven us into a dire predicament. Silverlight approached us at an angle, and enemy ships lunged forward, enveloping the escort vessels in orange glow. These wretched beings seemed to intentionally draw close, as if mocking us. More dazzling beams darted around us, striking the United Nations fleet with precision from various angles. This was not a battle. It was a one-sided massacre. Gasping for breath, I struggled to speak. Seiko, kill me, please. Seiko, visibly displeased, strained to rise on his hind legs. His hair and clothing were more disheveled than I had ever known. As he was always meticulous about his appearance, his reddened skin glistened under the light, and dark sweat stains had already begun to spread beneath his arms. Send another communication to the Herasians. But this time with video. Hurry! Seiko commanded sharply. The pilot froze. Are you out of your mind? At this moment, it seems rather challenging. Facing the oncoming onslaught, he struck the control stick with a forceful punch, maneuvering the spacecraft to narrowly evade a barrage of miniature missiles specifically designed to penetrate armor. Our vessel tilted to one side, sustaining severe damage to its belly after enduring multiple heavy hits. If this persisted, all aboard would meet a fiery demise. Seiko shook the pilot's shoulder, activating the communication channel. Do as I instruct. No time for idle chatter. Understood, Commander. Seiko braced himself against the console, stabilizing his posture, gritting his teeth as his gaze bore into the camera lens. Chapter 86. A wish fulfilled. Eros ship circled around us, its interior revealing a panoramic view of our predicament. Its railgun began to glow ominously, poised to obliterate us in one fell swoop. Just as I resigned myself to despair, the enemy vessel hesitated. Its weapons powered down, seemingly losing interest in us, as other enemy ships retreated, granting us a moment to breathe. On behalf of the Eros Empire, I extend my greetings. A deep voice emanated from the speakers, accompanied by a terrifying biological image. Its yellowed fangs evoked a sense of revulsion. We sincerely apologize and assure you, no offense was intended. Seiko let out an exasperated sigh. Why did you attack us? We signaled to you the moment we saw you. Your subspace trajectory originated from the primary planet of Venus. Hence we did not anticipate your presence, the gruff voice replied. You are advancing towards one of our critical strongholds. Listening to the pleas of the prey is a waste of time. Eliminating you is far simpler. I trust you comprehend this. I noticed the tension in Seiko's shoulders as he took several deep breaths, seemingly struggling to contain his anger. The politeness exhibited by the Eros towards humanity astonished me. Their previous demeanor towards the Federation had never hinted at such decorum. We intend to visit your listening station, Seiko stated. Humanity wishes to negotiate an alliance between our two species, and we possess certain intelligence to share. The creature squinted, scrutinizing Seiko. First, state your name. I am Seiko, Secretary General of the United Nations of Earth. Do you hold the authority to negotiate on behalf of your species? I govern this region. I am Chief Hunter Isif. This transmission is being recorded, thus I shall relay any statements you make through formal channels. IT was difficult for me to concentrate, a source of frustration, yet compared to being bombarded, this was the best scenario possible. The knowledge that the Eros referred to their supreme leader as Chief Hunter did not surprise me. Their society revolved around the systematic extermination of other intelligent life forms. Did humanity truly believe it could alter this reality? Enough, Seiko decided. Humanity believes you would be interested in the 7 species of the Federation that have relocated their military forces. In other words, their territories are currently defenseless. Isif's tongue flicked between its venomous fangs, salivating at the thought of the impending raid. The sinister glint in its eyes made me question humanity's plans. How could they orchestrate such a malicious attack aimed directly at the heart of the Croco people? Seiko was acutely aware of the calamity this would wreak upon the civilians on that planet. Even with the stakes so high, it was a profoundly reckless move. Moreover, 17 other species have also mobilized portions of their fleets. Seiko continued, his expression devoid of guilt. This may weaken several critical regions, dispersing their military might. The first 7 targets would be the easiest to seize, but the choice lies with you. Isif let out a piercing, cold laugh. Send over the data. I suspect these military forces have been relocated to attack Earth. Yes? You would not provide intelligence without it serving your interests. That is of little consequence. However, I do have a corresponding request. If you wish to ally with us, Just state it plainly. Seiko paused momentarily, turning towards the cabin and gesturing for me to approach. I shook my head, declining his invitation. I did not wish for this creature to discover my presence. The moment my face appeared on the screen, the entire dialogue would crumble. Seiko crossed his arms, impatiently tapping his foot, clearly intent on having me join him. By any means necessary, my ears rang with the sound of boiling blood. My claws trembled and my legs felt weak. I stealthily crept closer to him, tail tucked. Seiko's eyes sparked with defiance as he lifted me, placing me against his chest, my claws resting upon his neck. Isif's massive mouth opened for several seconds, its eyes widening in disbelief, causing my claws to instinctively tighten. It was probably contemplating what it would be like to place me on a spit. Why has that feeble creature not scurried away in fear? Isif finally inquired. You allow food to roam freely aboard your ship. My ears pinned against my skull. I retorted, get lost? Who is the food here? Isif leaned back, cradling its chin with one arm. To my astonishment, it neither retaliated against my insult nor issued any menacing threats towards my kind. Its toothy grin reminded me of the amusing expressions of humans. Seiko sighed, Isif, this is Tal. Its name is of no consequence, for it is insignificant. Human, quickly clarify your position, Isif scoffed. Indeed. But if you wish to maintain amicable relations with humanity, you must cease all hostilities against the Venus Republic. Seiko donned a confident smile, baring his teeth. Additionally, release all Venus captives you hold. We shall provide fresh meat weighing double their mass as compensation, so food is not an issue. You have quite the audacity. Why would we relinquish our right to enjoy such exquisite delicacies? Why should this be a condition for alliance with you? The Venusians are allies of humanity. You understand the importance of having access to Federation intelligence. And you know how powerful an ally humanity can be in the grand scheme. Sparing a single species is inconsequential. Isif shot me a fierce glare, yet I did not flinch, for it could not penetrate the screen to harm me. This might be my only opportunity to confront the creature. I intended to make it aware that the Venusians were no inferior beings. My courage seemed to bolster its resolve, as it emitted a growl. I have heard that you captured Eros during the unfortunate conflict in the Godalai space. Add their release to your conditions, and we shall reach an agreement, should you choose to execute them. You know the consequences that I accept this condition. By the way, humanity does not slaughter surrendering captives. That would not be a prudent strategic move, Seiko replied. Very well, how do you intend to execute this transaction? Bring the Venus captives alive to the abandoned Venus colony I will send you to. Once the captives are unharmed, I shall provide you with the password to a storage satellite, and the exchange will be arranged in 1 month's time. Agreed. I blinked in astonishment, scarcely able to believe my ears. The Eros had so readily consented to release all the Venus livestock. My instincts warned me this must be a ruse, despite Seiko's calm demeanor. I could not fathom what advantage this would bring our foes. Resettling millions of traumatized Venusians and attempting to explain that our greatest ally was a bloodthirsty predator seemed an insurmountable challenge. Furthermore, we needed to find accommodations for the expected millions of Earth refugees. Perhaps the Eros agreed to release the livestock because they realized it would burden our infrastructure. Transporting the captives to the Venus colony was indeed a prudent decision. Seiko glared into the camera. If you dare lay a hand on the Venusians, we will obliterate the satellite. Also, we possess a rough estimate of the number of Venus captives, so do not attempt to deceive us. Isif scoffed. Deceive you? I am extending a hand of friendship, yet your demands require considerable effort, as it is inevitable that some whimpering Venusians will slip through the cracks. All right, Seiko murmured. Thank you for your willingness to converse. I hope our intelligence proves beneficial to you. The misplaced assets have already been conveyed. Why not directly request our assistance in thwarting their attacks? Because I have no confidence that you would not destroy your competitors' planets. Ha! Destroy you? If we wished to do so, Earth would have ceased to exist long ago. Isif's tone sent chills down my spine. It did not sound like mere bluster. It was convinced of its ability to achieve its objectives with ease. Seiko raised an eyebrow. What did you say? We extracted the location of Earth from some livestock, specifically those scholars. We have learned much about your species. Your propensity for violence. Isif chuckled. Do not misunderstand. I do not utter this as a threat, But it should suffice to demonstrate that we will not attack you, understand? Seiko's complexion paled, a flicker of concern crossing his pupils. Why do you wish to ally with us? Because your race has been the most thrilling in this galaxy for such a long time. We have sought other truly intelligent life forms for several centuries. Regrettably, the prey discovered you before we did. Seiko stared at the screen, momentarily speechless. The excitement of finding fellow predators was evidently not mutual. What humanity least desired was another race poised to annihilate Earth lurking in the shadows. Stop wearing that long face. I've heard that the Federation has long sought the extermination of humanity. Thus that bothersome rodent is far more likely to harm you. Isev remarked. I narrowed my eyes, asserting, we have never raised a claw against humanity. You know nothing of us. Isev scoffed. But I am well acquainted with your kind. All you Federation hypocrites are the same. I wish you a safe journey. Until we meet again, humanity. After the video call concluded, Seiko assisted me in descending from his back. His expression was one of shock, as if he had endured a tremendous blow. Isev's final words gnawed at his mind, intensifying his anxiety regarding the fate of his home. I hoped I had not exacerbated the situation, but the manner in which that gray creature conversed with me was undeniably infuriating. This dialogue offered no glimmer of optimism for Earth's future, at least as far as I was concerned. As for whether the gray beings would fulfill the alleged deal, there were numerous doubts. Regardless of what humanity hoped to gain from this encounter, I sincerely wished for their desires to be realized. Chapter 87. Resonance Memory Transcript Subject, Clocko Alliance Command, Captain Cam Date, Standardized Human Time October 16, 2136. After several days of sleeplessness, the crew began to exhibit signs of agitation. Although the human ambushes along the route had become increasingly sporadic, they persisted relentlessly, leaving the fleet with no choice but to remain ever vigilant. I endeavored to ensure that other officers could rest while I undertook the bulk of the shifts. Despite adjustments made, my crew remained utterly fatigued. The situation had deteriorated to the point where I had to order Zahn to administer stimulants to keep personnel. The drugs left me in a state of extreme exhilaration, my wings twitching incessantly. However, considering our imminent arrival at the destination, the soldiers could not afford to be drowsy. Engaging with humanity necessitated a constantly agile mind. Perhaps the very aim of those ambushes was to mentally incapacitate us. Upon reaching the edge of the solar system, another interference pulse jolted us, and we all attempted to dispel the fog in our minds. The impact of these tremors had become all too familiar. It felt as though my eyes were being weighed down by a heavy object, yet I compelled myself to remain alert during my watch. I would not allow these predators to obstruct us, especially at this crucial moment as we approached our destination. I turned my gaze to the viewport. First officer, report the situation. I have detected sensor anomalies. Humans may be nearby, but their exact location is difficult to ascertain. Tyan, with his analytical mind, complemented my tactical understanding. We had entered the outer orbit of the solar system, the final opportunity for them to launch an attack. I anticipated that the main force of the human fleet awaited us within the solar system, having established faster-than-light interference throughout, preventing us from making any hyperspace jumps. The remaining journey would be conducted at sublight speed. Instruments detected millions of icy bodies surrounding this star, recorded by Federation scientists as one of the two asteroid belts. Our fleet had filtered out all water-based objects to prevent interference with monitoring enemy movements. Where could the humans be? If this truly marked the boundary of their territory, they ought to have sent personnel to greet us. What concerns could there be? Could weapons be concealed within the asteroid belt? I inquired eagerly. Tyan cleared his throat. Captain, as you can see, these objects are distributed too sparsely to pose a threat. I have not detected any mining activities or research stations. There must be something amiss. I pressed. Humans would never choose a location so arbitrarily. I have just detected that they have shut down their faster-than-light interference. Perhaps their primitive defense systems have malfunctioned? If we could make one more jump, we could save several hours of travel time. Doubts spread through my weary mind as I forced myself to calmly analyze the current situation. It was implausible for all human defense systems to fail simultaneously. The sole reason for ceasing signal transmission could be to allow their vessels passage, yet no unknown drive signals appeared on the sensors. Before I could collect my thoughts, a massive ice block suddenly emerged before the fleet, barreling directly towards the core, mercilessly crushing the vessels in its path. The radio was filled with frantic shouts as our Federation allies hurriedly launched a bomb at the ice block, successfully shattering it. I disabled the sensor filters, and the screen immediately displayed hundreds of warp flickering signals. The humans anticipated our filtration of all icy objects, rendering their attack invisible to our sensors. I could not help but admire their cunning strategy. Humanity's warfare capabilities far surpassed those of the Helas. I leaned closer to the communication panel. All Federation vessels, activate faster-than-light interference immediately. As my command was executed, the signals disappeared from the sensors, and the humans concealed themselves once more. A truly vexing tactic. Jayla puffed out her chest excitedly. Here we go. I shall utterly annihilate humanity. At this moment, there was no time to consider her mental derangement. Whether she launched the missiles or I did it myself was of no consequence. As the one issuing the orders, the weight of responsibility fell upon my shoulders, and I was acutely aware of the dreadful crime we were about to commit. These beings, previously extinguished, had been oblivious to their impending doom. Yet humanity was different. They would await death's arrival on Earth. I could not help but wonder how many of their final thoughts would be of their families. Their yearning for survival, and the spirit of collectivism that resonated with us. Chapter 88. Within reach, the predilection of predators towards destruction and violence is indeed lamentable. I reminded myself that only one side could survive in the galaxy. All of us aboard the vessel had chosen to sacrifice ourselves for the Federation's chance to endure. Nevertheless, I still admired how these humans would utilize every resource at their disposal. Dozens of Clocko warships were being destroyed around us, and the humans need not even reveal their grotesque faces. A colossal boulder was hurtling towards our location, its size 20 times that of our ship. Upon collision, our vessel would undoubtedly be reduced to scrap. These monsters had somehow affixed a warp engine to a piece of space rock. Who in the universe would do such a thing? Who would even conceive of this? Tyan cursed. I fell into contemplation. Letting out a soft hum, humans regarded anything as a potential weapon, making them far more dangerous predators than the Helas. Tyan gritted his teeth. I'm glad you finally understood, Captain. I have always understood. Now put away your biting remarks and find us a way out. Tyan dismissed my words with a flick of his floppy ears, then issued new instructions to the pilot. The boulder advanced with its existing momentum. Now perilously close. I could even discern the imperfections on its surface. Distant sunlight glimmered upon it, cloaking it in a serene ultraviolet sheen. Yet should it collide with our ship, it would be anything but beautiful. The humans likely aimed to instill panic to exploit our instinctive fears, yet everyone remained acutely aware that this was a matter of the Federation's survival, concerning our right to navigate the galaxy with freedom and dignity. I suppressed my anxiety, contemplating what weapon could obliterate that cold boulder. Carefully placed explosives ought to neutralize it, while preserving our firepower for the impending main battle. A metallic glimmer flashed in the corner of the observation window. A blur racing past. My fatigued brain took a moment to process this new information. An allied vessel was barreling straight towards us. If a collision occurred, both parties would be doomed, yet these fools were preoccupied with evading the boulder, seemingly oblivious to our presence. Get out of the way of that ship, I shouted. Can't you see it's about to crash into us? The pilot recoiled in fear, desperately pulling the nose up. With a brief scraping sound, the allied ship skimmed beneath us. The artificial gravity failed to compensate for this sudden shift in momentum, and a powerful force yanked us towards the rear of the bridge. I lost my balance, my wings flapping frantically, but there was no time to gain sufficient lift. The air beneath my feathers allowed me to float. I glided down the slanted gravity well, and the other Clocko relied on their instincts to slow their descent. Tyan was less fortunate. Flying did not suit his portly physique, and the robust claws of the Fazuran provided little friction, while his bent hind legs rendered his footing precarious even in the best of circumstances. He muttered in fear, rolling backward, and with a resounding crash, his head struck the support wall. Tyan, are you all right? I called out. Tyan did not respond. He lay curled up, surrounded by a concerning pool of blood. What if he had perished? Regardless of my previous attitude towards him, I certainly do not wish to send him home wrapped in a shroud. Jayla's excited beak clacked, and I cast her a warning glance. Her exuberance stemmed from the fact that my deputy could no longer fulfill his duties, which meant she could reclaim her former position. It is utterly incomprehensible that she derives joy from the misfortunes of others, akin to Zan's delight in witnessing human suffering. Nevertheless, at least soldiers like them bear no guilt while executing their tasks. I reminded myself to concentrate on the battle, resolutely refusing to allow humanity to launch another surprise attack, and to honor Tyen's wishes. The gravity modulation finally activated, and my crew hastily returned to their stations. The pilot swiftly adjusted our course. We had narrowly escaped, our vessel remaining intact. Even the most imaginative strategist could not have anticipated a boulder hurtling toward them so suddenly. I glided to Tyen's fallen form, straining to suppress my inner grief. His russet fur was soaked in blood, and no matter how I prodded him, he remained unresponsive. I grasped his hind ankle with my claws, deeply embedding them at the pulse point. Feeling his faint heartbeat brought me a sense of relief. Zahn. I sent a message to the medical bay, praying he possessed some healing capabilities. My crew was transporting Tyen to the surgical suite. His head had sustained severe trauma, and he was internally bleeding. His life must be preserved. Received. I will prepare accordingly, Captain, Zahn replied. The crew carried the unconscious Tyen away. Due to nerve damage, even if his condition stabilized, he might endure permanent injury. When Tyen would recover remained uncertain, but it was clear he would be unable to return to duty during this mission. I had never anticipated losing such a capable assistant so early in our endeavor. Reluctantly, I redirected my focus to the battlefield. The Federation fleet was regrouping, and the concealed human ships silently emerged from behind the asteroids, launching attacks on isolated vessels that had strayed too far from the group. The chaos wrought by the boulders disrupted the fleet's tight formation, yet our numerical superiority remained our greatest advantage. As long as we stood united, we would face no issues. They could not thwart all of us. Jayla commanded the main contingent of the fleet to charge at the human assailants, aiming to prevent further interference with our advance. However, she audaciously claimed that this order was authorized by me. I blinked in annoyance. Lying was a quality I did not admire, especially when she resorted to deceit to achieve her ends swiftly. Perhaps it was better for her to make such time-sensitive decisions. Kill every human attempting to flee. We must eradicate them completely, Jayla screamed. The atmosphere grew solemn, for her words were rather blunt. The vengeance she exhibited required restraint. This mission could not be a means to inflict suffering or to kill for the sake of killing. I retracted my wings, determined not to let any human escape. The more humans that evaded capture, the greater their chances of preserving a viable population. Why is that a bad thing, Captain? An engineering assistant inquired. There are only two potential outcomes for the future. Either we survive, or they do. When cancer metastasizes, it infects and devours all nearby healthy tissue. I replied, Is this what you wish for the galaxy? Consider this a preemptive strike. It must be eradicated before it spreads to our core. The ship locked onto the fleeing targets and pursued them with plasma cannons, the Croco warships converging upon this group of enemies like locusts, sending those undaunted hunters fleeing like Venusian wretches. Yet, humans are indeed cunning. They discovered a route to escape with minimal casualties. Their ships executed evasive maneuvers, avoiding our attacks while their hardware was equipped with numerous defensive countermeasures. Though I was well acquainted with the Marauders, I did not expect these humans to excel at fleeing. If they lacked such courage, perhaps that was a good sign. My gaze settled upon a faint blue on the horizon, where those lurking for an ambush were retreating. The humans were preparing for a final stand. These pitiable beings would vanish without reason, and no one would mourn their passing. We were close enough to Earth to detect the traces of thousands of ships, spreading out like a protective shield. Had they known of our approach, a more intelligent species would have chosen to utilize these ships to flee rather than engage in a reckless resistance like the humans. The Marauders' intense territoriality indeed had its drawbacks. As we had anticipated, they would rather fight to the death than relinquish their territory. The first wave of human defenses was shattered. That should have been the most challenging aspect of the preparatory phase. Their ruse of utilizing space debris could only succeed once. We had now targeted their stronghold, ready to deliver a precise strike. At this moment, that defensive fleet stood as the sole obstacle between us and orbital dominance. We were on the verge of eliminating this threat posed by humanity. Chapter 89. Mutual destruction. As the fleet slowly approached the human fleet's attack range, a surge of new energy coursed through my veins. This was the crucial clash of our lives. The human forces were disorganized, primarily consisting of a motley array of modified Venusian ships and several of their own cumbersome warships, even including vessels too small to accommodate a crew member. Whereas our warships held advantages in both unity and technology, Scanning Earth revealed intriguing discoveries. We detected millions of signs of life within underground structures. I discussed this data with my fleet members, and we unanimously decided to first obliterate these shelters. The human bunkers were not designed to withstand direct explosions. Once their primary hideouts were destroyed, the major population centers would become our secondary targets. Advance, prepare to fire plasma cannons at the human formations. I transmitted through the comms, instructing to follow with a generous wave of missiles 5 seconds later. All responded with a resounding acknowledgement and opened fire. A reply crackled through the radio, slightly garbled. How confident are we in defeating these marauders? Quite simple, our firepower exceeds theirs. As long as we stand united, we shall soon eliminate humanity. The humans remained in position while we coordinated our targeting. Jayla aimed the orbital cannon at one of the massive human warships, while another 5 vessels similarly locked onto it. Concentrating our firepower was indeed a wise strategy to ensure a decisive blow. However, sensors issued warnings that our fleet was also locked as a target for the enemy. A barrage of missiles set to strike us within seconds. Fire! I shouted. The spectacle around me was magnificent. Energy beams darting rapidly between the ships. We extinguished threats before they could materialize. I witnessed the target being torn apart by successive cuts, as other human vessels plummeted under the ferocity of our attack. Despite sustaining some damage, many ships hit by enemy fire continued to advance. It was no coincidence that we had deliberately chosen the Fajueo heavily armored ships as our vanguard. While their weaponry might not have been exceptional, their resilience far surpassed that of ordinary vessels. The humans were far less fortunate. The surviving ships were either gravely damaged or had narrowly evaded fatal blows. I estimated that our initial assault had decimated 40 of the enemy's forces, and other fronts likely achieved similar results. The Krakow fleet showed no mercy, relentlessly unleashing missiles upon the humans, who left behind a trail of interceptors as they desperately attempted to organize an effective counterattack. Perhaps it was somewhat unfair to unleash such fury upon such a primitive species. No wonder they were reluctant to face us head-on. It was both a cowardly act and a pragmatic choice. The human fleet realized they were retreating back into Earth's atmosphere. They had no choice but to turn around and confront us, or risk losing orbital supremacy. Their concession invigorated the entire Federation fleet. We charged forward with righteous determination, sensing the crew's apprehensions about fighting humanity dissipating. I shook my beak to emphasize, "Do not let your guard down. The marauders may resort to desperate measures. Captain, those small ships are launching kinetic and plasma projectiles at us at maximum speed. Yet I detect no signs of life," Jayla said urgently. "Could it be that the humans have found a way to evade sensor detection? They may still be hiding some forces." My feathers ruffled in confusion. Have the humans made breakthroughs in technology beyond their comprehension? The pilots might have ejected, allowing the empty ships to continue on a collision course. "You did not understand me. Those ships are still firing at us and continuously adjusting their trajectories. Surely someone is at the helm," she retorted, while claws gripped the railing tightly. Those small vessels seemed to be navigating off their preset courses. I witnessed one ship skillfully evade a plasma beam attack, executing a full-thrust reversal in an instant. I could not fathom how anyone could calculate so swiftly, nor how a pilot could maintain control in the absence of gravity. Such gravitational acceleration should have been enough to crush their skull. Though marauders in films are depicted as immortal, that is not reality. Such maneuvers were impossible. The only conclusion was that those ships were autonomously piloted, executing lethal maneuvers based on some algorithm. How could a mere calculator master the art of strategy? Even if it could, who would dare to incorporate such a function into its programming? I leaned toward the communicator and shouted, "The small ships are engaging in combat without human control. Concentrate your fire upon them." Hundreds of orbital cannons pivoted toward this menace, while a barrage of missiles surged toward the unmanned vessels. If the readings are accurate, these automated ships are powered by nuclear energy, their plasma jets unleashed at close range intricately linked to their systems. Humanity has chosen to inflict maximum damage, as a single hit can penetrate the formidable hulls of the Fajueo vessels. This tactic is rather astute. They need not concern themselves with the sacrifice of pilots, nor expend energy on life support systems. A significant number of human automatons were obliterated. Yet they responded swiftly to our counterattack, managing to strike their targets, piercing the armor of our frontline ships and inflicting severe losses. It seems humanity is resolute in eradicating them from the battlefield. In light of this human strategy, Helas selected the more aggressive vessels to provide fire support for our allies. We penetrated deep into human territory, acutely aware that their fervor would render them reckless. Their pockmarked satellites whizzed past us, marking the location of our objectives. Humanity was gradually retreating, their scattered formations on the verge of collapse. These hastily devised delay tactics were ultimately futile. Just a few thousand kilometers away, we could unleash orbital bombardment. Captain, humanity is broadcasting a message to the entire fleet. Shall we disregard it? The communications officer inquired. I sighed. Let them deliver their final words. It is our due course. Federation fleet, we urge you to return immediately. We have informed the Herasians of your departure. The audio transmission lacked visual accompaniment, yet that resounding voice was sufficient to instill fear. If you return now, you may yet save your planet. We will accept your surrender and allow you safe passage back. Otherwise, your world shall meet the same fate as Earth. A stunned silence enveloped the bridge. Each crew member undoubtedly reflected upon their homeland and the loved ones we had left behind. Nivisia, our mother planet, a marshy paradise adorned with floating cities and breathtaking displays of algae. The promise of Nivisia's downfall alongside Earth did not surprise me. It was merely an act of malicious retribution. Yet the thought of returning to Nivisia only to witness the destruction of its towering spires and nests shattered my heart. Not to mention the atrocities the Herasians would inflict upon our kin. After all, what selfish marauder ever left the spoils of their hunt behind? Chapter 90. Indiscriminate slaughter, the Herasians are coming for us? Crackled the Allies' radio. I regret hearing that devil's words, but I must save our home. He proclaimed. He is right. Another captain concurred. At the very least, we must allow part of the fleet to return. We cannot leave Nivisia defenseless. Steady yourselves, friends. Humanity is merely posturing. They are terrified and have begun to spout nonsense. Although I did not believe humanity was lying, this mission must be accomplished at all costs. Do you think negotiating with the Herasians is feasible? They wish to exploit our compassion and wield it as a weapon against us. The latter part rang true, although I did not believe they would gamble with deceit. Humanity sought to manipulate our empathy for our brethren against us. They must know the anguish we felt as we watched our homeland teeter on the brink. Besieged. But what if they spoke the truth? A dissenting voice arose through the communications channel. I lowered my gaze. Even if we depart now, it would be of no consequence. Should humanity survive, they would undoubtedly ally with the Herasians. Human nature is inherently violent and untamed, and they will seek vengeance. We are left with no choice but to annihilate Earth. This is our mission. My words rekindled the fleet's resolve. They reaffirmed their conviction. Humanity would inevitably pursue us along our subspace trajectory, seeking retribution against our planet. It is too late to withdraw any attacks. Marauders never show mercy nor relinquish their thirst for vengeance. The first fleet of Krakow thundered toward the human armada. Yet their behavior was peculiarly erratic. I observed them retreating, leaving vast gaps in their formation. Why were they providing our warships with a path for breakthrough? Were they arrogantly anticipating our surrender, or was this a trap in itself? Mere seconds later, thousands of missiles surged from the direction of the moon, crashing violently into our ships. The missiles obliterated all the assaulting vessels, and astonishingly, they disintegrated without ever making contact. What shocked me most was the sheer volume of missiles humanity had stockpiled on the moon. Why did humanity possess such an extensive arsenal? Why were these weapons aimed at their own planet, directed from above? Deploy all missile defense measures. I screamed into the communicator, destroy every structure on their moon. I am certain that is their entire stockpile. Yet, just as the Krakow fleet began to contend with this missile deluge, humanity unleashed another wave of missile strikes. This new barrage numbered in the thousands. Raising the question of how many reserves they truly possessed, it is no wonder our scientists believed these creatures had annihilated their own planet. They may have attempted it. Helas detected a military base on the nearby moon and launched an antimatter bomb at it. Yet a single base was inconsequential to humanity. The necessity to thwart this missile assault was undeniable. Every ship bravely advancing was buried beneath the warheads, and our capacity to endure missiles was limited. Humanity's fleet steadfastly held its ground near the orbit, firing plasma rounds at any moving object. Our thousands of vessels succumbed to the astonishing volume of missiles, and as our numbers dwindled, humanity sensed victory. I restlessly beat my wings. We must swiftly find a way through the orbit. Do you have any suggestions, Jayla? Report, Captain. There is a small gap near the Arctic ice cap. There may be an opportunity there. Jayla replied calmly. I blinked. Excellent idea. We shall break through there. As I assigned tasks, my thoughts wandered. Our primary objective was to dispatch the swiftest vessels through the enemy's gap. The main bombing force of the fleet had been entirely decimated. So the nimble patrol ships were undoubtedly the best alternative. I anticipated humanity would attempt to thwart any offensive. Once we commenced our actions, we must prevent them from sealing the gap. I gazed out the observation window. Earth appeared hauntingly beautiful. White clouds veiled the ochre land, which was separated by vast oceans. Every aspect imbued with delicacy and wonder. I exhaled, for this conflict was nearing its conclusion, regardless of whether they were marauders or something else. Humanity was bound to evoke pity. It is an honor to fight alongside you. Let us end this and return home together. I rasped through the communicator. The Federation patrol ships surged toward an opening in the human formation, pushing their engines to the limit, while our warships joined the charge, forming a metallic shield between the patrol ships and humanity to thwart their interception. A sharply defined human dreadnought slowly approached us, showing no signs of slowing despite our hover in its path. That colossal ship launched dozens of small craft from its hangar, but they were obliterated by our kinetic weapons before they could intercept the patrol ships. Downing those feeble vessels was a trivial task for us. Splendid, Jayla exclaimed with enthusiasm as the human ships erupted into fragments. This is indeed exhilarating, is it not? Humanity could only watch as we broke through their defenses. A weighty atmosphere settled upon the bridge. What we were about to witness held no semblance of amusement. This was merely an indiscriminate massacre. With timely assistance from our allied fleet, 15 Federation patrol ships successfully navigated past the human defenses. Entering orbital range and revealing the exposed planet below, I beheld humanity unleash their full might against the patrol ships, yet they were utterly out of reach. Time seemed to freeze around us. And this moment would be forever etched in my heart. After an agonizingly long wait, the ultimate missiles carried by the patrol ships struck true, illuminating the continents of Earth with dazzling brilliance. The thermal radiation and shock waves obliterating vast swathes of humanity. Chapter 91. The Inevitable Path Memory Transcription Subject, Venus Space Legion, Warwick Date, according to Human Standard Time October 17, 2136. For some inexplicable reason, humanity's drone monitoring station was situated aboard a massive vessel. For the Krakow, locking onto a moving target from orbit was exceedingly challenging. They could only descend through the atmosphere to destroy Earth. While humanity had long been prepared with air combat aircraft and defensive systems, awaiting that moment, humanity deems me more suited for a supervisory role, tasked with scanning communication channels in search of any valuable information. Despite repeated protests from Ma Tianyu, he has been sidelined due to injuries. It is reasonable to speculate that his assigned duties revolve primarily around pacifying me or stepping in during my moments of paralyzing fear. The control room is filled with dozens of eager human soldiers, each one poised to engage in the interstellar conflict. Yet, we are all relegated to our computers, observing the battles unfold through screens. As the first wave of Federal patrol ships breaches the defenses, a grim realization dawns upon everyone. Earth's defenses are gradually crumbling. I have never witnessed such severity etched on human faces, not even in the darkest of times. Why do they not flee Earth as I have urged them to? Satellites report 42 explosions, some even occurring in major population centers. General Musk solemnly addresses the personnel, stating, "I have assigned each of you a local news source to monitor. We need to ascertain which cities have fallen." I watch as the American officer marks several red indicators on the map. The drone program is still imperfect in certain aspects of space combat, but at this moment, it is our sole reliance. Ma Tianyu plays a news clip on a nearby monitor, and I catch a glimpse of the footage from the corner of my eye. It is an aerial view of devastation, a once thriving metropolis reduced to ruins by missile strikes, now a desolate wasteland. The explosions in Mexico City and New York have reverberated throughout North America. Yet no region remains unscathed, with Asia suffering particularly severe attacks. Preliminary reports indicate widespread destruction in densely populated cities such as Karachi, Tokyo, Dhaka, Shanghai, and Mumbai. Beijing, the seat of the Chinese government, has yet to be affected, but it is expected to become a future target. In Europe, Switzerland's vast bunker facilities have made it a frequent target for bombings. Citizens of Switzerland, along with millions of refugees from neighboring EU countries, crowd into various shelters. The Turkish government denies reports of an attack on Istanbul, despite satellite images showing its fault. In the southern hemisphere, São Paulo, Lima, and Buenos Aires have lost all contact. Reports from Africa indicate that Kinshasa, Lagos, and Cairo have also been impacted, while Oceania mourns the fall of Sydney. Globally, the estimated death toll has already reached tens of millions. Warwick, how could the Federation commit such atrocities? Do humans truly deserve to perish? Ma Tianyu's eyes brimmed with tears, his voice hoarse and low. We are but ordinary people, just like you. All we seek is peace. I pressed my ear tightly against my head, filled with guilt as I replied. I am truly sorry. I hope the Venus Republic can do more to assist you. The bombings are targeting civilian gatherings. This is utterly senseless. Even as their own planet suffers from the invasion of the Herasians, they cannot cease their assaults. Tens of millions have perished merely because we are plunderers. Ma Tianyu spoke with palpable rage, and I could see he was on the brink of collapse. The human fleet has sustained devastating losses on all fronts, with every screen displaying the horrific aftermath of warships exploding. Taishan has joined a carrier crew, and the thought of his potential demise knots my heart. Though humanity has strained every resource to stockpile weapons and ammunition, they have now been utterly depleted. Surely, humanity will not capitulate so easily. Ma Tianyu's words sounded like an admission of defeat in war. I know, my friend. I spoke softly. Listen, no matter how painful this is, we must continue to fight until the last stronghold falls. If we are destined to die today, let us take as many with us as we can die. In his eyes flickered pure hatred. You need not remind me. Humanity will reunite. We will eradicate them completely. Remember, you are not alone in this fight. We Venusians shall stand alongside humanity until the very end. After donating the majority of our fleet to humanity, the Venusians retained only a few hundred warships as backup. Nevertheless, President Tar decided to allocate most of the remaining forces to Earth's defense. Now, the Venusians fight side by side with the human fleet, providing auxiliary support. My gaze fixed upon a group of Venusian support troops who were crumbling under the fierce charge of the Krakow warships. The Venusian ships instinctively clustered together, only to become a larger target on the sensors. The enemy ships showed no hesitation in obliterating them with orbital cannons. The Federation's onslaught was as brutal as that of the Herasians, if not more so, as if they no longer regarded the Venusians as allies. We could no longer afford the luxury of relying on luck, for our comrades were being slaughtered. Venusian support troops, you must maintain your mobility. Ma Tianyu roared into his headset, clearly aware of the same issue. Do not become sitting ducks. Call for United Nations support. We will find a way to assist you. Several UN ships overheard this exchange and temporarily disengaged from their battles to aid the Venusians. The Venusians sought to retaliate, but their plasma cannons proved significantly less accurate than those of the Federation. It was likely that those crew members had succumbed to panic. Even with my additional training, I felt fear, for they were on a path leading directly to death. Chapter 92. The adventure humans engage fiercely with their enemies in space, while the Venusians launch missiles in support. The Venusians may be the weakest species in the galaxy, but we can at least use our bodies to obstruct the enemy's advance. I should have been fighting alongside the other Venusians. Humans continuously unleashed explosives and gunfire, while the Venusians provided support from a safe distance. The Federation must have realized that those supporters were Venusian ships. Several enemy vessels altered their flight paths, no longer seeking a breakthrough, but instead barreling through the line formed by the timid Venusian ships. Behind the defensive fleet, the outline of Earth flickered into view. As the Krakow warships thundered toward them, the impulse to flee must have become irresistible. I donned my headset, reflecting on the words Sarah once imparted to me. Venusian soldiers, you are far stronger than you realize. The Federation's perception of us is flawed. We are by no means the laughingstock of the galaxy. Surpass your limits. Hold the line. Before the Krakow warships closed in, several Venusian ships had considered retreating, but under my encouragement, they rallied and returned to their positions. In truth, every Venusian wished to avert further devastation to humanity's homeland. We had come to love these gentle plunderers. And love, like hate, is a powerful motivator. Despite the relentless destruction of Venusian ships, they continued to hold the line. As several Federation vessels attempted to break through amidst the chaos, I realized that no one pursued the leading ship. The other human fleets were too far away and occupied with their own missions. Approximately 20 missiles accelerated toward Earth. I knew this meant countless more lives would be lost, a figure so staggering it was almost unfathomable. Were it not for the final resistance of the Venusians, the outcome would have been hundreds of explosions awaiting them. We had done our utmost to mitigate losses, and now we could only pray for a miracle. The enemy was cunning. Even after breaching the defenses, they dispatched a few warships to guard their rear. The first fleet of humanity had attempted a surprise attack from behind, only to discover armed forces lying in wait. Were it not for the dire circumstances, I believe humanity might have regarded these birdmen as worthy adversaries. Sensor data indicated that the number of human ships was plummeting to a mere 1,000. Having suffered such grievous losses at the outset of the campaign, Earth now teetered on the brink of disaster. In contrast, the Federation still commanded thousands of warships, intermittently infiltrating Earth's skies in small units, mercilessly bombarding the planet, with the death toll continuing to rise in the vastness of the cosmos. The positions available are ultimately limited. I cannot fathom what Ma Tianyu is feeling. He clutches his head in despair. Tortured by the realization that in mere hours, the civilization he once knew is gradually fading away, I gently nudged his arm. Ma Tianyu, please help me. The sensors indicated that 500 new targets had emerged in the direction of the Mars colony. I was uncertain who to notify. Of course, I should inform General Musk at this moment, but I thought that allowing Ma Tianyu to feel he still had a purpose might alleviate his suffering. He needed to break free from his anguish and could not remain consumed by worry for Lilia and Lucy, nor the guilt of having hidden them in the shelter. The brave plunderers should fall on the battlefield, not drown in self-pity. Do you hear me? I pressed. More federal ships are approaching. A second wave? Is the first wave not enough? He shouted in fury. I cannot blame him for this reaction. Humanity has no surplus manpower to form a new fleet. Yet we must prevent these incoming warships, even against overwhelming odds and dwindling hope. Seeing that Ma Tianyu was unwilling to assist, I gestured directly to General Musk. He focused intently on the data for a minute, meticulously examining every detail. The American general furrowed his brow. It was challenging to lock onto the signal, but they seemed to be attempting to communicate with us. Is it necessary to project this onto the main screen? I inquired. All right, eliminate distractions and connect it. We had no other choice. If the Federation wished for our surrender, we could only accept unconditionally. The video successfully connected, and the personnel at the monitoring station turned their attention to the central main screen. General Musk stood before the camera, his eyes filled with bitterness. Why had the Federation altered its stance on the complete annihilation of humanity? Wasn't their sole demand the utter extermination of all humans? After a few seconds, a quadruped creature appeared on the screen, and Musk's expression shifted to one of astonishment. The round ears and soft brown fur were characteristic of the Zhuan people. He instinctively recoiled from the camera, clearly terrified at encountering humanity for the first time. Please, don't eat us, I beg you. The Zhuan stammered, don't kill us? Musk's lips curled downward. What are you doing here? This is a war zone. We come in peace. We come in peace. We'll leave immediately. Just spare us. It seemed that overwhelming fear had rendered him incapable of rational thought. I leapt from my seat, wagging my tail at Musk, signaling him to move away. Yet he failed to comprehend my intent, prompting me to nudge his leg insistently. A flicker of understanding crossed his eyes, and he averted his gaze from the camera. I shook my ears in relief. Please remain calm and communicate your intentions. No one will harm you, Josen. He implores the Prime Minister for humanity's aid. He claims humanity is good, but, to me, they merely appear starving. Hope rekindled in Musk's pupils. Wait, are you here to help us? Why is it roaring at me? Venusians, you need to vacate the area immediately. I sighed in resignation and turned to Ma Tianyu for assistance. But his gaze was vacant, his eyes rimmed with red, his lips silent and unyielding. This sense of helplessness, however, imparted the resolve I required. Humans speak in such a manner as their vocal cords resonate at a lower frequency. There is nothing to fear. Currently, multiple locations on Earth are in dire need of assistance, and your help would be immensely appreciated. The Zhuan tilted its head. We are aware of our orders, but do humans truly refrain from attacking all prey within sight? They appear to be in hunting mode. We are not a warlike species. This represents a quarter of the entire Zhuan fleet. Zhuan, we have already lost millions of innocent lives. A rare emotional tremor laced Musk's voice. Yet he swiftly regained composure. I assure you, we only wish to protect Earth. I will convey that you are a benign force. Please believe, if you too desire peace, lend us a helping hand. The Zwan's gaze quickly shifted to the observation window, where their fleet was nearing the Federation's bombardment vessels. His expression was rife with conflict, and I worried he might defy orders. He clearly harbored resentment towards the plunderers, even displaying a look of disgust upon seeing humanity. Beep! The communication abruptly severed without warning. The number of human vessels continued to dwindle, while the Zwan made no moves. General Musk sighed, marking the newly appeared alien spacecraft as a friendly force. This was a necessary gamble. Chapter 93, Making Choices. Memory transcript. Subject, Croco Alliance Command, Captain Camdate, Standardized Human Time October 17, 2136. The human formation is disintegrating. We are on the brink of victory. I had contemplated that once humanity chose to surrender, I would broadcast an apology to the surface. Those unfortunate civilians understand they are witnessing the demise of a civilization. Do humans not deserve an explanation to soothe their shattered hearts? I am still pondering whether another path might be found. The crux lies in humanity's growth and reproduction. If left unchecked, their numbers will expand exponentially, ultimately permeating the universe. Perhaps we could isolate the surrendering humans on a desolate planet and subject them to sterilization to prohibit procreation. In this way, the currently living humans could spend their remaining days without posing a threat to other beings in the cosmos. But what if there exists an alternative path to extinction that does not require the sacrifice of billions? Such thoughts would only be counterproductive. Zahn, how is Tyan? I wish to momentarily divert my attention. Zahn remained silent for a few moments before responding. Tyan is currently in a drug-induced coma, but I have successfully controlled his cerebral edema. He is out of immediate danger, but the long-term effects remain uncertain. Learning that Tyan could survive alleviated some weight from my shoulders. The entire crew of the ship needed this good news to bolster their spirits. We were about to join the next round of bombardment raids, with all remaining Federation vessels participating in this operation. This was an excellent opportunity to obliterate all surviving human warships. By the way, I find a certain enjoyment in observing this battle from the window. I hope these repugnant creatures are thoroughly exterminated, Zahn added. Regardless of your delusions, you should take pride in yourself, Captain. I disdainfully shook my beak, deeming that comment beneath a response. If Zahn could temper his opinions, perhaps our relationship would improve. My claws skimmed the screen, confirming that the payload was functioning correctly, and all systems aboard the ship were operational. Though shield capacity had slightly diminished, our ship fell to the rear of the advancing fleet. We would seize control of the ultimate objective, which required a degree of agility. My expertise would soon come into play, allocating the appropriate missile quantities to various locations. Yet, why did an intense sense of discomfort surge within me? Could it be that I truly felt sympathy for the plunderers? The shadow of Nasiwia's impending invasion lingered in my mind. Perhaps we were already homeless. The Croco civilization would become the final victim of humanity's brutal actions. Yet this did not alleviate my fear. Within decades, we might be forsaken by the Federation, becoming yet another race fallen to the hands of the Herasians. I only hope history will remember the sacrifices we have made. Alarms on the sensors flickered, rousing me from my painful musings. Right beside us, several Allied vessels had been precisely struck and destroyed, their rear flanks assaulted by hundreds of pinpoint lights. They darted between our fleet, these newcomers attempting to surge toward humanity's fortress. Prepare weapons, fire upon all unidentified targets, I screamed. Where did these bastards come from? If they are human, they have arrived far too late. My communications technician nervously sifted through data. I had just decoded the communications between the human command and these vessels. It was the Zwan providing military assistance. The relationship between the Zwan and humanity is still in its infancy. Isn't it? What could humanity have done for them? Jayla chuckled. Forget about that, Captain. I assure you, the Zwan's meager vessels cannot alter the tide of battle. That is not the point. I need to be informed in advance about the movements of humanity's allies. Yes, let us hope the Immerans do not show up with catapults, Jayla mocked. Then we are truly doomed. I shot her an angry glare, choosing to ignore her. The fleet's vessels pivoted to confront the new enemies, but those quadrupeds maintained their distance, skillfully evading the plasma beams. On the communication channel, several Federation captains were issuing conflicting orders, resulting in chaos. Mental exhaustion hindered my ability to recall familiar military tactics, rendering me incapable of offering sound advice. Taking advantage of the collapse of the command system, the human fleet advanced toward our front lines. I cursed those foolish swan, loudly issuing orders for our forces to retreat to lunar orbit and regroup. This was a waste of precious time. Our homeland might currently be under siege by the Herasians' frenzied assault, and we could not allow this extermination battle to falter midway. The Federation fleet regrouped and supplemented newly arrived reinforcements. We would rally our forces and charge toward Earth once more in terms of numbers. We still held the advantage, and those Zwan would never resist as fiercely as humanity. However, ordering the crew to fire upon the Zwan would prove challenging, as we had already accepted the reality of the Venusians becoming humanity's subjugates. While the Zwan were a newly converted species, the Zwan had made their choice. They had chosen the wrong side. I knew that downing them would be a cruel act, yet it was one of their own making. I surveyed the expressions of the crew. They appeared somewhat distressed. If the Herasians truly were attacking our homeland, indecision would lead to the annihilation of our entire civilization. Everything hung in the balance. We were out of time. Jayla, frustrated by the depletion of the ship's missiles, pounded the floor. Perhaps I should have restrained her earlier. The plasma railgun had recharged, but I was uncertain how much energy supply remained. We could not rely solely on kinetic weapons in the battle against humanity. Caution was imperative moving forward. Chapter 94. Descent. The Zuan fleet advanced in unison with the human fleet, yet they maintained a prudent distance, as if still wary of humanity. This apprehension, however, was unfounded. The risk of humanity attacking their allies was virtually negligible. Humans are far too astute. They would never betray assets that serve their interests, especially now when Earth desperately requires such assets. Commander, another unidentified vessel approaches. My communications technician hesitated. Eyes wide, I blinked, asking, from where? How many? Speak. Thousands. Their subspace trajectories are coming from all directions. I felt increasingly befuddled, striving to dispel the lethargy induced by sleep deprivation. Humanity had few allies within the Federation. To my knowledge, only 6 races could respond in a timely manner, 2 of which were already present. The neutral factions had no intention of intervening, as our success would clarify their position. Yet, no single race within the Federation possessed such a multitude of vessels. This must be some sort of collective or alliance. Perhaps these were coerced lesser species, subdued by the threat of humanity seizing their homes. It was also possible that humanity had discovered a means to deceive our sensors, fabricating this information as a mere ruse to sow chaos. But how could they have achieved that? The communicator scratched his head. Captain, we've intercepted a looping transmission from this mysterious fleet. It is directed towards Earth and is now displayed on your screen. As the video signal materialized, my beak nearly split in astonishment. The elongated pupils were unmistakably the hallmark of the Herasians. I was uncertain whether their ocular shape was merely a predatory adaptation or a means to stalk silently at dusk. I am Chief Hunter Isif, the gray creature spoke, its voice crackling. Forgive our tardiness. We have repeatedly requested that you disable your faster-than-light jammers, yet you have not responded. Hold firm, humans. We are here to assist you. Some crew members wept at the sight of that monstrous projection. Even one such as I, a harbinger of extermination, found myself paralyzed by its dagger-like teeth protruding from its maw. Why did the gray creature not mock the demise of human life on Earth? Were not those demons reveling in death and suffering, tirelessly seeking to inflict it? Saving a lesser intelligent life form did not align with their behavioral patterns, even if that species was a predator. What was transpiring? How was humanity responding to them? I stammered. The communicator busied himself with interpretations. The human alliance was rife with speculation. It appeared their commander had not anticipated the Herasians' appearance, though this could also have been a deliberate ploy for their allies. Damn it! The Zuanes and Venusians must be in a state of panic, correct? Indeed, Captain. The Zuanes demand to know why the Herasians are here, while the Venusians question why humanity did not inform them in advance. And humanity's response? They claim they did not invite the Herasians, yet they have rejected their assistance. They suggest that those allies go with the flow, unless they wish to oppose the Herasians as well. They also expressed gratitude for the Herasians' aid, insisting that these 2 prey species are friendly. Such are the cunning words of humanity. They were deftly exploiting both sides using their adept manipulation tactics. Leaning against the railing, I pondered how this might unveil the truth of humanity's long-term objectives. Perhaps we could still persuade other races to side with us, but the time required to negotiate would be enough for the Herasians to launch a fierce assault. Should the Herasians' intentions prove genuine, the tide of this battle would shift decisively. With the addition of this new force, humanity would hold the advantage in both numbers and strength, not to mention the psychological impact brought by the Herasians' arrival. Many Federation vessels were gripped by panic at this prospect, hence we must swiftly break through to orbital range. There was no retreat. We could not contend with the Herasians, but we could ensure that our sacrifice bore significance within the galaxy. I shouted across the entire fleet channel, we must launch as many missiles towards Earth as possible. All Federation vessels, full speed ahead. The Croco fleet and Federation allies surged forward, charging towards the awaiting human alliance. The Zuans hesitated, refraining from firing upon either side. These quadrupeds were reluctant to assist the Herasians, rendering them an obvious point of breach. Their orbital cannons were fully charged, yet they took no action in response to our relentless advance. Just as I believed we could easily breach their defenses, a plasma beam suddenly struck the fleet, slicing past us and obliterating the nearby ally. There was no time to mourn the loss of our comrades, for the Herasians were lunging at the straggling ships. Although I took no pride in this act of extermination, our sacrifice was noble and valiant. The fleet was aware that most of us were destined to perish. Yet the captains remained resolute in their mission. The Herasians are devouring our rear flank, Jayla cried. Should we turn to engage them? I shook my feathers, adamantly declaring, absolutely not. Continue forward. According to the sensors, the Herasian vessel's maximum speed far exceeded any previous records within the Federation. It was then that I realized they had been concealing their technological limits all along. Point 2 Herasian warships locked onto us as targets and launched tracking missiles. A human automated vessel also detected us and fired an overcharged plasma round in our direction. In a desperate bid to evade the assault, we broke through the Zuan lines. Their lives were no longer significant. Jayla redirected all shield energy to the engines, but before long, the core began to overheat from excessive strain. As expected, the shields failed to provide effective protection, and the incoming plasma round struck the ship's aft compartment directly. Alarm bells blared above me as sensors indicated that the control systems had gone offline and the engines were critically damaged. The ship was on the verge of collapse. Now we held a one-way ticket to Earth, compelled to fly towards our objective. All crew members, board the escape shuttle, I shouted hysterically. There was no need for me to urge them again. As the sound of flapping wings drowned out all other noise, I took a deep breath, the weight of the mission resting heavily upon my shoulders. We had roughly 30 seconds before we would exit orbit, and the 2 missiles aboard the ship could remove millions of humans from the survival list. Just as Jayla prepared to abandon her post, she met my fierce gaze. Return, I commanded. I know you wish to save yourself, but the other crew members would kill you for your identity. Without me, you have no future, no place to stand. Therefore, you must remain here until the mission is complete. She hesitated momentarily, but ultimately I persuaded her. The lights above me began to flicker, the systems near the engines began to melt, and the emergency lighting cast a dim hue upon the floor. Numerous enemies continued to pursue our out-of-control vessel. With the shields rendered useless, they could attack without restraint using kinetic weaponry. Medical bay requesting assistance, Zahn gasped into the communicator. I can't carry Tyan alone, nor pilot the escape ship. Can someone help me? I sighed. I'm on my way. Hold on. Fear coursed through me as I silently prayed we could endure until the moment the mission was accomplished. In mere seconds, we would be able to deploy the ultimate missiles. The human automated ship was charging its weapons while the Herasian munitions continued to inflict damage, yet had not triggered a catastrophic explosion. We struggled to enter orbital range, locking onto 2 human cities, and Jayla struck the launch device with her beak. I nodded at her, and then we hurriedly fled from the bridge to the medical bay. Jayla forcefully burst through the medical bay's door, revealing Zahn pacing anxiously. He had already piled some supplies in the escape ship, while the unconscious Tyan lay on a small bed, his head wrapped in bandages. Why did it take you so long to arrive? Zahn grumbled. We came as swiftly as possible. I believe you are most eager to ensure those missiles reach Earth successfully. But the ship violently shook, barely withstanding another wave of enemy attacks. There was no time for arguments. The 3 of us quickly hoisted Tyan and secured him in the rear seat of the escape ship. The surrounding tremors intensified, likely due to our vessel entering Earth's atmosphere. The damaged areas lacked thermal protection. The main hull would be incinerated. Zahn fastened Tyen's safety belt, while Jayla and I activated the escape ship, successfully departing just before our ship was engulfed in flames. Outside, the azure sky enveloped the escape vessel as we plummeted toward the ground. The momentum from our ship's previous frantic descent persisted. I strained to control the yoke, attempting to stabilize our flight, while Jayla redirected all power to the thrusters, yet this merely slightly reduced our rate of descent. No, no, no. We cannot be trapped on this planet filled with predators. We must return. Despite the deceleration, the ground loomed ever closer at a terrifying speed. The collision seems to have become inevitable, and I find myself powerless to prevent it. Chapter 95. Entering Earth, we descended amid the tall grasses, the arid air rushing towards me, relentlessly striking my face. I was completely unaware of my location, nor could I fathom how many ferocious beasts lurked in this region. The three of us dragged Tyen across the prairie, where sparse trees were scattered across the vast expanse, and a few wild creatures roamed about. Although those orange beasts did not seem to have us in their sights, they were undoubtedly entities we should avoid. Yet, I had yet to catch sight of any human presence, but encountering them was merely a matter of time. Our immediate priority was to find a place to shelter Tyen. A sanctuary. It would be even better if there were somewhere to rest. To our left, a small hill made of clay and sediment extended to a nearby pond. Despite my parched throat, the sight of those vividly colored beasts bathing in the water forced me to suppress my thirst and continue munching on our rations. I was utterly exhausted, lacking the energy to eliminate any potential threats. This place was overrun by beasts, yet man-made structures were almost non-existent. Zahn gasped for breath, stating, "It seems humans have done nothing to reduce the number of these ferocious creatures. They lack a profession dedicated to their extermination, resulting in their rampant existence. Can you imagine living on such a planet? It is a realm of utmost savagery. The hellish landscape of this alien world might conceal all manner of nightmarish, lethal beasts. The vicious creatures surrounding us were lean and agile, with sharp fangs and claws. Most humans would not establish outposts within the territory of these beasts. Traversing this wilderness to reach civilization would likely be a long and arduous journey. After a brief respite, we set off toward the distant woods. This vast prairie stretched for miles, devoid of any signs of settlements, and the oppressive heat was nearly overwhelming, leaving me on the verge of collapse. No wonder humans had lost their fur. We must abandon this burden. He will endanger us all, Jara exclaimed angrily. I shot her a glare. I would not forsake my crew. With beasts lurking everywhere, who could predict what humans might do if they discovered him? And so what? Resources should be allocated to those who can walk and fight. Life is not a bargaining chip, Jara. You have already taken enough lives today. We need to find a discreet and safe location. In this land, there seemed to be no place devoid of beasts to shelter Tyen, but I could not expose him to the wilderness, allowing a pack of beasts to tear him apart. Everyone was running low on strength. It appeared we had no choice but to camp amidst the demons. In my moment of despair, I spotted an opening in the grass. It was a rugged dirt path. Faint tracks visible in the mud. Clearly, humans had ventured into this area. We should be able to communicate with these humans, perhaps even intimidate one of them into providing us with supplies and shelter. Zahn gazed at me with teary eyes. Captain, he gasped. Placing Tyen on the ground, he bent down, attempting to steady his breath, fear swelling in his amber eyes. The reality of being trapped on Earth, surrounded by enraged humans, was gradually consuming his thoughts. Humans have undoubtedly been here. Jara scanned the red archway before us with her visual translator. The plaque read Northeast Tiger Reserve. I suppose those orange predators are the Northeast Tigers? My alertness heightened. A reserve? You mean a designated area for specific purposes? Had humans intentionally allowed these beasts to breed here? I suspected so. It was indeed strange. Why would they permit equally powerful, if not more formidable, adversaries to roam freely in the wild? Such beasts seemed ill-suited for modern human existence. Did humans desire to have their prey prioritized for hunting, only to seize it from the tigers once they had finished? Yet that did not make sense. For a species armed with firearms, surely there were easier means to satisfy their hunger than wresting from ferocious beasts. I was convinced that humans could hunt without the assistance of other predators. They revel in chaos and violence, Zahn panted. The human tribes here aim to prevent dangerous intruders. especially their own kind. We may very well be in the most brutal nation on this planet. I was uncertain of the truth, but I doubted it was as simple as that. Zahn's understanding of humans was evidently lacking. Their societal structure was far too rigid to allow any nation to wreak havoc without consequence. There must be a deeper philosophical significance behind it all. Given that many galactic religions regard predators as foes, perhaps humans view hunters as deities. The farming goddess Inatala of Krakow once scattered plants across the cosmos to nourish her people. Predators were perceived as a distortion of her natural order, driven by greed into the embrace of the violent god Malthus. Our reality is a perpetual struggle between good and evil, since becoming an exterminator. I have strayed from the faith. The priests consistently misinterpret the goddess's teachings. Their written beliefs starkly contrast the actual doctrines. Malthus is not a suppressor of compassion, but merely a harbinger of destruction. We have witnessed the brutality and greed of predators, yet they also possess certain positive qualities. I deduced that this place must serve as some form of sacrificial center, I mused, perhaps a sanctum for prayers for successful hunts or the expansion of war. Jara chuckled lightly. A bloodthirsty religion? How intriguing, indeed, fascinating. This is precisely why I wish to preserve their culture, for we know so little about them. In our pursuit of purity, we have also been ensnared by violence and slaughter. Zahn scoffed, such a brutal race. Their culture deserves no legacy. Why obsession lies in punishing the wicked, not in the act of killing itself. Your motivations are steeped in hatred. It is corroding your soul. I countered. We must move quickly before the sun sets completely. We staggered away from the reserve, proceeding slowly along the path, the silence laden with an underlying unease. The road ahead was uncertain. What sort of beasts awaited us? We could not know. I had never anticipated such close proximity to human territory. Our mission should have been to obliterate this place. It was a trial of the soul, irrespective of the existence of deities. We must confront the terrors of Earth while steadfastly maintaining our resolve. Never faltering, we traversed a small patch of woods, and I faintly heard a weak sobbing, intermingled with sporadic gasps. I concluded that it must be some predator wailing. Jara also noticed the sound and drew her pistol, appearing eager to slay the beast. A flicker of sympathy, mingled with regret, surged within me. If someone mourned the destruction we had wrought, what right did we have to intrude? Yet, compelled by our current predicament, I raised my weapon. We were in an open area, and predators roamed nearby. They were too dangerous, and we needed to find a path to survival swiftly, if a sacrifice were necessary to protect my crew. Let it be me. Chapter 96. The Human Child. I gestured for Zahn to place the injured Tyan on the grass. Keep an eye on Tyan. Alert us immediately if any other predators approach. I can hardly wait to witness your hunting skills. Zahn chuckled lightly. Jara clicked her tongue. His skills? Captain Cam is far too lenient with humans. But don't worry, I'll shatter its skull. I expect you to remain silent. I do not wish for it to detect our presence. Also, let me gather some information before you kill it. What if I want to scare it? Jara replied languidly. Its mental state is unstable. It could fly into a rage at any moment. You should not take that risk. We merely need to seek its protection. Jara disdainfully twisted her neck, but cautiously leaped forward. My feet glided over the leaves. Carefully avoiding any branches, in a clearing stood a fabric dome structure supported by wooden stakes, where a human lay on a blanket, engrossed in a handheld device. Fear surged within me. Instinct urged me to keep my distance. Yet as I drew nearer, that fear gradually dissipated, as further observation alleviated my tension. This human was smaller than the data provided by Guxia suggested, his skin seemingly untouched by time, and his voice lacked the deep growl characteristic of the human males we had encountered. I surmised this human must be a teenager. Perhaps he wept for the loss of his parents, which would explain why he found himself alone in a territory rife with beasts, and why thoughts began to spiral. Conjuring a series of unsettling images, which I struggled to dispel, I halted a few steps from his blanket, laying down the electronic device. Do not attempt to warn any kindred. The human child was taken aback, his lips parting in terror as he hurled the device aside. The screen of the device flickered with a video, the announcer's voice heavy and sorrowful, recounting the loss of life in a city that may very well be the hometown of this child. Please, I beg you, take everything you desire. Just don't kill me, he implored, his voice tinged with despair. Such a plea seemed quite beneath the dignity of the marauders. Perhaps he had yet to grow numb to the brutality of his actions. "We merely wish to converse with you," I lied. "What is your name?" The child swallowed hard. "Achiong." "How old are you?" "You hardly look like an adult, and I am 12. We consider 18 to be adulthood." Jayla traced the barrel of the gun across Achiong's smooth chin, chuckling lightly as the boy flinched in fear. The terror in his gaze tightened my heart. This child had many years of adolescence ahead of him. Appearing so innocent and helpless, I recognized that this was merely an illusion. Yet he still affected me. The small beast would eventually grow into a formidable predator, and their numbers would swell rapidly. The master's voice echoed in my mind. I fixed my gaze upon the trembling child. "Achiong, why are you here?" "Father said this is a good hiding place. He said you wouldn't target the park first." Achiong's voice quivered. "If this is the end of the world, at least we can spend the last day together." "Well, I understand that humans care for their young. Where's your father now?" My father is a wildlife photographer. He wants to capture images of animals battling in space." He said, "It would be a magnificent photograph. If you can survive." Achiong nodded vigorously, more tears cascading down his cheeks. His anguish was palpable. I wished to spare him further suffering, and I must not allow Jayla to ruin everything. If only there were a way to suppress humanity's innate predatory instincts. To pull the trigger on Achiong. I couldn't do it. Though he may become a terrifying force in the future, for now, he was innocent. He merely wished to see his father. I struggled to keep my voice steady. "Very well. Can you tell me where this place is? We are quite curious about the wildlife here. It's a national park. It's like a sanctuary for animals. We protect species that are threatened or have lost their natural habitats." "Why?" "Those orange tigers are a threat. They will eat you." "Tigers do not attack unless provoked. They are majestic creatures, and many people come to this place for tourism. There are resorts, campsites, hiking trails." The thought that humans would willingly remain in such perilous surroundings filled me with confusion. Achiong's tone was imbued with awe, though not reverent. Did humans seek thrills by challenging more formidable foes? I cleared my throat. "Thank you. That is precisely what we needed." "Finally, we are done chatting. So can I kill him now?" Jayla shrieked. "Oh well." Achiong's teary eyes beseeched me. "Don't kill me." I helped you. I averted my gaze to the colorful leaves on the ground, avoiding his pleading stare, as memories of witnessing that scene in the truck flooded back. The red and orange reminded me of a raging fire, the cries of young predators writhing in agony amidst the flames, their fragile forms contorted. "Zahn, sedate him as you did with Ma Tianyu. Adjust the dosage according to his weight. I need a moment to rest." Zahn nodded, drawing a dose of light sedative into the syringe. I made a point to observe which vial he selected, ensuring he did not fill it with poison. Then, Zahn handed me the syringe, and I swiftly plunged the needle into Achiong's neck. This should induce a slumber lasting several hours. Once I had rested and could reflect anew, I would contemplate our next course of action. Our failure to eradicate humanity, allowing them to persist, was a testament to our defeat. There was no need to escalate the slaughter further. Chapter 97. Horrific Events Memory Transcript Subject, Commander of the Federal Fleet, Captain Solif. Date, in Standard Human Time October 18, 2136. The United Nations fleet has confined me in a cell on the primary planet of Venus, while humans have inexplicably ceased to visit me. Based on the number of claw marks on the wall, at least a week has passed. The guards on Venus are more callous than humans. One even spat into my evening meal and cursed me as a fallen soul. Kill my astonishment. I find myself beginning to miss Carlos. Even in Bayside, I passed the time contemplating the human interrogation of the Eros captives and how to refute their absurd claims. A reconciliation between humanity and the Federation must be achieved, despite the unimaginable cost. The Godalai government ultimately aligned itself with humanity. Regrettably, the United Nations ground forces have confirmed Prime Minister Peter's demise. The impact of his final message proved limited. I had proposed to represent humanity in negotiations with the Federation. Yet they abandoned me, leaving me here alone. Such cruelty. I vented my frustrations aloud. Straining to stand on my hind legs, I peered out the window at the capital of the Venus Republic below. Venus is immense, dwarfing both Earth and the cradle. Interestingly, however, most of its land remains uninhabited. The half of the surface that is perpetually shrouded in darkness is too cold to support life, while the brightly lit side suffers from the opposite issue, intense heat that cannot sustain water. Only in the narrow band between these two extremes can settlements be established. Scientists on Venus have been exploring new methods to expand livable space and experimenting with various techniques to improve their planet. Not all species are fortunate enough to possess a perfect home. If not for emotional reasons, the colonies on Venus would be far more suitable for habitation. In recent days, human presence has become increasingly frequent in the capital of Venus. I cannot help but wonder why Earth has suddenly dispatched such a multitude of people to this foreign land. Such a vast number undoubtedly poses a significant test for their allies. A sharp cough echoed from the other side of the cell door. Are you admiring the scenery? It seems you have had ample time to study the complexities of Venusian society. I spun around abruptly to find Ambessa standing there. Her chestnut hair tightly wound into a bun, her eyes unfocused, as if her thoughts drifted far away. Her voice was colder and more piercing than when I last encountered her. My instincts warned me that she now radiated a sense of threat. Had I done something to provoke humanity? Or worse, had they been assimilated by the Eros? Hello. I thought you had forgotten about me, I replied. She bared her white fangs, her eyes widening. Good. I am certainly not well. My apologies. You should indeed apologize. Footsteps approached behind Ambessa, and upon recognizing Carlos, I breathed a sigh of relief. For a moment, I feared Ambessa had snuck in alone to attack me. Every movement she made hinted at a thirst for blood. Perhaps it was merely my prolonged absence from humanity that led me to this conclusion, but I felt my suspicions were not unfounded. As Carlos inserted the key into the lock, a crisp jingle resonated. And the cell door swung open. I noticed the light had faded from his eyes, and his demeanor had grown subdued. A stark contrast to his usual self. The last time I saw Carlos, he had mocked me, countering my every thought. Now, there was no trace of his previous jesting or reproach. The bristles on my back stood on end with alertness. What is wrong with you two? What happened? Carlos furrowed his brow in exhaustion. Earth has been attacked by the Federation. Over 1 billion humans have perished. Don't feign concern. You must be reveling in this, Solif, Ambessa roared. Fear washed over my mind, and I collapsed onto the bed in a wonder she was so enraged. I still recalled the feeling of witnessing the cradle ablaze. Why would the Federation provoke the only species to have ever defeated the Eros? Once, I too desired to annihilate humanity, and the derogatory words still echoed in my ears. When I surrendered to the United Nations, I had anticipated witnessing a brutal society. However, Earth proved to be a vibrant world brimming with life and culture, where its people thrived in harmony and order. That was not what I sought at this moment. I anxiously gnawed at my claws, striving to maintain a submissive expression while expressing my deep sorrow for Earth's tragedy. I understand your current predicament. Ambessa clenched her fists. Of course you do. You attempted to slay us, resulting in the destruction of the cradle, just like the Krakens. You are correct. This is our own doing. I fully acknowledge that. We have committed unforgivable sins against humanity, and no apology can atone for it. Yet, you displayed mercy and compassion, for which I am truly grateful. Compassion is utterly meaningless. At this very moment, the Earth is under siege. And while the remaining members of our fleet have retreated, we find ourselves stranded here because of you. Is this just? It is not. Yet I am powerless to change it. I can see the anguish etched upon your face. If cursing me brings you solace, then, by all means, proceed. Ambessa turned away in disgust, and no matter what I do, I cannot provide her with the satisfaction she seeks. I am acutely aware that, without an appropriate outlet, her sorrow will consume her entirely. I cast a searching glance at Carlos, hoping for guidance. His nostrils flared with suppressed rage. Was their purpose merely to unleash their fury upon me? I am relieved to see that you are all unharmed. I broke the icy silence, wishing that some part of humanity on Earth could endure this trial. Carlos nodded. We received assistance, which enabled us to repel them. Assistance? From the Venusians? Certainly, and from other interested parties. This description is far too vague. Who else would come to humanity's rescue? Carlos perceived my confusion and gestured for me to follow him. Both of them were brimming with hatred and indifference, and I feared that their predatory emotions might compel them to commit unspeakable acts. Chapter 98. Vengeance. Dark thoughts raced through my mind as I struggled to recall why I had ever trusted these marauders. Their valiant conduct aboard the transport ship felt like a distant memory. And considering Earth's current predicament, I could not help but worry about the condition of the Gordelai refugees. What has become of the Gordelai refugees? I asked softly, though the selfishness of my inquiry weighed heavily on me. Carlos sighed. The refugees have all been taken to Venus's primary planet. They are safe. Do not worry. This is indeed good news. How many humans did you evacuate from Earth? 2 million. We have only known the Venusians for 3 months. And if we were to send the majority of humanity over, it would greatly trouble our allies. Thus, some prefer to hide in shelters until the storm passes or place their hopes in the United Nations forces. Do not converse with that bigot as if you share a close relationship, Anbay admonished sharply. Carlos, I made this clear before my arrival. Carlos crossed his arms, maintaining his composure. I wished to avoid exacerbating the rift between them. So I swallowed my other questions. Carlos's words elucidated why the number of humans on Venus's primary planet had surged so rapidly. A dark part of me could not help but wonder if the influx of humanity would lead to a spike in crime rates. They pose a significant threat when angry, and they are undoubtedly more prone to transgressions than the Venusians. Carlos led me out of the cell, and we stepped into the refreshing air of the capital. 2 Gordillians awaited us outside a spacecraft, accompanied by several human soldiers. I suddenly realized they appeared strikingly familiar. It was the deaf-mute youth Aubin and his sister Nana. They looked much more vibrant, clutching necessities in their hands. Greetings, Captain Solift, a mechanical voice spoke in Gordillian, seemingly indicating that Aubin had been equipped with an AI program capable of human speech. Why were you imprisoned? You are a hero to us all. Aubin gazed at me with eager eyes, yet I was reluctant to elaborate on my transgressions, and I was at a loss as to how to begin translating my response. I deserve punishment for causing another, a human, to endure unbearable suffering, I murmured. Aubin turned his gaze toward the nearby human, scrutinizing his gnarled fingers. His eyes widened in disbelief, as if he could not fathom my involvement in such malevolent deeds. Why? The synthetic voice inquired. Your exploits are celebrated in legends. You have saved many lives. You are a hero, a harbinger of justice. I lowered my gaze, for I am nothing. I once believed that inflicting pain upon marauders would resolve our issues. Nana, equally astonished, remarked, You sound as if you took pleasure in tormenting humans, which is truly vile. Humans are kind and generous. I blinked in agreement, again averting my gaze. If Nana were to spread word of Ma Tianyu's fate, my heroic myth would shatter, and the crimes I committed ought to be remembered. Aubin inquired, Yet how could humans treat you with such kindness? I do not know. Ask them yourself, I replied. The human soldier beside him pondered for a moment before offering a firm response. Aubin nodded in acceptance, then cast a disdainful look in my direction. I nervously glanced at Anbay. Do you understand sign language? What did that human soldier say to him? She flashed a grin. He said you deserve your fate. Everyone must pay for their actions. I truly do deserve this fate. Yet what I do not comprehend is why Carlos has brought me to meet Aubin and Nana. It appears these 2 Gordillians are about to depart on a spacecraft. After my confession, would they still wish to bid me farewell? I have no desire to accompany them anywhere. Aubin waved his claw at the human soldiers. He brings shame upon our race. Nana scoffed. I concur. The Gordillians owe humans a great debt of gratitude, and my confusion deepened as I cast a pleading glance toward Carlos. Aubin seemed to think I was to accompany them, yet I was utterly at a loss. Where are those humans taking them? And am I truly involved in this? Solif is the best messenger for us. He can guide you both through the Alpha border. Carlos shrugged nonchalantly, and furthermore, he is someone the fools in the Federation might actually believe. Humanity still longs for peace. This is undoubtedly a hopeful sign. Perhaps the assaults upon Earth have not entirely driven them into the embrace of the Herasians. Humanity possesses a compassionate side, and I hope we can awaken this compassion within them. It seems not every faction within the Federation is complicit. The neutrals remain steadfastly neutral, and other races need not suffer the same fate as the Gordillians. A warm surge filled my heart. As a messenger, I would gladly testify on your behalf to facilitate peace, I know. Anbay-sa's expression darkened. Peace is no longer an option. I wish to declare war on all races that harbor distrust toward humanity. But we cannot afford to confront 300 races simultaneously, at least not yet. Therefore, we must first eliminate those 24 races that have attacked us, followed by the other 14 that voted in favor of war. What? Is this the message you wish to convey? I gasped in astonishment. Carlos shook his head. No, we will discuss that later. First, we need someone to help us investigate a few matters. Read this. We specifically printed it in Gordillion. Just for you. Anbe Sa scoffed, disdainfully handing a piece of paper to me. Why trembling claws accepted the paper, fearing the contents. It nearly slipped from my grasp as sorrowful tears welled in my eyes. Raisel is dead. He was executed by his own government merely for siding with humanity. I had guided him since he was a child, shepherding his growth. His suggestions were always sound and just. I even hoped he would command my ship in my absence. My vision began to blur. I never anticipated that our final exchange would leave him regarding me as a monster. Humanity seeks to uncover why the Kosharians resorted to murder, although it remains unclear whether they will further escalate violence against pro-human factions. Humanity will not underestimate any threat, especially after Earth has suffered such severe blows. Humans do not wish for any species to approach them under the guise of false friendship. They wish to eliminate anyone who seeks to do them harm. Why does the scholarly Federation oppose humanity's diplomatic expansion so vehemently? I yearned to confront Chief Nikon myself to inquire about the reasons. He struck me as a remarkably just and reasonable leader. One who I believed would treat enemies fairly, investigate the Raisel incident for us, and locate the documentation of the Federation's initial contact with the Herasians. See what useful information you can unearth. Carlos chuckled lightly. Anbe Sa crossed her arms. We must ascertain who is orchestrating the conspiracy against humanity and our allies, who is worthy of forgiveness, who has incited hatred towards humanity, and for what purpose. Very well. What is the information? I stammered. What message do you wish for me to convey? Oh, this is quite simple. Inform the Federation that we will no longer engage with or negotiate with them. They have never extended a hand to halt their members' assaults on Earth. We must make the neutrals aware that they must either stand up to condemn this atrocity or prepare for total war. This message sent a chill through my entire being. If I wish to coexist peacefully with other species, I must find a more tactful way to articulate this stark threat. Humanity is in pursuit of how to exact vengeance upon the Earth. Chapter 99. Satisfaction Memory Transcript Subject, United Nations Secretary-General, Seiko Date, Standardized Human Time October 18, 2136. As the heart-wrenching images of devastation flood my mind, a savage force stirs deep within my soul. Witnessing the fall of ancient cities into ruins and hearing the harrowing accounts of countless souls perishing, I feel as though my heart is being torn asunder. It has been merely 3 months since our first contact. In this fleeting time, an astonishing 25 species have perpetrated acts of genocide against humanity. Despite our having provoked no hostility, I am profoundly weighed down by my actions, by my failures. I carry the burden of humanity's future. Yet I have not exhausted all available means. Am I truly powerless? Does negotiating with that demon to protect the Earth signify my cowardice and ineptitude? Rebuilding our homeland will demand years of toil. 112 bombs detonated upon the surface, pollutants swirling freely through the air, resulting in the death of over 1 billion humans. Reversing atmospheric pollution will present an arduous challenge, with further casualties to follow. It is indeed ironic that the destruction of the Earth is not wrought by humanity itself. I had previously believed that humanity would be the architect of its own demise. Secretary-General. We shall dock at the luxurious resort on Titan in 60 seconds. Dr. Kuxiu, the current Secretary-General for Extraterrestrial Affairs, gently patted my shoulder. Are you all right? You appear unwell. In the past, my foremost concern was diplomacy. The brutalities of war were matters best left to our ancestors. For a leader who champions peace, the desire to witness the utter annihilation of one's adversaries should be unfathomable. Yet now, I find it difficult to refute the generals, whose counteroffensive strategies seem to be our sole recourse. I too yearn to obliterate the Federation. Although I recognize that only a handful of its members were involved in that assault, their paranoia is wholly incompatible with the survival of humanity. How many races have extended a helping hand to us? Aside from the unexpected assistance from the Herasians, there have been but 2 races. Following that, the only new race I am willing to negotiate with is the Zwan. The platitudes of friendship uttered by other diplomats have proven to be mere empty words. When the stakes are high, none have offered us support. Those bystanders are as loathsome as the Krakow and their ilk. No matter the difficulty, you must give it your all, Kuxiu softly urged. 10,000 Herasian warships still linger in the solar system. We cannot afford another misstep. I gazed into her eyes, realizing I had never wished for their presence here. This was not my desire. It is not your fault. Those gray beings have known the location of Earth for some time. That said, they did indeed save our lives. I suppressed my self-pity, refocusing on the pressing matters at hand. The Herasians had decisively vanquished the Krako's assault fleet with overwhelming numbers, yet they did not depart immediately. Numerous Herasian warships continued to dominate this region. Chief Hunter Isif had his fleet encircle Earth's orbit to shield us from a second attack, though I suspected he was covertly scrutinizing us. It is utterly despairing that they could conquer Earth at any moment. We are already in a state of utter fragility, compounded by the grave losses inflicted by war, rendering our military defenses virtually non-existent. The philosophical doctrines governing the alliance fill me with revulsion, standing in stark contrast to the ideals of equality championed by the United Nations. Yet at this juncture, we must do whatever it takes to appease the Herasians. Thus, when Isif specifically requested a meeting with me, I did not hesitate to board the first vessel departing from Venus. President Tal, kind-hearted as he is, offered to accompany me, but I refused him without a second thought. I could not place him in further peril. Isif understood that we could not host him on Earth, hence he agreed to await my arrival at the hotel on Titan. I had no intention of rolling out the red carpet for the one who referred to the Venusians as delectable delicacies and viewed Tal as mere sustenance. When he uttered such words, I felt an overwhelming urge to strike him. Cooksiu, do you think it is conceivable for the Herasians to enact social reform? After our spacecraft completed its landing procedures, I inquired, for instance, if they possess stable, non-sentient beings as a food source. The former SETI, Search for Extraterrestrial Intelligence, employee tilted her head slightly. I do not know. They were not always like this. But they have altered their genetic makeup. I cannot ascertain whether they still possess rationality or whether they remain immersed in empathy. Such is the enigma. By the way, can you establish a communication link with the Zwan fleet? I need to converse with them. All right. But are you really all right? I am fine. Once these extraterrestrial visitors are dealt with, we must unify all governments. Then, let us rally the people under our banner and remind them not to lose hope. I tread upon the opulent marble floor, the crystalline beams overhead refracting a spectrum of colors. Glass windows span the entirety of the hall, complemented by interactive holograms and exquisite telescopes. As I passed the deserted concierge desk, I beheld the ethereal sight of Saturn. This hotel is lauded as the finest in space, and for the sake of Earth's interests, I hope the Herasians are satisfied. Chapter 100. Cooperation approaching Isif's suite. I felt a sense of unease. Considering the Herasians' propensity for aggression and disdain for weakness, I was essentially wagering my life. Yet, in humanity's precarious position, someone must soothe these beasts. I gently rapped on the door. Is anyone there? My voice betrayed uncertainty as I silently cursed my own nervousness. The door creaked open, revealing a pair of elongated pupils scrutinizing me from the darkness within. Isif had not turned on the lights, which only heightened my discomfort. He stood at least half a head taller than I, his teeth longer than my fingers. His tongue flicked lightly. Seiko, is it? We finally meet. Please come in. I clasped my hands behind my back, striving to maintain a steady gait. As my eyes gradually adjusted to the dimness, I noticed that 3 other Herasians were scattered about the living room. They were likely advisors, servants, or guards. Perhaps my decision to come alone was a mistake, potentially leading him to misconstrue my solitary presence as a lack of support. Thank you for your military assistance, I rasped, scratching my throat dryly. Excuse me, is there any water? Isif tossed a bottle of water my way, and I nearly failed to catch it in time. The water was lukewarm, and I gratefully gulped it down. They seemed to be analyzing my every move under a microscope. Humanity had never engaged in formal contact with the Herasians, and I found myself at a loss for words. I had initially intended to enlist the Herasians to eliminate the Krako threat, and now, are you willing to assist in our rescue efforts? The human command indicated that our presence might elicit a strong reaction from the ground residents. Isif replied in a deep voice. I awkwardly scratched my head. I suggest you first make requests to each nation separately. I believe some countries will accept your assistance. I am deeply grateful for that. Thank you. We all owe you a debt of gratitude. Isif scoffed dismissively. Relax. There is no need to worry about offending. I prefer candor. Very well. In truth, many held a negative view of your race prior. Myself included, I do not believe this perception will change overnight, especially given the prevalent fear of extraterrestrial species. Isif's eyes glimmered in the darkness, his nostrils flaring slightly as if he were intently sniffing the air. His smile grew increasingly radiant, and I could not help but wonder if he had detected my anxiety. His gaze shifted toward the holographic tablet clipped to my belt. We hope to access your internet system, Isif continued in a polite yet grave tone. Our scientists wish to delve into your literature on hunting and the domestication of prey, which will also aid us in assessing whether your research is sufficiently professional. I nodded. Although we belong to different categories of predators, I had no objection to sharing these findings. I naturally retrieved the holographic tablet, typing the keyword domestication into the search engine. An article from an online encyclopedia promptly topped the search results. That should suffice. Unless absolutely necessary, I intended to conceal humanity's persistent hunting background. For if the Herasians were to discover that humanity could endure prolonged consumption, they might deem us a significant threat. Isif snatched the device from my hand with urgency. He seemed eager to learn about humanity. I was uncertain whether this was a positive sign. Perhaps he was assessing whether we shared their fervor for consuming prey. Or perhaps he was scrutinizing whether we would eliminate the weaker members of our population. How fascinating. Humanity indeed shares similarities with us, having once employed animals for labor and husbandry, he remarked with a smile. You even domesticate pets. These lesser beings are treated as sources of entertainment and companionship, and in return, they provide their owners with emotional solace. Is this a common phenomenon? Well, this behavior stems from the social needs of pack-hunting predators. You care for these pets as if they were members of your tribe, do you not? Typically, it is the case that many individuals find it difficult to endure a solitary existence. This stands in stark contrast to our propensity for rapidly growing weary of companionship. Your affection for the Venusian being stems from this peculiar inclination towards pets, does it not? I exerted considerable effort to refrain from immediately dismissing his assertion. Humanity would never regard sentient beings, especially our friends, as mere pets. However, should the Herasians come to perceive the Venusian beings as pets, it would indeed represent a significant advancement compared to considering them as livestock. Perhaps this could motivate Isif to assist in the liberation of the Venusian captives. Yet, I must bear in mind that he may require a premise of predation to accept our claims, by time, and persuade them to align with us. I must make any concession necessary. So be it. Yes, humans do enjoy adopting companion animals, I murmured. Isif glared at his advisors, asking, Are you satisfied now? I have long maintained that humanity is merely a pack-hunting species, and those beings are but companions in their evolutionary journey. A rather anxious Herasian scientist cleared his throat, positing that humanity is the first documented gregarious, sentient predator, which makes the inquiry reasonable. You may leave. I wish to speak with Seiko in private. Some matters of discussion exceed your authority. Isif's subordinates obediently slinked away, tails swaying. Isif watched them depart, releasing a long sigh. He returned my holographic tablet to my hands, his deep-set eyes gazing at me with a hint of trepidation. He remained silent for an entire minute. Evidently concerned about potential eavesdroppers, I observed Isif's demeanor with curiosity. Was he apprehensive about a potential insurrection within his ranks? How stringent was the command structure among the Herasians? A certain intuition suggested that the information he was about to divulge would reveal his expectations of humanity. You intend for Earth to provide some form of recompense for your assistance, do you not? I inquired. Isif bared his fangs, replying indeed, but not today. Rather in the future. I do not comprehend what you mean by the future. I responded that I understand that you disapprove of our consumption of sentient beings, as it contradicts your moral code. It appeared he remained unaware that humanity had fully supported the Federation's eradication of the Herasians. I certainly did not wish for the Herasians to perceive the United Nations as their current adversary. I endeavored to maintain a poker face, yet he seemed to see through my neutral expression. My silence undoubtedly validated his suspicions, but what more could I say? I shrugged. We are different. Humanity, you have yet to select your kind without compassion, I had thought. You might assist us in finding an alternative food source. Isif's voice was barely a whisper, betraying his nervousness. This is precisely why I dispatched fleets from the entire region to aid you. One day, under your guidance, we may escape the cycle of war and brutality, and forge a brighter future. What? Just moments ago, you were extolling the delectable nature of the Venusian beings, referring to our allies as dinner. I hissed. He sighed. Do not be unreasonable. I was communicating that in front of my crew while simultaneously relaying it to my planet. I certainly did not wish to end up in a precarious position, hence I had to perform. Fair enough. The Herasian government would execute anyone opposing their policies. However, if certain high-ranking officials did not entirely adhere to this doctrine, then that would indeed be exhilarating news. The Herasian captives we captured aboard the transport vessel displayed no aversion to these atrocities. Rather, they boasted of how advanced their ideology was. Nevertheless, I believed such a sample size was insufficient. So, you do not support your race's current method of keeping captives? I pressed. Isif's throat emitted a growl. I prefer my food to be voiceless. This war has dragged on for far too long. And your allies have shown me that some among them are capable of accepting predators. If we resort to merely acting on instinct, we are no different from the Federation. I concur regarding instinct. Why divulge this to me? So you may understand that I stand with you, and you will be more amenable to discussing future recompense. Provided it does not exceed reasonable bounds, I might advocate for the release of additional captives. This sufficiently piqued my interest. The liberation of any captured Zwans could potentially foster a degree of leniency towards the Herasian saviors. It also implied that Isif might continue to fulfill the agreement with the Venusians. Humanity must reward the loyalty of the Venusians in some manner. They had provided assistance without any historical ties between our two races. I still held hope that one day we could bring an end to the farming of all sentient beings. Regardless of what the Federation had done to our two races, consuming captives and tormenting children was certainly not the solution. Dismissing or rationalizing atrocities would not restore the cities that lay in ruins. I cracked my knuckles. How do you intend to advocate the concept of compassion to your government? Quite simply, without framing it as treasonous compassion, Isif chuckled, but rather as a means to restore the glory of our ancestors. I shall navigate within the existing power structure, taking one step at a time. Very well. Although humanity's current production capacity is limited, I shall do my utmost to uphold our agreement. I understand you. You are astute, yet do not allow this transaction to result in famine among your people. In the long run, we remain allies. This Herasian was not the sort to view hunting as the singular joy in life. His concern for human life revealed an empathetic capacity, along with a weariness of war. He exuded a genuine essence, a stark contrast to the notorious reputation of his race. This was considerably more than I had observed among the Krakoans and their ilk. I could not help but wonder what this predatory race would resemble without external disturbances. Thank you, Isif. If you are confident in your ability to control your kin, I shall find a suitable place for your assistance to be effective. I whispered. A glimmer of humor flashed in his eyes. A friend would go to great lengths for another. Though I suppose you would not wish for me to share our food reserves? I hesitated momentarily, actually. If you have surplus herbivore feed, we could consume that as well, for humanity is omnivorous. Ha! You are still grazing creatures. I see. I shall look into what can be done. This meeting transpired more smoothly than I had anticipated. Yet the conversation with the Zwans might still bear unwelcome tidings. Even though Isif had laid the foundation for cooperation, the confrontation between the Federation and the Herasians remained akin to a powder keg. I certainly did not desire it to ignite within the solar system, for such an event would inevitably impact Earth. I must discover a means to quell the fury and unite these two starkly contrasting races on our side. Chapter 101. The turning point. After bidding farewell to Isif, I proceeded to the conference hall. This hotel had once been the preferred venue for technological conferences, extravagant weddings, and celebrity events. Now, despite the absence of dining and decor, it remained a sufficiently opulent setting for me to conduct a call with the Zwans. Why headquarters on Earth may have been obliterated, but the United Nations required a temporary command center. Coexiu extended invitations to the leaders of various nations, providing the option to participate online. However, many were unable to secure transportation through space, while others were reluctant to leave their countries during a crisis. Secretary-General, the Zwan ambassador is awaiting on a secure channel, Coexiu reported. I straightened my posture. Very well, bring him in. The endearing visage that appeared on the screen softened my demeanor. Josen's brown fur was as fluffy as clouds, appearing disheveled around his diminutive ears, and his sideways glance made him resemble an anxious teddy bear. I felt that his appearance would evoke an instinctual desire in most to embrace him warmly. Josen squinted his eyes. I stifled a laugh as he endeavored to maintain a serious expression, which only came across as somewhat comical. Given their perspective on the arrival of the Herasians, such a reaction was evidently inappropriate. Preserving these adorable extraterrestrials as allies was of paramount importance. I am Seiko, Secretary General of the United Nations. Thank you for taking our call and providing timely assistance. I stated I express my sincere apologies for the misfortunes Earth has encountered. Josen scratched his nose, his eyes reflecting a tinge of melancholy yet shimmering with determination. However, we do harbor some concerns. While I trust you have not invited the Herasians, you have also not attempted to expel them. The consequences of provoking the Herasians would be dire. Given humanity's current predicament, making concessions seemed the wisest course of action. The Federation has not extended a helping hand to us. The Herasians represent humanity's hope, and we require their assistance. Josen began to groom his claws, a habitual gesture of Zwan contemplation. His distracted preening drew my attention, and though I understood such behavior might be perceived as a provocation in their culture, I could not help but let a smile creep onto my face. Mr. Seiko, do you find it amusing that your planet receives no assistance during this perilous time? Josen expressed his dissatisfaction. I quickly shook my head, insisting no, I certainly did not mean that. I sincerely apologize. Nevertheless, I have managed to persuade the commander of Zuin to draft a more favorable report. We shall strive to quell public opinion, although we anticipate there will still be incendiary accusations. I hope you will not take them too much to heart. I understand. Thank you for placing your trust in us. Even if certain media outlets sensationalize the notion of collusion with the Marauders, I would not be surprised. The Herasians stand with us. Is this not precisely what those fools in the Federation desired? If so, let us play into their hands and see what other tactics they may employ. Humanity shall no longer grovel through the muck to appease those paranoid racists. They must either stand shoulder to shoulder with us or declare themselves our adversaries. In the long run, our neighbors in Zuin are trustworthy allies. I cannot fathom how the Herasians' fleet perceives the situation upon their arrival. If they witness the Herasians fighting alongside humanity and choose to retreat, it would be entirely understandable. Their choice to remain signifies that our relationship is indeed tenable. This is all I can manage. Josen spoke softly. We wish to assist with the rescue efforts. In your neighboring star system, we have thousands of medical ships. I am currently stationed there. Our military presence may be insignificant, but our medical expertise is unparalleled. If you could provide medical assistance, we would be immensely grateful. However, please dispatch them promptly. We must race against time. My voice was laced with urgency, my heart heavy with dread for Earth's dire plight. If you have any inquiries regarding human biology, the data from the Venusians has already served as a fundamental reference. But the question remains, how do we transport unarmed civilians into the Herasians' occupied territory? I desire to assist you, yet how could I issue such orders? Do you wish for me to first address those gray beings? Yes, for our safety. To be frank, they have yet to attack any vessel from Zuin. I certainly believe those creatures harbor goodwill towards the Zuin race.